Chapter 2651. Long time no see, my path protector. Wolun was the oldest member of the Astronomical Parliament. The Astronomical Parliament might seem secretive, but the members had an average age of around 25 years old. Wolun was the only one who was older than 40 years old, and he significantly increased the average age of the group. However, 40 years old was not particularly old for a spirit chi professional. As a sailor, Wolun naturally craved risks and liked to search for treasure on the open sea. Aside from when Wolun was saved by Lin Yuan, joined the Astronomical Parliament, and later received the Blue Ring Sea Octopus, he did not receive much help from Lin Yuan. When Wolun found out that Lin Yuan wanted to establish a trade route for the Startling Lines continent, he immediately left his federation and headed to the Startling Lines continent to help the Great Lush Federation build the harbor and port. However, Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan caused all his efforts to go to waste. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan remembered Wolun's effort. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of Wolun, the adventure addict definitely preferred the sky beyond the clouds over the main world. Did Wolun say anything to you? Wen Yu smiled and said, young master, when we were building the harbor, Wolun told me he hoped to have the chance to stay by your side to train and experience adventure. You had not yet revealed the sky beyond the clouds, then. Although Wolun doesn't like to speak much, he does take clear stock of everything that happens. Lin Yuan nodded and did not continue the topic. Everyone had their own ambitions, and the members of the Astronomical Parliament were all individual entities. Since they had made their decisions, Lin Yuan would not try to force or pressure them. The migration via Lift Marsh went very smoothly, and the 9 federations were successfully migrated within 3 days. Lin Yuan had already brought all of them into the Marsh world. Compared to the Barren Sea, the Marsh world was a prospering haven. The people from the 9 federations had never seen such fertile and rich land. The fertile land meant one thing: they could live without going hungry when they lived here. The faith the people from the 9 federations felt toward Lin Yuan shot upward again. On the second day, before the people from the Green Continent City were relocated, Peace requested to stay with Green Continent City to manage the situation. Lin Yuan did not turn her down and allowed her to stay with the people from Green Continent City in the Marsh world. Now, the migration was complete, and he had found what he needed to find. Lin Yuan traveled back to the Radiance Federation to meet with the Moon Empress. Next, he was going to fuse the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds and promote the main world to a Class 2 world. When Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he saw that many citizens from other federations had arrived at the Radiance Federation. When the Moon Empress found out that Lin Yuan wanted to combine the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, she stopped objecting to the relocation of the other federation's citizens to the Radiance Federation. But in a few short days, there would be inevitable friction. Luckily, the city and spirit guards were well trained and knew how to resolve such conflict. At that moment, 7 black coffins were pushed open in a bright ancient castle. A female body with ice blue eyes and snow-white skin with a faint grey hue walked stiffly out of one of the coffins. There were no signs of movement from the 8th coffin. Once Lin Yuan spoke with the Moon Empress, the latter wanted to help him earn more faith power and thus suggested that he wait for another day before he began the process. The people who were arriving from other federations would only be settled in the Radiance Federation a day later. Compared to the human federations, the Sea clans moved slightly quicker. The Sea clans had already gathered in the sea near the Radiance Federation. If one threw a brick into the sea, the brick would hit thousands of Sea clan members while it sank. The vast sea labyrinth had considered the issue of a lack of oxygen when all the Sea clans were gathered in a small area. As such, they planted many oxygen-producing plants around the area where the Sea clans were gathered. Ice Flow, with whom Lin Yuan was the most familiar, arrived in the Startling Lines continent first. After discussing with Qin Yu, Lin Yuan sent around 1 million wind elemental sea life forms to create an area at the bottom of the sea where the land imps could lay down the metal-type stone boards. Lin Yuan took out the 5-dimensional world's treasures, the Abundance Treasure Tree, Tide Herb Treasure Conch, Spinning Chrysalis, Earth Source Cube, and Demon Evil Tablet. He would place these dimensional treasures at the location where the main world would be connected to the dimensional worlds. Then, all Lin Yuan needed to do was activate the dimensional treasures, and the main world would be combined with the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan sent out Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor to place the 5-dimensional treasures at the locations where he had marked out. The 5-dimensional treasures contained the might of the dimensional worlds. Only Lin Yuan and the people he gave authority to could use the treasures. It could be said that all preparations were complete. Lin Yuan looked out the window all night but did not manage to get a wink of sleep. Despite knowing it was his only choice and that this way would allow him to protect the most number of life forms from the main world, promoting a Class 1 world to Class 2 still undoubtedly came with risks. Unfortunately, no one could say what these risks were. Lin Yuan was not the only one who did not get a good rest that night. The Moon Empress did not rest properly either. The Moon Empress had spoken to Lin Yuan in such a categorical manner because that was truly how she felt. But she also did not want to place too much pressure on Lin Yuan. Even if something really ended up going wrong, it would be because she had so strongly pushed Lin Yuan toward that decision. She decided to take all the pressure onto herself. Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were unable to sleep because of their worries. On the other hand, Ice Flow, Ice Wave, Ice Clarity and the other experts from the vast sea labyrinth and the members of sea clans were unable to sleep because of how excited they were. Although there were sea plants that could produce oxygen, this did not change the fact that there were far too many sea beasts in the seas surrounding the Radiance Federation. With this high concentration of sea beasts, it was inevitable that some weak sea beasts would grow weaker and lose their lives. There was no one who did not want to live in a better environment than they currently did. If the situation dragged on, it would begin to take a strain on even the stronger sea beasts. The citizens of other federations who had moved to the Radiance Federation were also looking forward to a miracle. After all, the news brought back by the Federation representatives had been almost unbelievably shocking. Once they received the news, even the most hesitant leaders decided not to waste any more time and immediately activated the entire Federation to begin the migration. This migration had cost the Federations almost all of their resources, and their wealth had shrunk considerably. All they could do was wait for an extraordinary miracle to save all of them, and the Radiance Federation was the only one that had hope of creating such a miracle. The leaders of the federations had wondered if the information from the major Federation Union had been false. But it was very easy to verify this issue. The Federation only needed to send their immortal experts to investigate the ley lines. Some continents' ley lines were nearer to the surface than others, and the people living on top of those lines had heard strange sounds from below them. They also felt their bodies being contaminated by death aura. It caused them to age at a much faster rate. All of this verified the Radiance Federation's information. Once the people from the other federations relocated to the Radiance Federation, they were extremely thankful to the Radiance Federation. If the Radiance Federation had not revealed the news, not even the immortal experts would be able to escape when the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. Promoting the main world from a Class 1 world to Class 2 would affect all the life forms in the main world. The next morning, Lin Yuan went to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court to meet with Purple Love, Blood New Moon, and the Mother of Bloodbath, who had just arrived at the Radiance Federation. All of the Heavenly Family feys from Heavenly Family Cottage had already arrived in the Radiance Federation. Since the main efforts of the main world's defense against the Dead Spirits crisis would be concentrated in the Radiance Federation, the best choice for Purple Love would be to come to the Radiance Federation with the Heavenly Family feys. So many things were happening in the Radiance Federation that Purple Love also intended to lend a helping hand. The Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage were already allies. Furthermore, because of Lin Yuan, there were already deep ties between them. Lin Yuan had told Purple Love about his intention to promote the main world from Class 1 to Class 2. At first, he thought that the cautious Purple Love would object to his idea. Yet, Purple Love shared the Moon Empress opinion and was very supportive of the idea of promoting the main world. A large reason behind the Moon Empress' support was that she wanted to support and affirm Lin Yuan. However, Purple Love spoke fully based on her own opinions. Lin Yuan, just think about it. No human spirit chi professional doesn't want to increase his rank. There isn't much danger surrounding a spirit chi professional raising their rank. But it is very dangerous for feys to evolve. Yet, have you ever encountered a fey who decided not to evolve out of fear of this danger? Promoting the main world from a Class 1 world to Class 2 is a great opportunity for the main world and all its life forms. Since the challenge has been presented, all the life forms of the main world need to do is accept this challenge. After being promoted to a Class 2 world, the main world will grow larger, the life forms will live longer, and every creature will be blessed. If anyone opposes your idea, it will only be because they are narrow-minded and short-sighted. You are doing something great. Why should you care about what those people think? Lin Yuan realized he had misunderstood Purple Love all this time. Purple Love was not conservative. She only stayed below the radar all this time because she wanted to give the Heavenly Family feys a safe place to live and prevent them from being bothered by the outside world. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Purple Love smiled and continued. The Heavenly Family Cottage will stand by your side and address all problems together with you. Purple Love looked at the Mother of Bloodbath, who was standing next to Blood New Moon and staring calmly at Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath had recently been with the Heavenly Family Cottage to learn about its legacy. This was the first time that it had seen Lin Yuan in a long time. Purple Love shot a look at Blood New Moon and pulled him out of the room before he could say anything to Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath walked over to Lin Yuan and handed him a bag of fried chicken. "Taste this. Auntie Flame made it, and it is crispy and delicious." After seeing Lin Yuan after such a long time, the mother of Bloodbath realized that Lin Yuan had matured significantly. They had only been apart for 6 months, but his aura had already changed completely. This had to be because Lin Yuan had grown exponentially in the past 6 months. The mother of Bloodbath felt a wave of regret. It was Lin Yuan's path protector. Although it did not have the power to carry out its duties, it should still stay with him and watch him grow. Its power had grown substantially in the past 6 months, but it was clearly nothing compared to Lin Yuan's growth. In just a little over a year, Lin Yuan had grown from a fledgling to the cream of the crop of the main world. A year ago, the Freedom Federation Envoy Group had gone to the Radiance Federation and spectated the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The mother of Bloodbath had been present when Lin Yuan took on the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. The mother of Bloodbath was curious to find out what Lin Yuan had experienced in the past 6 months. It wanted to sit down and listen to Lin Yuan tell it about everything that had happened in the past 6 months. But it knew that was not the right time because Lin Yuan had something very important to do. When it first joined this man, he had been like a blade of grass that any gust of wind could have snapped off. But now, he had grown into a towering tree sheltering the millions of life forms in the main world. Lin Yuan received the fried chicken from the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath had not changed its gluttonous nature. As Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath, he felt a sense of being reunited with an old friend. The mother of Bloodbath had saved his life twice. It was also thanks to the mother of Bloodbath he managed to find a loyal lapdog for Redthorn in the acid corrosion queen bee. Lin Yuan took a bite out of a drumstick, and sweet and fresh juices exploded in his mouth, bombing his taste buds with delicious flavor. This was just as good as Lu Ji's work. It was no wonder it came so highly recommended by the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath with bright eyes before reaching out his right hand. Chapter 2652 The Evolved Main World. As a spider species Fey, the mother of Bloodbath was naturally cold. It was inaccurate to say that some Feys could lord over others' Feys solely based on their bloodlines. High-level Feys had bloodlines with different emphases. Thus, their bloodlines could not only be compared in terms of power. However, the Sky Sundial Jade Spider was the only Fey that could control a celestial body, and it was the sun. The mother of Bloodbath's mother, Jade Sundial, and Blood New Moon were extremely cold as well. This especially applied to Blood New Moon, who had the bloodlines of 2 different spider species Feys. When the 2 bloodlines overlapped, they made his personality even more frosty. However, this frostiness was relative, and he was rather warm toward life forms. The colder a life form seemed, the stronger the affection they would feel towards their loved ones. This was exemplified by how Jade Sundial took care of all the Heavenly Family Feys in the Heavenly Family Cottage and Blood New Moon's fierce love for his wife and daughter. Although the Feys in Heavenly Family Cottage all treated the mother of Bloodbath well, objectively speaking, the 2 most important people in the mother of Bloodbath's life were Endless Summer and Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath could not be happier that it had found its parents and was now able to experience the joy of being with its family. However, the time and companionship it shared with Endless Summer in their younger days and all the times Lin Yuan was willing to give up everything to save it were the things that the mother of Bloodbath truly cherished. The mother of Bloodbath gently placed its hand over Lin Yuan's. Its normally icy hand grew slightly warm. "Lin Yuan, it's been too long. I won't be leaving again. But looking at you now, I don't think I can continue calling myself your path protector." Lin Yuan shook his head. "Mother of Bloodbath, the duty of a path protector is not just to protect a person. Moreover, as my path protector, don't you want to know that I've grown? Besides, you have already protected me plenty of times. Let's do battle side by side from now on." The mother of Bloodbath looked hopeful. It had experienced a life of trying to survive daily in a harsh environment, so it was passionate about increasing its power. The mother of Bloodbath also strongly desired to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Its power had also completely transformed in the past 6 months. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the mother of Bloodbath. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath. Fey species, Tarantulas/Jade Spider species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type, Natural, Light, / blood. Fey quality, creation 8. Abilities. Execution sting. Through the 8-sharp calicity, the blood and light energy will be injected into the target to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Senluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporary controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core, which can overload the attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of dawn's light. Take an energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Sunlight drapery. Activate the stored energy in the body during combat. Age-8 sundial with the carving of a sun on it will appear behind the mother of bloodbath. Every time the energy in its body is used, half of the energy will be taken from the sun. The jade sundial will defend against damage caused by the outside world. Hanging sun net. With the sun at the center, its energy will be used up to activate the sun's energy. The energy from both entities will form a net. The target trapped in the sun net will be restrained temporarily before being released to the surface of the sun. Exclusive skill. Desire spider form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed spider shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External blood bone. The calicity will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Rich light trial. When causing damage to a target, the target will also be injected with light elements that will have a deadly purging effect. After Lin Yuan was done looking at the mother of bloodbath's data, he immediately looked astonished. The mother of bloodbath was now a sovereign X/creation 8 Fey. In just half a year, the mother of bloodbath had evolved from a myth breed Fey to a pinnacle creation breed Fey. Unlike Green Vine, the mother of bloodbath could not increase its power quickly. Due to the exclusive skill external blood bone, it took the mother of bloodbath much longer to increase its power than other Feys of the same grade. Clearly, the mother of bloodbath had worked hard during the time it spent in Heavenly Family Cottage. The Heavenly Family Cottage had also been willing to provide it with resources. It was clear that the mother of bloodbath had asked him such a question because it assumed that he would not expect it to have improved to such an extent in the past 6 months. But it was not just the mother of bloodbath who had improved in the past 6 months. Lin Yuan had been growing continuously as well. In fact, he had improved even more than the mother of bloodbath. When Lin Yuan last looked at the mother of bloodbath's data, it did not have the abilities sunlight drapery, hanging sun net, and the exclusive skill rich light trial. With these two abilities and exclusive skill, the mother of bloodbath's defense and deadliness would increase significantly during battle. This especially applied to hanging sun net. It could send entities from the net to the sun. The sun was hot enough to even roast eternal breed life forms to death. Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath always talked freely. He did not hide his knowledge since he knew the mother of bloodbath's power now. Mother of bloodbath, you improved so quickly. I can't believe that you are sovereign X/creation 8 now. I believe that you'll be able to reach immortal breed very soon. The mother of bloodbath was not surprised that Lin Yuan had seen through its power. However, it could not attribute its rapid improvement in the past 6 months solely to its hard work and the resources from Heavenly Family Cottage. Another significant reason was that the blood brew grapevine had reached myth breed. Due to the fine base that Lin Yuan had laid down for the blood brew grapevine, its production capacity significantly increased after it reached myth breed. The Heavenly Family Fey in the Heavenly Family Cottage, who was the most skilled at cooking and the mother of bloodbath addressed as anti-flame, had also used the blood brew grapes to produce a wine. This wine could speed up the rate of absorption of blood energy. Without this wine, the mother of bloodbath would only have reached sovereign V/creation 6 now. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath did not spend much time catching up before the Mother of Bloodbath left the imperial court with Lin Yuan. At this moment, the Radiance Federation was reaching its full capacity of people it could contain. Lin Yuan needed to combine the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds now and promote the main world to a Class 2 world. Most of the sea clans and federations had arrived. Lin Yuan could not afford to wait for those relocating at too slow of a pace. After all, once he combined the dimensional worlds with the main world, these people only needed to reach one of the dimensional worlds, and they could avoid the effects of the Dead Spirits crisis. The dimensional life forms would not attack the citizens of the human federations. Black wings opened on Lin Yuan's back, and he flew up into the sky above the royal capital. At the instant that he activated the Abundance Treasure Tree, Tide Herb Treasure Conch, Spinning Chrysalis, Earth Source Cube, and Demon Evil Tablet, a brilliant rainbow appeared on top of Lin Yuan's head. All the light landed on Lin Yuan's body, and he seemed to be wearing a jacket made of rainbows. At this moment, all the life forms in the Radiance Federation could not stop themselves from looking up at Lin Yuan in the sky. Under the waterfall of light, Lin Yuan's body appeared increasingly clear and stalwart. It had an unspeakable aura of sacred mightiness. It was as though he represented the will of the entire main world. The instant that Lin Yuan was draped in the rainbow jacket, the 5-dimensional worlds began fusing with the main world. Just like rivers that joined up with the sea, the main world started to expand. This caused the earth to begin shaking, and giant waves rose from the sea. Luckily, the fusing of the main world and dimensional worlds did not cause too many negative effects. The sea clans that were gathered in the Radiance Federation's vicinity immediately entered the water world sea. It was as though they were being set free. The citizens from other federations were all watching this with astoundment. All of them raised their heads and looked at the celestial-like young man. Most of the Federation experts knew Lin Yuan. Firstly, this was because Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Secondly, Lin Yuan's stunning performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection had already made Lin Yuan a celebrity and household name among the younger generation. Lin Yuan's fame was not restricted to the Radiance Federation. The other federations had also heard of him. However, it was only at this moment that most of the citizens of the Radiance Federation and other federations were truly witnessing Lin Yuan's full might. Lin Yuan thought that fusing the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds would take some time. Yet, it was done within 3 hours. This was also a historic change for the dimensional life forms of the 5-dimensional worlds. From now on, the term dimensional life form would no longer apply. Perhaps there were still clear differences between dimensional life forms and feys now. But once the epochs changed, most of the dimensional life forms would begin transforming into feys. When the Class 1 world was done fusing with the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan realized that no other change was taking place and everything was calm. According to Morbius, the transformation of a Class 1 world to Class 2 would come with a sort of shift. However, Lin Yuan had not sensed any shift. Rather, he felt anticlimactic. Given that he had no prior experience with this, Lin Yuan did not know where the problem had occurred. Lin Yuan did not know that 7 black coffins had just opened simultaneously in the ancient castle where the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon were residing. First page Crimson, second page Warbler Candle, third page Violet Light Green, fourth page Cavity Orchid, fifth page Falling Rainbow, sixth page Wave Glow, and seventh page Concubine Winding stepped out with grim expressions that soon morphed into elation. Someone has evolved this Class 1 world into a Class 2 world. Luckily, we anchored the dead world to the top of this Class 1 world. Otherwise, this Class 1 world would be undergoing the trial of world molding. A Class 1 world undergoing the trial of world molding to promote to a Class 2 world will definitely attract the attention of experts from that place. Chapter 2653 8th page Eyeshadow's Awakening. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had been working together for thousands of years, and all had their own selfing thoughts. Given that they all had to work together, it was inevitable that they would scheme against each other. However, a few members had genuine ties, albeit this only existed between a few specific members. Some members could not see eye to eye with each other. No one opposed 4th page Cavity Orchid's suggestion. As long as they could ensure that 8th page Eyeshadow would awaken, there was nothing wrong with bringing the plan forward. In truth, they were all still here because they were waiting for 8th page Eyeshadow to awaken. Moreover, 4th page Cavity Orchid would be giving her own resources to 8th page Eyeshadow, and this did not harm the profits of the other members. They were all fully focused on the main world's evolution. It looks like the humans from this earth do have some capabilities. We have underestimated them. First Page Crimson slowly furrowed his brow when he heard what Second Page Warbler Candle said. He felt that Second Page Warbler Candle was no different from an idiot. She remained devoted to Fifth Page Falling Rainbow even after that incident. Aside from him, Second Page Warbler Candle had been awake the longest and had the best grasp on the circumstances of the human factions. On the other hand, Third Page Violet Light Green, Fourth Page Cavity Orchid, Fifth Page Falling Rainbow, Sixth Page Wave Glow, and Seventh Page Concubine Winding had not been awake for long and had yet to gain an understanding of the level of power the humans wielded. Due to her abilities, Second Page Warbler Candle had used Second Page Revival as her eyes and ears. Thus, Second Page Warbler Candle had to better understand the main world than him. Had Second Page Warbler Candle really never wondered why the human factions could rise abruptly and take control of the dimensional worlds? 2 years ago, the human factions had been terrified of the opening of the dimensional rifts. Aside from the Freedom Federation, who had taken the suggestion of Tower Cannon and began harvesting resources from the Marsh dimensional world, the Radiance and Azure Federations had not shown any inclination to enter and explore the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and Class 6 Water World Dimensional Rift. Previously, First Page Crimson had only been aware that the dictators from the 5 dimensional worlds attached to this Class 1 world were helping the humans. However, he had no idea that the humans had already assumed full control of the 5 dimensional worlds. One needed to obtain the treasure of a dimensional world in order to take control of it. This required time. Thus, it was clear that the humans had been secretly carrying out their plan to take control of the dimensional worlds. This caused First Page Crimson to feel as though he was in the open while his opponent was hiding in the shadows. He felt as though he was falling into a trap, and he did not like this feeling at all. Third Page Violet Light Green noticed the change in First Page Crimson's expression and raised her head before she asked softly, "Crimson, did something happen? We are all here. If there's an issue, tell us about it so we can find a way to solve it together." First Page Crimson decided that he needed to explain the situation to the rest. But before he could finish speaking, Second Page Warbler Candle cut him off. The strongest human has only set his spirit fire alight. A spirit fire expert isn't worth much. Do we really need to hold a meeting just to discuss this? First Page Crimson, I can understand why you're afraid of Epic God Palace, but I never thought that you would be afraid of humans, too. Don't forget about the power we wield. Second Page Warbler Candle scoffed, making it clear that she was completely unbothered by the humans from this world. At this moment, even Third Page Violet Light Green, the group's most cautious, felt that First Page Crimson was being worried over nothing. First Page Crimson was actually concerned about the humans from this world. The humans from this world were nothing more than nutrients for the dead world. Third Page Violet Light Green patted First Page Crimson's hand. "Crimson, has any Divine Kingdom expert emerged among the humans?" First Page Crimson shook his head as he was unsure of the answer. After all, he had no way of ascertaining the actual amount of combat power that the humans wielded. The humans' actions had proven that his information was false. Now, Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan was about to begin. First Page Crimson could not ignore the plan to investigate the power of the human factions. Frankly, he believed that this should have been Second Page Warbler Candle's job. Second Page Warbler Candle had not made use of her abilities to fulfill her role as the scout. He had to do almost everything himself after he woke up. What had Second Page Warbler Candle been doing in all that time? The more he thought about it, the angrier First Page Crimson became at Second Page Warbler Candle. However, he managed to control himself. There was no need to fall out with Second Page Warbler Candle when the plan was about to begin. "I guess I was just overthinking. Let's just hope the humans aren't hiding too many secrets." At this point, a thought struck First Page Crimson, and he told Fifth Page Falling Rainbow and Sixth Page Wave Glow, "The two of you need to pay attention to Epic God Palace's movements to find out if the promotion of this Class 1 world to Class 2 is related to them." Fifth Page Falling Rainbow and Sixth Page Wave Glow's expressions became austere at the mention of Epic God Palace. "Crimson, we will pay close attention to them once the plan begins. We will also find out if Epic God Palace is trying to disturb our activities. They have been in this world longer than we have. Just what are they waiting for? If Epic God Palace didn't exist in this world, we wouldn't be having such a hard time." Sixth Page Wave Glow had voiced what everyone else was thinking. There was no faction in this world that Tower Cannon detested more than Epic God Palace. However, all they could do was resent them. They could not actually seek out Epic God Palace and attack them. The conflict with Epic God Palace that took place thousands of years ago had prevented Tower Cannon from successfully finding out what Epic God Palace's secret weapons were. To add insult to injury, Tower Cannon had been forced to go into slumber all these thousands of years. Epic God Palace was definitely Tower Cannon's archenemy. Fourth page Cavity Orchid had already arrived next to the eighth coffin and placed her hand on it. A river of energy flowed out from fourth page Cavity Orchid's body and into the black coffin. The black coffin started to ring before the door opened. A short, pale, and skinny girl looked at fourth page Cavity Orchid with gleaming eyes before she waved at fourth page Cavity Orchid in an almost shy manner. This girl's looks were not considered stunning, but her aura was extraordinary. It made one feel enthralled. First page Crimson greeted eighth page Eyeshadow before he said, "Now that Eyeshadow is awake, we can activate the death aura in the ley lines now." Fifth page Falling Rainbow followed behind first page Crimson and intended to activate the death aura alongside the other 8 pages. But suddenly, a thought struck her, and she said, "I still haven't found my Tower of Falling Rainbow. After trying to sense it, I realized I have lost my connection to it. It must have been stolen and hidden away by someone. I have no clue who owns my secret of the dead now." Seventh page Concubine Winding said, "I haven't retrieved my Tower of Concubine Winding. The only ones with towers are first page Crimson, second page Warbler Candle, and fourth page Cavity Orchid. We don't need the secrets of the dead to activate the death aura in the ley lines. Once we are done, we can find a time to search for your Tower of Falling Rainbow. As long as your secret of the dead is still in this world, we can find it. We will only need the secrets of the dead at the last step when we fuse the dead world with this class 2 world." Seventh page Concubine Winding was always good-natured. But at this moment, she was frustrated with fifth page Falling Rainbow as well. Fifth page Falling Rainbow had way too many issues. Although second page Warbler Candle had made the mistake all those years ago, fifth page Falling Rainbow had also been deeply involved. Second page Warbler Candle had been the weapon, while fifth page Falling Rainbow had wielded the weapon. Seventh page Concubine Winding was much angrier at fifth page Falling Rainbow than she was at second page Warbler Candle. When seventh page Concubine Winding was done speaking, fourth page Cavity Orchid chimed in. "Let's settle what needs to be done first. If you weren't impatient and insisted on starting the plan now, I wouldn't have used my roots to awaken Sister Eyeshadow." Eighth page Eyeshadow glared at fifth page Falling Rainbow, and boundless evil flashed in her pretty eyes. However, her lips remained curled in a smile. Fifth page Falling Rainbow ignored eighth page Eyeshadow's expression and shot a murderous look at seventh page Concubine Winding. That mouth of hers sure excelled at driving wedges. Fifth page Falling Rainbow cared so much about the Tower of Falling Rainbow because she felt that something must have gone very wrong for her to be unable to sense it. Whoever had hidden the fifth page Falling Rainbow away had to be remarkable. The insect who had been looking after the Tower of Falling Rainbow, fifth page Truth, had to be dead by now. After multiple teleportation trips, the 8 pages of Tower Cannon arrived at a place full of prohibitions. The ley lines that had started out gold and glittery had turned grey and black. But there was still a large amount of death aura being injected into the already saturated ley lines. The roiling grey and black ley lines started to screech, and it was as though the earth itself was crying out. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon nodded with satisfaction when they saw the color of the ley lines. After all these years of preparation and waiting, it was finally time to reap their harvests. Second page Warbler Candle greedily took a deep breath of all the death aura permeating the air. "All we need to do now is release some of the dead world's roots and combine it with the ley lines, and our plan will begin. I suggest that we inject more of the dead world's roots so that the dead spirits will be awakened faster than expected. This will especially apply to the high-grade dead spirits." First page Crimson did not rebuke second page Warbler Candle because he agreed with her. He could also use this opportunity to see just how capable the human factions were. This would also let the humans and sea clans trying to make their best preparations know that merely fleeing would not allow them to escape the revival of the dead spirits. First page Crimson looked at the other 8 pages and asked, "What do you think?" "At first, I only intended on injecting a day's worth of the dead world's roots. Let's inject 3 days' worth instead." The other members of Tower Cannon had no objections because every single one of them was thinking the same thing. 3 days was indeed a good choice. It would hasten the revival of dead spirits while threatening the humans and sea clans and allow them to realize just how stupid their ideas were. Tower Cannon had begun the final preparations, and so had Lin Yuan. The land imps were skilled at construction and had become even more skilled after all their time building bases. Thus, their productivity was extremely high. The sea clans and human federations had all started the final stage of their migration. The dimensional life forms from the dimensional worlds had also established battle lines at the boundaries where they were connected in preparation for the invasion of the dead spirits. The land imp's construction was in full swing, and all the preparations were complete. But now, Lin Yuan was facing a serious problem, which was that the dead spirits were themselves full of death aura. Once a large amount of dead spirits were killed, they would sink into the ground and contaminate the earth. As time went on, the contamination would affect the ley lines that had been fine previously. Now, he urgently needed to find a way to neutralize the death aura. Silver Corona could consume death aura, and the Mother of Bloodbath could transform death aura. However, they were both only singular entities. Regardless of how strong they were, they could not handle all of the death aura. What he needed was a fey that he could give to every soldier fighting on the front lines. Otherwise, if the death aura was allowed to soak the life forms for too long, the life forms' lifespans would also be affected. It was very difficult to solve this issue, especially because it involved nurturing a fey. Lin Yuan knew that this would take a very long time. Luckily, once Lin Yuan became aware of Tower Cannon's plan, he sent the army of 100 Questions Beasts off to do research. Finally, the research was showing signs of achieving results. Some of these feys nurtured by the army of 100 Questions Beasts indeed had relevant and beneficial abilities. However, they could not reproduce easily. As a result, it would take 2 to 3 months before there were enough of these feys that could absorb death aura to be sent to every soldier in the battle. Chapter 2654 Dead Decay Earthworm. Although Wang Kueji was a Class 5 creation master, he rarely met with Lin Yuan. Whenever Wang Kueji came to see him, Lin Yuan knew that Wang Kueji either needed resources or had achieved results in his research. Lin Yuan last gave Wang Kueji resources a month ago. He provided Wang Kueji with an immense amount of resources each time. There was no way that Wang Kueji could finish using up all the resources within a month. Thus, it was more likely that Wang Kueji had accomplished something with his research. Lin Yuan hurriedly asked Wen Yu to bring Wang Kueji to his room. Upon reaching Lin Yuan, Wang Kueji did not waste time speaking and immediately summoned a small pink worm. There were purple and black star-shaped spots over the pink worms that elongated when the worm stretched its body. Wang Kueji spoke with his voice quivering with excitement, "Young master, this worm is able to absorb death aura. Although its absorption abilities aren't strong, it can digest the death aura quickly. It can also reproduce very quickly. We don't have to wait for it to reproduce on its own and cut it up to manually produce more of it ourselves." At first, Wang Kueji joined Lin Yuan because he wanted to find a place to rest and take shelter in his later years. But after he spent some time with Lin Yuan, Wang Kueji got a glimpse of a wider world. Despite being a Class 5 creation master, he was an ignoramus compared to Lin Yuan. Previously, he had known nothing about the dimensional worlds. But in the past 6 months, he had many opportunities to enter the dimensional worlds. Most importantly, Lin Yuan was trying to save the world. This act triggered the righteous streak within Wang Kueji. Moreover, Lin Yuan had just given him the lifespan mouse. From now on, all he needed to do was provide the lifespan mouse with vitality, and his own lifespan would be lengthened continuously. Essentially, he had gained an endless lifespan. He no longer had to worry about his age. Wang Kueji's appearance had not changed in just a short few days, but his previous geriatric aura had completely disappeared. Wang Kueji had also done research when he was under 5th page truth. His research then had also attained significant positive results. However, he never shared the fruits of his research with 5th page truth. A Class 5 creation master's selfishness could not be seen from the outside. Wang Kueji had completed his research of this death aura consuming worm so quickly because it had been a failed product of his Fey evolution experiments. When he realized that his failed product could be of use, he immediately conducted further experiments on it and brought it to Lin Yuan once it met his satisfaction. After hearing Wang Kueji's description, Lin Yuan immediately began examining the worm. He saw that this Fey known as the Dead Decay Earthworm could not only consume death aura but could also clean bones and corpses. If there were too many dead spirits, the troops only needed the slightest of Fey nurturing knowledge, and they would be able to cut the Dead Decay Earthworm's bodies to manually reproduce them. Elder Wang, you have done a big favor for the entire world. When Wang Kueji heard this, he knew Lin Yuan intended to use this Fey. Wang Kueji hurriedly took out a large porcelain tank that was filled with the Dead Decay Earthworms. Young master, when I was experimenting on cutting the Dead Decay Earthworm, I discovered that they can only reproduce naturally if not cut into more than 4 segments. If they are cut too many times, they will need the help of spirit fluids and guidance to reproduce. Wen Yu stood next to Wang Kueji and took notes intently while he spoke. She knew that the dead decay earthworms would soon be nurtured in large quantities by the Radiance Federation's creation masters before they were sent into battle. Everything that Wang Kueji said would be helpful knowledge for the Radiance Federation's creation masters, who would be nurturing the dead decay earthworms. It would provide the low-class creation masters with guidance and help them to nurture the dead decay earthworms as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan received the porcelain tank from Wang Kueji and took out 10 of them to keep for himself before he handed the tank to Wen Yu and said with utmost solemnness, "Wen Yu, give the dead decay earthworms to master." Previously, Lin Yuan liked to do everything himself, especially when it came to nurturing feys. But as time passed and Lin Yuan grew, he came to understand something. It was not always a good thing to do everything himself. Every person excelled in their own way. A leader needed to delegate the right task to the right person. Lin Yuan kept 10 of the dead decay earthworms for himself to ensure that if there was an accident that caused all the dead decay earthworms to die, he would still have some left that he could use to replace those that died. Tackling the dead spirits crisis would take center stage for the next few millennia. Thus, they would need more than just one fey to handle all of the death aura and dead spirits' corpses. Lin Yuan would not instruct the army of 100 questions beasts to stop nurturing the other feys just because he now had the dead decay earthworms. Wen Yu was well aware of the significance of the dead decay earthworm. She carefully held the porcelain tank before using dance of paper to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress had also been researching feys that could absorb death aura. The Radiance Federation had 3 Class 5 creation masters. They should have nurtured numerous special feys in the past few centuries. Most of the time, these special feys could solve issues, or they could serve as the foundation to nurture other feys that could solve the issues at hand. However, the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch had not nurtured any unorthodox or bizarre feys because they had been focusing on common resources that could be distributed to the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation's top combat power would not have evolved so quickly and closed the gap between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation while surpassing the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress had been sleeping as little as necessary but had not been satisfied with her progress. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch had not reported any successes either. While the Moon Empress was feeling rather vexed, Mystic Moon knocked on the door of her breeding room. Normally, no one dared to disturb the Moon Empress when she was in her breeding room. When she heard the knock, the Moon Empress froze, and she immediately assumed that something had happened. She anxiously left the breeding room. "Mystic Moon, has something happened to little Yuna?" Mystic Moon had been beside himself with anxiousness. However, he could not do anything about his anxiousness as he could not help the Moon Empress. But now, there was finally a fey that could absorb death aura. With this, the Moon Empress no longer needed to hole up in the breeding room after she was done with her official tasks. The Moon Empress quickly said, "Mystic Moon, let me take a look at this fey. Since little Yuan sent this fey to me, I should be the one to nurture it." Mystic Moon placed the porcelain he received from Wen Yu in front of the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress looked at the earthworms inside, and uncontrollable excitement spread across her face. This really came in the nick of time. "Mystic Moon, go and inform the Bamboo Monarch and Creation Master to gather all of the Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation. Then, tell Cicada Song to use the name of the major Federation Union to gather all the leaders of the Federations and Sea Clans and instruct them to send people to nurture this earthworm. We must ensure that this earthworm can be used on a large scale within the next 2 weeks before the Dead Spirits crisis begins." Lin Yuan had always admired the Moon Empress' execution abilities. The operation of nurturing the dead decay earthworm was rolled out swiftly. Since the 5-dimensional worlds had already been fused with the main world, Lin Yuan returned all the Samsara realm and Turning Wheel realm dictators. However, Eternal Source remained by the Moon Empress' side to protect her as her personal bodyguard. The dimensional life forms were the first line of defense against the Dead Spirits crisis. The dimensional life forms were very wild and difficult to control. But luckily, Lin Yuan had absolute control over all of them. When Wen Yu was managing a few of the dimensional worlds, she had assigned every Samsara realm to be the leader of an army. This gave them some stakes in the form of authority and thus maintained stability. The Samsara realm dictators only needed to receive orders, and the orders would be perfectly communicated down the ranks. Now, it was time to put the system to the test. Lin Yuan prepared for the beginning of the Dead Spirits crisis while simultaneously giving orders to the Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow to instruct them to organize all the land imps and resources in the subterranean world. Lin Yuan needed to build bases in the dimensional worlds as soon as possible. Given that the ley lines in the dimensional worlds were unaffected and no dead spirits would emerge from them, there was no need to cover the ground with metal-type stone boards. This significantly lowered the amount of work and challenge of the task. Each team consisting of 10,000 land imps could finish building a city within a day. Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld were the strongest subterranean samsara realm dictators, and all of them were obsessed with wealth. Even if the consumption of the precious metal-type spiritual ingredients would not be able to increase their own powers, they would not give them to their subordinates. Instead, they would store it away for themselves. They also used the 10,000 river rock willow to seek out the mineral veins produced by the mine birthing well and took over control of the subterranean world's resources. As a result of this, the subterranean world had much fewer regular apostles and dictators than the other four-dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan did not even know where he should begin to criticize such actions. Luckily, their decisions had created an abundant store of metal-type spiritual ingredients that could be used to build the bases. Lin Yuan assigned the job of overseeing the dimensional worlds to the white-clothed followers. The white-clothed followers still needed more training before they could stand on their own 2 feet. This was a good chance to train them. Bai Qinghuan had done a good job of building the Radiance Federation's base and had finished Lin Yuan's plan a week ahead of his expectations. Because of this, Lin Yuan also assigned her to oversee the second phase of base construction. Bai Qinghuan was both excited and overjoyed by Lin Yuan's reliance on her. Now that Lin Yuan was assigning her a large task on the heels of her recent completion of another giant task, it meant that Lin Yuan recognized her skills. It did not matter to Bai Qinghuan whether she did a good job or not. What mattered to her was whether Lin Yuan recognized her abilities. If Lin Yuan did not acknowledge her, it would not matter how good of a job she did. Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress, and the others who knew of the Dead Spirits crisis were all worried about the future of the main world. They were afraid that the only thing that would be left in the wake of the Dead Spirits crisis was a space devoid of life. Regardless of how much preparation Lin Yuan made, he could not be fully confident that he had perfectly solved the issue. He was still worried. Before the Dead Spirits crisis began, Lin Yuan had no way of knowing the exact strength of the Dead Spirits crisis. However, Bai Qinghuan was not worried at all. All she felt was boundless thrill and excitement. Bai Qinghuan saw the Dead Spirits crisis as a sandbox game, allowing her to demonstrate all her skills. Bai Qinghuan did not care about any life form in the main world or about the survival of the federations and various species. Lin Yuan already knew that Bai Qinghuan had psychopathic tendencies. She was always merciless and utterly selfing. The only way to control her was to scare her into submission before offering her benefits that would keep her in check. When Lin Yuan dispatched Bai Qinghuan, he always placed Zhou Luo and Endless Summer by her side. Zhou Luo was steadfast, and Endless Summer was composed. Both of them knew why Lin Yuan stationed them next to Bai Qinghuan. Once she stepped out of line, they would immediately discipline her. Chapter 2655 The Erupted Dead Spirits Well. At the moment that Lin Yuan was done communicating with Bai Qinghuan through the thoughts letter paper, he sensed that the entire Radiance Federation had started trembling. It was as though there was something underground that was slamming into the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the Dead Spirits crisis was beginning. Tower Cannon was starting their Sleepers revival plan. Lin Yuan was not the only one who could feel the tremors. Every life form present in the Radiance Federation could clearly sense it. The Radiance Federation had already released the news of the Dead Spirits crisis. Every citizen in the Radiance Federation was aware of this event. All of them had accumulated resources to prepare themselves to face the Dead Spirits crisis. Nonetheless, they could not help but be gripped by fear. The movements became more violent, but the tremors did not intensify. At this point, the sounds underground had exceeded 100 decibels. Although he had laid down the metal-type stone boards, Lin Yuan could not be certain that his defenses were sufficient as the dead spirits would be emerging from underground. Luckily, Lin Yuan had placed land imps and sufficiently capable experts in every city. If the metal-type stone boards in any area were damaged, the land imps would be able to build the dead spirits' wells and use them as funnels to concentrate the direction from which the dead spirits emerged. Aside from the dead spirits' wells that would be built after the metal-type stone boards were broken, Bai Qinghuan also built vents in advance. These would serve as proxy dead spirits' wells. The area in a 100-kilometer radius around these proxy dead spirits' wells had already been cleared. This way, even if the might of the dead spirits' crisis was underestimated, it would not cause harm to the environment and citizens in the area. The dead spirits' crisis was no light matter. The metal-type stone boards were indeed very capable of restraining the dead spirits. But if no vents were created and the dead spirits were somehow able to find a gap, the entire Radiance Federation would turn into a pressure cooker that had been sealed tight. The dead spirits' wells would serve as the depressurizing valve on pressure cookers that prevented explosions from happening. By now, dead spirits should already be rushing out of the dead spirits' wells. It would not be long before the battle progress was reported to him, and Lin Yuan could assess the danger level of the dead spirits crisis. At this moment, Lin Yuan was very glad that he had worked overtime and had not wasted any time. The consequences would be unthinkable if the Radiance Federation's defenses had not been completed. The dead spirits crisis affected not only the land but the sea as well. Lin Yuan did not keep the decision-making power over the sea to himself. Instead, he allowed the vast sea labyrinth and the Samsara realm dictators from the water world to take charge. Each party held an equal share of power. Since the vast sea labyrinth and the sea clans had migrated over and taken up the water world's resources, the vast sea labyrinth's rulers were reasonably disadvantaged when it came to deliberating with the Samsara realm dictators from the water world. But it went without saying that this was also because the vast sea labyrinth respected Lin Yuan. They knew he was the true ruler of the water world's dimensional life forms. Zhou Ming and Yu Zhe took turns overseeing all the dead spirits' wells situated to the west of the royal capital. It happened to be Zhou Ming's shift today. At the instant that the ground began to shake, Zhou Ming instantly issued the order. Hence, the spirit guards and city guards on sentry duty were already in position and surrounding the dead spirits' wells. They were waiting for the dead spirits' wells to erupt. No one had an exact grasp of what the dead spirits' crisis would entail. After all, this was the first time such a calamity took place in the world. They had zero frames of reference. Even if they wanted to build a simulation, they had no input that they could use to simulate an outcome. Thus, Zhou Ming had trained the city guards and spirit guards using the same method as when wild feys and dimensional life forms attacked cities in the past. Zhou Ming had used the strictest methods to train these spirit guards and city guards. But he still felt that it was far from enough. Zhou Ming had sent out his order instantaneously, and the spirit guards and city guards had acted swiftly. The spirit guards and city guards did not even have time to take in a breath before the first wave of dead spirits burst forth from the dead spirits' wells. The dead spirits were not only singular entities. There were also specters that existed in soul states. Luckily, the dead spirits' wells had many soul-revealing crystals embedded into them. The soul-revealing crystals could reveal the silhouettes of the specters. This allowed the city guards to use their feys to take down the specters. The dead spirits' wells only had a diameter of 10 meters each. However, the number of dead spirits that were surging out had far exceeded everyone's initial expectations. Luckily, there were more than enough reinforcements, and the sentries could be rotated out hourly to rest. The battle between the main world and dead spirits had officially begun. There were Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts guarding every dead spirit's well. Because of the large amounts of Creation Master resources that Lin Yuan had provided the Radiance Federation, the number of Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts in the Radiance Federation had increased significantly. These Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts would not bother with the low-grade dead spirits as the spirit and city guards would handle them. The Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts focused on the dead spirits that were diamond grade and above. The initial wave of dead spirits had been overwhelming, and the troops from the Radiance Federation, Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts, as well as Zhou Ming, had all been shocked. But once they became accustomed to this magnitude, the Radiance Federation's troops were able to adjust slowly. However, this did not make Zhou Ming happy in the slightest. This was because he knew that this was only the beginning. This was the new normal. The troops were only just holding on. In a week, they would be exhausted. The death aura was spreading continuously. They would not cause much harm to life forms in the short run, but as the life forms absorbed more and more of the death aura, the Radiance Federation's troops would quickly grow old and decay. They might even become dead spirits themselves. Luckily, there were corpse-consuming vines planted in the 5-kilometer radius around the dead spirits' wells. These corpse-consuming vines had been brought in from the marsh world. In past experiments, they proved to not only be unaffected by death aura but would even thrive in an environment rich with death aura. These corpse-consuming vines could handle the dead spirits that were bronze grade and below. The corpse-consuming vines would reproduce and grow stronger after consuming the dead spirits. After a day passed, not only had the corpse-consuming vines not been destroyed by the dead spirits, but they were even stronger than they had been a day ago. The corpse-consuming vines would definitely be a major killing machine of dead spirits. Unfortunately, the corpse-consuming vines could only handle the dead spirits' corpses. They could not absorb the death aura from the dead spirits. Zhou Ming intended to tell all this to Yu Zhe when he arrived to take over for his shift. Zhou Ming knew that the hardest workers in the Radiance Federation were the Creation Masters. The Creation Masters were all working overtime to either nurture the feys that could be used in the Dead Spirits crisis or concocting healing potions. Once the current circumstances were reported, it would only add more stress to the Creation Master. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming believed that he needed to bring this matter up. Moreover, he needed to ask Chief Guard Ye to contact the Moon Empress so this matter could be regarded as one of the highest priorities. There were an endless number of dead spirits surging out of the Dead Spirits wells, but there were not unlimited troops in the Radiance Federation. If the issue of the Death Aura was not addressed, the Radiance Federation would not last even a decade. Suddenly, a blue beast-shaped dead spirit that was almost 4 meters long spewed flames comprising of Death Aura at an Emperor-class expert. Half of the Emperor-class expert's lion species phase body was burnt to a crisp. A large amount of Death Aura entered the Emperor-class expert's phase body. Zhou Ming immediately killed this dead spirit that was the equivalent of a pinnacle creation breed fey. This was the first Emperor-class expert injury of the day. Zhou Ming hurriedly sent someone to take the Emperor-class expert's fey to the healing team so it could be healed. At this juncture, every Emperor-class expert and Thearch-class expert were extremely precious. If the Emperor-class experts and Thearch-class experts' phase died, the Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts' spiritual energy would be damaged. If that happened, it would take a long time before the Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts could return to battle. Zhou Ming personally killed numerous beast-shaped dead spirits that were the equivalent of creation breed phase. He realized the beast-shaped dead spirits could emulate elemental energy using Death Aura. The elemental energy emulated from Death Aura could affect the elements just like regular elemental energy. 2. When the attacks made contact with a living creature, their deadliness came from the Death Aura contaminating and decaying the body. It was difficult for healing type phase to heal such injuries. The healing type had already told Zhou Ming about this numerous times. If humans, or rather all living creatures, wanted to tackle the dead spirits, they would need to nurture phase that could effectively heal bodies that were infected with Death Aura. Zhou Ming had noted down all of these discoveries. The dead spirits crisis had only just begun. Now was the time to discover issues and find ways to fix them. Zhou Ming rubbed his temples. His mind was more exhausted than his body was. At this moment, Zhou Ming's subordinate, who had only just left, came running back. Zhou Ming furrowed his brow. He thought that something had happened to the healing team. The healing team had already reported numerous problems to him, all of which he had noted down. The only way to address the issue would be for the Creation Masters to nurture appropriate phase and hand them out to be contracted by the healing-type Spirit Chi professionals. The issue would naturally solve itself once the healing-type Spirit Chi professionals began nurturing the phase that could heal Death Aura-related injuries. Lord Zhou Ming, Lord Lin Yuan say that he wants to come and take a look at the dead spirits' wells, as well as deliver resources. You. Before his subordinate could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Ming. Elder Chu, if Lord Lin Yuan wants to come to check on the dead spirits' wells, why didn't you just bring him over? What was the point of reporting this to me? Did you think that I would turn Lord Lin Yuan down? Zhou Ming saw Lin Yuan for the first time at the Guard Ye banquet. Zhou Ming saw Lin Yuan as a junior, just like how he saw Lu Ji. However, he would never dare to treat Lin Yuan like a junior. Zhou Ming was not alone. No one in the entire Radiance Federation would dare to treat Lin Yuan like a junior. Lin Yuan was the world's true savior in this dead spirits crisis. Zhou Ming did not know how Lin Yuan managed to create such a miracle at his young age. But this did not get in the way of him feeling admiration for Lin Yuan. Elder Chu could not help but scratch his head awkwardly. I was going to bring Lord Lin Yuan over, but he said that he wanted to observe the procedures of battle. You are the commander. He told me to come to report to you. I couldn't go against his wishes. Elder Chu spoke with praise and respect for Lin Yuan. Anyone who had ever been to battle knew that only one commander could wield absolute authority. Yet, in spite of his young age, Lin Yuan was not only aware of this but even knew how to act accordingly. This was enough to show his exceptional character. Zhou Ming urged anxiously, now, you have come to ask me. Go and bring Lord Lin Yuan over here now. Elder Chu rolled his eyes. He had been with Zhou Ming for such a long time. They had worked together for decades. But this was the first time that he had seen Zhou Ming in such an anxious state. It was likely that Zhou Ming had many things that he wanted to report to Lin Yuan. This thought pained Elder Chu. Once Lord Zhou Ming reported the situation to Lin Yuan, the stress would be shifted onto Lin Yuan's shoulders. Damn that tower cannon! Why did they have to go and try to destroy the world? Even if they had a means of tackling the dead spirits crisis, many life forms would have to lose their lives during the transition to the sixth epoch. When Lin Yuan followed Elder Chu to the dead spirits' wells, he could sense the extremely high concentration of death aura around him. Luckily, Wang Kueji had nurtured the dead decay earthworms. In the past 2 days, the dead decay earthworms had already been bred at a rapid rate. Lin Yuan had come to check on the dead spirits' wells because he wanted to gain an understanding of the dead spirits' crisis. If he found that the humans were not sufficiently equipped to handle the dead spirits' crisis, he would do what he could to help them. Additionally, he wanted to put the first batch of dead decay earthworms to use and see if they could help address the issue of the death aura. If the dead decay earthworms could not achieve the intended effect, there would be no point in nurturing them. Chapter 2656 Lin Yuan's Rewards. Chu Kaixuan answered honestly, Lord Lin Yuan, there are indeed some deaths and injuries. However, the death rate isn't high. Most are just severely injured. Although we have prepared many medical teams, the regular healing type feys are limited in their abilities to treat injuries caused by dead spirits. I'm sure Lord Zoming also intends to report this issue to you. Lin Yuan immediately frowned. The issue he had been worried about had indeed come to pass. It was truly not easy to handle dead spirits. The dead spirits' attacks could cause significant harm to living creatures that could not be healed via traditional methods. This issue had dawned on Lin Yuan a day ago. Although Lin Yuan had just arrived at the dead spirits' wells, the Moon Empress had already sent people to capture some dead spirits and deliver them to the Radiant Moon Palace. She then distributed the dead spirits among creation masters so they could research the dead spirits. After their experiments, the creation masters realized that the dead spirits' attacks could cause devastating damage to living creatures. Moreover, traditional healing methods could not stem the death aura's infection of the body's muscles and tissue. The creation masters informed the Moon Empress of their discovery, and she instructed them to begin researching solutions before she relayed the discovery to Lin Yuan. It had become a matter of utmost importance to develop feys that could effectively heal death aura. Lin Yuan had come to test out the dead decay earthworms. Once they were determined to be actually useful, Lin Yuan would immediately send the army of 100 questions beasts to stop their research into feys that could consume death aura and divert their efforts to researching healing type feys instead. The dead spirits' wells would not stop spewing dead spirits. Lin Yuan needed to find a way to heal the Radiance Federation's troops. Otherwise, as the death aura continued to contaminate their bodies, the size of the Radiance Federation's army would only shrink. Apart from the healing situation, have you discovered anything else? You can tell me anything you think is important. As long as it affects the safety of the Radiance Federation's troops, I will address it immediately. We can try our best to find ways to tackle issues that don't seem to have a solution. All of the Radiance Federation's creation masters have been activated. They will support the Radiance Federation's troops and solve any issue that crops up. Chu Kaixuan felt a sense of warmth wash over him when he heard this. Lin Yuan's words were evidence of the Radiance Federation's upper echelon's attitude towards their troops. Chu Kaixuan believed that with the support from the top creation masters, regardless of how dangerous the dead spirits crisis was or how long it went on, victory would never be an impossibility. Chu Kaixuan was Zhou Ming's subordinate who was in charge of organizing information. He was aware of all the problems that the Radiance Federation's troops had encountered during the battle against the dead spirits. However, Zhou Ming had to be the one to report all of this to Lin Yuan. If he told Lin Yuan everything now, Zhou Ming would have nothing to report later. Lord Lin Yuan, our intelligence team has reported all of the issues we encountered over the course of this past day. Lord Zhou Ming will tell you all about them when you see him. He is currently waiting for you at the commanding watchtower. Lin Yuan nodded. Zhou Ming had done well by assigning the intelligence team to collate and organize all the problems. When the problems were recorded, it would be easier for the humans to gain a detailed understanding of the dead spirits crisis. The earlier they discovered the problems, the sooner they could solve them and ensure the safety of the Radiance Federation's troops. This would minimize the damage done by the dead spirits. However, 1 day's worth of observation was not enough to gain a comprehensive view of all the issues of the dead spirits crisis. There would be more types of dead spirits emerging. The battle against the dead spirits had only just begun. There could be new problems arising anytime. Lin Yuan had already resolved himself to deal with all the problems and challenges. He caught sight of Zhou Ming standing in front of the commanding watchtower, who had just killed 2 creation breed dead spirits. Black wings sprouted from Lin Yuan's back, and he flew over to Zhou Ming. Lin Yuan did not immediately ask Zhou Ming for updates on the current circumstances like he had done with Chu Kaixuan. Although Chu Kaichuan had not gone into detail, he had told Lin Yuan everything that was important. Now, the most important thing for Lin Yuan to do was distribute the dead decay earthworms and solve the most pressing issue on the troops' plate. When Zhou Ming saw Lin Yuan, he hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Lord Lin Yuan, welcome. Please proceed with your observation and assessment of the dead spirits' wells." Lin Yuan was still only a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was not even a Radiance envoy. But to Zhou Ming, he was no different from a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Otherwise, he would not have invited Lin Yuan to observe and assess the dead spirits' wells. Lin Yuan took out 4 silver fey storage boxes from his spatial equipment and handed them to Zhou Ming before he said with utmost seriousness, "Senior Zhou Ming, these 4 fey storage boxes contain the dead decay earthworms. The dead decay earthworms can take apart the corpses of the dead spirits and absorb their death aura. Open one of the fey storage boxes and distribute the dead decay earthworms within so they can handle the corpses of dead spirits. As for the remaining 3 fey storage boxes of dead decay earthworms, make sure that every Radiance Federation soldier receives the dead decay earthworm during the changing of shifts. Then, we can see if the dead decay earthworms can make an actual impact." Zhou Ming could not stop his cheeks from spreading with delight. Lin Yuan was really here to provide them with whatever they needed. The most urgent issue for the Radiance Federation's troops was to deal with the corpses of the dead spirits and lower the concentration of death aura in the air. At first, Zhou Ming had not intended to report this matter to Lin Yuan. Yet, without him needing to do so, Lin Yuan had already brought him the solution in the form of the fey known as the dead decay earthworm. Even if the dead decay earthworms could not fully fix the issue, they would definitely be able to help take some of the heat off. This would make things easier for the Radiance Federation's troops and increase their battle endurance. Zhou Ming immediately sent his men to distribute the dead decay earthworms as per Lin Yuan's orders. Once the first silver fey storage box was delivered to the battleground, its contents were poured out. Zhou Ming had asked Lin Yuan and confirmed that the corpse-consuming vines would not harm the dead decay earthworms. This set his worries at ease. If the corpse-consuming vines would also attack the dead decay earthworms, the dead decay earthworms would not have the time to consume the dead spirit corpses before they were gobbled up by the corpse-consuming vines. Lin Yuan was much more anxious than Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was only hoping that the dead decay earthworms would be able to alleviate some of the pressure, while Lin Yuan was hoping that they would lead to a miracle. This would free up the Radiance Federation's creation masters and the army of 100 questions beasts so they could move on to addressing other issues. They would no longer need to continue researching the feys that could digest dead spirit corpses and absorb death aura. The dead decay earthworm did not feel hunger or fullness. As long as there was food, it would begin eating and digesting. These dead decay earthworms had only just been born from being cut from other dead decay earthworms. Thus, they could not even be considered feys. When the dead decay earthworms made contact with the dead spirit corpses, they immediately sprung into action and chomped on the dead spirit corpses while they crawled around. Although it was difficult for the dead decay earthworms to make headway in the ocean of dead spirits at first, once they absorbed some death aura and slowly grew stronger, they were eventually able to use their sharp teeth to break apart the dead spirits' bodies and move through the sea of dead spirits. The dead decay earthworms were not picky. Any part of the dead spirit's body that contained death aura would become part of their meal. When the dead decay earthworms were sent into the battleground, Lin Yuan instructed Zhou Ming to send out the order for the Radiance Federation's troops to cut the dead decay earthworms once they grew longer than 15 centimeters so they could produce even more of the dead decay earthworms. As the dead spirits' wells continued to spew dead spirits, many dead decay earthworms would be killed. They might also be accidentally killed when the humans were fighting with the dead spirits. However, as the Radiance Federation's troops enabled the dead decay earthworms to reproduce, the dead decay earthworms' numbers would not shrink but would grow. The dead decay earthworms could absorb some of the death aura in the air but not a significant quantity of it. Nonetheless, this flaw did not warrant criticism as the death aura in the environment would quickly be fully absorbed due to the sheer quantity of the dead decay earthworms. With the dead decay earthworms consuming the death aura from the dead spirits crisis, no more death aura was released from the dead decay earthworms into the air. Lin Yuan waited and watched the dead spirits' wells for an entire day. Eventually, he concluded that the dead decay earthworms would be able to fully handle the task of clearing the dead spirit corpses and suppressing the death aura. Moreover, the dead decay earthworms could also be linked to the corpse-consuming vines. The dead decay earthworms would build nests under the corpse-consuming vines and use their roots to hide from the dead spirits. The dead decay earthworms' byproducts would fertilize the corpse-consuming vines and increase the speed of their growth. Even if many powerful dead spirits burst forth from the dead spirits' wells and damaged the line of defense comprising of the dead decay earthworms and corpse-consuming vines, all they needed to do was spread some of the corpse-consuming vine seeds and release some of the dead decay earthworms. As the corpse-consuming vines killed and consumed the dead spirits, they produced fruits that were full of seeds. All the Radiance Federation's troops needed to do was pluck these fruits and gather them before drying them. When the dried fruits were crushed, they would be able to attain a large amount of seeds. At that moment, Lin Yuan could finally relax. After a day of observation, Lin Yuan noticed many urgent problems that needed to be solved. One of these issues was the healing. Another important issue was the increase of the Radiance Federation's troops' power. Lin Yuan intended to invest some of his resources into the Radiance Federation's troops so they could become stronger as quickly as possible. He would tackle the dead spirits crisis by fueling war with warfare. Now that he had come to this decision, Lin Yuan bid goodbye to Zhou Ming before he went to check the other dead spirits' wells. Due to the overwhelming number of dead spirits that had burst through the metal-type stone boards, the Radiance Federation had built an additional 137 dead spirits' wells. 130 of them had been built instantly, while the other 7 had been after a time lag as the eruption of dead spirits had been too powerful, and the land imps had been unable to build them instantly. This delay had resulted in substantial damages. Luckily, the experts had sealed off these areas in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This combat result exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations as it protected most of the Radiance Federation's citizens. Lin Yuan investigated all the dead spirits' wells around the royal capital and distributed all of the dead decay earthworms. The other cities also received urgent deliveries of the dead decay earthworms from Ostrich Logistics. The dead decay earthworms were immediately sent into battle once they were nurtured. When Lin Yuan was done with his investigation, he reported all his findings to the Moon Empress. He now ascertained the subsequent research direction for the Radiance Federation's creation masters. Once Lin Yuan was done telling the Moon Empress about the situation, he gave her 3 diamond Fey storage boxes. Master, the resources in these 3 diamond Fey storage boxes will be able to help Spirit Chi professionals increase their power. The troops who are fighting the dead spirits all volunteered for the job. All of them answered the call to enter the battle. I hope that these resources can reach these troops and help them increase their power as quickly as possible, thereby increasing the power of the Radiance Federation. We will strengthen them via the method of fueling war with warfare. From now on, I will continue to supply them with resources. I suggest that we come up with a comprehensive reward and punishment system. Those who do well will receive high-quality feys. These troops deserve a good future for their willingness to give their all in protecting this world. The Moon Empress could not help but gulp twice when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She lapsed into momentary silence when she saw the 3 diamond Fey storage boxes full of resources that Lin Yuan was holding out. The Moon Empress was once again stupefied by the resources that Lin Yuan possessed. If these resources were given to the Radiance Federation's troops on the front lines of battling the dead spirits, they would grow stronger rapidly. Chapter 2657 The Attacking Dimensional Life Forms. The Moon Empress knew rewards were the most effective way to spur fighting spirit and motivation. However, it was not easy to shoulder the cost of such generosity. Even if the Radiance Federation was squeezed dry of all of its resources, it would not be able to afford the cost of all the rewards that Lin Yuan was offering. This was because the rewards he was offering were of a very high level. Even if the spirit-mouthed peonies were disregarded, the Moon Empress had no idea where and how Lin Yuan got his hands on the hundreds of thousands of Bronze/Epic and Bronze/Legend feys. It would take hundreds of Class 4 Creation Masters decades in order to produce so many high-quality Bronze feys, and this was only if they worked tirelessly. Yet, the rewards Lin Yuan offered so casually were even more precious than these. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was providing the Radiance Federation with such precious resources. Previously, Lin Yuan had also given the Moon Empress a large amount of resources intending to raise the Radiance Federation's overall power. However, most of these resources had gone to the Radiance Federation's factions so they could increase their power. The resources were meant for the troops fighting the dead spirits this time. This would not only raise their motivation but would also increase their power in a very short period. Lin Yuan's contribution to the Radiance Federation would bring about structural change. From now on, there would be even more members of the Radiance Federation's younger generation fighting for the opportunity to join the Radiance Federation's troops in battling the dead spirits. With this, the Radiance Federation would not have to worry about recruiting for their front lines. Although being stationed near the dead spirits' wells and fighting the dead spirits would indeed come with danger, the opportunities were greater. All they needed to do was work hard and do their best to protect the Radiance Federation, and they would have the opportunity to gain a high-quality bronze fey that would enable their power to catapult upwards. As long as they conscientiously nurtured their high-quality bronze feys, they would definitely be able to achieve impressive results. It could be said that the main reason for most spirit chi professionals becoming stuck at a certain level of power was that they had not managed to acquire a fey with high potential in their early days. The rewards that Lin Yuan was offering allowed the Moon Empress to see a limitless future for the Radiance Federation. Little Yuan, I will call for an imperial meeting just to discuss and implement this reward and punishment system. If you already have an idea in mind, you can tell me about it now. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head and said honestly, Master, I don't have any ideas. You can make the decision during the imperial meeting. I went to the Dead Spirits Wells today to check on the situation and have noted what we need to research and put work into going forward. When you will organize them before handing the information to you. The Creation Masters will definitely have their work cut out for them for the next few decades. In order to prevent them from becoming bitter, I will also provide the Creation Masters with additional resources. The Moon Empress said seriously, Little Yuan, you don't have to worry about the Creation Masters. I might not be able to provide as many resources as you, but I can keep these Creation Masters in line with no issues. The Radiance Federation is in a state of emergency. The Creation Masters are a part of the Radiance Federation, so they want to protect it. They also work hard and hope the Dead Spirits crisis will pass as smoothly as possible. Lin Yuan did not spend too much time in the Radiant Moon Palace. When he left, he headed to the Sea Clans to see how they were doing. The Sea Clans' battle with the Dead Spirits was much more intense than the Radiance Federation, which only had to deal with the Dead Spirits coming from the hundreds of Dead Spirits Wells. Dazzling Silver had sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper asking him for help. There were far too many dead spirits in the sea. It was difficult for just the Sea Clans and Water World dimensional life forms to deal with all of the dead spirits. The sea was filled to the brim with dead spirits. Luckily, the death aura released by the dead spirits only affected the Sea Clans who came from the main world. The sea beasts and mermaids were considered dimensional life forms and thus undisturbed by the death aura. Some sea beasts liked to consume the dead spirits and could digest and absorb the death aura. They even attained new abilities from absorbing and digesting the death aura. This was extremely good news for Lin Yuan. The dimensional life forms were much stronger than the feys and humans living in the main world. The dead decay earthworms could not live underwater. If the Sea Clans were also troubled by the death aura, Lin Yuan would have no means of helping them for the foreseeable future. After all, Lin Yuan's army of 100 Questions Beasts and the Creation Masters had to serve the humans first. The battles happening at the borders between the main world and dimensional worlds were much more intense than the battles in the sea. The tsunami of dead spirits flooded into the dimensional worlds. The dead spirits had already fully invaded the alien insect, abyssal, subterranean, and marsh worlds. However, the invasion of the dead spirits had also been met with strong counterattacks by the native dimensional life forms. Firstly, more than 80% of the marsh world was comprised of a marshy environment. The ground was dark, but when one stepped foot on it, half of one's body would sink in immediately. If one could not save oneself or was pulled out by anyone else, they would eventually sink fully into the mud. The specters were fine as they were in a soul state. However, most of the dead spirits in solid form had become stuck in the marsh and ended up as food for the marsh crocodiles. There were many marsh crocodiles in the marsh world. They could be found almost everywhere where there was marsh. If they could not find food, the marsh crocodiles would even feast on each other. But now, the marsh crocodiles finally had the opportunity to fill their stomachs. The waves of dead spirits were torn apart in the marsh. The death aura could affect the marsh crocodiles to a certain extent, but their bodies could quickly adjust to the death aura. The marsh crocodiles were accustomed to hunger, and this was the first time that they were experiencing what it was like to have an endless supply of food. The dead spirit corpses in the marsh became nutrients for the fungi in the marsh world. The fungi broke down the dead spirit corpses. The dimensional life forms like the drugged snake eagle and Medusa snake demon that liked to consume souls feasted on the floating specters. Specters had much tougher souls than regular souls. Initially, the marsh world dimensional life forms had been anxious about the dead spirits crisis. But now, they saw it as a gift. In a few days, the marsh dimensional life forms came to an unspoken shared sentiment: they hoped that the dead spirits crisis would never end. If it ended, when would they have another chance to fill their stomachs daily again? Some dimensional life forms were killed by powerful dead spirits, but death was a part of life for the dimensional life forms. It was normal in the dimensional worlds for there to be death during the hunt for food. Because of Lin Yuan's orders, some apostles and dictators would quickly kill these more powerful dead spirits. The death of every powerful dead spirit was good news for the weaker dimensional life forms. With the dead spirits as a source of food, low-class dimensional life forms like the marsh crocodiles and marsh fireflies were able to reproduce rapidly. Lin Yuan was stunned for almost 5 minutes after he heard this. He never thought that the dead spirits crisis would become a blessing for the marsh world. The marsh world was not considered outstanding amongst the 5-dimensional worlds. The abyssal world was doing just as well, or maybe even slightly better than the marsh world. The abyss demons were very adaptable. Lin Yuan had tested this some time ago. This was because the abyss demons from the abyssal world were not fire type by nature. They only came to become fire type because of the influence of the abyss red lotus. The abyss demon's strong adaptability allowed it to change itself according to its environment. After the abyss demons consumed the dead spirits, many abyss demons started exhibiting attributes of the dead spirits. This change in type would allow the abyss demons to absorb death aura and use it as a source of strength. Suppose Lin Yuan could not research and produce feys like the dead decay earthworm, after a few hundred years of evolution. In that case, the abyss demons might be able to take the job of cleansing their environment of death aura. The dimensional world that was performing the best against the dead spirits was the alien insect world that Kira was leading. Food was the alien insect's greatest need. If the lack of food did not restrict the size of the alien insect species, there would already be enough of them to fill every corner of the world. After Lin Yuan gave Kira the soldier ration radishes in the diamond fey storage boxes, the size of the alien insect species had grown significantly. When the dead spirits invaded, Kira commandeered the alien insect empresses and alien insect queens to lead the alien insects into battle. They eventually discovered that the dead spirits were edible. They might not taste very good, but they could provide the muscles with energy. After realizing this, the alien insects started to treasure their food. The alien insects like the acid tapeworm could even use the strong acid produced in their abdomens to preserve the dead spirits and prevent them from spoiling. Some absurd female insects even wanted to make the dead spirits their mates and insisted on taking the dead spirits' genes to produce offspring with them. The female insect's strong reproductive ability caused many dead spirits to unwittingly become fathers. As such, many alien insects with dead spirit attributes were born, and they became effective tools for targeting the dead spirits. There were even some female insects who fought each other in order to mate with powerful dead spirits. If Kira had not interfered in the infighting between the alien insects, the various alien insect species would definitely have begun viciously fighting among themselves over resources. The dimensional world that was faring the worst against the dead spirits was the subterranean world. Most of the life forms in the subterranean world consumed minerals and metals. This meant that dead spirits could not become part of their diet. As a result, the fighting was the most intense between the subterranean dimensional life forms and dead spirits. Because of this, Lin Yuan had no choice but to send some alien insects and abyss demons that could live in the subterranean world's environment to the subterranean world to help them fight the dead spirits. The impressive performance of the alien insect, abyssal, and marsh worlds greatly boosted Lin Yuan's confidence. It was likely that Tower Cannon's 8 pages had not expected that the dead spirits crisis they had been planning for so long was now serving as a food source for these dimensional life forms. Compared to the dimensional life forms, the humans were extremely poor at acclimating. However, the humans had boundless creativity. Immediately after Lin Yuan entered the water, a group of dead spirits charged at him. Lin Yuan could not tell which epoch these dead spirits came from. They were not strong. The strongest of them was only silver grade. Lin Yuan raised his hand and created a current that tore apart the dead spirits. Ice Flow knew that Lin Yuan was coming to observe how the sea clans were faring against the dead spirits, so he had been waiting for Lin Yuan. Ice Flow could not help but immediately ask Lin Yuan for help upon seeing him. Some sea beasts from the dimensional worlds could consume the dead spirit corpses and absorb the death aura. However, there were not many of such species, and they were insufficient to catch up to the rate at which the dead spirits were emerging. There were already many members of sea clans who were in bad condition because their bodies had been infected by death aura. If this issue was not solved, the size of the relatively weaker sea clans would gradually grow smaller. The vast sea labyrinth would have solved their issues on their own if they were capable of doing so. But since they lacked the capabilities, they had no choice but to ask Lin Yuan for help. From Ice Flow's pleas for help, Lin Yuan could feel his frustration as the ruler of the sea clans. At this moment, Lin Yuan thought of the sea burial lotus flower. The sea's death aura was the best nutrient source for the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan could instruct dazzling silver, light green umber, blue umber, red beauty, and the other emperor-class mermaids to watch over Silver Corona. As Silver Corona grew freely in the sea, the places it covered would no longer be affected by the death aura, and the sea clans would be safe. A carcinoma fey that had previously been hated by the sea clans to the point that they would chop it down immediately after glimpsing it would now become their savior. I do have an idea. It will be able to clear out all the death aura in a certain area. However, this will not solve the root of the problem. Regardless of how effective this method is, it will never be able to protect all of the sea clans. I need to make sure that you are aware of this. The humans are also grappling with the death aura during our battle against the dead spirits. The death aura has injured many human experts. Our creation masters will need to find a way to help the humans first. Once they have solved the problems the humans face, we will attend to the sea clans immediately. Lin Yuan gave the unpleasant news first. He was speaking nothing but the truth. Ice Flow really liked Lin Yuan's candid style of communication. If Lin Yuan could provide the sea clans with a space that was free of death aura, it would already be extremely helpful for the sea clans, as the injured troops could use that area to rest and recover. The vast sea labyrinth was aware to a certain extent of what was happening over on the human side. They knew that the humans were not having an easy time either. Chapter 2658 Silver Corona and the Dead Spirits Wells. The vast sea labyrinth's creation masters would never provide the humans with resources before they ensured that everything was stable and going well with the sea clans. Lin Yuan had shown his greatest sincerity by promising the sea clans he would help them with their issues once he solved the humans' problems. Lord Lin Yuan, you are the savior of the sea clans. Regardless of what becomes of the sea clans or how much time passes, we will never stop seeing you as a deity and dedicating our faith to you. Lin Yuan was reluctant to fully believe him and raised his eyebrow. He indeed needed the faith power from the sea clans. However, Lin Yuan would not make too many demands of the sea clans just because he wanted their faith. Lin Yuan was helping the sea clans because he hoped that the sea clans would be able to stand by the humans and take on the dead spirits crisis together. There was no way he was after selfing profits because he had provided them with much more benefits than they had provided to him. Ice Flow, when you return, go and tell Ice Wave and Ice Clarity to help me find a 500 square kilometer space at the bottom of the sea where the metal-type stone boards have been laid down. It is also necessary to ensure that this space will be growing larger in the future. I will be placing a carcinoma fey that has evolved into a fairy there. It can not only help to clear away the dead spirit corpses but also consume the death aura in the sea. In the future, you can collect the dead spirit corpses and throw them into the sea of flowers produced by the fairy. Lin Yuan did not speak praise of Silver Corona's abilities. He was hoping that the dead spirits crisis would enable Silver Corona's power to grow rapidly. It was a challenge for the sea clans to clear the dead spirit corpses. Although some of the water world dimensional life forms could consume the bodies of dead spirits, their digestive capabilities were limited. If the sea beasts could consume all of the dead spirit corpses, the sea clans would not be as troubled as they were. The water world dimensional life forms were less capable of digesting the dead spirits than the abyssal world, marsh world, and alien insect world dimensional life forms, but the abyssal, alien insect, and marsh world's dimensional life forms could not live underwater. Thus, they were unable to help the sea clans. If the sea clans tossed all of the dead spirit corpses that the sea beasts could not consume into the sea of flowers produced by Silver Corona would be able to increase its power rapidly and expand the area of the sea of bone lotus flowers. Silver Corona might be able to address some of the sea clans' problems, but it could not fix the root cause. Once the humans no longer lacked Class 5 Creation Master resources, Lin Yuan would ask the army of 100 Questions Beasts to do research into aquatic life forms that could tackle both death aura and the dead spirit corpses. It was possible that while the army of 100 Questions Beasts was researching healing-type feys that could heal bodies infected by death aura, they would stumble on a fey that could handle the dead spirit corpses and death aura in the sea. Ice Flow hurriedly asked Lin Yuan, none of the areas where the metal-type stone boards have been laid down have been used. The aquatic life forms rarely need to live at the bottom of the sea. The coral reefs can't be moved. Only a small amount of coral polyps can be removed to grow new coral reefs. The coral polyps are very important, and we are in no rush to plant them at the bottom of the sea. You can place the ferry anywhere the metal-type stone boards have been laid down. We will use the ferry as the center and arrange for the aquatic life forms to build their homes around the sea of flowers. We will also arrange for dedicated people to place the dead spirit corpses in the sea of flowers. I will personally communicate with your ferry to provide the ferry with the best environment to increase its power. As one of the sea rulers who has been alive for thousands of years, Ice Flow could easily comprehend what Lin Yuan was trying to say. It was clear that Lin Yuan was hoping that the sea clans would help to increase this fairy's power while he was helping the sea clans clean out the death aura. The sea clans had no other means of repaying Lin Yuan. As such, they would do their best to meet all of his requests. Moreover, helping Lin Yuan would also help the sea clans to change their environment. When Lin Yuan heard what Ice Flow said, he did not bother with additional courtesies. He created a current and sent it to the bottom of the sea. He did not try to find the safest area. Instead, after careful deliberation, he decided to find an area where there were many dead spirits' wells. This was similar to when he first started nurturing Silver Corona and opened many dimensional rifts so that waves of dimensional life forms could emerge continuously. The endless waves of dimensional life forms allowed Silver Corona to increase its power quickly. Otherwise, Silver Corona's sea of flowers would not have grown so strong so quickly. Lin Yuan would now emulate that strategy and use these dead spirits' wells to feed Silver Corona's power while reducing the strain on the vast sea labyrinth and the water world dimensional life forms. The vast sea labyrinth could use the coral polyps to build new coral reeds to protect the absolutely safe areas. Using knowledge from his previous life, Lin Yuan knew how important coral reefs were to the development of the life forms in a world. The dead spirits' wells were much more dangerous than the dimensional rifts. The strongest dimensional life form that could emerge from a Class 3 dimensional rift was the equivalent of a diamond-grade fey. On the other hand, dead spirits of any strength could burst forth from the dead spirits' wells. With Silver Corona only being diamond-grade, it could still not kill many powerful dead spirits on its own. If these powerful dead spirits were allowed to wreak havoc on the sea of bone lotus flowers, they would cause extensive damage. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. If a powerful dead spirit damaged the sea of flowers, Silver Corona would have to fix it, and this would slow the rate at which Silver Corona increased its power. However, this situation was avoidable. Lin Yuan only needed to station 1 or 2 turning wheel realm dictators next to every dead spirit's well. The turning wheel realm dictators were strong enough to handle the more powerful dead spirits. As Silver Corona grew increasingly stronger, Lin Yuan could open more dead spirits' wells to provide Silver Corona with even more nutrients. When Ice Flow said that Lin Yuan could have his pick of areas, he assumed that Lin Yuan would pick the safest place for his fairy. He never expected that Lin Yuan would pick the area near the dead spirits' wells. Lord Lin Yuan, the safest area is over there. Let me take you over there. There is definitely enough space there for your fairy to grow the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan shook his head and asked Ice Flow seriously, is this where there are the most dead spirits' wells? Take me to the place where there are the most dead spirits' wells. I will place my fairy in the area where there are the most dead spirits' wells. This will take the most pressure off of the sea clans. It will also give the sea clans a space to nurture the coral reefs. Ice Flow was momentarily at a loss on how to reply to Lin Yuan. If what Lin Yuan said was true, millions of the sea clans' troops would be freed up. The sea clans had only just moved to the water world and urgently needed to build their abodes. The millions of sea clans' troops would be able to improve the sea clans' environment in a very short span of time. Ice Flow had already thanked Lin Yuan so many times that he felt that the meaning of the word had paled. This time, Ice Flow did not begin thanking Lin Yuan repeatedly. Instead, he intended to tell his brothers about what had happened so all the sea clans would become aware of the help that Lin Yuan was giving the sea clans. Lin Yuan needed faith power so the vast sea labyrinth would take the initiative to help him gain the faith of all the sea clans. This was the best way to repay Lin Yuan. One of the areas where the metal-type stone boards had been laid down had 60 dead spirits' wells on it. It was the most contaminated part of the sea. When Ice Flow brought Lin Yuan to that area, they saw the sea clans and dimensional life forms battling ferociously against the dead spirits. Ice Flow felt that the battle here was too intense. From his conversation with Lin Yuan, Ice Flow had found out about this fairy's power. It would be very difficult for a diamond-grade fey to make its home here. Just as Ice Flow was about to take Lin Yuan to another area with fewer dead spirits' wells, he heard Lin Yuan say seriously, I will give you 10 days to clear this area. I will be assigning a turning wheel realm dictator to every dead spirit's well to support you. Once all the sea clans have left this area, I will move the sea of flowers over here and anchor it to the top of the dead spirit's wells. Ice Flow looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes before he bowed forcefully and left to relay the news to Ice Wave and Ice Clarity. 10 days was a short deadline to clear out the millions of members of sea clans. But it could be accomplished with the help of tens of turning wheel realm dictators. The sea clans would be conducting a second large-scale relocation. After this migration, the sea clans could begin using the coral polyps to build coral reefs once they were done preparing their environment. Ice Flow had already resigned himself to the reality that the dead spirits crisis would last for a few millennia before it came to an end. The area where the water world had fused with the main world would be the Sea Clan's home from now on. Unless the dead spirits crisis came to an end, the main world's ley lines would continue to be infected by death aura, and dead spirits would continue to rise from the ground. There was no way that the Sea Clans could live in the main world's seas. The vast sea labyrinth fully controlled the Sea Clans. Thus, the orders issued by the vast sea labyrinth could be disseminated quickly. The Sea Clans were able to clear out within 9.5 days. The Sea Clan's army formed a large circle and began attacking the dead spirits in that formation to prevent them from escaping. Once all the Sea Clans had fled, Lin Yuan instructed Lift Marsh to lift the area in the startling lines continent covered by the sea of bone lotus flowers and bring it into the sea. The bone lotus flowers seemed awkward and bulky on land. They could not move with the large piece of land under them. But in the sea, every bone lotus flower seemed to come alive as they were able to twist their bodies to glide and swim through the sea. Although it had lived on land for a long time, this did not change the fact that Silver Corona was an aquatic carcinoma fey. Since Silver Corona could control the sea of flowers and move freely in the sea, Lift Marsh's job was done now that it had delivered Silver Corona to the sea. Silver Corona followed Lin Yuan's instructions to the right area before it spread its sea of flowers over the more than 60 dead spirits' wells. The sea of flowers also covered all of the dead spirits in the area. The sea of bone lotus flowers started to move rapidly as they began attacking the dead spirits. The sea of bone lotus flowers was much stronger than the corpse-consuming vines when it came to battling the dead spirits. Silver Corona used rotted bones into fireflies and rapidly absorbed all the death aura around it. The death aura refined the strength of every bone lotus flower. The rotting bones that could nourish the bone lotus flowers were also formed beneath the bone lotus flowers. As long as the main lotuses were not destroyed, they could rapidly produce new flowers using the rotting bones. Even if the dead spirits damaged the sea of flowers, the effects of rotted bones into fireflies would prevent the sea of flowers from shrinking too much. As long as Silver Corona could secure itself in this area and the accumulation of rotting bones increased, Silver Corona could quickly expand the size of the sea of bone lotus flowers. The Sea Clans were all amazed as they watched Lin Yuan order Lift Marsh to bring over the sea of flowers that eventually blanketed the dead spirits. Lin Yuan hurriedly garnered a large amount of faith power. The number of glowing dots of faith in the fountain of faith increased, and those that already existed also grew brighter. The Turning Wheel Realm dictators were stationed above the Sea of Flowers and dealt with the powerful dead spirits that the Sea of Flowers were not strong enough to handle. Silver Corona sat on Lin Yuan's shoulders and swung its legs, looking extremely happy. Silver Corona was used to having big meals. But it was still bursting with joy over this enormous feast. This was the first time that Silver Corona was absorbing death aura. It could not only digest the dead spirits but also filter the sea of death aura. This meant that not only would the sea of bone lotus flowers be free of death aura, but it would also be able to cleanse a radius of at least 5,000 square kilometers around it. The area that had been the biggest issue for all of the vast sea labyrinth's troops and the water world's dimensional life forms now became a haven. Dazzling Silver led Blue Umber and Red Beauty over to Lin Yuan. They bowed and said, "Lord Therak, if dead spirits as strong as Samsara Realm dictators or even stronger appear, it will be difficult for just these Turning Wheel Realm dictators to deal with the situation. I intend on leaving Blue Umber and Red Beauty here to protect the Sea of Flowers." Dazzling Silver had been spending time with Wen Yu of late. While she protected Wen Yu, she also learned a lot about strategy and interpersonal relationships. Chapter 2659 Attack of the 100 Sequence. But now, Dazzling Silver was getting better at thinking from a managerial standpoint. She liked to analyze managerial issues from a manager's perspective and understood what Lin Yuan needed was not powerful Samsara Realm dictators. He had many Samsara Realm dictators under him, but he always showed a preference for those who were capable of accomplishing tasks. This was why East Glow was so heavily relied on by Lin Yuan despite only having just become a dictator. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Samsara Realm dictators must indeed guard this Sea of Flowers. You are currently the strongest water world dimensional life form, so you can be the one to make the arrangements for this matter. Dazzling Silver, you must ensure this Sea of Flowers is well protected. It is essential for my future plans, so no carelessness or mistakes will be tolerated." Lin Yuan was nurturing Silver Corona to eventually take it to the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, he wanted it to grow the most and the best that it could. With Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers sitting on the dead spirits' wells, it would easily be damaged by powerful dead spirits if attention was taken off of it. Lin Yuan still said what he said despite knowing that Dazzling Silver would definitely take good care of the Sea of Flowers because he wanted to put pressure on her. This was the first time that Dazzling Silver was hearing Lin Yuan speak of a matter with such solemnity. Dazzling Silver hurriedly gave Lin Yuan her guarantee. Once Silver Corona was done producing the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers, Lin Yuan was done with all he needed to do in the water world. The other human federations were all living in the dimensional worlds and did not have to worry about battling the dead spirits. After they relocated, they focused their efforts on constructing infrastructure, leaving the Radiance Federation to take the full brunt of battling the dead spirits. After all, the Radiance Federation was part of the main world, and its ley lines had also been severely contaminated. It was good that the other human federations could immediately delve into building infrastructure after they migrated without having to burden themselves with the invasion of the dead spirits. If the dead spirits also rose out of the ground in the dimensional worlds, it would be difficult for the other human federations to fight them. The Moon Empress had already distributed resources. Once the experts from the human federations received the resources, they immediately began increasing their power. The Moon Empress had made a request when she gave out these resources. Any expert with feys that were about to experience the world cleansings or trials of world creation had to wait for Lin Yuan to collect a portion of their feys world graces or creation world ley lines. Most of those human federations upheld their promise to the Moon Empress, but there were still a small portion of them who went against their word. Thus, the Moon Empress sent the Knights under the Moon servants to keep a lookout while they were patrolling in the other federations. If they discovered any expert who broke this agreement, not only would the Moon Empress reduce the amount of resources that the federation that the expert came from received, but she would punish the experts by requesting their federations to compensate the Radiance Federation 3 times the amount of resources that they had received. Ever since he returned from checking on the Sea clans, Lin Yuan had been in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone using Spirit Chi crystals to nurture promising feys to high-quality bronze. These feys would be given to the Radiance Federation's troops. The troops that were able to fight the dead spirits on the Radiance Federation's behalf would be able to use their service to trade for a significant amount of resources, and they were capable enough to nurture these high-quality bronze feys. Regardless of what happened, they would be able to nurture the high-quality bronze feys to suzerain/myth in the next few decades and provide Lin Yuan with a large amount of Spirit Chi crystals. The dead spirits crisis would definitely last for a long time. Aside from using the Spirit Chi crystals to nurture feys, Lin Yuan also took a look at how Hu Chuan was progressing with decorating the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Since Lin Yuan assigned the land imps to Hu Chuan, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's construction began progressing rapidly. Hu Chuan was already done with building the living and working spaces for the 100 Questions Beasts. The size of the 100 Questions Beasts would soon reach the millions. The millions of 100 Questions Beasts, which were the equivalent of Class 3 and 4 Creation Masters, would definitely be able to solve numerous issues for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress usually never left Leaning Moon Mountain. But now, she spent almost all of her time in the Imperial Court. She attended numerous Imperial meetings each day to solve a variety of issues. The Radiance Federation wanted to set up a reward and punishment system for the troops who were fighting the dead spirits. They also needed to attend to the federations who were asking for help. There were many federations who asked to borrow resources from the Radiance Federation because they lacked resources of their own to build bases. Not every federation was able to pay back what they borrowed. The Moon Empress did not hesitate to lend resources to such federations even if she knew they could not pay them back. This imperial meeting was initially meant to discuss the formation of the troops around the dead spirits' wells. At first, there were 15 teams assigned to every dead spirits well, and they took shifts to defend the dead spirits' wells. But now that they had the dead decay earthworms, there was no need to station so many troops to each dead spirits' wells. The Moon Empress was currently in the midst of a discussion with the other members of royalty about how many troops should be part of the new and smaller formations. It was not easy to make such an order. They had to conduct careful tests. Otherwise, there was a high chance that the wrong decision would result in unimaginable damage. The Radiance Federation's royalty were fully responsible for the safety of their troops. Otherwise, they would not have held 3 imperial meetings with this matter as the main agenda. Night Leaning Moon proposed to reduce the number to 9 teams. 8 of the 9 teams would battle the dead spirits in 3-hour shifts while the last team would be on standby. If, at any instance, the eruption of dead spirits from the dead spirits' wells was too violent, the team on standby could step in to help. Night Leaning Moon was the chief guard of the spirit guards. Thus, she had more experience than the other members of royalty when it came to organizing troops. Night Leaning Moon felt that after all the resources that Lin Yuan was providing the troops to help them fight the dead spirits, it was only right for her to put some pressure on the troops. This way, the dead spirits crisis would become an opportunity for them to train themselves. It would not be long before the Radiance Federation's troops' overall power multiplied. Lu Wenqing rarely gave his input during recent imperial meetings. Because of the dead spirits crisis and the fusing of the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, no more dimensional rifts opened in the main world. The schools had all lost their best training environments. Lu Wenqing was currently requesting that every city set a dead spirits well aside to serve as a training site for the students. The 5th epoch was now a thing of the past. The dead spirits crisis had triggered a changing of epochs. The Radiance Federation would need to adjust to the changing times if it wanted to continue developing in the new epoch. It was very important that the students gained an understanding of and were able to make contact with dead spirits during their education. Lu Wenqing was very anxious to begin introducing classes related to dead spirits from the elementary school level. He was the only member of royalty who managed Radiance Sacred Hall. Thus, he had to handle this matter all on his own. The other members of royalty were also very busy, and he could not bring himself to bother them. The group that was the most representative of the Radiance Federation was the Radiance 100 sequence. At such a time, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence needed to set the example and become involved in the defense and rescue efforts of the various cities. Lu Wenqing used this imperial meeting to bring up this matter. As all of you know, I have been busy trying to change the education system. I suggest every city provide schools with 1 or 2 dead spirits wells. I have already brought up this matter with Cicada Song and Night Leaning Moon, and they have supported this decision. The earlier we incorporate education on the dead spirits, the better. This way, the schools under Radiance Sacred Hall will be able to nurture the best soldiers for the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, these students won't be able to move directly from school to the battlefield. Aside from changing the education structure, I would like the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to become flag bearers and be sent to the various cities to protect them. Furthermore, now that the Major Federation Union is established, there is no longer any need for the Major Federation meeting. However, the Radiance Federation should still maintain the tradition of selecting Radiance envoys. When the Radiance 100 sequence members are sent to the various cities to help with the battle against the dead spirits, I will pick 5 of the best performing members and recommend that they become Radiance envoys. As long as they can defeat the current Radiance envoys, they will be able to become official Radiance envoys. After Lu Wenqing spoke, every member of royalty, including the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon, were all stunned. There were no issues with any of Lu Wenqing's suggestions. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were the faith of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Each of them had celebrity status in the Radiance Federation. It was only right that they took up the necessary responsibilities during such a catastrophe. However, the Radiance 100's royalty could not bear to put the Radiance 100 sequence in such danger. There was a high chance that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would end up losing their lives when they were sent to various cities to fight the dead spirits. Normally, no one treasured the Radiance 100 sequence more than Lu Wenqing. It was truly surprising that such a suggestion had come from him. While the other members of royalty were silent, Iron Prison said, "I support this decision. This is exactly the time when we should be bolstering confidence. The best way to do that is to send the Radiance 100 sequence into battle. Since the Moon Empress is going to pump resources into the troops on the front lines, the Radiance 100 sequence will also be eligible to claim some of these resources if they were sent to battle." Lu Wenqing was thankful that Iron Prison was the first one to voice his support. But it was not long before Lu Wenqing furrowed his brow. What did Iron Prison mean? Did he think I was trying to help the Radiance 100 sequence gain some of the resources meant for the frontline troops? Even if Iron Prison did not have such an intention, it was easy to misunderstand his meaning. However, Iron Prison had no inkling of this at all. Cicada Song shot Iron Prison a silent look before he helped Iron Prison to add on, "Iron Prison is hoping that this opportunity will help the Radiance 100 sequence to grow. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence are also part of the Radiance Federation's troops. I hope that after this, the experience they gain will enable the Radiance 100 sequence to become true leaders of the Radiance Federation and that their influence will extend past just the younger generation." Lu Wenqing's expression lightened significantly after he heard what Cicada Song said. Iron Prison did not have any of the intentions that Lu Wenqing thought he did. When Lu Wenqing made his decision, the Moon Empress had not yet announced her decision to provide resources to the Radiance Federation's troops. Although the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty were silent, none felt any opposition toward Lu Wenqing's decision. The strongest emotion they felt was that the idea was rather radical. Luckily, experts were guarding every dead spirits well. These experts could help to look out for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Moon Empress said decisively, "That is a good idea. Wencheng, you can pass on this decision as an announcement. The Radiance 100 sequence should set an example for the Radiance Federation at such a time." The Moon Empress intended to tell Lin Yuan about this to check if he was available. If he was busy with other matters, he would not need to spend time on this assignment for the Radiance 100 sequence. Every second of Lin Yuan's time was very precious. Lin Yuan had saved not only the Radiance Federation, but also the main world. No one had done more for the main world than Lin Yuan. However, at the end of the day, the Moon Empress still hoped that he could become a Radiance envoy and stand in the same position she used to stand in. If Lin Yuan did not participate in this assignment for the Radiance 100 sequence, he would lose the eligibility to become a Radiance envoy. After all, the selection for the Radiance envoys had to be fair. Otherwise, the original meaning would be lost. Since Lu Wencheng was willing to send the Radiance 100 sequence out to train, the Moon Empress decided to give him a helping hand. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence had been carefully chosen. They had all been enjoying the best resources the Radiance Federation offered. The best use of these precious resources was to give them to the Radiance 100 sequence. Aside from the resources that Lin Yuan had given her, the Moon Empress also had a large store of high-class Creation Master resources that she had concocted herself. She had initially been saving these resources for Lin Yuan, but she now knew that he did not need her resources. If that were the case, there would be no harm in her giving the resources to the Radiance 100 sequence. As such, the Moon Empress said seriously, "I will establish a prize pool. The resources will be allocated to the Radiance 100 sequence members. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence will be able to attain the resources based on their contributions. The stronger they are, the more resources they'll receive. We haven't conducted this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Dead Spirits Crisis is no reason to stop the Radiance 100 sequence selection from happening." Chapter 2660, Prologue of the Sequence. The Moon Empress had received many reports from Cicada Song lately. Cicada Song managed all 32 of the Radiance Federation cities, so he had been gathering intel on the situation in the 32 cities. The information had been passed through so many ranks and gone through so many revisions that it was only a few lines of simple statements by the time it got to Cicada Song. Nonetheless, he was aware of the meaning behind the statements. Because he understood the meaning, he repeatedly sought the Moon Empress out to update her on the situation. He hoped she would see these issues as important and find solutions. Once the Radiance Federation's troops obtained the dead decay earthworms, it became manageable for them to fight the Dead Spirits Crisis. However, it was difficult for the low-rank Spirit Chi professionals and regular people to gain confidence from this. The regular people and low-rank Spirit Chi professionals made up 90% of the Radiance Federation's population. The Radiance Federation's endurance would be transformed if their morale could be boosted. Lu Wencheng's suggestion would be the best way to raise morale, and the Moon Empress was happy to support this. Cicada Song finally relaxed. After the Moon Empress was done speaking, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch also expressed their stances. The Bamboo Monarch said seriously, "I also have many high-class Creation Master resources. I will give some of them to the Radiance 100 sequence to nurture them. We shouldn't stop at selecting the Radiance envoys. We should pick out new Radiance Knights, too. Some of the resources I provide will go to the newly chosen Radiance Knights." The Bamboo Monarch's words did not have a discursive tone. Instead, he had already made a decision. This was because the Radiance Knight candidates had even more potential than the Radiance 100 sequence. Additionally, the Radiance envoys were the flag bearers for the Radiance Federation, but they would need to be supported. The Radiance Knights existed to serve the Radiance envoys. Another reason was that the Bamboo Monarch knew that his disciple Gulang stood no chance of becoming a Radiance envoy. It would be very difficult to defeat the current generation of Radiance envoy. It was likely that the only person who stood a chance was the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan. Not even the Space-Time Elder's granddaughter was a shoo-in. It was most likely that Gulang would become a Radiance Knight. The Bamboo Monarch did not want the disciple he had invested so much effort into to become a marginal character among the younger generation. After all, Gulang was not even a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Chef Supreme did not have as many considerations as the Bamboo Monarch. He was willing to provide resources to aid the Moon Empress endeavor because he knew that he owed her and Lin Yuan his life. Before he contracted the lifespan mouse and gained an endless life, Chef Supreme thought that he had reached the end of his lifespan. Yet, because of that tiny mouse, he had regained his life. He was now able to say that he had a truly immortal life. He guessed that the Moon Empress and the Space-Time Elder had also resolved their lifespan issues by contracting the lifespan mouse. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan were his saviors, and Chef Supreme was very thankful to them. If not for the fact that he had not had the opportunity to meet Lin Yuan recently, Chef Supreme would definitely have expressed his sincere thanks to Lin Yuan. I will provide the Radiance 100 sequence and Radiance Knights with the same amount of resources as the Bamboo Monarch. They can be added to the Moon Empress prize pool as well. I am rather curious to see what position the Moon Empress disciple attains in this Radiance 100 sequence selection. He was restricted to sequence number 91 the last time because it was his first Radiance 100 sequence selection. I think he stands a good chance of vying for sequence number 1 with Xiaoqing. Lu Ji was the current sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. However, Chef Supreme did not mention him because he was aware of the relationship between Lu Ji and Lin Yuan. They were not competitors. In actuality, Lu Ji was not weak at all. Chef Supreme had gained a detailed understanding of Lu Ji. He disagreed with Night Leaning Moon's method of helping Lu Ji use the Insect Queen as the final weapon. This was because he had seen too many cases of carcinoma phase destroying the main world. By controlling carcinoma phase, Lu Ji was essentially holding a timed bomb. Chef Supreme had warned Night Leaning Moon of this numerous times and had even argued with her over it. It was only later that he found out about the Firefly Demon fetuses that Lu Ji had obtained and that they could transform carcinoma phase into fairies. Their potential became boundless when they transformed into fairies with high intelligence and could follow Lu Ji's orders. It was only then that Chef Supreme's idea of Lu Ji changed. It could be said that unimaginable accomplishments were in store for Lu Ji's future. The dueling stage was not convenient for Lu Ji to exhibit his abilities. If he was given a large open space where he could unleash his abilities, it was possible that even Lin Yuan would be no match for him. However, given the relationship between Lu Ji and Lin Yuan, there was no way that Lu Ji would compete with Lin Yuan. This was just like back then when Night Leaning Moon refused to compete with the Moon Empress. It was a pity that Iron Prison had not been competent enough. Otherwise, Night Leaning Moon might not have been able to become a Radiance Envoy. Chef Supreme could not help but smile a small smile while he reminisced. Half of the people sitting on these 13 seats had been nurtured in their early days by resources provided by him. Now, these people who he had watched grow up had become pillars of the Radiance Federation. In the past, such emotions would have brought him joy but also slight woe. Now, he did not feel even a hint of sadness. He no longer had to fear being eliminated due to his lifespan coming to an end. The fact that the Moon Empress was willing to give him the lifespan mouse meant that it was not exceptionally precious. It was likely that the rest of the Radiance Federation's royalty would eventually receive the lifespan mouse of their own. The older one became, the more one feared separation. Chef Supreme did not want to look around him one day just to realize that they had all gone. Ever since he gained an endless lifespan, Chef Supreme not only worked harder than before at concocting spirit fluids and researching phase that could be used in the Dead Spirits Crisis but also spent his free time playing chess with the Space-Time Elder and chatting about the past. The Moon Empress smiled when she received Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch's support. The Radiance Federation's 3 Class 5 Creation Masters were still very much united. This unity had not been worn away by time. This proposal that Lu Wenqing had brought up had received full support. None of the Radiance Federation's royalty opposed it. Not even Iron Prison, who always had issues to pick out, had anything to say this time. All left to do now was for Lu Wenqing to proceed with the plans. As a member of royalty, no one knew better than Lu Wenqing how to carry out such plans. Now that they were done with this interlude, the Moon Empress brought up the main topic and described everything happening with the Dead Spirits Crisis. Although not every member of the Radiance Federation's royalty was a creation master who needed to concern themselves with nurturing phase, it was still necessary to have a grasp on what was happening. This would enable them to make the right decisions when handling their tasks. This especially applied to Lu Wenqing. He needed to understand the risks that he would be putting the Radiance 100 sequence through by sending them in to help with the Dead Spirits Crisis. The Moon Empress was not against sending the Radiance 100 sequence to help with the Dead Spirits Crisis, but she needed to ensure their safety and minimize the possibilities of any injuries that could happen while they were carrying out their tasks. Once Lu Wenqing understood what was happening, he would definitely assign experts from Radiance Sacred Hall to guard the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Imperial meeting lasted for an entire day before it finally ended. Unless something drastically changed with regard to the Dead Spirits Crisis, there would be no need to hold another Imperial meeting for the foreseeable future. After the Imperial meeting ended and the other members of royalty left, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch stayed back. The Bamboo Monarch sternly said, "Moon Empress, I have been managing the Radiance Federation's Creation Masters. There is something I must tell you. Most of these Creation Masters are far too arrogant. This attitude will not be beneficial for the nurturing of feys during the Dead Spirits crisis. I think that we need to do something to change their attitudes. The others might be unable to do anything about this, but the three of us can. Chef Supreme shook his head. Chef Supreme did not think that it would be easy to handle such a situation. As a Class 5 Creation Master, the Bamboo Monarch should be well aware of how such a situation could arise. Creation Masters were creators. If Creation Masters had not been nurturing feys and producing resources, the humans would not possess a third of the power they currently possessed. As a result, Creation Masters were usually arrogant. It would be strange to come across one who did not think highly of themselves. If they began enforcing strict restrictions on these Creation Masters, there was a high chance that this would backfire on them and cause the Creation Masters to go on strike. The Radiance Federation could not afford such a consequence. It was not just the Radiance Federation. No faction would be able to handle such a situation. Hence, Chef Supreme did not want the Bamboo Monarch to take the risk of something like that happening. The Moon Empress fell silent when she heard what the Bamboo Monarch said. She had also noticed this issue. Even if the Bamboo Monarch did not bring this matter up, she would have eventually. But the difference between them was that the Moon Empress would have thought deeply before she brought up this matter. The Dead Spirits crisis would last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. During such a long period, many generations of Creation Masters would come and go. There was indeed a need to change the Creation Masters' attitudes. Otherwise, as they were given more authority, it was inevitable that they would carry more weight in decision-making. Since it was going to be a reform, there would definitely be obstacles. But with Lin Yuan's resources, the Moon Empress now had the means to overcome those obstacles. Otherwise, she would never have decided to support the Bamboo Monarch's decision. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch were done expressing their opinions and were currently looking at the Moon Empress seriously as they waited for her reply. The Moon Empress gently knocked on the surface of the table. This was not one of her habits. Instead, it was one of the things that Lin Yuan did when he was thinking. Slowly, the Moon Empress had incorporated Lin Yuan's habits. I support Chef Supreme. The Creation Masters do need to change their attitudes. Their actions should also be restrained. But I don't think we should depress their statuses. I think you understand why I'm saying this. Bamboo Monarch should be the one to handle this. Chef Supreme, you can support him. If you encounter any difficult issues, you can let me know and we can talk it through together. I hope we can pass through the Dead Spirits crisis as peacefully as possible and that the legacy of humans doesn't come to an end here. Lin Yuan was in the Spirit Lock spatial zone working hard at nurturing feys when his phone suddenly rang. He was surprised to see that the call was coming from the Moon Empress. Normally, the Moon Empress preferred to communicate with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper instead of calling him. Lin Yuan picked up the call and heard the news about the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence selection. As a previous Radiance 100 sequence member, Lin Yuan should participate in the selection. Lin Yuan was using Spirit Chi crystals to nurture feys but could hand over the job to Genius. This would not take him too much time. Rather, it would be no different from a Spirit Chi professional sending his fey into combat. Lin Yuan had gotten almost no rest in the past year. Participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be a form of relaxation for him. Once this selection was over, Lin Yuan also intended to follow Radiance Sacred Hall's order to be sent to one of the major cities to help in the defense against the Dead Spirits. He was done with the preparations for the Dead Spirits crisis. All he could do now was wait for Tower Cannon to make their move. There was no way he could dig them out to confront them while they were hiding in the shadows. Moreover, rather than battling Tower Cannon now, Lin Yuan preferred for them to stay in hiding for longer. The longer they hid, the stronger he would grow. All Lin Yuan needed now was time. The more time he had, the more ripe source fruits he would possess and the more afterlife realm dictators he would have in his arsenal. Every afterlife realm dictator would be a key weapon against Tower Cannon. Redthorn would also be able to take control of more tarot experts. Master, I will wait for news from Radiance Sacred Hall and do my best to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Will there also be selections for the Radiance Knights and Radiance Envoys? I would also like to see how everyone has grown. Lin Yuan was referring to his friends like Gulang, Lu Ji, Gao Feng, and Anhe. He also wanted to use this opportunity to give resources to his friends to help them increase their power. Lin Yuan felt that the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon would be appearing soon. Chapter 2661, The Elemental Paper Evolves. The Moon Empress was rather surprised when she received Lin Yuan's response. She had not expected him to decide to join the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In her opinion, with his power, he should be interested in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan was still young. She did not want him to have to carry such a heavy burden at his young age. The Moon Empress hoped that he would be able to live a normal life. However, she knew that she was unable to provide him with this. This was because he was growing too quickly, and she could not force him to change his mind. No one could take over the responsibilities that he was currently carrying. Moreover, the dead spirits crisis had already begun. No one could be replaced in such an environment. Chef Supreme's disciple, Zhongzi, the Bamboo Monarch's disciple, Gulang, Long Lamplite's disciple, and he, and the Space-Time Elder's granddaughter, Xiaoqing, all had their own heavy burdens to bear. Lu Wenqing's decision would be a way for the older generation to hand down their responsibilities to the next generation. The next generation would carry on their legacy and hold up the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress ended their call once they were done speaking. It was not long before Wen Yu and Lu Ji heard the news that he had returned. The two of them immediately headed to the return from faraway mansion. Based on what the Moon Empress said, the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be taking place very soon. When Chu Xi heard what Lin Yuan said, increasing her power became her main goal. She no longer chased after a seat in the Radiance 100 sequence. If she had attained a place in the Radiance 100 sequence this year and was sent to a city to train among the dead spirits' wells, Lin Yuan would be beside himself worrying about her. In the course of Lin Yuan's difficult life, he had experienced many dangers. He was never afraid of taking on danger himself, but he was very afraid of putting Chu Xi through any sort of danger. This was the cross that all older brothers had to bear. If Chu Xi remained in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, she could focus on raising her Spirit Chi professional rank. Wen Yu and Lu Ji had both reached the limits of the B rank Spirit Chi professional level and could be promoted to A rank at any time. Part of the reason they were able to promote their Spirit Chi professional rank so quickly was that they had consumed the Platinum Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar and cleansed their bodies of impurities. They had also consumed the Diamond Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar, cleansing their souls of impurities. Furthermore, the two of them were often nourished by pure Spirit Chi. Pure Spirit Chi was effective not only on feys but also on humans. However, highly pure Spirit Chi was so precious that not even Class 5 Creation Masters had tested it on humans. Wen Yu and Lu Ji could be promoted to A-rank Spirit Chi professional at any time and evolve their feys to myth breed. Lu Wenqing had very strong execution abilities. He had sent out the news by the same afternoon. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence had received the news. Even people like Wen Yu, who were expected to become Radiance Knights, had been informed. Wen Yu and Lu Ji returned to the return from faraway mansion immediately after receiving the news. The selection was going to begin in 3 days, and Lu Ji felt down the entire time. He had been stuck at Pinnacle B-rank Spirit Chi professional for some time. Other Spirit Chi professionals were stuck here for 3 to 4 months at the longest, but Lu Ji had been stuck for 6 entire months. If he was not stuck here and unable to advance, he would have become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional sooner than Lin Yuan had. There was nothing bad about Lin Yuan promoting his Spirit Chi professional first. Lu Ji was delighted by Lin Yuan's increase in power. However, he was Lin Yuan's retainer, and when he became a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, Lin Yuan had only been a C-rank Spirit Chi professional. Now, he had been surpassed by Lin Yuan. Lu Ji was certain that he would not be able to promote his rank before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He was sure that once he promoted his Spirit Chi professional rank, the Insect Queen would immediately evolve to myth breed. Lu Ji had not had the opportunity to test himself against Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan would have to battle him before replacing him as sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Ji badly wanted the opportunity to have a proper brawl with Lin Yuan. Lu Ji could use the opportunity to assess the distance between himself and Lin Yuan. In contrast to Lu Ji, who was solely focused on his Spirit Chi professional rank, Wen Yu was much calmer. She had been thinking about what her advantages were. Her advantage did not come from her power. She was only eligible to become a Radiance Knight because of the Elemental Paper's special abilities. The Thoughts Letter paper that came from the Elemental Paper had already become the Radiance Federation's highest level's main mode of issuing directions. She was eligible to become a Radiance Knight with just the Thoughts Letter paper. Faceless Paper, Paper Flower Funeral, Paper of 10,000 Forms, and Truth Form paper were not any weaker than Thoughts Letter paper as well. There just were not as many opportunities to use them. Since she was aware of her advantages and knew that she was irreplaceable, Wen Yu was not concerned at all. Because of her composed demeanor, she could sense the spirit qi in her body begin to transform at the instant she stepped into the return from faraway mansion. When Lin Yuan sensed the increase in Wen Yu's rank, he did not immediately go to her to congratulate her. This was because he knew that it was best if a spirit qi professional could remain undisturbed when they had just evolved their spirit qi professional rank. If they were bothered, it was possible that their promotion would be halted. After waiting for around 12 minutes and ascertaining that the spirit qi ripples had slowed, Lin Yuan stepped out of the main building and congratulated Wen Yu with a broad grin. Wen Yu, congratulations on becoming an A-rank spirit qi professional. You are one step ahead of Big Brother Lu. He should also reach A rank in the next day or two. Although Wen Yu was in no rush to become an A rank spirit qi professional, she was still happy to become one. Young master, because of my spirit qi professional rank, my elemental paper has been stuck at Diamond X/Fantasy V. But now, it can finally evolve its grade and quality. Young master, I would like to ask you to help to evolve the elemental paper's grade and quality. I want to see what new abilities and skills it will gain. Lin Yuan replied, let's go. We'll evolve the elemental paper's grade and quality now so it can reach myth breed. I am also curious to see what new abilities and exclusive skills it will gain when it reaches myth breed. Big Brother Lu is going to the Midnight Palace. By the time we're done, Big Brother Lu should be back. The three of us haven't gathered together in a long time. Let's see if his skills have improved. Wen Yu's stomach immediately started rumbling when he heard what Lin Yuan said, and her cheeks flushed beetroot red. It had not been long since Wen Yu finished her last meal. But at the mention of Lu Ji's cooking and the memory of his dishes, Wen Yu could not help but feel ravenous. Wen Yu had not had Lu Ji's cooking for a long time. She was really looking forward to tonight's dinner. Aside from being able to eat Lu Ji's dishes, Wen Yu also looked forward to the feeling of sharing a meal with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. They had eaten together just like this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Wen Yu would never have been able to imagine that Sky City would grow to such a magnitude. Lin Yuan did not take Wen Yu too far to evolve the elemental paper. All they did was find an empty space outside of the royal capital. Lin Yuan had been helping spirit qi professionals evolve their grades and qualities. He was very familiar with the process of helping a fey evolve to myth breed. This time, he did not summon the Abyss Great Emperor. Instead, he summoned White Speak. White Speak also had the power to fend off the world cleansing. Previously, White Speak had been left in the Marsh world to manage the Marsh East Circle alongside East Glow. But after the main world was fused with the Marsh world, Lin Yuan decided to keep White Speak and East Glow by his side. After training together, Lin Yuan noticed that East Glow and White Speak greatly excelled at governance than everything did. This was why Lin Yuan relied on White Speak and East Glow more than he did everything despite her being stronger than them. Once the main world was fused with the dimensional worlds, there was no longer any difference between dimensional life forms and feys. The dimensional life forms were all eventually assimilated into the humans and feys. By keeping White Speak and East Glow by his side, he could take some of the burden of managing Sky City off of its human members. White Speak had been feeling very downtrodden of late. In the past, Lin Yuan used his often and always kept him by his side. But ever since Lin Yuan conquered the Marsh world, Eternal Source had replaced him. Compared to Eternal Source, he was nothing but a small insect. He did not even have the right to compete with Eternal Source. During his time in the Marsh East Circle, White Speak began focusing on improving his management abilities once he calmed down. But after the Marsh world was fused with the main world and White Speak returned to Lin Yuan's side, he felt like a concubine who had regained the king's favor. From the fact that Lin Yuan was beginning to use him again, White Speak knew that he could remain by Lin Yuan's side as long as he did not make any mistakes. White Speak also had experience helping feys to overcome their evolutions. He was familiar with the process. Lin Yuan said, "Wen Yu, summon the elemental paper." With a light wave of her hand, a shower of paper flowers shot out from Wen Yu's hand. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on the shower of paper flowers. Fey name, elemental paper, blossoming paper flower. Fey species, elemental species/paper species. Fey grade, diamond, 10/10. Fey type, wood. Fey quality, fantasy V. Abilities. Dance of paper, transform the body into a piece of paper that is immune to physical attacks. However, it is especially vulnerable to elemental attacks. The paper has a teleporting power. The teleportation can be used every 3 seconds and has a radius of 20 kilometers. Paper crane's promise: the paper will be stacked to form a paper crane that can send messages. The paper crane will be engraved with the aura of the person receiving the message. If a person other than the receiver touches the paper crane, it will burst into flames. The paper crane has a teleporting power that is 30 times more powerful than that of dance of paper. Thoughts letter paper: the paper will absorb the target's blood and form a temporary contract with the target. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to communicate with each other using their thoughts, as their thoughts will automatically appear as words on the paper. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to read the words together. Faceless paper: an imaginary paper will appear in front of the target, and it can take the shape of the target's appearance. As long as the elemental paper is not destroyed, the imaginary paper will be undamaged even if the target is killed. Paper flower funeral: the paper will be folded into a flower that will form an imprint when it lands on a target. Even if the target is hidden, cloned, or affected by elements, the paper flower imprint can be used to sense the target's location. Paper of 10,000 forms: the paper can pretend to be a person, fey, mountain, city, sea, or even sky. While in the imitation state, the entities hidden behind the paper can enjoy absolute defense. Exclusive skill: hear heaven's secrets: the contractor will become a book of secrets that is linked to the flying piece of paper. When the book's pages are turned, it can transfer any knowledge within to the flying piece of paper. Truth form paper: while the paper is flying around, soul power can be used to form a piece of paper that can investigate the truth. When questioning a target, the paper will be folded into a flower if the target is telling the truth, and it will break apart if the target is lying. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was looking at the elemental paper's data. But he still could not help but be amazed by what he saw. He believed that the elemental paper's strategic value would not be hampered in the slightest, even if the abilities and exclusive skills it gained when it reached Diamond/Myth were useless. Objectively, the elemental paper had the greatest strategic value out of any source-type item Lin Yuan had ever come across. It was just as strategically valuable as genius. Wen Yu's elemental paper formed a secret network of information that was absolutely secure. Wen Yu also had the ability to take back the thoughts letter papers she had given away. Thus, she did not have to fear the thoughts letter papers falling into the hands of enemies. Wen Yu took a deep breath before tossing the paper into the sky. The paper spread out across the sky, and in an instant, a rain of paper began descending from the sky. Every slip of falling paper was folded into a white rose. The energy and aura emanating from the elemental paper activated the sky, and a hole appeared in the sky. Chapter 2662, Paper World Carrier. Wen Yu had only contracted 3 feys, but the Earth Rush Golden Lotus and Sunlight Egret did not have combat abilities either. A pure support type spirit chi professional like Wen Yu was the most worried about evolving her feys. But now, Wen Yu did not have to worry at all because she knew that Lin Yuan would be there to help her with all of her problems. As long as he was by her side, she felt as though she always had someone to lean on and motivate her. If not for Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, Wen Yu would never have pushed herself this far to continuously work hard at improving. She would also have never become capable enough to manage entities like the astronomical parliament and dimensional worlds. As the paper flowers danced in the air, the sky and ground were enveloped in beautiful ivory. Although Wen Yu knew that the elemental paper was the source of her strategic value and made her irreplaceable, she still hoped that it could surprise her when it evolved to myth breed. This was because she knew that one could never allow oneself to become satisfied if one wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side. Just the slightest of pauses could result in one being overtaken by another. Wen Yu understood how Lu Ji felt. He had already taken control of so many insect species carcinoma feys, and more than 10 of them had transformed into fairies. Yet, he was still desperate to continue improving himself. This was all because he wanted to remain by Lin Yuan's side and because he wanted to prevent himself from one day being relegated to the back ranks, where he could only watch his former comrades from afar. Given that Lin Yuan's goal was the sky beyond the clouds, she and Lu Ji could not restrain their considerations to the main world. They needed to look even further. Wen Yu did not have a clear idea of the sky beyond the clouds, so she did not know what to expect. After all, not even Lin Yuan had been there yet. Regardless, she could only prevent herself from being replaced if she continuously raised her value. Peace's development was halted by her desire to focus on protecting the Green Continent City. Tale did dream big and wanted more than just to be the city lord of Thick Soil City. However, his capabilities were lacking, and it was already a stretch for him to manage Thick Soil City. There was no helping those who were limited by their lack of talent. Wen Yu was terrified that she would end up with the same fate as Tale. By now, the boisterous flames were erupting from the black hole in the sky with full force and were soaring toward the paper flowers. White Speak possessed the equivalent power of a birth horoscope expert. Although Lin Yuan had not kept him by his side recently, he had still been very generous in his resource provision. White Speak threw his fist toward the black hole in the sky. His fist turned into a jet of water that soon expanded into a waterfall that enveloped all the fire. The waterfall slowly absorbed all of the flames until the last spark to emerge from the black hole had been extinguished, and the world grace descended. The world grade landed on the newly formed bouquet of flowers formed by the elemental paper. The white flowers bloomed and began folding over themselves continuously in the sky until they had created an even larger bouquet. But this time, there were not just paper flowers. There were also paper cranes flittering amongst the flowers. If a girl held such an enormous bouquet, there was no doubt that she would become the envy of every other unwed female at a wedding. It just so happened that Wen Yu was holding this bouquet of flowers. The streams of light rippling across the paper flowers were so brilliant that it was impossible to tear one's eyes away. As he sensed the changes to the elemental paper's aura, Lin Yuan knew that it had evolved from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the elemental paper. Fey name, elemental paper, bouquet of flowering cranes. Fey species, elemental species/paper species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type, wood. Fey quality, Myth I. Abilities. Dance of paper, transform the body into a piece of paper that is immune to physical attacks. However, it is especially vulnerable to elemental attacks. The paper has a teleporting power. The teleportation can be used every 3 seconds and has a radius of 20 kilometers. Paper crane's promise, the paper will be stacked to form a paper crane that can send messages. The paper crane will be engraved with the aura of the person receiving the message. If a person other than the receiver touches the paper crane, it will burst into flames. The paper crane has a teleporting power that is 30 times more powerful than that of Dance of Paper. Thoughts letter paper, the paper will absorb the target's blood and form a temporary contract with the target. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to communicate with each other using their thoughts, as their thoughts will automatically appear as words on the paper. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to read the words together. Faceless paper, an imaginary paper will appear in front of the target, and it can take the shape of the target's appearance. As long as the elemental paper is not destroyed, the imaginary paper will be undamaged even if the target is killed. Paper flower funeral, the paper will be folded into a flower that will form an imprint when it lands on a target. Even if the target is hidden, cloned, or affected by elements, the paper flower imprint can be used to sense the target's location. Paper of 10,000 forms, the paper can pretend to be a person, fey, mountain, city, sea, or even sky. While in the imitation state, the entities hidden behind the paper can enjoy absolute defense. Paper world carrier, its own body will become a carrier for other entities. The entities can be restructured to enter the paper world. When portions of the paper are broken apart, the entities stored within will be released. The paper carrier can be used to transport entities through paper crane's promise. Exclusive skill. Hear Heaven's Secrets, the contractor will become a book of secrets that is linked to the flying piece of paper. When the book's pages are turned, it can transfer any knowledge within to the flying piece of paper. Truth form paper, while the paper is flying around, soul power can be used to form a piece of paper that can investigate the truth. When questioning a target, the paper will be folded into a flower if the target is telling the truth, and it will break apart if the target is lying. Floating world ever-changing, one's body will be separated. As long as a piece of paper still exists, the owner of the paper can be revived through the remaining piece of paper. Lin Yuan was immediately attracted by the elemental paper's new exclusive skills and abilities. Previously, the elemental paper had the same strategic significance as the island whale. But now that it had evolved to myth breed, its strategic significance was the equivalent of the floating island whale. The elemental paper's strategic significance was extraordinary to start with. Lin Yuan never expected its new abilities and exclusive skills to raise its already outstanding strategic significance. Paper World Carrier allowed the elemental paper to split into pieces of paper that could be used to store both items and living creatures. Once the paper ripped, whatever was contained within would be released. The elemental paper could deliver goods or troops across long distances. If the ability's benefits stopped there, Lin Yuan would not appraise it with such high strategic significance. The most important factor was that Paper World Carrier could be used alongside Paper Crane's promise. When you used Dance of Paper, the effects could already affect a limitless expanse of space. Yet, Paper World Carrier was almost 30 times more effective. Although the main world's area had enlarged after fusing with the dimensional worlds, Wenyu could still use Paper World Carrier to rapidly transport resources and troops to the necessary areas. Now, no one in the main world could come close to Wenyu regarding allocating and managing troops. This was extremely important given the ongoing Dead Spirits crisis. Compared to Paper World Carrier, Floating World Ever-Changing seemed weaker. But to Lin Yuan, Floating World Ever-Changing was a stroke of genius. Wenyu's strategic significance was incomparable. She had always been hiding in the wings, so outsiders were unaware of her strategic value. But once she was exposed, she would immediately become the target of assassination attempts and schemes. This especially applied to when they went to the sky beyond the clouds, as Lin Yuan could not yet be fully confident that he would be able to ensure her safety there as well. But now that the elemental paper had Floating World Ever-Changing, all Lin Yuan needed to do was place a portion of the elemental paper in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and Wenyu would be reincarnated there even if something bad happened to her. Aside from Wenyu's own method of protecting herself, Lin Yuan's Praying Universe Soul Whale and Floating Island Whale would also be able to shield her. While Lin Yuan was looking through the elemental paper's new abilities and exclusive skills, Wenyu was also sensing the changes that had taken place due to the elemental paper's evolution to myth breed. Wenyu could not hide her elation. It was obvious from her sparkling gaze that she was well aware of the elevation of her strategic significance due to the elemental paper's evolution to suzerain/myth. As the elemental paper continued to evolve, Paper World Carrier's effects would also grow stronger. Young Master, Lord Lu Wenchange will be sending Spirit Chi professionals to the major cities. I can request to use the elemental paper's Paper World Carrier to transport the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Wenyu was not the type to show off. Part of her reason for doing this was that she hoped to do more for the Radiance Federation. Additionally, she wanted to prove her strategic significance and value to the Radiance Federation. This way, no one would see her as undeserving of her post once she became a Radiance Knight and began assisting Lin Yuan in that capacity. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. He checked the time before he said to Wenyu, "Wenyu, let's go back. Big Brother Lu should be back soon. Hold on to this brocade box. It contains law source crystals. You can use them to quickly evolve the elemental paper's grade and quality. I believe that once you reach S rank in the elemental power, but after they spent more time together, she became used to his trait of being generous with those around him. She also knew that the best way to replace him would be to do her best to manage Sky City and assist him in shouldering his responsibilities. Young Master, I will try my best to increase the elemental paper's power as quickly as possible. The Earth Rush Golden Lotus and Sunlight Egret will soon be able to evolve as well. I will ask Whitespeak to help me then, too. I have already been unofficially selected to become part of the next generation of Radiance Knights. Since I don't have combat abilities, there's no need for me to be tested. Young Master, you will have to battle the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence multiple times. Big Brother Lu already mentioned that he's excited to have a proper fight with you during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Wenyu paused for a moment before she continued in a regretful tone, Young Master, if I was also a combat class Spirit Chi professional, I would also want to have a good brawl with you. Spirit Chi professionals often strengthened their bonds with each other through combat. Those who were truly close often battled and trained with each other. For example, the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon often tested their skills against each other in their youth. However, Night Leaning Moon would never do her best, and this frustrated the Moon Empress endlessly. Eventually, the Moon Empress stopped asking Night Leaning Moon to train with her and asked Ji Chongdeng to be her new battle buddy. Only then did Night Leaning Moon become serious when she trained with the Moon Empress. Unlike Lu Ji, Wenyu was unable to fight with Lin Yuan. This was increases once again, it will be able to amaze us in even more ways. When Wenyu first joined Lin Yuan, she was always embarrassed to accept anything that he gave her. One of her regrets. The glimmer of excitement immediately appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. His past 2 years had been a long journey, but he had not had many opportunities to sharpen his sword against his peers. Lin Yuan enjoyed the thrill of battle. Otherwise, he would not have climbed Star Tower in his early days of growth. Lin Yuan really wanted to have a good fight with Lu Ji so he could see if he could defeat Lu Ji without using any of his secret weapons. It was not just Lu Ji. Gulang, Zhongzi, Xiaoqing, and An He were also formidable foes. Due to the direction that Gao Feng had chosen, he was a support-type Spirit Chi professional, just like Wenyu, and had no combat abilities. However, it was said that Cicada Song had used a special method to turn Gao Feng into an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. With myth breed phase, Gao Feng had no issue securing a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence despite not being skilled at combat. A fantasy breed could not compare to a myth breed Fei. When Lin Yuan brought Wen Yu back to the return from faraway mansion, they saw Lu Ji busy at work in the kitchen. The mother of Bloodbath followed him around and stared yearning at all the delicious dishes he was cooking. If not for the fact that the drumsticks in the pot were yet to be fully cooked, the mother of Bloodbath would have already tasted one. Lu Ji looked at the mother of Bloodbath with slight irritation. He took out a large platter of roast meat from his spatial equipment and handed it to it. Have this first. The drumsticks cooking in bamboo shoots and abalone juices will only be done 20 minutes later. You can have the first taste once it's done. When he turned to hand the mother of Bloodbath the platter of roast meat, Lu Ji caught sight of Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Chapter 2663 Six Treasures Cloud Dragonfly. Lu Ji had worked harder than anyone else this past year. He spent most of his time evolving his insect species carcinoma phase. He could tell that his personality had changed. He was now more bloodthirsty and apathetic. But at that moment, he felt as though he had regained his original self. His companions were his strongest source of warmth and strength, and Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were his most important companions. Lu Ji badly missed the carefree time they spent together in the return from faraway mansion. When this thought struck him, Lu Ji was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Perhaps he was the only one who saw that time as carefree. Even then, Lin Yuan had been silently increasing his power. After the wave of warmth passed over him, Lu Ji suddenly felt the spirit qi in his body begin to surge and densify. Lu Ji entered a mystical and mysterious state. His hand dropped the plate of roasted meat that it had been holding. The meat fell to the ground and dirted the previously clean floor. With the mother of Bloodbath's power, it could have easily picked up the plate when Lu Ji dropped it. But it did not do so. Instead, the mother of Bloodbath suppressed its aura as it was afraid of getting in the way of Lu Ji promoting his spirit qi professional rank. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had blissful expressions. Both of them had been looking forward to Lu Ji promoting his spirit qi professional rank. Once Lu Ji's spirit qi professional rank was raised, Elegance's power would also increase. It would evolve from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth and gain another ability. This meant that it would be able to produce another kind of insect. The new exclusive skill would allow all the insects it already controlled to become stronger. Moreover, when Elegance became stronger, its control over insect species carcinoma phase would also be strengthened. The insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Ji had transformed through the firefly demon fetuses and regular insect species carcinoma phase would all become more powerful. The increase in the carcinoma phase powers would be the equivalent to the difference between a class 4-dimensional rift and a class 5-dimensional rift. It was a difference that only those who had experienced it could fully comprehend. Lu Ji's spirit qi professional promotion increased his power in a much more well-rounded manner than Lin Yuan's had. Lin Yuan's power was more geared towards the functions of his phase. Lin Yuan did not focus on power when he contracted phase. Rather, he prioritized their functions. But in terms of pure power, Lu Ji was ahead of Lin Yuan. It could be said that it was unlikely that anyone in the world could compete with Lu Ji in terms of power. The title Fifth Day Disaster was not an exaggeration. The mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu tiptoed upstairs while trying to impact their environment as little as possible. The process of a B-rank spirit qi professional evolving to A rank took some time. When Lu Ji was done, he would call out to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and the mother of Bloodbath. Once he returned to his room, Lin Yuan took out the thoughts letter paper and communicated with Bai Qinghuan. When he confirmed that everything was going well with Bai Qinghuan's building of the base, he contacted the Samsara realm dictators stationed in the dimensional worlds. The dimensional life forms had been assigned to different dimensional life forms as troops. The Samsara realm dictators were the generals who led their army of dimensional life forms to battle against the dead spirits. Every Samsara realm dictator had been given a thoughts letter paper. They normally used it to send reports and communicate with Lin Yuan. This made it easier for Lin Yuan to gain an understanding of how the war against the dead spirits was progressing. If Lin Yuan wanted to work, he would have endless options of tasks to work on. In the past, Lin Yuan would have tried his best to do everything himself. But now, he had learned to delegate tasks to others. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and Yin Lin were helping Lin Yuan to keep an eye on the dimensional life forms and the war against the dead spirits. If any issue cropped up, the three of them would immediately alert Lin Yuan. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan had the ability to handle all these tasks himself, it was very time and energy consuming to balance everything on his plate. The dead spirits crisis did not help only Lin Yuan to grow. Every member of the astronomical parliament was also doing their best to improve. Just as Lin Yuan was done being updated on the dimensional life form progress in taking on the dead spirits crisis, someone knocked on his door. Lin Yuan knew that the only person who could be knocking on his door now was Lu Ji, who had successfully promoted his Spirit Ji professional rank. Immediately when he opened his door, Lin Yuan was greeted by the excited Lu Ji. "Lin Yuan, my elegance can finally evolve its grade." Lu Ji had been a pinnacle B-rank Spirit Ji professional for longer than Lin Yuan and Wen Yu combined. Thus, he felt extremely anxious to be able to evolve his phase grades. "Big brother Lu, elegance should be able to evolve to myth breed anytime, right? Why don't we evolve elegance first? We'll eat after that. There are many new restaurants in the royal capital. Long Tao told me about a few that Zhao Xiaochun has praised. When you're done evolving elegance, your insect species carcinoma phase and fairies will need to be evolved. Let's properly increase your power before the Radiance 100 sequence selection." Lu Ji shook his head. "I'm in no rush to increase my power. If the grade is stuck, I won't be able to improve by much, anyway. The chicken drumsticks soaking in abalone juices that I have cooking on the stove has reached a boil. I can make a few more dishes, too. You, Wen Yu, and the mother of Bloodbath haven't had my cooking in some time. I can use this opportunity to show you my new skills. We'll eat, chat, and have a much more comfortable time than if we go out to a restaurant." Lin Yuan did not try to force Lu Ji. What Lu Ji said had been right. Regardless of how anxious he was to increase its power, there was no need to do it right this moment. There were still a few days to go before the Radiance 100 sequence selection took place. This was enough time for Lu Ji to increase the overall power of his phase. "Big brother Lu, we shall trouble you then. Frankly, none of the chefs in the restaurants mentioned by Zhao Xiaochun can ever hold a candle to your skills." Although Lin Yuan was not completely insensitive and possessed a certain emotional quotient, he was not the type to overcompliment others. He only said those things about Lu Ji because this was how he truly felt. Lin Yuan had tasted many famous royal capital restaurants and even experienced a confrontation in the Spirit Food Pavilion. None of the chefs from Kitchen Fragrance Palace who had been taught some of Kitchen Fragrance Pavilion's skills could compete with Lu Ji. The only one who could stand toe-to-toe with Lu Ji was Zhong Ziyi, who had received full knowledge of all of Kitchen Fragrance Palace's skills. If Lu Ji was not a Spirit Ji professional but instead decided to open a restaurant, it would definitely be just as famous as Spirit Food Pavilion. Lu Ji was not the type to show off, but he liked it when Lin Yuan and Wen Yu complimented his culinary skills. He did not cook just to fill the stomachs of his companions. Instead, he wanted to bring them happiness. "Lin Yuan, I have a fair amount of ingredients left. The mother of Bloodbath is a bottomless pit, and Wen Yu also has a large appetite. I will use a secret recipe to cook a 25-kilogram grouper and ribs marinated in seafood and winter bamboo duck soup. Let's have a real feast tonight. We can evolve elegance when we're done eating. I have prepared the genetic model needed to complete the diamond abilities." Lu Ji took out a dragonfly with 6 colored wings and a long tail. This insect species Fei was not foreign to Lin Yuan at all because he was the one who recommended the 6 treasures cloud dragonfly to Lu Ji. Ever since the cage of Brahma insects discovered that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, they showed Lin Yuan every special insect species Fei they nurtured. This was their way of currying favor with him. Lin Yuan did not turn down their gestures, and they eventually presented him with a pleasant surprise. The 6 treasures cloud dragonfly did not have combat abilities, but it was a superior support type Fei. The 6 treasures cloud dragonfly could increase the strength, speed, defense, and elemental energy of several insect species Feys. This meant that it had strengthening effects on both the interior and exterior aspects of Feys. It could strengthen Feys who relied on their bodies for battle, like the execution blade insect and shield ladybugs. It could also benefit Feys who depended on elemental abilities in combat, such as the flowing plasma electricity insect and the electromagnetic chrysalis. Additionally, it could enhance the performance of Feys that utilized elemental powers for scouting, like the lonely night hurricane moth. Lu Ji was always very serious in his selection of the Feys that would become part of Elegance's genetic model. Ever since Lin Yuan helped Lu Ji to obtain the hurricane owlet moth, Lu Ji began using Elegance to take control of insect species carcinoma Feys. He stopped considering any other type of insect species Feys. However, the Fey that would be used to complete Elegance's diamond genetic model also ended up coming from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled at Lu Ji and said, "Big brother Lu, that is a great decision. The 6 treasures cloud dragonfly is very suitable for you. It will not only be able to support Elegance's army of insects. Still, it can also support armies of carcinoma feys and insects, such as the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that relies on its body for battle. Lu Ji summoned Elegance. Elegance gave Lu Ji a peck on his cheek before it hid behind him. Elegance had not seen Lin Yuan in some time. Although it was still familiar with Lin Yuan, it felt shy after seeing him again after such a long time. Lu Ji gave the 6 treasures cloud dragonfly to Elegance. Elegance, this is the fey for your diamond genetic model. You need to complete your abilities first before you can evolve to myth breed. Elegance held the 6 treasures cloud dragonfly to its chest, and it sunk into its body. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Elegance. Fey name, Insect Queen. Fey species, Insect species / fairy species. Fey grade, Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Source / spiritual. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Execution blade insect, 8 hooked insect legs will grow out of the body. The sense of taste, smell, and mouth will be degraded. The insect legs have extremely strong sensing ability. The hooked leg's sharp end has mouths connected to the inner organs. When the legs pierce a target, the mouths will emerge and break through anything hard within the target's body. Vibrating armor ladybug, its back will open and have a strong defense against attacks. Its back will also start to vibrate violently and reflect physical attacks. If targeted by elemental attacks, the vibrating back would be able to dodge a portion of the elemental damage. Flowing plasma electricity insect, the insect will spit out large amounts of plasma that will start to flow. The flowing plasma will have strong paralyzing effects. It will cause long-lasting electric-related damage to the target. Electromagnetic chrysalis, in a chrysalis state, it will be able to speed up the plasma accumulation rate. The plasma will be quickly released. In the moth state, it can use plasma to manipulate electromagnetic fields and control targets from a distance away. Lonely night hurricane moth, flapping its wings can generate strong winds that it can manipulate to attack a target. Its wings will produce special scale powder that perfectly blends with the night or camouflage in the day. 6 treasures cloud dragonfly, it can boost other insect species life forms and increase their speed, strength, defense, as well as storage of energy. When it is necessary, it can become a shield and take on a deadly attack on behalf of one of the feys it has boosted. Exclusive skill. Blast recovery, the insect queen will select a portion of the insects it produced and explode them. The explosion timings can be adjusted based on the positions of the insects. After the blast, the insect queen will regain some of the protein and spiritual power. Swarm frenzy, when the insect swarm is in a frenzied state, its speed will skyrocket. In the frenzied state, the insect swarm will be bloodthirsty and be able to replenish their vitality using the blood within the target. Lin Yuan saw that Elegance now had a 6th ability. Big Brother Lu, Elegance will need to pick another insect species fey for its new genetic model once it evolves to myth breed. I will get in contact with the Cage of Brahma insects and other human federations to gather all precious and special insect species feys. You can pick the most suitable one out of them. Judging from your current situation, you are done choosing all the insect species carcinoma feys to be turned into fairies by the firefly demon fetuses. Since you have made this decision, you should be done picking the direction for Elegance's abilities. Lu Ji nodded seriously. Lu Ji had experienced a period of feeling lost. It was Lin Yuan who gave Lu Ji the chance and courage to persevere in his journey. As he continued to grow, Lu Ji became more aware of the importance of staying strong in his decisions. He already had a clear plan for his future development. If Lin Yuan helped him collect all the precious insect species feys in the world, he would be able to find what he needed. Lin Yuan had just witnessed Wen Yu's improvement. Now, he was witnessing Lu Ji's increase in power. Chapter 2664, Death Cleansing Scale Snake. Every dish Lu Ji made was a favorite of Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and the mother of Bloodbath. During this meal, a significant amount of their stress evaporated. They had all been busy tackling the dead spirits crisis, and it had been a huge drain on their mental constitutions. This was especially so because all 4 of them occupied extremely important roles in the dead spirits crisis. While they ate, the 4 of them sipped on the 3 treasures tea and chatted idly. For the 4 of them, this was one of the few opportunities for respite. At first, Lu Ji did not participate much in the group with Lin Yuan, Gao Feng, Gu Lang, Zhong Ziyi, and the others. But ever since he got to know a few of them better and formed friendships with them, he became interested in the news they sent. Zhong Ziyi, Gu Lang, and he, and Gao Feng have all promoted their spirit chi professional rank. Zhong Ziyi's fiery sky ho fused with tens of special strange flames, and its bloodline has transformed. It might be able to kill other myth breed feys with just its breath now. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. Zhongzi is not the only one whose power has increased significantly. Gulang's cuttlefish of days past's bloodline has also evolved after it evolved to myth breed. I heard that Zhongzi and Gulang had a fight, but it ended in a draw. Wen Yu was not especially interested in what Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were talking about. She was not close with Zhongzi, Gulang, and the rest. Gao Feng was the one she was the most familiar with. She could not beat Zhongzi and Gulang with brawn, but they might not be a match for her in terms of strategic significance, even if they joined forces. Now, Wen Yu no longer felt inferior to anyone. Lu Ji was also aware of the event that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Zhongzi and Gulang never failed to test their skills against each other whenever the opportunity arose. All of them had encountered various different opportunities in the past year and achieved astonishing leaps in power. Aside from Lin Yuan, Lu Ji was also looking forward to battling Zhongzi, Gulang, and the rest. However, regardless of how much they had improved, it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat him. After he contracted the special insect species carcinoma phase, he was able to establish his formation much faster than he used to. The four of them chatted until nightfall, and Lu Ji did not ask Lin Yuan to help him evolve elegance to myth breed. Lu Ji asked himself if he was able to handle the world cleansing. Elegance was the only source-type life form he had truly contracted. However, the insect species carcinoma phase and fairies elegance controlled also needed to be evolved alongside elegance. Lu Ji did not want to waste too much of Lin Yuan's time. It would take at least a day or two to evolve elegance as well as all the entities it controlled. It was true that Lin Yuan was busy. The army of 100 questions beasts had just produced a type of healing type fey that could neutralize death aura. Although it had not shown overwhelmingly positive results during the experiments, just like the dead decay earthworm, it could help take some of the strain off the humans. At the very least, it would reduce the shrinkage of the troops caused by death aura infections. Lin Yuan intended to nurture these healing type feys as soon as possible and deliver them to the Moon Empress so she could distribute them to the Radiance Federation's creation masters, who would then nurture them on a large scale. This was so the healing type spirit chi professionals would be able to contract them as soon as possible. This was far more important than Lin Yuan going with Lu Ji to evolve his feys. If he was even slightly late, it could lead to the deaths of thousands of the Radiance Federation's troops. With White Speak by Lu Ji's side to protect him, elegance and other carcinoma feys would definitely have no problems during their evolutions. When Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Genius and the feys were already waiting for him next to the work table. The fey was a snake that was around 1 meter long and had grey and green patterns on its body. It was extremely active and slithered around the work table without stopping. Genius had to grab it with its tail to prevent it from slithering off of the work table. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the small snake. He saw that its ability, Healing Cleansing, could indeed neutralize death aura. However, the small snake's healing method was to bite the area infected by death aura and suck it out. One would have to be bitten by this small snake to be healed by it. This was an even more ridiculous method than being slathered in the spitting turtle dove's spit. In order to test its skills, Lin Yuan slit his palm and injected death aura into the wound. It did not take long before the flesh on Lin Yuan's left forearm turned brown. The pain of the infection caused Lin Yuan to shudder. Genius' heart ached as it watched Lin Yuan. But there was no denying that this was the best method to test the death cleansing scale snake's healing abilities. Lin Yuan had the human bloodline. If the test was done on a fey like the blackback mountain boar, predicting the healing effects on humans would be difficult. Lin Yuan grabbed the death cleansing scale snake and held it to his palm. Before Lin Yuan could instruct Genius to communicate with the death cleansing scale snake, it began eagerly latching to his palm. This caused Lin Yuan to look surprised. Obviously, the death cleansing scale snake was very attracted to death aura. Otherwise, the death cleansing scale snake would not be acting this thirsty toward Lin Yuan's palm, which had been infected by death aura. Even a starving wolf would not eat the flesh infected by death aura. The creation masters had confirmed this. Genius looked at the death cleansing scale snake that was biting Lin Yuan's hand. His brown hand started to return to its original color. Genius said to Lin Yuan, "Yuan, the army of 100 questions beasts have been testing how different healing type feys react to death aura. They have only found 4 feys that aren't averse to death aura. I conducted many experiments on these feys using death aura. The other 3 couldn't hold on and died within 2 days. Only the tree-scaled snake, the most normal healing type fey of them all, mutated and transformed into the death cleansing scale snake. Almost every tree-scaled snake I experimented on mutated. So it wasn't due to one tree-scaled snake being an anomaly. The death cleansing scale snake's method of healing is a little violent, but it does get the job done. After all of the research done by the army of 100 questions beasts, the death cleansing scale snake has shown the best results. Genius was very serious when it explained the process of nurturing the death cleansing scale snake to Lin Yuan. It needed to wait for him to decide whether to use the death cleansing scale snake. Lin Yuan had used his own body to test the death cleansing scale snake's healing effects. After his experiment, Lin Yuan was satisfied with the death cleansing scale snake's healing abilities. Regardless of anything else, the death cleansing scale snake was able to cleanse death aura from an infection. It could even heal the wound on top of neutralizing the death aura. In terms of its effects, the death cleansing scale snake was satisfactory. It was likely that the troops submerged in danger would not mind letting the death cleansing scale snake bite them. Genius, leave 10 of the death cleansing scale snakes as samples and pack up the others. As it was a snake species fey, the death cleansing scale snake could not reproduce as quickly as the dead decay earthworm. But after being nurtured by the creation masters, every female snake could lay eggs at least 4 times annually. This meant that its reproduction rate would be increased by 30 to 40 times. Moreover, if they used death aura to nurture the tree-scaled snakes, they could obtain an endless supply of the death cleansing scale snakes. The death cleansing scale snakes that were produced through reproduction, as well as mutation, would all be sent into the battleground once they evolved to gold grade. Yuan, give me 10 minutes. I have around 5,000 of these mutated death cleansing scale snakes. I expected them to be able to make some sort of positive impact, so I instructed the army of 100 questions beasts to evolve them to bronze/legend using spirit chi crystals. They should be done evolving in another 20 minutes. Lin Yuan carried Genius and said seriously, Genius, let me thank you on behalf of all humans. If these 5,000 bronze/legend death cleansing scale snakes were delivered to the healing type spirit chi professionals, it would save at least 5,000 lives. Lin Yuan would evolve the death cleansing scale snakes slightly more before he distributed them to the Radiance Federation's spirit chi professionals. The death cleansing scale snake would be the main source of strength for healing troops before a better alternative for healing and neutralizing death aura was found. Genius leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Yuan, you don't have to be so polite with me. I am not that noble. I only did so because I understand how you think. Genius was a 100 questions beast that had been scorned from the moment it was born and was almost abandoned. The first person to show it warmth was Lin Yuan. Hence, everything that Genius did was for Lin Yuan's sake. If Lin Yuan did not care about whether humans lived or died, Genius would not care either. Suddenly, a thought struck Genius, and it said seriously, Yuan, I discovered that the death cleansing scale snake has a strong affiliation with water. The tree-scaled snake is already able to live in water. I believe that the death cleansing scale snake will also be useful to the sea clans. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It would be great if that was true. If it were, many sea life forms would be healed and saved. However, Lin Yuan would not immediately give the death cleansing scale snake to the sea clans. He first had to ensure that there were enough for the humans. He would only help the sea clans once he ensured that there were enough death cleansing scale snakes to meet the humans' needs. After the 5,000 bronze/legend death cleansing scale snakes were stored in a diamond fey storage box and handed to Lin Yuan, he went to the Radiant Moon Palace and gave the diamond fey storage box to the Moon Empress. When the Moon Empress looked inside the fey storage box, she could not stop excitement from blossoming on her face. Lin Yuan had just provided the dead decay earthworm and solved one of the Radiance Federation's issues. After only a few days, he nurtured a healing type fey that could cleanse death aura. From now on, the Radiance Federations no longer had to research feys. All they needed to do was nurture the death cleansing scale snake. The dead spirits crisis had only just begun, but 2 of the biggest issues had already been solved. Now that medical treatment was handled, the humans could begin truly tussling with the dead spirits. During the last Imperial meeting, the Moon Empress had decided to reduce the number of subsequent Imperial meetings. After all they would do during the Imperial meetings was discuss the same issues that could not be solved. The Radiance Federation's royalties' time would be better spent handling sudden emergencies. But now that they had the death cleansing scale snake, it was necessary to hold another Imperial meeting. The Radiance Federation's royalty would have to work together to distribute the death cleansing scale snakes. The first batch of spirit chi professionals to contract the death cleansing scale snakes would be the cream of the crop. The death-cleansing scale snakes would also have to be distributed to the other human federations once it was ensured that there were enough to go around in the Radiance Federation. Given that the humans were on the brink of life and death, it was not the time to gatekeep and be selfish. The Moon Empress did not say anything else to Lin Yuan. Instead, she hurriedly left to hold the imperial meeting. The Moon Empress knew that she needed to enable the healing-type spirit chi professionals to contract the death-cleansing scale snakes as soon as possible to protect the Radiance Federation's troops to the greatest extent. Lin Yuan's job was done now that he had handed the death-cleansing scale snakes to the Moon Empress. What happened next would be up to the operating system in the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, Lu Ji had already left to evolve Elegance. Elegance's evolution went swimmingly. It had already evolved to Suzerain 1/Myth 1. Elegance and the other insect species Carcinoma phase had managed to fend off the world-cleansing attacks, so none of them made contact with Elegance's body. This was the first time that Whitespeak was learning about Lu Ji's combat style. This combat style reminded Whitespeak of the insect queens in the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. But in actuality, the insect queens could not produce insects as quickly as Lu Ji could. Lu Ji focused on sensing the exclusive skills Elegance gained after evolving to Myth breed. Lu Ji was very happy with both of Elegance's exclusive skills. Lu Ji had been afraid that after Elegance evolved, the exclusive skills it gained would not suit his chosen path. This was the reason for Wang Zhong needing to make fundamental changes. But even after 6 months, he still did not manage to find a suitable new combat style. As a result, his combat power fell significantly. After sensing Elegance's exclusive skills, Lu Ji finally relaxed. At the same time, he was filled with prodigious joy. Chapter 2665, Gathering in the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lu Ji would only leave the outskirts of the royal capital and return to the Return from Faraway Mansion a day later. Elegance's evolution to Myth breed allowed it to gain an exclusive skill that was very helpful for combat. The insect species Carcinoma phase under its control had also all increased in power. His increase in power made Lu Ji even more excited to battle Lin Yuan. Lu Ji knew that when it came to power, he could never hope to compare to Lin Yuan. He only wanted so badly to battle with Lin Yuan because he wanted to prove his determination. Lu Ji wanted to show Lin Yuan how he had improved. This was the same way that Wen Yu felt pressed to demonstrate her strategic value. With the exclusive skill that Elegance gained, Lu Ji's insect species Carcinoma phase and the fairies had changed in ways that might be able to cause Lin Yuan to stumble during battle. When Lin Yuan returned from the Radiant Moon Palace yesterday, he received a call from Gao Feng. "Ah Yuan, I didn't expect you to have done so much while I was in seclusion. I just came out of seclusion. Let's have a get-together. I haven't had Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji's cooking in a very long time. I miss them so much. Lu Ji is with you, right? I will get in contact with Zhong Ziyi. If we are all available, we can have a meal together." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "No problem. We went to Zhong Ziyi's place the last time. Let's do it at my place this time." Lin Yuan could tell that Gao Feng had not changed at all. He did not feel hostility toward him and was still his old self. Frankly, Lin Yuan was also missing Zhong Ziyi, Gao Feng, and the rest. They could use this opportunity to have a proper gathering before they headed to the Radiance Sacred Hall. Since Lin Yuan had set his mansion as the location for this gathering, it meant that he was the host. Lin Yuan intended to contact Gu Lang, and he, and his new friend Xiaoqing to invite them to this gathering at the Return from Faraway Mansion. They could decide for themselves if they wanted to come. They should all be very busy at such a time. Lin Yuan would not force them to come if they could not make the time. When Gao Feng heard what Lin Yuan said, he smiled and said, "It looks like we'll be able to enjoy another feast of flavor. I heard that Zhong Ziyi had improved substantially. He is probably preparing to fight you and Xiaoqing for a spot as a Radiance envoy." Gao Feng spoke in a very casual tone. This was because he had no intention of vying for a spot as a Radiance envoy. He did not have the power to allow him to do so, even if he wanted to. Additionally, just like Wen Yu, he was already unofficially selected as a Radiance Knight. He was also irreplaceable due to the memory-consuming 8 tunes box. As a support-type spirit chi professional, he only needed to ensure he had abilities that no one could replicate or replace. There was no need for him to come up with ways to defeat enemies because support-type spirit chi professionals always went into battle with a team, and the team needed to protect their support-type teammates. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. He was already standing at the top of the main world and was the savior of the main world. It was possible that even the Moon Empress would not be a match for him in combat. Hence, there was no question that he could secure one of the Radiance Envoy spots. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress wanted him to become a Radiance Envoy and also intended to do so. As a transmigrator born into this world, Lin Yuan already saw himself as a part of the Radiance Federation. He had already decided to take on the duty of safeguarding the Radiance Federation back when he first participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He had upheld that decision ever since then. After hanging up the call with Gao Feng, he received a call from Zhong Ziyi before he could call Gulang and He. When he picked up the call, Lin Yuan heard Zhong Ziyi's happy voice on the other end. The more he got to know Zhong Ziyi, the more he felt that Zhong Ziyi had schizophrenic tendencies. This was not a wrongful accusation. Those who understood Zhong Ziyi would think that he was cold and aloof. This made people want to stay far away. But once one got to know Zhong Ziyi better, one would realize that he had a cold exterior but warm interior. Normally, those with cold exteriors and warm interiors were like cups of warm water. However, Zhong Ziyi was more like a cup of lava. Lin Yuan only saw Zhong Ziyi as a friend, but he had no idea that Zhong Ziyi saw him in a special way. His curse had afflicted Zhong Ziyi for a very long time. Lin Yuan was the one who saved him from this curse. But as he spent more time with Lin Yuan, he found himself becoming more taken with Lin Yuan's personality. Otherwise, he would not see Lin Yuan with the same level of importance as Gulang after only knowing each other for such a short time. Lin Yuan, congratulations on all your achievements and improvements. You will soon become a Radiance Envoy and participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. You'll probably be setting off for the Radiance Sacred Hall the day after tomorrow. I was just on the phone with Gao Feng. Since we have time now, why don't we all gather together? It'll also give you the chance to taste my upgraded skills. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Zhong Ziyi, you can come anytime. You can stay here too. Big brother Lu has just become an A-rank Spirit Chu professional. He is currently increasing the power of elegance and his other insect species carcinoma phase. He'll only be back later. Gao Feng will be here tomorrow. I will also contact Gulang, and He, and Xiaoqing. On the other end of the call, Zhong Ziyi was beaming toothily. If Chef Supreme saw Zhong Ziyi now, he would definitely wonder if his disciple had hit his head and was experiencing mental issues. He had never seen him smile like this in all his years of knowing Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan, Gulang, and He are with me. I'll take the two of them over with me. They are insisting that I train with them. Previously, He had not been on good terms with Gulang and Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan brought them together and allowed them to slowly turn from enemies to friends. It could be said that Lin Yuan was the center of the group. Zhong Ziyi paused momentarily before continuing, we aren't too familiar with Xiaoqing. You can contact her. Zhong Ziyi was telling the truth. He, Gulang, and He were not close to Xiaoqing. This was because she never used to take them seriously. She had extremely high standards and never thought much of them. She only noticed Lu Ji because Lu Ji had protected Cold Frost City. The only ones Xiaoqing took seriously were Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. If anyone else called to invite her, she would definitely turn them down. But not if the call came from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan just mentioned that Lu Ji had become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional and that elegance had evolved to myth breed. Elegance was a very unreasonable fey. It was the only fey that Lu Ji could contract. When its grade was low, it had been very weak. But once it evolved to gold grade and its three abilities allowed it to control and produce armies of insects, its power became astonishing. Otherwise, Lu Ji would never have been able to become part of the Radiance 100 sequence with just one fey. When elegance evolved to myth breed, every insect that elegance controlled skyrocketed in power. Zhong Ziyi could not be fully confident that he would be able to defeat Lu Ji's suzerain/myth insect queen. Moreover, elegance was no longer Lu Ji's strongest source of power. Lu Ji's true source of power were the diamond alien insects and myth breed insect species fairies. Zhong Ziyi was envious of his friend's improvements but never resented them. Zhong Ziyi had remained by Chef Supreme's side for the entire month before his lifespan was supposed to come to an end. Zhong Ziyi thought that Chef Supreme was going to leave him, and he had been devastated and miserable. To him, Chef Supreme's death was no different from the death of his parents, as he had grown up by Chef Supreme's side. Zhong Ziyi had a strong will, but he could not help but cry when he was alone at night. Later, the Radiant Moon Palace sent over a fey called the Lifespan Mouse. Once Chef Supreme formed a contract with it, his lifespan was no longer limited. Zhong Ziyi later found out that the Lifespan Mouse had come from Lin Yuan. This caused Zhong Ziyi to feel even more grateful to Lin Yuan. I will go and get more ingredients. I know what all of you like to eat. If the mother of bloodbath is there too, I can prepare some roast meat too. Otherwise, the little dishes I make might not be enough to satisfy the mother of bloodbath's appetite. Zhong Ziyi had a vivid memory of the mother of bloodbath's appetite. Unlike Lu Ji, Zhong Ziyi was not used to making dishes with large portions. He preferred making small, intricate dishes that were always a feast for the eyes. The dishes he made could usually be finished with one mouthful. As a result, no one felt full and was always left wanting more after eating his dishes. Luckily, he always made a large variety to ensure his guests were full. The only thing that Zhong Ziyi could think of that would satisfy the mother of bloodbath's appetite was roasting a large animal. Due to the relationship between Zhong Ziyi and Lin Yuan, he immensely respected the mother of bloodbath after discovering it was Lin Yuan's path protector. He began seeing the mother of bloodbath as his senior. Otherwise, he would never consider the mother of bloodbath's feelings when he was preparing ingredients. Phone calls were not soundproof. With the mother of bloodbath's power, it easily overheard Zhong Ziyi and Lin Yuan's conversation. When it heard that Zhong Ziyi was coming over, the mother of bloodbath could not help but become excited, and its gluttonous spirit sparked to life. Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji were equals when it came to their culinary skills. The mother of bloodbath loved both of their food. After it became used to Lu Ji's food, the mother of bloodbath only became interested in other food if it came from Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan, I'll go and see Zhong Ziyi so I can help him carry the items. Lin Yuan knew what the mother of bloodbath was thinking and plotting. It was worried that Lu Ji would not prepare sufficient ingredients or that the ingredients would not suit its tastes. Lu Ji was almost done evolving his feys. The mother of bloodbath could use this opportunity to indulge as much as it wanted. Lu Ji had already made more dishes than usual last night, and all of them had been large portions. However, it had still not been enough for the mother of bloodbath. Zhong Ziyi heard the mother of bloodbath's voice through his call with Lin Yuan. Thus, he asked Lin Yuan for the mother of bloodbath's number. Once he was done with his call with Lin Yuan, Zhong Ziyi called the mother of bloodbath and arranged for a place to meet. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan called Xiaoqing and invited her. Ever since the dead spirits' wells were constructed, Xiaoqing had been busy battling the dead spirits. She was only forced to return to her usual residence because she needed to participate in the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence selection and would have to report to Radiance Sacred Hall 2 days later. Xiaoqing would never have agreed if an invitation had come from anyone else at such a time because she felt that the time would be better spent killing more dead spirits. But since the invitation was coming from Lin Yuan, it was a different story. At first, Xiaoqing had only been curious about Lin Yuan. She wondered how he had managed to acquire all his power at his young age. Only when Lin Yuan killed the freedom envoy Lu Yifan she formed a positive impression of him. When the positive emotions settled, Xiaoqing first thought that she had developed romantic feelings for him. This caused her to panic slightly. But after she cleared her mind, she realized that her emotions did not come from a place of romance but rather deep respect. This respect had only just taken root in Xiaoqing, and Lin Yuan went on to accomplish many great things. All the great things he did nurtured the respect she felt into a towering tree. To only discuss recent events, Xiaoqing personally experienced the dangers of battling the dead spirits and understood the Radiance Federation's troops' circumstances better than anyone else. The environment concentrated with death aura stripped away all of the troops' vivacity, and after the death spirits injured them, the death aura contaminated their bodies. Since regular healing type phase could not heal these injuries, they had no choice but to amputate the contaminated parts or resign themselves to death. Xiaoqing had been very stressed about this. Yet, Lin Yuan managed to solve both of these issues within the short span of a week. How could a person like this not draw respect out of Xiaoqing? I only just returned from the dead spirits' wells. I'll go over to see you once I clean myself up. I can't cook, but I can bring some ingredients. Xiaoqing was not good at expressing herself. However, she felt just as grateful to Lin Yuan as Zhong Ziyi did. This was because Lin Yuan had saved her grandfather, her only remaining family. After he invited Xiaoqing, Lin Yuan stretched. At this moment, Lin Yuan intended to rest and have a good time with his friends. He would wait calmly for Tower Cannon to make their move. Chapter 2666, Epic God Palace and the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had his own reasons for making such a prediction. Tower Cannon had been recuperating in the shadow for thousands of years and only just managed to implement their sleepers' revival plan. They must have anticipated many of these present issues. Given that they could not allow the sleeper's revival plan to end before achieving its purpose, they had to have more moves they were waiting to use. Lin Yuan's approach towards taking on his enemies was always to address the issues as they cropped up. Hence, he did not fear Tower Cannon at this present moment. When Tower Cannon made their move, it would also allow Lin Yuan to get a better look at their true capabilities. He would eventually have to take them on. He was already prepared to face the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon in battle. Xiaoqing, you don't have to bring any ingredients. Just come and eat. Zhongzi has gone with the Mother of Bloodbath to get ingredients. With the Mother of Bloodbath buying the ingredients, they will definitely end up with more than they need. Xiaoqing did not insist and said, I'll go over once I'm done packing. Xiaoqing was the straightforward type, so she did not stay on the line to chat with Lin Yuan. She knew of the Mother of Bloodbath. But when she was first acquainted with the Mother of Bloodbath, she had no idea that the Mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. Instead, she knew it as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Lin Yuan was also the reason for the alliance formed between the Radiance Federation and Heavenly Family Cottage. With Xiaoqing's position and status, it was not difficult for her to find out such information. She could no longer measure just how much Lin Yuan had done for the Radiance Federation. At first, the only role models in Xiaoqing's mind were her parents and grandfather. Now, she had another Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the idol of many youths in the Radiance Federation, but Xiaoqing would never lose sight of her aim as a fan. She would only silently try to follow in his footsteps. She would not try to outdo him, just to become someone like him. After inviting Xiaoqing, Lin Yuan yawned. He had been busy and on the edge for many days. A few days of rest were like a luxury to him. Lin Yuan was not the type who could live without working. While he was waiting for his friends in the return from faraway mansion, Lin Yuan communicated with Bai Qinghuan and Qin Yu through the thoughts letter paper. They told him about the progress of the construction of the fortresses in the dimensional worlds. After the elemental paper evolved to suzerain/myth, Wen Yu left to see Mystic Moon so she could tell him about her new abilities. Paper World Carrier was extremely important to the Radiance Federation now. Both the Death Cleansing Scale Snakes and Dead Decay Earthworms needed to go through a logistical process to be dispatched. These resources were delivered by humans who always had to perform careful checks to ensure that nothing was wrong before they could be delivered to the next stage. There were no problems with this method, but the efficiency was lowered. With a lower efficiency, it could cost the lives of many troops who were fighting by the Dead Spirits' wells. These issues would be eliminated by using Paper World Carrier to transport the Death Cleansing Scale Snakes and Dead Decay Earthworms. Wen Yu would be able to quickly deliver the resources to the troops on the front line. Mystic Moon was shocked, to say the least, after he learned of Wen Yu's ability. He had already been stunned by the elemental paper's previous abilities. Yet, it was able to bring him an even greater surprise after evolving into suzerain/myth. Mystic Moon immediately reported Wen Yu's new abilities to the Moon Empress. After learning of this, the Moon Empress immediately instructed Wen Yu to send out the Death Cleansing Scale Snakes and Dead Decay Earthworms that the Creation Masters had nurtured. This was originally a very large undertaking. But with the elemental paper's Paper World Carrier, Wen Yu could easily complete this job. She was not at all challenged by merely delivering resources. Wen Yu returned to the return from faraway mansion once she was done with the task. When she returned, Lu Ji was still not back from evolving the phase. However, Zhongzi, Gulang, and he, and the Mother of Bloodbath had all arrived. The three of them had initially intended to buy more ingredients. But when they saw how the Mother of Bloodbath was picking ingredients, they realized that their idea of more was not the same as that of the Mother of Bloodbath. Its idea of less already exceeded its idea of more. As the Mother of Bloodbath swept through the market for ingredients, they quickly filled up half of a diamond phase storage box. Zhongzi gulped when he saw this. Even if he worked his hardest and used all the skills that Kitchen Fragrance Palace had imparted to him to turn these ingredients into dishes, he would not be done using all of them even after working in the Return from Faraway Mansion's kitchen for 5 decades. Zhongzi had always known that he was a good cook. Gulang always gobbled down large portions of food that he made. But Gulang's appetite was not considered large compared to the Mother of Bloodbath. Unbeknownst to Zhongzi, the Mother of Bloodbath had already held itself back. At the thought of Zhongzi and Lu Ji's cooking skills, the Mother of Bloodbath wanted to eat everything and anything they could make. After all, there was unlikely to be any ingredient in this world that the two of them did not know how to turn into a dish. There were no disadvantages to buying more, just to be prepared. When the three of them saw Wen Yu, they greeted her before Zhongzi made a beeline to the kitchen and began preparing his feast. When the three of them saw Lin Yuan, they could not stop themselves from taking turns to hug him. After being reunited with their friends after such a long time apart, all of them were overwhelmed with emotions. A merry gathering began in the return from faraway mansion. Xiaoqing arrived soon after Wen Yu returned. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, an ancient castle on an island was swallowed by a dimensional rift leaking black miasma. The concentrated death aura flowed in all directions and rapidly withered everything alive on the island. 8 strange figures were sniffing the air with yearning. The death aura that was extremely lethal to living creatures was nourishment for these 8 figures. After the 8 of them spent a long time tasting the death aura, third page Violet Light Green tossed a bright red fruit in one hand as she said with amusement, "The humans have indeed produced a hero. They are actually able to control all of the dimensional life forms from the dimensional worlds to fend off the dead spirits. I underestimated life forms from these 5-dimensional worlds. They managed to consume the death aura and turn it into nutrients. If we don't do something, the dead spirits crisis will come to a standstill." While she spoke, third page Violet Light Green did not look anxious at all. Rather, her tone contained derision. 7th page Concubine Winding narrowed her eyes and said nonchalantly, "The humans probably think that they have won this stage of the dead spirits crisis. The humans sure are naive. They can hold back the dead spirits from invading by laying down the metal-type stone boards. Using the dead spirits' wells can funnel and redirect the dead spirits. The humans' actions are indeed helpful for this initial stage of the dead spirits' revival. But in another 2 months, the dead spirits will explode out, and it won't be as easy for the humans to stop them then. Let's continue trying to fuse the dead world with this Class 2 world. As long as the dead world becomes connected to this Class 2 world, we will be able to open the death dimensional rift in this world anytime. Then, the humans will truly find out what it means to be swarmed by dead spirits." First page Crimson could not help but frown. 7th page Concubine Winding was not the type to behave ostentatiously, but she despised humans with every fiber of her being. This was because she came from a higher class world. It was natural for her to look down on life forms from a lower class world. First page Crimson had felt the same way when he first woke up. However, first page Crimson recently had gotten the increasingly strong feeling that something was wrong. There was no way for humans from a Class 1 world to surpass the boundaries of a Class 1 world. The hero that third page Violet Light Green mentioned should not exist in this main world. This was an anomaly for a Class 1 world. Usually, for a Class 1 world to fuse with a dimensional world, a Class 6 dimensional rift would have to open in the Class 1 world and lead to a catastrophe. Eventually, the energy from the 2 worlds would connect, and repeated calamities would guide the dimensional worlds to combine with the Class 1 world. This was why every Class 2 world needed to recuperate for a very long time before it could begin thriving. Otherwise, there would be no need for the sky beyond the clouds, which had the duty of maintaining order in the worlds to protect Class 2 worlds. But this Class 1 world was far too peculiar that first page Crimson could not help but come up with a suspicion. Seeing as things were progressing exactly along his suspicions, first page Crimson could not help but say, "We can't let our guard down. I suspect that other life forms from higher class worlds have arrived in this world and are putting up obstacles for us. How else could a Class 1 world undergo such momentous changes in just 2 years? This is a key juncture during the main world's fusion with the dead world. We can't leave now. Otherwise, I would personally go to investigate the Radiance Federation and find out if someone is supporting them." First page Crimson's words caused second page Warbler Candle to frown slightly. Second page Warbler Candle was the second one of the 8 pages to wake up after first page Crimson. She had even investigated and observed this Class 1 world on first page Crimson's behalf. She believed that the Radiance 100 sequence selection was when all the changes began. One of the young men from the Radiance Federation had distinguished himself during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Second page Warbler Candle could not help but shake her head when this thought entered her mind. That young man was not even a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. He was only able to defeat his opponents by using his mermaid bloodline. Second page Warbler Candle had seen everything clearly through second page Revival. That young man was not the only person in the main world who had evolved his bloodline using the mermaid bloodline. The Goddess of Mercy was another example. Second page Warbler Candle just could not find it in herself to attribute all the changes in the Class 1 world to Lin Yuan. But it was true that it was only after the Radiance 100 sequence selection that the Radiance Federation transformed its position and managed to overtake the Freedom Federation to become the dominant faction of the main world. Second page Warbler Candle could not understand how the Heavenly Family Cottage and the vast sea labyrinth were suddenly on such good terms with the Radiance Federation. The old fellow from the Radiance Federation had indeed set his spirit fire alight, but the Heavenly Family Cottage and vast sea labyrinth were on a completely different level. While second page Warbler Candle was frowning and deep in contemplation, fourth page Cavity Orchid said indifferently, "Crimson, don't you think you're overthinking? When we first arrived in this world, it sensed our presence, and the world willpower sealed off this world. So no one else could have come to this Class 1 world after us. They would have already eliminated us if they could break the world willpower. How could they allow us to awaken from our slumber? Crimson, you have become careful and cautious ever since Epic God Palace defeated us. This isn't beneficial for our objective of invading this Class 1 world." Second page Warbler Candle never got along with first page Crimson. Second page Warbler Candle always liked watching the other 8 pages disparaging first page Crimson. But at this moment, second page Warbler Candle felt that fourth page Cavity Orchid's thoughts were too simple. Second page Warbler Candle did not want to side with first page Crimson, but her thoughts aligned more with his. At the same time, she wanted the other 8 pages to take the faction behind the Radiance Federation seriously. Second page Warbler Candle decided to bring up Epic God Palace. "We don't know what Epic God Palace's motives are for remaining in this Class 1 world. It's clear that they don't belong here. Since they arrived here before we did, do you think they're behind the anomalies?" Second page Warbler Candle's words had a greater effect than first page Crimson's words. The previous encounter with Epic God Palace had caused the 8 pages of Tower Cannon to become extremely fearful of them. It was true that Epic God Palace had not interfered even once in the Sleepers' revival plan. But this did not mean that they were not secretly helping the Radiance Federation. If this matter was really related to Epic God Palace, it would be very bad for Tower Cannon. Fifth page Falling Rainbow was silent for a moment before she said, "I think we should try making contact with Epic God Palace so we can get a better idea of what they want from the main world. If both our goals are in agreement, they might be able to help us." Sixth page Wave Glow scoffed. "Do you really think that Epic God Palace will be willing to work with us? If you think it's possible, you can be the one to make contact with them. I hope you manage to win their cooperation." Sixth page Wave Glow resented fifth page Falling Rainbow because the incident she and second page Warbler Candle had caused had set the Sleepers' revival plan back by thousands of years. Sixth page Wave Glow was about to retort when she was interrupted by eighth. Chapter 2667, The Main World's Protector. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Eighth page Eyeshadow rarely spoke, but each time she did, she said things that the other 8 pages could not ignore. "That's right. It's just as Eyeshadow says. The relationship between Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace can never be mended. The only way would be if Tower Cannon had never targeted Eyeshadow all those years ago. Tower Cannon still doesn't understand Epic God Palace's full capabilities. Given the circumstances, there's no way that Tower Cannon can take on Epic God Palace. I only hope that Tower Cannon's actions don't lead Epic God Palace to come up with any ideas or think we are trying to ruin their original plans. Otherwise, Tower Cannon and Epic God Palace will have to clash once again." A moment later, first page Crimson said, "Since we know that there's no way back, we need to make sure that we get it right. Let's teach the life forms of this world that resistance is futile." While first page Crimson spoke, the enormous crevice behind him continued to leak death aura that contaminated the main world's roots. Slowly, the rift became quieter, as though it was emulating the foreboding calm before the storm. By the time Lu Ji returned to the return from faraway mansion, it was already abuzz with activity. After greeting Gao Feng, Xiaoqing, Gulang, and Anhe, Lu Ji entered the kitchen to join Zhong Ziyi. The mother of Bloodbath's mouth watered as it watched Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji. Zhong Ziyi and Lu Ji worked very well together. Every time they finished cooking a dish, they would take out a portion of it to keep the mother of Bloodbath at bay. The mother of Bloodbath happily snacked on what they gave it while Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Gao Feng, Gulang, and Xiaoqing began chatting on the sofa. This was the first time that Xiaoqing was making Wen Yu's acquaintance, but she was always friendly towards girls. Furthermore, Xiaoqing understood Wen Yu's abilities and knew that she was in charge of delivering information to the entire Radiance Federation. It was also she who had solved the Radiance Federation's resource transportation issues. Xiaoqing could not help but be curious about Wen Yu. Suddenly, a feeling arose in Xiaoqing, and she looked at Lin Yuan. It seemed as though everyone in his orbit was exceptional. Previously, Wen Yu was merely a moon attendant working in the Radiant Moon Palace. She did not possess any capabilities that allowed her to stand out. But after meeting Lin Yuan, she managed to transform completely in just 2 years. The moon attendants were chosen by the Radiant Moon Palace's 4T attendants. The 4T attendants had a very good eye for talents. If Wen Yu was truly this amazing, they would not have kept her as a regular moon attendant. With this thought, Xiaqing quickly shook her head. She did not know how Lin Yuan managed to grow to such an extent, but she still saw him as the same person he had been a year ago during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. And he took a few sips of the 3 treasures tea. Lin Yuan, your tea tastes much better than my master's tea. The osmanthus flavor is fragrant and strong without being bitter. It also has refreshing capabilities. Having a cup of this by the window during winter would be absolute bliss. And he was not exaggerating. This was genuinely how he felt. Wen Yu was the one who had created the 3 treasures tea. Its name came from the 3 ingredients it was made of. Wen Yu had conducted many experiments before she finally decided to toss in the dried flowers of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus to complement the bitterness. The pairing of the osmanthus flower and plum flowers made the drink even smoother and more refreshing. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus flower petals also provided an invigorating effect. Lin Yuan's cinnabar sweet osmanthus grew up in the pure land of bliss and was nourished by the pure spirit chi for a few months before he brought it to the return from faraway mansion. It could be said that very few feys in the world could produce resources that the cinnabar sweet osmanthus could. And he only started working hard recently. In the past, he would never leave the house if he could help it. When he was at home, his favorite activity was to drink tea and look out the window at the scenery. As he sensed his recent growth, and he felt rather regretful. If only he had not been so laid back in the past, he would already have reached a much higher level than he was now. Presently, there was still a gap between himself and Zhongzi and Gulang. With this thought, and he could not help but sigh heavily. Otherwise, given his character, he would already have asked Gulang and Zhongzi to train with him. Wen Yu could not help but smile when she heard and he praised the 3 treasures tea. She was very proud of the 3 treasures tea, and both Lin Yuan and Lu Ji liked drinking it. Amidst her day-to-day activities, regardless of how busy she was, she would produce a batch of 3 treasures tea whenever she got her hands on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers. Lin Yuan said happily, Wen Yu is the one who concocted the 3 treasures tea. If you like it, she can give you some before you leave. And he, how has your growth been coming along? If anyone else had asked him this question, and he might not respond honestly. But since it came from Lin Yuan, and he, 110 not try to hide anything, Anna replied, Lin Yuan, you know of all my feys. They need pure earth elemental energy in order to evolve their bloodlines. Master has been very busy trying to achieve a breakthrough. With scarce resources, they have all gone to him to help him in this endeavor. My power hasn't increased by much since we last met, but I have improved my combat skills. And his voice sounded rather bitter. When he was picking out his feys, he had only thought about picking the strongest ones. He had not considered the difficulty of nurturing them at all. And his words resonated with Gulang as he was facing the same situation with his feys. But he had the advantage of having Bamboo Monarch, a Class 5 creation master, as his master. Bamboo Monarch had provided him with significant help. Otherwise, it would also be difficult for him to increase his power. Xiaqing did not react much. Her increase in power had also been stalled due to a lack of resources, but she was already accustomed to this. After fighting on the front lines for so long, she understood the world's ways and how precious high-class creation master resources were. The creation masters were always the irreplaceable kingpins of the world as they were the only ones who could produce resources and create experts. Gao Feng was the member of the group who was the most familiar with Lin Yuan. It was clear that Lin Yuan had asked he this question because he wanted to help them after hearing about their needs. Gao Feng had not made many friends in his life. Being born to a top faction, Gao Feng had watched people scheme and play tricks all his life. Many of his fellow faction members had parted ways after plotting against each other. Hence, he had long learned to put up a wall against potential friends. Furthermore, after choosing the path of a support-type spirit chi professional and being unable to find a team, he had lost even more hope in the bonds of friendship. Only after he met Lin Yuan did Gao Feng learn what friendship was like. Zhongzi, Gulang, and he, and the rest who Gao Feng eventually became friends with were all people he got to know through Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan rapped his finger on the table twice before saying to he, Gulang, Gao Feng, and Xiaqing with utmost seriousness, tell me exactly what resources you are lacking, and I'll supply you with them. After this meal, we'll make sure that all of your powers reach a new level before the Radiance Envoy selection begins. That way, the Radiance Envoy selection will truly become interesting. I will also be able to use these upcoming fights to raise the spirits of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Lin Yuan's words caused a shock to bloom on Zhongzi, Gulang, and Xiaqing's faces. None of them thought that Lin Yuan was lying. They were all disciples of members of royalty, and Xiaqing was the space-time elder's granddaughter. They all knew that Lin Yuan was the one who supplied all those vital resources to Federation. Given that Lin Yuan was able to supply resources to all of the Radiance Federation, it went without saying that he could do the same for them. Zhongzi, Gao Feng, and he had already received Lin Yuan's help in the past. If Lin Yuan had not raised the fiery sky hose powers, Zhongzi might have already been killed in the abyssal world. Xiaqing, He, Gulang, and Gao Feng all knew the implications of Lin Yuan's words. The four of them did not bother being overly courteous and just bumped fists with him. There was no need to be explicit about one's emotions amongst friends. Action was much more important. If, in the future, Lin Yuan ever needed any of them to take on an enemy with him, none of them would hesitate to agree to fight to the death alongside him. There was one thing Lin Yuan said that was right: something had to be done to raise the morale of the Radiance Federation's citizens. There was no better way to do this than to exhibit their power during the Radiance Envoy selection. This would give all of the Radiance Federation's citizens a sense of security. Gulang said softly, "Lin Yuan, Zhongzi is still in the kitchen. He'll tell you what resources he needs once this meal is over. When the time comes, all of us must put on a good fight. It will be a performance where we show all that we're capable of." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. He was always sincere in helping his friends. Thus, he did not like it when they stood on ceremony with him, as it made them seem distant. Gulang, He, Xiaqing, and the rest were undeniably the cream of the crop. Once they received resources, their powers would definitely skyrocket. It was not just the Radiance Federation that needed to be riled up and motivated. The same went for the other federations in the main world. Lin Yuan intended to discuss with the Moon Empress about helping the other federations regain their hope after the Radiance Federation's morale had been raised. Otherwise, if a dimensional life form could not kill a dead spirit, the humans from the other federations would be so filled with fear and panic that they would have no idea how to take on the mantle and continue the battle. Gao Feng had yet to visit the dead spirits' wells and see the dead spirits for himself. He was very curious about the dead spirits. "Lin Yuan, can you share updates on the dead spirits? I am very curious to find out what types of dead spirits there are. I came here immediately after coming out of seclusion, so I haven't had the chance to fight a dead spirit yet." Xiaqing looked at Gao Feng and began speaking before Lin Yuan could get a word out. "Every life form that has ever lived in this world can be turned into a dead spirit. They come in many forms, and it's hard to measure them through statistical data because new types are popping out at every second. The best way to gain an understanding of the dead spirits is to head to a dead spirits well and fight the dead spirits yourself. The environment around the dead spirits wells is very dangerous and not for the weak-hearted. There could be death happening around you at any moment. Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection comes to an end, Radiance Sacred Hall will make the arrangements. The Radiance Envoys, Radiance Knights, and Radiance 100 sequence will be sent to the various cities and stationed around the dead spirits wells to help with the fighting. I hope that all of you will be prepared. I fought by the dead spirits wells for almost 3 days and only barely escaped death numerous times. If the other experts there didn't save me, I would already be dead." Xiaqing spoke calmly, but her words allowed Gao Feng to get a clear picture of the dangers of the dead spirits. Gulang nodded knowingly. "I came out of seclusion early, so I trained by the dead spirits wells for 2 days. The most dangerous part is that the dead spirits you kill will release death aura that can infect your body. Healing type phase can't treat these injuries. The death aura is also very concentrated in the air around the dead spirits wells and will eat away at your vitality. Luckily, Lin Yuan has just provided a short-term solution to all these problems. With the Creation Masters continuing hard work, these issues will be solved very soon." Once Gulang was done speaking, Lu Ji and Zhongzi began serving the dishes. The mother of Bloodbath did not join the rest at the table. Instead, it stayed in the kitchen to work on the roast meat that Lu Ji and Zhongzi had specially made for it. Given that the mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector, Lin Yuan's friends were its seniors. The rest of them would be unable to comfortably chat if it joined them at the table. The mother of Bloodbath did not have many friends. While it had been growing, its only real friend was Endless Summer. The mother of bloodbath spent a long time being on its own. Thus, it really hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to make as many friends as possible. Lin Yuan did not remember the last time they had gathered together. After this meal, everyone at this table would embark on a new journey. During the beginning of the sixth epoch, Lin Yuan made a silent wish. He prayed that after the sixth epoch ended, the seventh epoch that followed would be filled with peace and joy so that none of the life forms in the main world would have to endure any more suffering. Lin Yuan did not tell the others about his wish. This could be because of the belief in Lin Yuan's previous life that saying a wish out loud would cause it to not come true, or because this was not the right time to say it. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would work hard to make his wish come true. Once they defeated Tower Cannon and stability returned to the main world, Lin Yuan would head to the sky beyond the clouds under the name of being the main world's protector and continue protecting the main world from there. With this thought, Lin Yuan suddenly frowned. There was another secret faction in the main world that was stronger than Tower Cannon Epic God Palace. Chapter 2668, Nurturing Shiny. Lin Yuan already had a certain level of understanding of Tower Cannon. They were not completely foreign to him. Thus, he was not at a total loss about how to take them on. On the other hand, he was utterly unfamiliar with Epic God Palace. If he had not heard about them from 8th page Apoptosis, he might not have known that such a secret organization existed in the world. Any powerful organization needed to be guided by a goal in order to function. Taking Sky City as an example, if they did not have any goals, Wen Yu and Lu Ji might not mind, but the white-clothed followers would not feel any sense of security. An organization without a clear goal would lose all of its value. Hence, Epic God Palace definitely had an objective. Lin Yuan had also considered the possibility of Epic God Palace being a foreign entity just like Tower Cannon. What else could explain why Tower Cannon had suffered such a humiliating loss to Epic God Palace? This thought made Lin Yuan lose his appetite. However, he did not share his thoughts with anyone else for fear of affecting them. Even if he did tell Xiaoqing, Zhongzi, and the rest about his concerns, they could not offer any solutions. Lin Yuan would still end up having to handle everything on his own. Therefore, where was the point in him sharing his worries? Lin Yuan felt that if the opportunity arose, he needed to do a deep dive into Epic God Palace. Since Epic God Palace was currently staying quiet, he would make the first move to reach out to them. After coming to this decision, Lin Yuan added Epic God Palace to his schedule. Tower Cannon had already pushed the main world into chaos. Lin Yuan prayed that Epic God Palace was not planning something similar. If Epic God Palace had the same intentions as Tower Cannon, the main world's life forms would be sent into another disaster immediately after the Dead Spirits crisis. During the meal, Wen Yu and Lu Ji noticed Lin Yuan's demeanor change. Lin Yuan was the type to look after others. After being the sole caretaker of Chu Ci in their younger days, Lin Yuan was very thoughtful in everything he did. But he had only taken a few bites of the food on the table and was quiet most of the time. It was evident that he was ruminating over something. Wen Yu and Lu Ji had been with Lin Yuan for a long time, so they knew him best. Although Gulang, Zhongzi, Gao Feng, and he, Xiaoqing, and the rest were his friends, they were not always by his side, so they could not pick up on when he was acting out of character. After the meal, Lin Yuan broke his silence and returned to his usual manner. Lu Ji and Wen Yu exchanged a look. It seemed that whatever issue was occupying Lin Yuan's mind was a very difficult one to crack. If it was an easy task, Lin Yuan would not be keeping it to himself. Wen Yu and Lu Ji intended to ask Lin Yuan about this once Zhongzi and the rest left. Even if they could not provide actual help, they could help to take on some of the emotional burden. Lin Yuan passed around a platter of fruit that could cut through the discomfort of unctuous flavor before turning to tell Zhongzi what he had just said to the rest. Zhongzi's gaze sparkled as he listened to Lin Yuan. It was all because of the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl given by Lin Yuan that the fiery Skyho was able to evolve to its current state and transform its bloodline to one that allowed it to stand over Gulang's Fei with the barren bloodline. Not even Chef Supreme was able to produce such a treasure. Previously, Zhongzi assumed that the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls had come from the Moon Empress. But now, he knew that it came from Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yuan had already invested a large amount of Creation Master resources into the Radiance Federation, but none of it had been at the same level as the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls. However, they were all defined life at least. Thus, the Radiance Federation's experts' phase still substantially evolved their bloodlines. The rest of them also had the means to obtain such resources. It was clear that Lin Yuan intended to provide them with higher level resources. Zhong Ziyi and the rest accepted Lin Yuan's gesture and did not stand on ceremony with him. They also possessed the thoughts letter paper, albeit the access parameters for each one were different. They could only exchange messages with the people linked to the Radiance Federation but could not reach the experts who were part of the Astronomical Parliament or Sky City. All of them wrote down what they needed on their thoughts letter papers, and Lin Yuan received all their messages. Wen Yu was the one who suggested using the thoughts letter paper to collate the resource lists. She made this suggestion because she knew just how many resources each of them needed. If one of them did not need many resources, those who needed more would be embarrassed to openly ask for what they needed. This way, with everyone directly reporting their needs to Lin Yuan through the thoughts letter paper, there was no need to worry about such issues, and all of them could make their requests without holding back. As Lin Yuan read through their lists, he got a sense of the levels that Zhong Ziyi, Xiaoqing and the rest's phase with the barren bloodlines had reached. He quickly packed the resources in brocade boxes and distributed them. After receiving the resources, Zhong Ziyi, Xiaoqing and the rest would have to go into seclusion for a day or two to evolve their phase bloodlines. Once they were done, all of them would reach new heights of power. Lin Yuan also intended to go into seclusion for a while. Long Tao was also supposed to be present at this gathering, but he was currently in charge of overseeing Coiling Dragon's Valley's affairs. Recently, he had slowly taken on more and more duties within Coiling Dragon's Valley. He now handled many responsibilities that usually belonged to the head of the family. At first, he felt very out of his element. The head of a top faction had an endless list of tasks to attend to every day. Although he did not have to handle everything personally, he still needed to supervise. It required some extra effort to ensure that the elders listened to his orders. Luckily, Long Tao was given the title of young leader at a young age and was also part of the Radiance Federation's most elite team, the Radiance 100 sequence. Thus, he captured the faith and loyalty of most people in the family, and it did not take long for him to weed out the minority who stood in his way. When he had merely been the young leader, Long Tao had been extremely respectful to the elders in his family. But now that he held the role of the head of the family, his duties had changed, and so had his perspective. The head of a family needed to wield absolute authority. His father had also faced obstacles when he was the head of the family. As a result, he had been unable to change the family in the direction that he wanted. Because of Long Tao's relationship with Lin Yuan, Coiling Dragon's Valley was part of the Moon Empress camp and had replaced Whale Ocean Commerce to become one of the Radiance Federation's 3 top factions. Given his relationship with Lin Yuan, no one in the family dared to oppose Long Tao's plans. Hence, all Long Tao needed to do was adjust to the life of being the head of a family. Long Tao never understood why his father's powers had increased so slowly after he became the head of the family. But now, he knew the reason. If he occupied the position of the head of the family for too long, he would have to neglect increasing his power as well. 2 years ago, Long Tao would have been willing to make such a sacrifice for his family. However, after his interactions with Lin Yuan, Long Tao came to realize that power was the center of everything. Without power, nothing else mattered. Long Tao had been nurturing young aides in his family that he could trust to help him develop the family. It went without saying that these aides would have to use their actions to prove their loyalty to him in order to win his trust. Long Tao's capabilities were unquestionable. His grandfather and father admired his ruthless actions. However, the two of them were unaware that he cared more about increasing his own power than managing the family. It was said that one should never forget those who had been kind to them. Long Tao was still grateful towards Lin Yuan and continued to instruct the Coiling Dragon's Valley members to nurture dragon species phase and supply Lin Yuan with dragon livers. He also used the relationship between Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine to help Lin Yuan obtain large amounts of main phoenix species phase blood and even some essence blood. Long Tao had already delivered all of these resources to the return from Faraway Mansion some time ago and handed them to Master Hong Shen. Master Hong Shen immediately gave Lin Yuan the dragon liver and phoenix blood when he returned to the return from Faraway Mansion. He had even processed the dragon liver to remove the membrane covering them that was difficult to digest. Lin Yuan had contracted shiny long ago but had not had the chance to nurture it. Now, he could finally nurture it. The longer he waited, the more shiny's confidence fell. Since he would be competing for a spot as one of the Radiance envoys, there was no reason not for Lin Yuan to wield a fey with the barren bloodline. During the Dead Spirits crisis, feys with the barren bloodline were still the Radiance Federation's secret weapon. Lin Yuan looked at Zhong Ziyi, Xiaoqing and the rest and invited them, "Why don't you go into seclusion here? We can all head to Radiance Sacred Hall together when you're done. Although you won't be participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the Radiance 100 sequence selection will be immediately followed by the Radiance Envoy and Radiance Knight selections. As per Radiance Sacred Hall's request, you will need to be present to watch. Xiaoqing, Zhongzi, and the rest gratefully accepted Lin Yuan's invitation. Wen Yu immediately waved over a few servants to set up training rooms for them to evolve their feys. Luckily, Lin Yuan had built a sufficiently large building. Otherwise, they would not have been able to build so many training rooms. At first, every training room's walls were embedded with a layer of radium to prevent any battles or fey nurturing processes taking place in the training rooms from damaging them. But as Lin Yuan grew increasingly stronger, and with the large amounts of high metal type spiritual ingredients that he obtained from the subterranean world, Hu Chuan instructed his disciples from Heavenly Craft Pavilion to work with the high-class land imps to renovate the training room's wall. Once the walls were embedded with the sovereign metal type spiritual ingredient strong jade soft steel, it would be difficult for even immortal experts to leave a mark on the walls. The strong jade soft steel was stronger than most sovereign metal type spiritual ingredients. When Lin Yuan was nurturing the perfect touch wisteria 6 months ago, he did not have many sovereign metal type spiritual ingredients. But now, they were common goods to him. He could have as much of it as he wanted. Once Zhongzi, Gaofeng, Xiaoqing, and the rest entered the training rooms to nurture their feys and sacred source life forms, Lin Yuan picked another training room and prepared to enter. At this moment, Lin Yuan heard Wen Yu call out to him, "Young master, were you preoccupied with something during the meal? You can share it with Big Brother Lu and me if it's convenient. Regardless of what it's about, we will face it together with you." Wen Yu would never have dared to say something like this a year ago. Although she was his assistant, she was actually his servant. However, Lin Yuan never saw her as a servant. But as she spent more time with him, Lin Yuan became not just her young master but also her family. Now, as a member of his family, Wen Yu wanted to share his burdens. Lu Ji nodded earnestly. Wen Yu had said out loud exactly what he was thinking. Lin Yuan did not try to hide the truth from Wen Yu and Lu Ji. He was not trying to find someone to share his burdens. There was no one who could help him shoulder this burden. He only told Wen Yu and Lu Ji about this because he could sense their sincerity. Aside from Tower Cannon, there is another secret and more powerful organization called Epic God Palace. They have been hiding in the shadows all this time. I don't know what their goal is. But from how things look, they have no intention of interfering with Tower Cannon's plan. Lu Ji and Wen Yu looked astonished. This was the first time that they were hearing of Epic God Palace. Wen Yu pursed her lips. She knew that if such a powerful secret organization did not side with the humans and sea clans could be ruined. It was no wonder that Lin Yuan's expression was so grim. Wen Yu could not come up with any way to address this matter. The only thing she could do was stick by Lin Yuan and face Epic God Palace with him when they eventually made their move. Lu Ji took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Young master, regardless of what Epic God Palace's goal is, we must do whatever it takes to protect the Radiance Federation and all of the life forms in the main world. That was our goal from the very beginning. All we need to do is follow it to the end." Lin Yuan reached out and patted Lu Ji and Wen Yu's shoulders before he smiled and nodded. What a coincidence. This was exactly how he felt, too. Since he did not know what lay on the road ahead, all he could do was keep up the passion and weather all storms that came his way. He had grown enough to stand up on behalf of the Radiance Federation and humans to shield all the life forms in the main world from the imminent storms. Chapter 2669, Shiny's Comprehensive Evolution. Once he was done speaking with Lu Tai and Wen Yu, Lin Yuan entered his own training room. Just like the two of them, he had his own personal training room. Each of their training rooms was tailored to their individual needs. Wen Yu primarily used her training room to organize information. As a result, it was no different from an office. Lu Ji used his to train Elegance's insect armies. Thus, his was the largest training room, and the ground had various geographical terrains built into it. The walls and ground were also fortified with thick layers of metal-type spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan had yet to use his training room for fighting. He usually used it to nurture feys or to read in. He still kept up the positive habit of reading. This time, just like many other times in the past, Lin Yuan was going to use his training room to nurture a fey. Frankly, Lin Yuan had been looking forward for a long time to nurture Shiny. But before now, he had lacked dragon liver. Lin Yuan preferred to evolve it at once rather than strengthening it incrementally. Lin Yuan summoned Shiny, and the large, majestic golden bird appeared. He raised his hand, which grabbed his arm like a landing pad. Shiny turned its sharp beak to the side and used the soft feathers on its neck to brush against Lin Yuan's shoulder. In the past, it would nuzzle up against his neck. But in one instance, its feathers had cut the skin on his neck. This was not because Lin Yuan's skin was too soft and not tough enough. Lin Yuan's genes had been refined, and he was an A-rank spirit chi professional. Hence, his skin was much tougher than that of most humans. But the fact was that Shiny was a bird that used its body for combat. Although it was only bronze grade, the feathers on its neck, which were the softest ones on its entire body, were also very lethal. Shiny was very mischievous and liked to play all over the marsh world. If Shiny was a human, it would definitely be an adventurer who loved traveling. Lin Yuan rarely saw Shiny when he went to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. But whenever he did, it would cling to him. It was just as attached to Lin Yuan as Genius and Chimey were. With its barren bloodline, Shiny was very intelligent. It flapped its wings a few times and lifted its claws off of Lin Yuan's arm before flying in circles around him. Shiny had also been waiting for this day for a long time. During the entire time that it had been stuck at bronze grade, Shiny had yearned to grow its power. It knew that Lin Yuan was finally going to nurture it. Lin Yuan looked at Shiny and could not help but smile. Regardless of how bad things got in the outside world, being here with his feys always healed and relaxed him. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Shiny. Fey name, Golden Wings Fey species, Barren species / Feather Winged species. Fey grade, Bronze, 9/10, Fey type, Wind Fey quality, Fantasy Eye. Abilities. Snapped neck falling death, when its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. Simultaneously, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb it into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence. Flowing wind claws, when the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate it to attack its opponent. The attacked target will feel like claws are slashing it. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind elements into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Exclusive skill. Unset state, when interacting with another fey, the golden wings can copy the fey's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset state will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's descendant, by placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all of the surrounding wind elements. It will become the master, while all other winds will become its disciple. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was looking at Shiny's data. But every time he did, he could not help but marvel at the might of a fey with the barren bloodline. It was possible that not even platinum avian-type feys would be able to defeat Shiny. Shiny's exclusive skill, Wind's Descendant, gave it absolute control over wind elements. It was a controlling type of exclusive skill. Snapped neck falling death and flowing wind claws would allow it to cause significant damage to its enemies. Snapped neck falling death had an instant death effect and could take control of souls. Lin Yuan had never seen such an ability in other feys. Clearly, the Moon Empress had chosen carefully before giving him Shiny's egg. It was impossible that every fey with the barren bloodline had equally fearsome abilities as Shiny. Lin Yuan waved to Shiny. Shiny, stop flying. Go and stand on the table. Lin Yuan placed a large block of red sandalwood on the table in the breeding room. It was very easy for Shiny to grab hold of the block of red sandalwood. It would be difficult for Shiny to eat if it had to stand on the table. Shiny folded its wings in midair before landing on the block of red sandalwood. Its sharp claws pierced through the jade-textured red sandalwood, leaving slashes in the wood. If anyone else in the main world saw this, they would gasp and think that this was such a pity. However, this did not mean anything to Lin Yuan because this piece of red sandalwood was completely ordinary 2 days ago. After spending 2 days in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it only became jade-textured. Shiny perched on the block of red sandalwood and bobbed its head excitedly. Lin Yuan took out the fresh dragon liver that Long Tao had given him before slathering it in phoenix blood. In Shiny, a more delectable meal could not exist. All Lin Yuan needed to do was provide Shiny with pure spirit chi and wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls while it ate, and its power would spring upwards. With the temptation of such a meal and the prospect of increasing its power right in front of it, Shiny did not lose sight of everything else and begin obsessing over the food like feys with low intelligence would do. Instead, it let out 2 sharp cries that sounded like a mix of metal scraping against each other and a bird screech before it waved its wings at Lin Yuan and began elegantly eating the food in a gentlemanly manner. Lin Yuan took out a box of spirit chi crystals and a box of wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and placed it next to Shiny's meal. This way, Shiny could eat them whenever it wanted. Lin Yuan backed into a corner. All he needed to do was wait until Shiny was done eating the various spiritual ingredients so he could help it with the next steps. Shiny ate happily. There was no need for it to stomp and crush the dragon liver before eating it like the other wild beasts had to do. Shiny pecked at the dragon liver, and it broke apart as easily as tofu. Shiny's power rose rapidly since the dragon liver came from main dragon species phase and the phoenix blood came from main phoenix species phase. As its power rose, Shiny became increasingly majestic. The color of its feathers intensified. Its feathers were individually exquisite, and each looked like a piece of art. Lin Yuan could not help but shiver at the ferocious aura emanating from it. When he looked at Shiny, he felt as though he had returned to a primeval world and was looking at a peak hunter feasting on its haul. Shiny ate one elemental pearl or spirit chi crystal with every beakful of the dragon liver. Lin Yuan stood quietly to the side as he watched Shiny's power grow. Shiny did not grow larger each time it evolved its grade. When it evolved to platinum grade, it had even shrunk to the point that its wingspan was only around 3 meters. However, the decrease in its size did not hamper Shiny's forcefulness. Rather, it became even more ferocious. At this moment, Shiny let out a cry before manipulating the wind elemental energy to form a voice. Yuan, I have reached Diamond/Fantasy Ill. I will need some time to digest my power. Once I consume the remainder of the dragon liver and phoenix blood, I will reach Diamond X/Fantasy V. I would like to stay at this level for a while before I move on to evolve to Suzerain/Myth. If I evolve my power to too great of an extent, my combat abilities might not catch up to my body's strength. I won't be able to cope with my physical changes. Lin Yuan nodded. With Shiny's intelligence, it could determine the most beneficial route of evolution for itself. Since Shiny had chosen the most beneficial path for itself, there was no way that its contractor would object. Spirit Chi professionals all preferred intelligent feys. This was because intelligent feys were able to communicate effectively with their Spirit Chi professionals and tell them about their needs. If Spirit Chi professionals evolved feys based on their own judgment, they could sometimes accidentally negatively impact the feys' potential. Lin Yuan told Shiny seriously, Shiny, you can remain at Diamond X/Fantasy V then. 2 days later, I will take you to participate in a few fights so you can get used to your own power. We'll evolve you to Suzerain/Myth once you're ready. Shiny paused for a while before it sincerely thanked Lin Yuan. Shiny's contract with Lin Yuan was formed through spiritual energy, soul, and bloodline. It was linked to his mind and could clearly sense what he was thinking. Lin Yuan wanted to take it to participate in the Radiance Envoy selection. If Shiny wanted to compete with other feys with the Baron bloodline, it would have to be evolved to Suzerain/Myth. But if something went wrong during its evolution, Shiny would have to take responsibility for itself. As Lin Yuan's fey, it would also have to be responsible for answering to him. If it was the only one involved, it would be more than willing to immediately evolve to Suzerain/Myth so it could do battle for Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan heard this, he ignored the fact that Shiny's feathers had become even sharper after evolving to diamond grade and patted its abdomen. He immediately felt a pang of pain in his palm. Shiny, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me. I used my best resources to nurture you. You should trust in your own power. Moreover, we are not just acting for the short term. We need to look further into the future. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Shiny. Fey name, Golden Wings. Fey species, Baron species/Feather-winged species. Fey grade, Diamond, 1/10, Fey type, Wind Fey quality, Fantasy Ill. Abilities. Snapped neck falling death, when its sharp claws make contact with a target, the target's neck will be snapped. At the same moment, the golden wings will extract the target's soul and absorb the soul into its feathers. The soul will imbue the storm patterns on the feathers with intelligence. Flowing wind claws, when the wind elements in the golden wings feathers are released into the environment, it will be able to control the surrounding winds and manipulate them to attack its opponent. The attacked target will feel like claws are slashing it. After attacking a target, the golden wings will also be able to inject wind elements into its target through explosions and cause double the amount of damage. Rapid wind whistle, by flapping its wings to activate wind elemental energy, the golden wings will simultaneously let out a roar that causes physical and elemental damage to a designated target. A headwind will also lower the target's speed. Each time a headwind is released, its own speed will be increased. Hurricane added protection, a vicious hurricane shield will be added to one's own body. Every time elemental damage is inflicted on it, the hurricane shield will absorb the damage before reflecting it. The hurricane shield can also absorb wind elemental energy from the surroundings to replenish the wind elemental energy in its body. Folded Wings Wind Valley, with the golden wings at the center, an environment charged with wind elemental energy will be formed. Wind elemental energy will be continuously produced in this environment. When it makes a sacrifice to this territory, the wind elemental energy will be absorbed into its bloodline and trigger a one-time explosion. Disappearing Wind Attack. Exclusive Skill. Unset State. When interacting with another Fey, the Golden Wings can copy the Fey's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Unset State will then turn into the copied exclusive skill and triggered ability. The abilities can only be switched out once every lunar cycle. Wind's Descendant. By placing itself as the heart of all wind elements, it will become the eye of a hurricane and control all surrounding wind elements. It will become the master, while all other winds will become its disciple. Lin Yuan was stunned by what he saw. He was momentarily at a loss about how to appraise Shiny. Chapter 2670 Descent of the Dead Dimensional Life Forms. Every Fey had clear aptitudes. This was common knowledge in the Fey world. This was especially evident when the Feys reached Fantasy Breed. Because they only had a few abilities and exclusive skills, their aptitudes could be clearly discerned. Once the Fey reached Immortal Breed and gained more abilities and exclusive skills, their aptitudes could become buried by the slew of other abilities. Taking Chimey as an example, its abilities looked perfect, but it was actually inept at defense. It was also lacking controlling abilities. However, because Lin Yuan had contracted many Feys, their abilities could complement each other's aptitudes and make up for their flaws. Shiny's abilities could be considered fully comprehensive. The ability Snapped Neck Falling Death was an extremely strong deadly ability that could extract souls. Flowing Wind Claws allowed it to manipulate wind elemental energy from all directions. If Shiny released its wind elemental energy into the environment, it could both restrain and cause damage to targets. The silver ability Rapid Wind Whistle would allow Shiny to channel all the wind elemental energy in its surroundings to produce a roar. The wind elemental energy would produce overclocked reverberations that could cause physical and elemental damage to a designated target. When headwinds were added as well, the target's speed would be lowered while its own speed would be raised. This was also considered a form of control. Snapped Neck Falling Death, Flowing Wind Claws, and Rapid Wind Whistle were all mainly deadly and controlling abilities. Although they were powerful, they could not be described as comprehensive. The gold ability Hurricane Added Protection gave Shiny an additional shield in the form of a hurricane. The hurricane shield would be able to absorb energy from elemental attacks aimed at Shiny before reflecting it. This meant that it would be able to send an enemy's attack back at it and was considered a defensive ability. Furthermore, the hurricane shields could absorb the wind elemental energy from the surroundings to rejuvenate themselves and increase their endurance. With just these four abilities, Shiny's abilities could now be described as comprehensive. The platinum ability Folded Wings Wind Valley would create an environment around Shiny that was charged with wind elemental energy. This environment would become an endless source of wind elemental energy that Shiny could tap into. This was the strongest replenishing ability that Lin Yuan had come across. There were very few Feys that had abilities that could create elements. If the concentration of elements in an environment fell too low, it would affect a Fey's ability to use element-type abilities. But with the ability Folded Wings Wind Valley, Shiny would not have to worry about being held back by its environment as it would be able to create its own source of wind elemental energy wherever it went. Folded Wings Wind Valley was not just a powerful endurance ability. If Shiny offered up a sacrifice and created a territory, the wind elemental energy in Folded Wings Wind Valley would trigger Shiny's bloodline and enable it to set off even stronger power. This ability boosted Shiny's comprehensive abilities even further and added an explosive aspect. Disappearing Wind Attack allowed Shiny to enter the wind and use the wind to protect itself. As long as the wind was not fully dissipated, Shiny would be able to hide within it. Wind was fluid. When Shiny turned into wind, it could appear at any corner of an ongoing battle to attack the target. This might come across as a defense ability, but was also a powerful assassination ability. The exclusive skill Unset State allowed Shiny to copy another Fey's exclusive skill and triggered abilities. Given that the abilities could be swapped out every lunar cycle, Unset State made Shiny's set of abilities even more well-rounded. This also allowed Shiny to be linked with other Feys as well as Lin Yuan. The other exclusive skill Wind's Descendant was the main enabler for Shiny being able to control wind elements. It assured its status relative to the wind elements. Lin Yuan looked at Shiny that had its head lowered as it mulled how it should begin consuming the dragon liver, phoenix blood, and wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. A thoughtful expression spread across his face. Lin Yuan did not know what level Gulang, Zhongzi, and the others' phase with the barren bloodline had reached. Nonetheless, he felt that Shiny stood a good chance of taking the myth-breed phase with the barren bloodline on. At this moment, Lin Yuan heard Wen Yu's voice in his head. Wen Yu was currently calling Lin Yuan in her capacity as the mistress of the astronomical parliament. This was so that he would be able to receive the message instantly regardless of where he was and what he was doing. Wen Yu knew that he had entered his training room to nurture his phase. Given that she was willing to disturb him to send him a message, it had to be of the utmost importance. This was because using the astronomical parliament to send a message would come at the cost of willpowers. During an astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting, one of the members could sacrifice willpower. Up until now, Lin Yuan was the only one who had supplied the willpowers and laws. If the astronomical parliament was a luxury boat, Lin Yuan was the engine. Without Lin Yuan, the astronomical parliament would not be able to properly utilize its power. Now, Wen Yu no longer had any more willpowers to sacrifice. As such, she immediately sent a message to him through the thoughts letter paper. Wen Yu, young master, the dimensional life forms have sent news. Over the last 2 hours, many Samsara realm dictators have reported the appearance of many special dead spirits. These special dead spirits are spreading a plague-like death aura that is different from that of the others. The dead aura isn't released from their body after they are killed. Wen Yu, young master, I have spent the last few days conducting research into the types of dead spirits and recorded all the information using the elemental paper's ability Hear Heaven's Secret. I don't think they used to be a life form from one of the main world's past 5 epochs. Rather, they are purely dead life forms like the pilgrimage corpse bird and come from the dead dimensional rift. Wen Yu, the death aura within the pilgrimage corpse bird had also been very concentrated. It could also use death aura to contaminate other targets in the environment. The regular dead spirits did not have such abilities. The information that Wen Yu used Hear Heaven's Secret to record was always accurate. When Wen Yu wanted to utilize the information, she could easily make detailed comparisons and amendments. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's message, he placed the thoughts letter paper on the table. He pondered for a moment before he called the Moon Empress and told her everything that he had just heard from Wen Yu. He also asked the Moon Empress if such life forms had appeared near the dead spirits' wells. Those life forms had already invaded the dimensional worlds. There was a high chance that they would eventually make it into the Radiance Federation and cause damage there. They were only just beginning to nurture the dead decay earthworms. Although they were very easy to nurture, it was difficult to produce enough of them within such a short span of time to meet the Radiance Federation's needs. If many of such dead spirits exploded onto the scene in the Radiance Federation and began spreading death aura, it would be disastrous for the Radiance Federation. Although Lin Yuan was not certain if something like this would definitely happen, prevention was better than cure. Nothing bad could come out of being prepared and having added precautions. When the Moon Empress heard what Lin Yuan said, a similar expression to what had appeared on Lin Yuan's face appeared on hers as well. She now looked extremely stern. She knew the exact implications of what Lin Yuan were saying. Little Yuan, I will immediately hold an imperial meeting to declare the news. Then, we will direct all of our forces towards nurturing the remaining dead decay earthworms to prepare ourselves for the worst. Lin Yuan responded solemnly. Master, I will be able to produce 10 million dead decay earthworms soon. The other creation masters in the Federation can do their best to nurture these dead decay earthworms. In order to prevent any anomalies from happening, the Radiance Federation's dead decay earthworms should be prevented from reaching outsiders. We need to make sure to meet the Radiance Federation's needs first before we help the others. This will ensure that there will definitely be at least one safe haven in the main world. The Moon Empress nodded with relief and gratefulness. She had echoed his thoughts. The Moon Empress felt that they needed to help their own before they helped others. Little Yuan, I understand what you mean. The Moon Empress hung up the call. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Wen Yu had definitely done a detailed analysis. Otherwise, she would never have made such a conclusion. The Wen Yu that Lin Yuan knew was not the kind of person who made baseless conclusions. If she was such a person, he would never rely on her as much as he did. Everything was quiet on Tower Cannon's side. Lin Yuan was already certain that the life forms from the dead world were part of Tower Cannon's counterattack. Lin Yuan had seen the dead life forms for himself. The death aura they released was more than 100 times more potent than that of dead spirits. Luckily, Wang Queji's research had produced a fey like the dead decay earthworm that could absorb death aura, and the 100 questions beasts had produced the death cleansing scale snake. Otherwise, regardless of how capable Lin Yuan was, it would be difficult for him to save the Radiance Federation from these dead spirits. Shiny was currently eating spiritual ingredients in Lin Yuan's training room. If Shiny needed him for anything, it could contact Lin Yuan through their contract. Lin Yuan pushed open the training room's door and saw Wen Yu and Lu Ji standing by the entrance with stern expressions. Lin Yuan told them seriously, "I have already informed Master. She will hold an imperial meeting soon to look into this matter and try to come up with a solution. On our end, we will get in contact with the Samsara realm dictators and tell them about the situation. Let's observe the impact that the contamination from the dead dimensional life forms has on the 5-dimensional worlds." Wen Yu had panicked when she received the reports from the Samsara realm dictators. She had no way of tackling this issue. Wen Yu had used the elemental paper to transport the death cleansing scale snakes and dead decay earthworms. As such, she was well aware of how much the Radiance Federation lacked these two feys. Each time she delivered them, it was like trying to put out a fire with a drop of water. It would be very difficult for the Radiance Federation to handle the dead dimensional life forms invasion now. Amidst her panic, she had no choice but to send a message to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, if she could handle it on her own, she would never choose to disturb him while he was nurturing feys. In the end, immediately after receiving her message, Lin Yuan came up with the best plan of action. Lin Yuan was her main source of support at any and all times. "Young Master, after receiving the reports from the Samsara realm dictators, I told them to wait for the Thoughts letter papers. I will contact them now and organize information based on their reports. Then, we can analyze the information and get a better understanding of what's happening on the ground." Lu Ji nodded silently by the side. Wen Yu's elemental paper might not be capable of combat, but it was very skilled at combat. If Lin Yuan had to listen to every single Samsara realm dictator's report to understand what was happening in the 5-dimensional worlds, it would take at least a day. But if Wen Yu used Hear Heaven's secret, she would be akin to an organizing machine. She could effectively and efficiently organize all the information and transcribe them with ease. When Lin Yuan was done speaking to Wen Yu, he turned to tell Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, send a copy of Wen Yu's information to the Radiant Moon Palace and another set to the Midnight Palace. We need to learn all that we can to boost our chances of victory. The Radiance Federation needs to understand what's happening in the dimensional worlds in order to come up with the best defenses." Lu Ji nodded seriously. "Lin Yuan, I will deliver the information once Wen Yu is done organizing it. We might need to delay the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection." Lin Yuan shook his head. Lin Yuan did not agree with this. He felt that it was all the more important that they boosted the Radiance Federation's citizens' fighting spirits now so all of them could band together to protect their homeland. Hence, it was imperative that they went through with the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection. The fact that Lu Ji did not notice this meant that he still needed to hone his outlook even further. This dead spirits crisis was indeed a calamity, but it was also a whetstone that would accelerate the increase of the main world's power. Wen Yu knew that they were very pressed for time, so she had already entered the Hear Heaven's secrets state. There were light yellow papers flying all over the room, each of them printed with neat lines of words. Wen Yu had already started collecting the information from the Samsara realm dictators. Chapter 2671 Hope amidst despair. The rustling of the paper reverberated throughout the 2 floors of the mansion. The sound would not affect Gulang, and he, Xiaoqing, Gaofeng, and the rest, who were in the midst of increasing their power. Lin Yuan prepared himself mentally as he listened to the sound of the paper flying around him. Regardless of what conclusion the information pointed to, he would have to face it. Rather than going to every single dimensional life form dictator to ask them for updates, reading Wen Yu's information would not only allow him to understand the situation immediately, but he would also be able to make the best judgment about the biggest issue caused by the dead dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan did not have to wait for long. Wen Yu soon returned to human form. She placed her hand in front of the stacks of word-filled paper, and they immediately flew into the air. Eventually, 3 sheets of paper formed in her hand, and she handed it to Lin Yuan while saying dryly, "Young master, this is the result of my consolidated and organized information. Things aren't looking good in the dimensional worlds." Lin Yuan did not reach out to receive the 3 sheets of paper. Instead, he sat down and said, "Wen Yu, summarize it and tell me that version." Wen Yu poured out a cup of soothing three treasures tea for Lin Yuan before she said, the only dimensional world that hasn't been too seriously affected is the alien insect world. The alien insects are still able to absorb the death aura from the dead dimensional life forms. The insect empresses are very interested in the dead dimensional life forms and have begun experimenting with procreation with them. Some of the insect queens and insect empresses are even fighting with each other for the chance to reproduce with the dead dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan thought, the alien insects are actually fighting over the dead dimensional life forms as though they're resources. The demon insects indeed had very strong bloodlines. Just a hint of their bloodline managed to enable the alien insects to hold their own against the dead dimensional life forms. But based on what Wen Yu said, this might be the only piece of good news. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Wen Yu continued giving him the report. Based on Carlos and Caroline's reports, many cowardly, horn, and bone demons began decaying after being infected by concentrated death aura. Some of them are even showing signs of transforming into dead life forms. The burning flame demons and succubi are unaffected by the death aura. The burning flame demons can burn up the death aura, while the succubi can wield the death aura in combat after absorbing it. Some succubi are even displaying abilities related to death aura. However, the burning flame demon and succubi are very rare species, while the horn, cowardly, and bone demons are the majority. When Lin Yuan heard that the succubi could wield the death aura and use it as part of their mutated abilities, an idea appeared in his head. Could it be that the death aura had stronger effects on dimensional life forms that were physically stronger? Meanwhile, dimensional life forms that had strong soul energy could withstand and adapt to the death aura. The succubi and burning flame demons were known for their high intelligence. On the other hand, the cowardly, horn, and bone demons were fools that were only able to fight by instinct until they reached class 10 or became apostles. Lin Yuan did not immediately bring up his idea. Instead, he continued listening to Wen Yu. The abyss demons had to do an internal cleanup. Carlos and Caroline are afraid that the cowardly, horn, and bone demons who were infected by death aura would turn into dead spirits and attack the other abyss demons. The abyss wombs produce abyss worms at a set rate. After the abyssal world was fused with the main world, the 18 levels combined into one. Carlos and Caroline gathered up the 10 abyss wombs and began protecting them. According to the rate at which the abyss wombs produce the abyss worms, the abyssal world won't be able to hold on for long. Rather than saying that they are reporting to me, it would be more accurate to say that they were pleading with me for help. At this point, Wen Yu paused before she continued. The marsh world is in a similar situation to the abyssal world. It is also experiencing serious negative impacts. There are many species in the marsh world, like the drugged snake eagle and Medusa snake demon that possess strong venom. They have all been strengthened by the death aura. The Medusa snake demon's natural skill is petrification. But after absorbing the death aura, its petrifying gaze has changed to a deadly gaze. Not only will the target be petrified but their souls will be damaged as well. Unlike in the abyssal world, many of the intelligent species in the marsh world have increased in power. However, the marsh crocodiles are only able to withstand low concentrations of death aura. Once the concentration increases, they will immediately begin transforming into dead spirits and fall under the control of the dead dimensional life forms. The marsh crocodiles that used to be the marsh world soldiers are now the most uncertain variable. Lin Yuan's expression could not help but change when he heard this. This was because the marsh world was the first dimensional world that he had taken control of. Lin Yuan spent the longest time in the marsh world and understood the marsh crocodile's significance to the marsh world. The marsh crocodile's position in the marsh world's ecosystem was irreplaceable. It was a source of food for countless life forms in the marsh world. Many of the weak life forms that made up the marsh crocodile's diet also used the marsh crocodile's undecayed corpses as a food source. The marsh crocodile was a hunter and a producer of food. They made up more than half of the total number of life forms in the marsh world. The transformation of the marsh crocodiles into dead spirits might not mean much to the powerful dimensional life forms, but it would lead to starvation in the marsh world. The powerful life forms would be able to last for a long time, but the low-level dimensional life forms would not make it past 5 days. With this thought, Lin Yuan interrupted Wen Yu's report. Wen Yu, use the elemental paper's ability to fill 100 diamond fey storage boxes with the soldier ration radishes and deliver them to Hornless Dragon Source. Instruct him to distribute the soldier ration radishes accordingly. For now, ensure that the weak marsh dimensional life forms will be able to survive. We can find other solutions later. After delivering the soldier ration radishes, instruct East Glow to lead a team of around 50 dictators to evacuate the marsh crocodiles that had yet to be infected by the death aura. This will ensure that the marsh world's life cycle isn't halted. Wen Yu seriously noted down everything that Lin Yuan said. She was silent for a moment before she continued telling Lin Yuan about the situations in the water world and subterranean world. Compared to the situations in the water world and subterranean world, the marsh world and abyssal world were having very easy times. The sea beasts in the water world could not adapt to consuming dead spirits and digesting death aura. They had been able to hold on when the death aura was not so concentrated. But now, they were incapable of taking in and digesting the death aura from the large amounts of dead dimensional life forms. Although some of the dead decay earthworms were given to the sea clans, they were far from enough to help the sea clans and water world dimensional life forms withstand the death aura. A large proportion of the water world had already been contaminated, and countless members of sea clans and water world dimensional life forms had died in the death aura. There were only a few species of water world dimensional life forms that were unaffected by the death aura. However, none of them mutated. The mermaids were even more susceptible to the death aura than regular sea beasts. There were many mermaids who had lost their lives while being submerged in the death aura. Rather than saying that the mermaids were giving a report, they were asking Lin Yuan for help. The only thing that the mermaids could rely on was Lin Yuan, who was a thearch. Lin Yuan could not help but purse his lips as he listened to Wen Yu's report on the water world. He was pained by the injuries suffered by the mermaid species. Alas, he did not know what to do. If he had a solution, he would not hold back from using it. Lin Yuan always preferred prevention over cure. The sea clans were fending off the dead spirits together with the water world dimensional life forms. The sea clans that were controlled by vast sea labyrinth were helpless against the dead dimensional life forms. The sea aura was much more potent against the sea clans from the main world than the dimensional life forms. Given that Wen Yu chose to bring up the water world first, it meant that the situation in the subterranean world was even more serious. According to the previous tests, the subterranean dimensional life forms had the weakest resistance against death aura. Young Master, many of the dimensional life forms from the subterranean world that encountered the dead dimensional life forms have been afflicted by the death aura. Some of the apostles who were infected by the death aura have begun to decay. Luckily, you relocated some of the land imps. Otherwise, with the invasion of the dead dimensional life forms and dead spirits, most of the land imps would end up dead. Many of the younger land imps who were left behind have died after their bodies were infected by the death aura. Lin Yuan's spirits fell when he heard what Wen Yu said. But he was not surprised. He had already expected such a result for the subterranean world and had instructed the dictators from the other dimensional worlds to lead teams to provide aid to the subterranean world. The aid teams would be arriving around a day later, and the subterranean world's circumstances would take a turn for the better then. The challenge would be helping the seas. The subterranean world had powerful dimensional life forms going to help them, but Lin Yuan had no way of helping the life forms in the sea. After all, dimensional life forms that were more adept at terrestrial combat would only be headed toward their deaths if they were sent to the sea. While he was being updated on the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan could also ascertain if his guesses were right or wrong. If it was true that a dimensional life form that had a soul that was a sufficiently high level would stand a chance of mutating in an environment filled with death aura, the land imp should have also mutated as it was an intelligent dimensional life form that had a soul level that was the equivalent of that of the Medusa snake demon. Yet, the land imps had not mutated at all. This situation refuted Lin Yuan's hypothesis. Just as Lin Yuan was racking his brain to try and come up with a solution, he received a message from Kira through the thoughts letter paper. After laying the demon insect eggs, Kira had been recuperating and rarely contacted Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan read the contents of Kira's message, he could not stop the delight from spreading across his face. Kira, Master, I have only just woken up and learned of the issues that this world is currently facing. Can you provide me with some special dead life forms? The death aura is a special energy, so it can be consumed and absorbed by the demon insects. If I am supplied with such special energy, I can use it to nurture the demon insects. This might not only solve the dead spirits crisis but would also be an opportunity for the alien insects to prosper. Lin Yuan was so ecstatic he almost started trembling. He almost forgot. The alien insects were just appendages born from the demon insect bloodline. The alien insects already had a naturally high resistance to the death aura. They were even able to use the death aura to improve themselves. The demon insects had to be even stronger than the alien insects. At first, Lin Yuan had been so panicked that his head started to spin when he heard of the hell that had broken loose in the dimensional worlds. He had not been able to think of Kira at all. If what Kira said was true, the demon insect species would definitely become a killing machine during the dead spirits crisis. Since Tower Cannon had already made their move, it would not be difficult to find the dead dimensional life forms. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to send dictators to capture a large number of the dead dimensional life forms and deliver them to Kira's nest. He hoped that the demon insects would be able to procreate quickly enough to bring him a big surprise. Lin Yuan had no idea just how excited and happy Kira was after she woke up and learned what was happening. As a demon insect, Kira could not care less about whether the humans lived or died. The humans' existence and survival meant nothing to Kira. Kira only cared about the demon insect species development and how Lin Yuan felt about her. Lin Yuan had provided her with a large amount of resources. It was possible that not even the sky beyond the clouds would be able to supply such resources. If Kira wanted to reinvigorate the demon insect species, she needed to secure even more resources. The best way to do this was to gain Lin Yuan's favor so he would willingly hand over the resources. Otherwise, she had no other way of obtaining such resources. Moreover, allowing the demon insects to consume the dead dimensional life forms' bloodlines and producing alien insects that could use death aura would also be a means of padding the demon insect species' storage of genes. She had just woken up and needed to start everything over from the beginning. One of her main priorities now was to pad the demon insect species' storage of genes. Kira did not know if her suggestion would be agreeable with Lin Yuan. After sending the message, Kira nervously waited for Lin Yuan's response. At that moment, she received Lin Yuan's reply. Chapter 2672 Demon Insects and Dead Spirits. Kira read the message from Lin Yuan, and elation immediately spread across her face. This was exactly the response that she had been hoping for. Lin Yuan was giving her an open path to resources. She could ask him for resources whenever she needed them. With Lin Yuan providing her with pure spirit chi and pure vitality, there was no limit to the demon insects' development. It was possible that this branch of demon insects would be the last breakthrough for the foreseeable future. She would be the one to rewrite the history of the demon insects. There were many demon insect tribes in the sky beyond the clouds, and every demon insect queen ruled over her own demon insect tribe. The 4 demon insect empresses occupied the West universe and made up one of the 6 major factions there. Although the demon insects were linked by the same foundational genes, they subsequently absorbed very different genes, causing their abilities to differ greatly. Before her incident, Kira was a normal demon insect queen. Unfortunately, she fell into a scheme. The reincarnated Kira had no plans to seek revenge because she knew what her priorities should be. But as her faction of demon insects developed and grew under her, when she went to the sky beyond the clouds and fought for a position as a demon insect empress, she would also have the opportunity to take her revenge. Kira, Master, I still need more spirit chi to develop the demon insects. The spirit chi will help with the fusing of the embryos with the death aura. The purer the spirit chi I absorb, the more complete the fusion will be, and the better the alien insects will be able to manipulate the spirit chi to target the environment. The alien insect species has already collected a large amount of genes from this world. I will select some of the genes from the gene storage to become part of the evolved demon insect's genetic model. Kira's message to Lin Yuan had been slightly cunning. She only mentioned wanting spirit chi but did not explicitly mention pure spirit chi. Pure spirit chi was nothing more than a commodity to Lin Yuan. He could produce as much of it as he wanted. However, Kira was unaware of this and thought that pure spirit chi was the most precious resource. Kira was afraid that Lin Yuan would think that she was greedy. Nonetheless, she still included the fact that the purer the spirit chi, the more complete the fusion between the embryos and death aura would be. Those of high ranks usually were not turned off by such a roundabout way of asking for resources. Kira had been observing Lin Yuan. The longer she observed him, the more certain she became that he was not a life form from a class 1 or 2 world. This was because the secret weapons that he possessed surpassed even that of class 3 worlds. She was really curious to know which faction Lin Yuan's legacy came from. Why were they taking such good care of a class 1 world? It was because of the care that Lin Yuan was showing this class 1 world that she managed to meet Lin Yuan. If the other demon insect empresses found out that she had received such an opportunity after being reincarnated, they would all be dying of envy. When Lin Yuan received Kira's message, he was silent for a moment before he said, Lin Yuan, let the alien insect empresses manage the alien insect world. As for you, come to the Radiance Federation right now. You can have as much pure spirit chi as you want. Once you're here, I'll help you to evolve in the best way. Technically, the most efficient method to produce the demon insects was for Kira to produce them on the spot. The quantity of spirit chi crystals that Kira possessed was enough to tide her over until Lin Yuan sent a dictator to send more to her. However, Lin Yuan did not do that and instructed Kira to come to the Radiance Federation because he was going to protect the Radiance Federation first. This would prevent the dead dimensional life forms from causing widespread damage and contamination even if they managed to make it to the Radiance Federation. Of all the life forms in the main world, the Radiance Federation was the only one that was still in its original position. Once the Radiance Federation was conquered by the dead spirits, it would become the largest dead spirits well, and the dimensional worlds would be barraged by the dead spirits from every direction. Hence, Lin Yuan was making the best decision in terms of both an emotional and strategic angle. Since he had decided to bring Kira over, Lin Yuan would only be able to make further decisions once she was here. This was because he did not know whether the demon insects would truly be the solution to the dead dimensional life forms in the way that Kira had described. Thus, Lin Yuan did not tell the Moon Empress about this plan. The Radiance Federation still needed to try coming up with other plans. The more strategies they came up with, the better protected the Radiance Federation would be. Lin Yuan heard that Chef Supreme had raised the idea of managing the Creation Masters. It would definitely be challenging to manage the Creation Masters. It was indeed time to put some pressure on the Creation Masters and stir up a sense of urgency in them. The Dead Spirits crisis had only been going on for 2 weeks, but many changes had already taken place in the Radiance Federation. The entire era would change in accordance with the 6th epoch. The 6th epoch had begun with death and pain, but at least it was over. Once it was confirmed that the demon insects produced by Kira could handle the death aura and dead dimensional life forms, Lin Yuan would reallocate the Samsara realm dictators in the 4 terrestrial dimensional worlds. He would no longer assign them only to the respective dimensional worlds they came from. Lin Yuan intended to mix up the Samsara realm dictators from different dimensional worlds and ensure that each of them had an army under them. Lin Yuan would set up 8 departments in every dimensional world, with 2 branches being formed from dimensional life forms from one dimensional world. This way, there would be no part of the combined territories that were more susceptible to the dead dimensional life forms. Otherwise, as time went on, the marsh world, abyssal world, and subterranean world would fall while only the alien insect world would grow stronger. At this moment, Lin Yuan was very glad that Wen Yu had organized the dimensional world's troops in a tree structure where every Samsara realm dictator had their own team. Otherwise, there was no way that such a migration could be carried out successfully. As the night grew deeper, the falling rain washed the Radiance Federation's royal capital. This should be the best time to sleep, but the light in the Radiance Federation's meeting room was still on. The 13 members of royalty were sitting in front of the table and staring stoically at the information that the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon had just handed out. The information contained the reports on the 5-dimensional worlds that had been delivered over by Lu Ji. Even the Moon Empress, who was already aware of the terrors of the Dead Spirits crisis, had not anticipated the dimensional life forms to be having such a nightmarish time. When the dimensional rifts first opened, these dimensional life forms had been the enemies of the humans. Every time they appeared, they consumed life forms from the main world. But now, they had become the shields that were protecting the humans. Alas, this shield that the humans were depending on was about to shatter. The 13 members of royalty felt their throats go dry as they read through the information. They were at a loss about what to say. They could not allow the issue to sit without addressing it. The Moon Empress was the first to speak. Since this situation is our reality, let's discuss ways to tackle it. The Moon Empress was just done speaking when Cicada Song added, the dead decay earthworms and death cleansing scale snakes have already been distributed. The dead decay earthworms and death cleansing scale snakes can only hold the fort down for so long. After all, the death cleansing scale snake isn't as easy to nurture as the dead decay earthworm. The only thing we haven't used is the power of the members of royalty. If we are really left with no other choice, we can enter the battle ourselves and lend all the strength we have to the Radiance Federation. In the past, I made it a point to only come up with the best solutions. This has become a habit. But we have already done all we could in order to face the dead dimensional life forms. I haven't changed. I am still always ready to contribute everything I have to the Radiance Federation. I am sure that everyone here feels the same way. The dead dimensional life forms have yet to appear in the Radiance Federation, so we still don't have a clear idea of just how deadly they are. Moon Empress, your disciple has been the one solving all the issues ever since the Dead Spirits crisis began. Why don't you call him over to participate in this imperial meeting, too? This might be the only way to save the Radiance Federation. When Cicada Song spoke, he was rather self-mocking and vexed. But what he said was the truth. If Lin Yuan had not sent this news, the Radiance Federation would still be overjoyed over the discovery of the death cleansing scale snake and dead decay earthworm, completely ignorant of the impending dangers. However, Cicada Song's words caused the Moon Empress to frown. He was not only the savior of the Radiance Federation but also of the humans and other millions of life forms in the main world. Lin Yuan had been silently lending his strength to the main world, and this was enough pressure on its own. But if he joined the imperial meetings too, it would only add more pressure onto his shoulders. With the immense pressure that he was already under, the Moon Empress did not want to increase his burden. But what Cicada Song said was right. If none of them had any solutions, they would have no choice but to rely on Lin Yuan. At this moment, the Moon Empress received a message from Lin Yuan on the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan, Master, I might have a way to deal with the dead dimensional worlds. If this method is effective, the main world will become unaffected by the death aura. However, we should always be careful. I'm not sure if this method will work, but chances are high that it will. You don't have to be too worried. Lin Yuan, nonetheless, it will still be best to continue having the Radiance Federation's creation masters find ways to treat the death aura. This way, even if my method doesn't show positive results, the Radiance Federation still has the research to fall back on. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress had to be very anxious after finding out about this. He decided to tell her everything because he was afraid that she would be overwhelmed by her anxiousness. In all honesty, Lin Yuan knew that the Radiance Federation's creation masters would not be able to solve the problem of the dead dimensional life forms given that they did not even understand them. Lin Yuan had spent the past 2 years building up his arsenal and increasing his store of secret weapons. If the Dead Spirits crisis had taken place 6 months ago, the main world would have been completely devoured. Lin Yuan did not fully understand Kira and the demon insect. Kira was his servant, but they had not interacted much yet. However, Lin Yuan did not think that Kira would lie to him about such matters. She was not strong yet. But the alien insect empresses would deliver the demon insect embryos, and they would soon reach the Radiance Federation. It was possible that the dead dimensional life forms would appear in the Radiance Federation before Kira arrived. Even if they did not appear before then, Lin Yuan had already sent out the instructions. Any Samsara realm dictator whose team had captured a dead dimensional life form was ordered to send it to the Radiance Federation with an apostle as an escort. The delivery had to be done under the strictest and most secure conditions to prevent the dead dimensional life form from releasing death aura in the Radiance Federation. Some of the Moon Empress panic subsided when she saw Lin Yuan's message. Frankly, there was no way that the experts in the main world could counter the death aura. The moonbeams released by the Moon Empress could cleanse the death aura to a certain extent, and the Mother of Bloodbath had some abilities and exclusive skills that could take control of dead spirits and cleanse them. But in the grand scheme of things, individual powers did not make much of an impact. There was no way they would be able to cleanse every single dead spirit. Although the Radiance Federation had slowly stabilized after the initial eruption of the Dead Spirits Wells, there were still new Dead Spirits Wells being built. The land imps were also continuously adding and fortifying the metal-type stone boards. Previously, the Moon Empress believed that humans would definitely be able to succeed in anything they put their minds to. But in the face of a large-scale catastrophe, even spirit fire experts could not be of much help. There were many Samsara realm dictators that were the equivalent of spirit fire experts in the dimensional worlds. Some Samsara realm dictators could even be stronger than spirit fire experts. Yet, none of them could even take on the dead spirits that were just above average in power on their own. The right thing for the Radiance Federation to do was to continue researching ways to produce feys that could deal with the dead spirits in the long term. The Moon Empress became more relaxed when she heard about the situation from Lin Yuan. However, she did not tell the other 12 members of royalty about this. Chef Supreme's suggestion to manage the creation masters had been pushed to the side because the Moon Empress did not want destabilizing changes happening within the Radiance Federation at the onset of the Dead Spirits crisis. But now, she changed her mind. Anything could happen during the battle with the dead spirits. Stability did not exist. Thus, given that none of them were able to come up with an effective solution to deal with the dead dimensional life forms, all they could do was spark the Radiance Federation's spirits to the greatest extent so the creation masters could unleash their full potential to protect the Radiance Federation. The only way that the Radiance Federation could fulfill their duty of being the leader of the major Federation Union was by finding an effective solution to deal with the dead spirits and having the ability to continuously replenish resources. The clash between the dead spirits and humans had only just begun. There was no guarantee that the humans would end up as the losers. Chapter 2673 5 Female Demon Insect Eggs. The Bamboo Monarch had told the Moon Empress about this privately. He had not brought it up in the presence of the other members of royalty. The Moon Empress had set the Bamboo Monarch's suggestion aside, and he thought that she, like Chef Supreme, was against his idea. Yet, she ended up bringing it up during an official imperial meeting. The dead dimensional life form's invasion into the main world could be the end of the Radiance Federation. But we will be able to find a solution. Since no one is able to come up with a good idea, let's move on to another topic. I suggest changing the Creation Master Association so that it is no longer independent and self-managed. Let's set up an official department to recruit Creation Masters under the Radiance Federation's name. The recruited Creation Masters will do research under this department and increase the efficiency of the Creation Masters. What do you think of this idea? The Moon Empress had similar ideas in the past, but she had not developed them. Since Chef Supreme brought up this suggestion, the Moon Empress decided to focus on that. After an investigation, they discovered that many Creation Masters claimed to be researching ways to cleanse the death aura but were secretly concocting potions and selling them on Star Web. This might not be the main reason behind the slowdown in the Radiance Federation's research, but it was definitely a contributing factor. The Creation Master's undisciplined attitude made the Moon Empress unsure of the Radiance Federation's future. She needed to build another anchoring force. Otherwise, all of the pressure would land on Lin Yuan's shoulders. Lin Yuan was the savior of the main world, not its slave. Lin Yuan had already done enough. The Moon Empress did not want his load to become even heavier. The Bamboo Monarch immediately voiced his agreement when he heard what the Moon Empress said. The Bamboo Monarch had formed such ideas long ago, but he had not run it past the other members of royalty or gotten the approval of the Moon Empress, who was a Class 6 Creation Master. As such, he had not been able to carry out the plan. To the outside world, he and Chef Supreme might seem to be on equal standing with the Moon Empress. But in actuality, the Moon Empress' abilities had far surpassed their own. The Moon Empress Class 6 Creation Master power was not fabricated. Now that the Moon Empress had proposed and supported this idea, it was very likely that it would be able to proceed smoothly. There were many Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation. Every Class 4 Creation Master possessed endless creation powers. If their abilities could be united, it would only lead to a positive result for the Radiance Federation. Furthermore, doing this would not cut into the Creation Master's profits. Rather, after banding together and working for the Radiance Federation's sake, their powers might even improve. I agree with the Moon Empress' suggestion. At least 60% of the Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation aren't doing the research that was instructed. A small portion of Class 4 Creation Masters are even serving top factions instead. If we are able to combine their abilities, we will be able to stand a better chance of taking on the Dead Spirits crisis. Chef Supreme sighed. This was easier said than done. If they made such a choice, the Radiance Federation would have to suffer the consequences for a long time. But if they were able to properly execute this plan, they were making an investment now to reap the benefits in the future. The Moon Empress was not the type who liked to gamble. Since she had brought up the suggestion, it meant that she had full confidence to see it through. Chef Supreme would not be able to rest easy if this matter was left to the Bamboo Monarch to handle. But he had complete faith that the Moon Empress would be able to do a good job. However, given the Moon Empress' ruthless methods, the disobedient Creation Masters were going to have some pain in their future. Chef Supreme also agreed with the Moon Empress' suggestion. At such a time, he, the Moon Empress, and the Bamboo Monarch could not be on different sides, as that would indicate opposing opinions. If there were opposing opinions, Tianfeng and the other members of royalty who preferred to err on the side of safety would definitely voice their opposition. Given that this matter concerned the Creation Masters, if all three of them were in agreement, no one else would have the right to contradict them. The Moon Empress had made the suggestion, and it was followed by agreement from Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch. The meeting room fell silent for a moment before other voices of agreement chimed in. Cicada Song waited until he was sure that no one was going to argue and was silent for a long time before he said, "Moon Empress, once such a change takes place, the quantity of Creation Master resources in the Radiance Federation will fall by at least a third of its current level. This will probably last for 6 months or more. I hope that all of you are prepared for this." Cicada Song was not going against the Moon Empress' decision. He actually believed that she was doing the right thing. This strict method would minimize the negative impacts on the Radiance Federation to the greatest extent. However, Cicada Song was used to thinking about the consequences. The other members of royalty had to be made aware of the severity of the consequences in order for them to cooperate with the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch's subsequent plans. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch did not speak. Instead, they turned to look at the Moon Empress. The bamboo monarch had not voiced this suggestion publicly because he was unable to afford the consequences. But now that the Moon Empress was bringing it up, it meant that she was able to handle the consequences. The Moon Empress gently knocked on the table twice before saying resolutely, regardless of how little Creation Master resources the Radiance Federation has this year, I will be able to make up for it. I believe that as long as we work together, we will be able to endure the rough period, and eventually, the dust will settle. The Moon Empress paused before she continued. Elder Lu, you have already informed those involved of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection, but you haven't sent out an announcement to the entire Federation. I suggest delaying this matter by a week before going ahead with the original plan. Lu Wenqing nodded and said, I will send out word of the delay. Moon Empress, let me know if you have any other requests, and I will do my best to accommodate you. The Moon Empress did not request the delay because she wanted to use the time to gather the Radiance Federation's Creation Masters. Gathering the Creation Masters did not clash with the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection. She made this request because she wanted to give Lin Yuan time. Firstly, Lin Yuan could use this time to test if his plan was effective. Secondly, the Moon Empress knew that given Lin Yuan's current situation, he could not miss this event. Lin Yuan had shown the brightest during the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection. He had even eliminated a Freedom Envoy. After that, Lin Yuan became an idol in the eyes of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. He became even more popular than the Radiance Envoys. If he was absent, the Radiance Federation's citizens would definitely notice and wonder why. This would affect the objective of the event. The event's objective was to raise the Radiance Federation's fighting spirit. Otherwise, they could have held these selections privately. The Moon Empress did not mention the dead dimensional life forms again, but the others guessed that she had already found a solution. Otherwise, she would not have changed the topic. At this moment, the Radiance Federation's royalty were all doing their best to increase their power. They wanted to be able to use their own power to come up with solutions when the Radiance Federation was in danger. After the Imperial meeting ended, the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. She, the Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme established a research institute for the Creation Masters and requested for every Creation Master in the Radiance Federation to join. The Moon Empress was busy trying to bring together the Radiance Federation's Creation Masters' strength while also waiting for a response from Lin Yuan. Zhongzi, Gulang, Xiaoqing, Gaofeng and An He left the training rooms on the second day. All of them had increased their phase powers. After hearing that the selections would be postponed, none of them stayed in the return from faraway mansion to disturb Lin Yuan. Zhongzi and Gulang agreed to head to the Dead Spirits' Wells to battle the Dead Spirits so they could gain an understanding of their strength. Xiaoqing decided to return to the Imperial Court to stabilize her two phase. Her spiritual energy had mutated by accident. While in seclusion, Xiaoqing's ability had also moved past A-rank Spirit Chi Professional. Although she was still a distance away from becoming an S-rank Spirit Chi Professional, she knew that her mutated spiritual power would allow her to wield Suzerain/Pinnacle Myth phase. Gao Feng intended on going to see Cicada Song to help him with some of his work. And he was going to see his senior brother and fight with him as a means of training his own combat skills. On the fourth day, Lin Yuan finally caught sight of Kira rushing towards him. Kira said to him with utmost respect, Master, on the way here, I captured more than 10 dead dimensional life forms. They are appearing with increasing frequency. I selected 5 insect eggs, and they consumed the dead dimensional life forms before I guided them to hatch. These are the female insects I hatched. Kira took out the Diamond Fey storage box that Lin Yuan had given her and released the 5 demon insects. The appearance of the 5 demon insects gave Lin Yuan a fright. Perhaps it was because of the genetic model from the dead dimensional life forms, but the 5 female demon insects had black bodies shrouded in thin black mist. They looked like spiders with slender legs, but unlike spiders, they had 12 legs. The 5 female demon insects had generally similar genetic models, but their details differed vastly. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 5 demon insects. He saw that they did not have any set abilities or exclusive skills. This was very similar to when Lin Yuan used true data on Kira. This did not mean that Morbius' investigative abilities had gone wrong. Rather, the demon insects that used their genetic models to do battle were already the best weapons in themselves. In this aspect, they were very similar to dimensional life forms. This was also further proof that the alien insects came from the demon insect's genetic model. When she saw that Lin Yuan was not saying anything, Kira began to introduce the 5 female demon insects. Master, you can provide these 5 female insects with an environment concentrated with death aura to test their powers. What do you think of this? Lin Yuan nodded. This was exactly what he was planning to do. Just on her way here, Kira had managed to notice that the dead dimensional life forms were appearing in increasing frequency. Lin Yuan was very aware of this because he had been receiving updated news from the Samsara realm dictators. Now, the entire main world was in a state of emergency. If this issue was not solved within the next 2 months, the entire main world would be doomed. Death aura could flow and spread. In 2 months, given the rate at which the dead dimensional life forms were appearing, the concentration of death aura in the environment could even overtake that of spirit chi. Tower Cannon's attack was not one-fold. Rather, they had launched an assault that would destroy the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan mulled over this and decided that the best place for the 5 demon insects to unleash their abilities would be near a dead spirit's well. The eruption of dead spirits from the dead spirit's well would provide a good simulation for the demon insects to battle. With this thought, Lin Yuan contacted the Moon Empress. When the call went through, Lin Yuan immediately noticed how weary the Moon Empress' voice was. This made his chest ache. But he could not tell her to rest now. If there was any opportunity to rest, the Moon Empress would not have allowed her exhaustion to show. The only thing that Lin Yuan could do for the Moon Empress would be to set her mind at ease. Lin Yuan said to the Moon Empress, Master, the aid I intend on sending to deal with the dead dimensional life forms has arrived. I need a dead spirit's well to test their efficacy. Do you have time to spare? If you do, you can come with me to observe the experiment. The Moon Empress' expression froze momentarily, and she immediately set down what was in her hands and said excitedly, Little Yuan, dead dimensional life forms have appeared in Dead Spirit's Well C33 in the north area of the royal capital. Why don't we use that area for your test? I will head there now and personally clear the area. The troops in Area C33 will be sent to help Area C32. I will send Mystic Moon to fetch you an hour later. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, Master, there's no need to trouble Uncle Mystic. I will ride my Fei and head over an hour later. I am not far from the Dead Spirit's Well in Area C33. It will take less than 10 minutes for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to take me there. After she was done speaking, the Moon Empress hung up. Frankly, Lin Yuan was rather nervous. Even if the 5 female demon insects managed to handle the dead spirits from the Dead Spirit's Well, this might not be indicative of a solution. Lin Yuan was not just trying to handle one dead spirit's well, but all the dead spirits that were running amok in the main world. Chapter 2674 The Amazing Demon Insects. Kira had never heard of the idiom every potter praises his own pot, but that was exactly what she was doing at the moment. However, while the potter could not guarantee that every pot would be of the same quality, Kira could ensure the strength of the demon insects. To the life forms in the main world, the dead world crisis was a calamity. But to Kira, there was nothing special about the dead world crisis. This was not because she was aloof to the plight of the main world, but because she had seen too many similar events in the sky beyond the clouds. Thus, these circumstances were not cause for much interest to her. The demon insects could easily produce a branch species that was capable of creating such an event. Wen Yu and Lu Ji, who were standing behind Lin Yuan, did not trust this strange and boastful life form. What she was saying sounded almost too good to be true, to the point that it was likely a scam. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said to Kira seriously, Kira, if your demon insects can help to solve my issue, I will enable you, or rather the demon insects, to evolve. Come with me. It will soon be time for you to dazzle with your true abilities. Lin Yuan could sense Kira's confidence. Her self-assurance gave him significant ease. The demon insects were much more intelligent than humans. If Kira did not have absolute confidence, she would not have made such claims. She was well aware of the price that she would have to pay for lying to Lin Yuan. With their contract in place, he could easily eliminate her and put an end to the demon insects. Kira had witnessed the impact of the dead spirits crisis on the alien insect world. The boundary between the alien insect world and main world had a much more serious outbreak of dead spirits than here around one of the Radiance Federation's dead spirits wells. Kira mentioned that the demon insects had a glittering battle record back at the sky beyond the clouds. He prayed that the demon insects could recreate their success from the sky beyond the clouds and bring salvation to the main world. Lin Yuan released the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Kira did not use any other demon insect eggs. She led the 5 female demon insects and quickly climbed onto the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back. Wen Yu said to Lin Yuan seriously, Young master, let me and big brother Lu come with you. Ever since the dead spirits crisis began, all I've been doing is organizational work. My knowledge of the dead spirits crisis is solely based on data and information that was reported to me. I haven't seen and experienced the dead spirits personally. I can use this opportunity to collect even more data. Lin Yuan nodded. He had also intended to take Lu Ji and Wen Yu with him. They might not be able to provide much help, but it was necessary for them to understand what the main world was currently facing. Otherwise, they could make mistakes in the instructions they gave out. Given the dead dimensional life form's impact on the main world, it was clear that Tower Cannon had intended for the invasion of the dead dimensional life forms to be a lethal move. However, they had not anticipated Kira's presence. If they had anticipated Kira's presence and were capable of putting up a defense, they would have already done all they could to kill her. With just a few flaps of its wings, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly arrived at the Dead Spirits Well in Area C33. The Moon Empress and Cicada Song had come together and moved all of the Radiance Federation's soldiers to the Dead Spirits Well at Area C32. Despite it clearly being the middle of the afternoon, a moon appeared in the sky. The moonbeams were like a waterfall that fell in a 50-kilometer radius around the Dead Spirits Well at Area C33 and trapped all the dead spirits within. If any of the dead spirits within tried to pass through the cage of moonbeams, they would be instantly vaporized by the moonbeams. The moonbeams also cleansed the death aura. The Moon Empress herself was worth millions of troops, and she could ensure that this Dead Spirits Well was no longer affecting the environment around it or endangering the citizens in the area. But human strength was limited. Millions of troops could secure tens of Dead Spirits Wells, but the Moon Empress could not. The Moon Empress needed to use her own energy to create the moon in the sky and unleash moonbeams. If she was capable of holding down the fort on her own, she would not be as troubled by the Dead Spirits crisis as she was. Although the Moon Empress had attained an endless lifespan after contracting the lifespan mouse, she would be willing to give up her immortality if it meant that she would be able to save the Radiance Federation. From the first day she became a Radiance envoy, the Moon Empress had been ready to lay down her life for the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress sensed the number of dead spirits that were trapped by the moonbeams and let out a deep sigh. This was just one day's worth of dead spirits and death aura from one Dead Spirits Well. This was not the first time that the Moon Empress was stepping in to take control of a Dead Spirits Well. There were numerous instances where the Dead Spirits Wells had shown signs of collapsing, and the Moon Empress had to step in to handle the situation. She could clearly notice that the weekly quantity of the dead spirits bursting out from the Dead Spirits Wells had increased. The dead spirits were now surging from the Dead Spirits Wells at around 1.3 times their initial rate. This allowed the Moon Empress to confirm one thing, which was that the dead spirits were being awakened slowly and would be emerging in waves. This would continuously increase the pressure on the Radiance Federation's troops that were stationed around the Dead Spirits Wells. It was possible that the metal-type stone boards would eventually crack. To prevent the metal-type stone boards from eventually breaking, the Radiance Federation could not stop building more of the Dead Spirits Wells. Could the Radiance Federation really handle all that pressure? The Moon Empress could not remember the last time she felt this helpless. The Moon Empress never liked relying on others. However, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to place all her hopes in Lin Yuan. When the Moon Empress turned to look behind her, she saw Lin Yuan riding the Kill Food Sky Butterfly toward her. She waved at him. It was only when the Kill Food Sky Butterfly got near that the Moon Empress spotted Kira and the 5 bizarre female demon insects. Lin Yuan bowed at the Moon Empress and Cicada Song before getting right to the point. "Master, open a hole in the cage of moonbeams that the dead spirits can pass through. This will allow me to test my plan out." This was not the first time that Cicada Song was meeting Lin Yuan. But every time they made contact, his impression of Lin Yuan was refreshed. It could be said that Cicada Song had watched Lin Yuan grow up. However, Lin Yuan's growth had not been characterized by steps but by leaps and bounds. Each jump was extremely wide. This young man in front of him might have already surpassed him in power long ago. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was still humble and respectful toward him. This was a very rare virtue for a young man. Although Cicada Song was very composed and unshakable now, his youth had been wild. With a wave of the Moon Empress' hand, the moon in the sky lit up, and the ribbons of moonbeams slowly parted like a curtain. The sea of dead spirits enveloped in death aura charged out. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat with initial shock before he said to Kira, "Kira, it's time for you to perform." Kira's lips twitched. She wondered if Lin Yuan had misunderstood something. She asked Lin Yuan to test these 5 female insects' powers. Why did he bring them here? How was this enough to test the 5 female insects? She wanted to show off for Lin Yuan, but he had provided her with such a small stage. She felt that he was underestimating her. Did he think so little of the demon insect's power? Kira felt that it was necessary for her to prove what the demon insects could do. But regardless of how daring she was, Kira would never dare to speak against Lin Yuan. With this thought, Kira said despondently to the female insect next to her, "Doom, send out an offspring with a Class 3 genetic lock to handle these dead spirits and death aura. Remember to do a good job. Not even a hint of death aura can be allowed to remain." Kira scrunched her nose. The death aura around here is of a relatively high concentration. While you're at it, cleanse all the death aura in the area. The female insects that Kira had produced were of a similar intelligence to her. Being a highly intelligent life form, Doom knew of the best way to demonstrate her abilities. Since Kira had picked her first, this was a prime opportunity for her to prove herself. Just like Kira was trying her best to get Lin Yuan to acknowledge her, the female insects that Kira had produced were also trying to win her trust and affection. In a family with many children, regardless of how fair the parents tried to be, it was inevitable for there to be favorites. Doom raised one of her spidery legs up, and a hair as long as her leg shot out. A purple and black egg shot out from the area where the hair was connected to her leg. The egg shot into the sea of dead spirits. At this instant, Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress, Cicada Song, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji could sense that the sea of dead spirits was waning. When they took a closer look, they saw that every dead spirit had a purple and black maggot that was around a centimeter long on it. The maggots were gobbling the dead spirits' bodies and bones at an almost unimaginable rate. It was as though the sea of dead spirits was being eaten and swallowed. The dead spirits that the Moon Empress had trapped for some time could not catch up to the rate at which the millions of maggots were eating them. Once the maggots were done eating the dead spirits, many of them crawled into the dead spirits' well. The ever-cool-headed Moon Empress and Cicada Song could not stop their jaws from dropping. They found it hard to believe that the annihilation of so many dead spirits had come from a spider life form merely lifting its leg. The insect life form that Lin Yuan had called Kira had mentioned an offspring that had a Class 3 genetic lock. If this insect life form was like the alien insects, there should also be offspring with Class 2 and Class 1 genetic locks that had even more powerful genes. At this instant, hope sparked to life in the Moon Empress and Cicada Song's eyes. It was at this moment that the black and purple maggots ran out of dead spirits to consume and began eating each other. This reminded Lin Yuan of a game in his previous life called Eat Fish. The maggots grew visibly larger each time they ate one of their counterparts. Soon, they turned into half-meter-long cocoons. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The insects worked like a rapid machine. Eventually, the ground was covered with over 4,000 cocoons that were around half a meter long. Less than 30 seconds later, the cocoons broke open, and a spider life form that was slightly smaller than the mother insect crawled out. They let out piercing screeches as though they were heralding their new life. Soon, it was as though the death aura permeating the air was being attracted as they entered the demon insects' bodies. The demon insects drank up the death aura in the air, and the death aura became their source of energy. The newly born demon insects with Class 3 genetic locks were extremely capable of absorbing death aura. The Moon Empress could sense that all the death aura in a 50-kilometer radius was quickly being pulled to this spot. The spider life forms were gathered together now, but they would be able to make just as large of an impact when they spread out. This meant that as long as there was one of these insects in a 50-kilometer radius, there was no need to be concerned about there being death aura present in the area. This was much more effective than using the dead decay earthworms to cleanse the death aura. Kira glared at Doom. She was not very satisfied with Doom's performance. This was because Doom had not prevented the first few demon insects from being consumed. Otherwise, there would have been 1 to 2 times more of the newly born demon insects with Class 3 genetic locks. If Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with her demon insect genes because of this, it would be extremely bad for Kira. Lin Yuan would have opportunities to take control of other demon insect queens when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Based on Kira's gaze, Doom realized that she had been careless. As Kira's offspring, Doom did not even have the right to rebuke her. Kira could kill these female insects she had produced with just as much ease as Lin Yuan could do to her. In order to prove the demon insect's value, Kira hurriedly said, "Master, some of the demon insects have gone beneath the dead spirit's well. They are reproducing there. A few demon insects with Class 3 genetic locks can form a miniature colony. As long as none of the dead spirits that appear are overly strong, they won't be able to make it out from the dead spirit's well." Doom only used one egg that she had prepared in advance. There weren't enough dead spirits here for the insects to consume, so they had no choice but to reproduce through consuming each other. If the number of dead spirits is increased by 10 times and is accompanied by a large amount of death aura and dead dimensional life forms, the demon insects will truly be able to demonstrate our capabilities. If you want to test the demon insect's abilities, I hope you can bring me to the boundary between one of the dimensional worlds and this Class 2 world. It is only at a place like that that the demon insects will be able to properly perform. Kira spoke with an anxious tone, but she had not lost any of her confidence. However, Wen Yu and Lu Ji no longer felt that she was boasting. Chapter 2675. Insects take over the startling Lines continent. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had been with Lin Yuan for a long time. They were more resistant to the shock that came with witnessing such feats than the Moon Empress and Cicada Song were. Kira's abilities were astounding. Although Kira said that she was limited by her environment and could not unleash her full power, Lu Ji and Wen Yu were already certain that Kira would be able to fend off the Dead Spirits crisis. Although the Dead Spirits crisis would continue progressing, the amazing demon insects would be able to minimize the impact on the main world to the greatest extent. However, it went without saying that this also depended on whether Tower Cannon had any new moves to play that would deter the demon insects. Lin Yuan looked at Kira and said seriously, I will give you the chance to wield your full abilities soon so we can gain a full understanding of the demon insect's abilities. Until then, do your best to push the 5 female demon insects to reproduce as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan handed a diamond phase storage box to Kira. Lin Yuan knew what Kira wanted and why she was willing to work so hard for him, to the point that she had rushed from the alien insect world to the Radiance Federation within 3 days. Kira had not yet replenished the energy she had used up to produce the demon insects. Kira did not like leaving her nest before she fully recuperated. She decided to rush to the Radiance Federation in spite of this because he had absolute control over her. He controlled her soul so she could not go against any of his requests. Additionally, she hoped that he would give her resources that she could use to develop the demon insects. Kira was an open book to Lin Yuan. At first, Lin Yuan was displeased that she had only laid 5 eggs, but he did not show his displeasure. He felt that Kira was not treating his orders with enough seriousness. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the abilities of Kira's female demon insects. Lin Yuan turned to say to the Moon Empress and Cicada Song, Master and Lord Cicada Song, you have just witnessed the demon insect's abilities encountering the dead dimensional life forms. Up until now, Tower Cannon has been the only one attacking. It's time for us to show Tower Cannon that we aren't to be trifled with. In the battle with Tower Cannon, Lin Yuan had been the one reacting to the moves made by Tower Cannon. But now, Lin Yuan wanted a change. If he stayed in his current position, he would not be able to dig deeper into Tower Cannon's secrets. Tower Cannon would never exhibit all of their secret weapons if they were able to decide on the attacks. Lin Yuan needed to be able to see through Tower Cannon. There would be 2 possible results to trying to see through Tower Cannon. Firstly, Tower Cannon would put up a fight and push back with force. The 2 sides would end up utilizing their secret weapons and pit them against each other in a good fight. The other possibility would be that after witnessing the humans' powers, Tower Cannon would retreat back to the shadows to gather more power. This would give the humans more time to develop. Regardless of which consequence it was, Lin Yuan could accept it. But rather than the latter outcome that seemed to be more beneficial for him, the Radiance Federation, and humans, Lin Yuan preferred the former. It was no longer Tower Cannon that truly terrified him, but Epic God Palace. According to 8th Page Apoptosis, Tower Cannon had lost the battle against 8th Page Apoptosis thousands of years ago. It had resulted in Tower Cannon recuperating for the past few thousands of years while Epic God Palace had been able to continue developing. Lin Yuan hoped that after this catastrophe, he would be able to draw out Epic God Palace and have the chance to make contact with them. As things stood, he had no means of making contact with Epic God Palace. Lin Yuan let out a silent sigh. Just what was he going to do with Epic God Palace? His army was making waves in the main world, yet Epic God Palace was showing no signs of trying to make contact with him. Were they really so strong that they could ignore all of this? Lin Yuan pursed his lips, and an overwhelming wave of thoughts and emotions took over his mind. The Moon Empress and Cicada Song hurriedly nodded, and she said seriously, Little Yuan, if you are going to head to the boundary of the dimensional worlds and the main world where the battle with the dead spirits is the fiercest, take Eternal Source with you. Keeping him with me is limiting his movements anyway. Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled before he said, Master, I have other experts who are just as strong as Eternal Source, so you don't have to worry about me. I already accounted for Eternal Source staying with you to protect you. It won't affect my plans at all, so you don't have to worry. Once I take Kira to unleash the full power of the demon insects, I will bring back with me numerous demon insects, and they will set up nests in the dead spirits' wells. Then, stability will return to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to immediately take him, Wen Yu, Lu Ji, the 5 female demon insects, and Kira to the Return from Faraway Mansion. The space tunnel under the Return from Faraway Mansion was the nearest access point to the Startling Lines continent. The situation in the Radiance Federation was grave, and Lin Yuan needed to save all the time he could. The Startling Lines continent was the training ground that Lin Yuan had prepared. Qin Yu and the millions of land imps had been working in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan had not hesitated to pour in resources and turn the entire Startling Lines continent into a metal bucket. There were only 10 dead spirits wells in the entire Startling Lines continent, each of which was guarded by 2 Samsara realm dictators. The citizens in Thick Soil City led very similar lives to the citizens in the Radiance Federation. Both had almost no injuries or damage because they had someone standing in front of them to shield them. But it went without saying that during such a crisis, some minor injuries were inevitable. Lin Yuan had heard Listen mention in the past about how capable Qin Yu was. But at that point, he had only heard about Qin Yu's capabilities from others. However, now that he had given Qin Yu a task, Lin Yuan discovered that he was truly a talent when it came to execution capabilities. Execution capabilities were very different from governance abilities. Although governance abilities had slightly more value to a faction, execution abilities could not be absent if a faction wanted to develop well. Lin Yuan had many people under him who were capable of execution, but based on his observations, Qin Yu could easily make it into the top 3. Recently, Lin Yuan often received news from Ta Lei and Qin Yu through the Thoughts letter paper. Ta Lei also gave him periodic updates on the situation in Thick Soil City. Lin Yuan had supplied sufficient powerful dimensional life forms to the Startling Lines continent to ensure its safety, so Ta Lei did not have much to worry about. After Ta Lei's previous report, Lin Yuan suggested that Ta Lei look around the Startling Lines continent to see if there were any areas that needed to be renovated. This was both a test and an opportunity that Lin Yuan was giving Ta Lei. He wanted to see if Ta Lei had not only grown in age but also in perspective and acumen. Alas, the suggestion that Ta Lei made 2 days later wholly disappointed Lin Yuan. Ta Lei felt that it was a waste to use a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients. After hearing this, regardless of whether Ta Lei had any insinuations towards Qin Yu, Lin Yuan felt that Ta Lei was very narrow-sighted. The land imps were able to control minerals. They could not only blend minerals but also separate them. Thus, any minerals used in the Startling Lines continent would not go to waste. All Lin Yuan needed to do was order the land imps to gather all the resources, and he would be able to retrieve all of them in a very short span of time. The only thing that would be used up was the land imps' time. If Ta Lei was not even able to see this, it would be very difficult for him to make any strategic advancements in the future. The construction of the defenses in the Startling Lines continent was basically complete. However, it would not be Sky City and the Radiance Federation's troops that would be training there but the demon insects that naturally consumed the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms. The Startling Lines continent's seemingly impenetrable defenses would only hinder the female demon insects. While riding on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, Lin Yuan sent a message to Qin Yu. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, stop renovating the Startling Lines continent. Relay my message to the other teams of land imps and tell them to stop what they're doing. Once I arrive, we will meet at the underground palace at the center of the Startling Lines continent. Then, we will start dismantling all of the defenses that have already been constructed. Lin Yuan's message to Qin Yu was very sudden, and it affected many of the plans that Qin Yu had already prepared. Nonetheless, he did not feel any begrudgment and immediately replied. Qin Yu, young master, when will you be arriving? I will try to make the arrangements at the underground palace as per your instructions before you arrive. Once again, Qin Yu demonstrated his impressive execution abilities to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction when he received Qin Yu's response. By now, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had arrived in front of the Return from Faraway Mansion. Lin Yuan sent his response. Lin Yuan, I will appear in the underground palace 5 minutes later. Go ahead and make the arrangements. After this trip to the Startling Lines continent, there won't be much for you to do there because it will enter a state of stability. You can leave things there to Ta Lei. I will be taking you with me back to the Radiance Federation. Qinglun has grown much taller recently. He asks about you each time I see him. I am sure he will be delighted to see you back in the Radiance Federation. In consideration of the sadness of separation felt by the two brothers, Wen Yu had prepared thoughts letter papers for Qin Lun and Qin Yu so the two of them could still converse whenever they wanted. However, there was still a big difference between conversing through the thoughts letter paper and being reunited in real life. When Qin Yu, who was clutching the thoughts letter paper, read Lin Yuan's message, a genuine smile spread across his cold and handsome facial features. It was not just Qin Lun who missed Qin Yu. Qin Yu missed his brother badly as well. Qin Yu knew that Lin Yuan had sent him to oversee the construction of the defenses in the startling lines continent because he wanted to train him. Although he did not know why Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to dismantle the defenses that had been so carefully and painstakingly constructed, he guessed that he had passed the training. If he had not passed, he would have been sent to Thick Soil City to manage it alongside Ta Lei. Qin Yu composed himself. The gratitude that he felt towards Lin Yuan intensified. The consideration that Lin Yuan had for him touched him to the point that he felt the faint urge to cry. In the past month that he had spent managing the land imps, Qin Yu had gained absolute authority over them. Now, not even the Samsara realm land imps dared to defy him. Previously, there were a few land imps that did not take Qin Yu's instructions seriously, and Qin Yu immediately asked Lin Yuan to swap them out. Qin Yu's authoritative manner taught the land imps the consequences of getting on his bad side. Furthermore, when the land imps found out that Lin Yuan was coming, they swiftly carried out Qin Yu's instructions and gathered at the underground palace. Lin Yuan had already arrived at the underground palace. The underground palace's construction had been completed long ago. Qin Yu did not damage the underground palace while he was renovating and setting up the startling lines continent's defenses. Instead, he buried the metal-type stone boards under the underground palace. It could be said that the underground palace was even more fortified than Thick Soil City. Lin Yuan summoned the land imps that he had previously sent to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. He instructed them to use metal-type stone boards to envelop the entire underground palace before moving it up to the surface. This way, he would be able to move the underground palace into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. With the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone being as large as the Xia region now, he would have no problem storing the underground palace there. Hu Chuan could not have done a better job of creating the underground palace. He had even hand-carved all of the etchings on the walls. If the underground palace was moved into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, it could be used as a resting place for the life forms working in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone once Hu Chuan was made some alterations. When the land imps used the metal-type stone boards to envelop the underground palace, the defenses were weakened, and the dead spirits immediately seized the opportunity. Given that the metal-type stone boards had been laid down in even thicker layers in the startling lines continent than the Radiance Federation, the pressure building up beneath the startling lines continent was even greater than that of the Radiance Federation. A hole opened up right in front of Lin Yuan. But without him needing to give any orders, Kira looked at Doom. There was no need to use all 5 female demon insects to deal with one eruption of dead spirits. Kira was not pleased with Doom's recent performance. When Doom noticed Kira looking at her, she immediately realized that this was her chance to remedy her mistake. Doom lifted the third and fourth legs on her left flank and shot out 4 insect eggs. 2 of the eggs were purple and black, while the other 2 were slightly larger and blue and purple. Previously, one of the insect eggs produced enough insects to take over and handle the eruption of dead spirits. This time, the might of 4 insect eggs instantly buried the blast of dead spirits, and the situation was under control in an instant. Chapter 2676. Sea of Insects Under the Startling Lines Continent. What if Lin Yuan felt that these dead spirits were easy to deal with? The other experts he had under his control were also capable of killing dead spirits. At this point, Kira's gaze on Doom was downright nasty. Doom had not managed to understand what Kira wanted. This meant that she had gone against Kira's wishes twice. This made Kira livid. If Lin Yuan did not currently need the female insects that were born from consuming the dead dimensional life forms genes, Kira would have already taught Doom a lesson to appease the fury she felt. While Kira was stewing in her anger, Lin Yuan sincerely complimented her. The demon insects is indeed strong. There are many more dead spirits beneath the startling lines continent than the Radiance Federation. When the land imps go to remove the metal-type stone boards, the 5 female insects can quickly reproduce, and when you will deliver the demon insects with reproductive abilities to various parts of the main world. Kira finally relaxed when she heard Lin Yuan's praise. Her displeasure towards Doom also subsided significantly. If Lin Yuan removed the metal-type stone boards from the entire startling lines continent, the demon insects would definitely be able to unleash the full force of their combat power and show Lin Yuan the fierceness of the demon insects. It was because she knew that Lin Yuan really wanted to protect the main world that Kira had decided to allow the 5 demon insect eggs to absorb the dead dimensional life form's genetic model before reproducing. Otherwise, she would have just laid 2 to 3 eggs. Master, now that I am aware of your goal, the demon insects will do our best to reproduce in a way that will benefit your goal. Compared to the alien insects, we demon insects have much stronger reproductive abilities. Kira made this guarantee while she instructed the other 4 demon insects to send the insect eggs underground and begin consuming the dead spirits there. Occasionally, a newly born demon insect with a class 3 or 2 genetic lock would emerge from the hold. All of them had the demon insect's reproductive abilities. Each time a newly born demon insect appeared, when you used the elemental paper's ability to send it to a certain area in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had started dealing with the dead spirits in the Radiance Federation even before Qin Yu had arrived with the land imps. By now, Lin Yuan fully believed what Kira had said. Due to his contract with Kira, Lin Yuan could sense where the demon insects were located. The demon insects already occupied a space underground that had a diameter of over 60 meters and had begun reproducing and colonizing. The 5 female demon insects had only sent their eggs into the hole but had not entered personally. If they had, their power and reproductive abilities would be even stronger. He had already found a counter for the move that Tower Cannon had just made. Lin Yuan was very curious to find out if Tower Cannon would come up with another move to try and fix this. Lin Yuan did not have to wait for long. Qin Yu and the land imps had already rushed over. Qin Yu bowed deeply when he saw Lin Yuan. Young master, as per your instructions, I have brought all the land imps over from the startling lines continent. Do you want them to start removing the metal-type stone boards now? Lin Yuan nodded and replied, that's right. Let them begin removing the metal-type stone boards now. Remember to start from the center and move outwards. Kira will communicate with you on how fast the removal should proceed. Lin Yuan looked at Kira. She was the demon insect's strongest female and was capable of controlling all the demon insects. The demon insects she produced only listened to her. Given the circumstances, it would be the most appropriate for her to be the one to communicate with the land imps. This would ensure that the rate at which the insect army was consuming the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms matched the rate at which the land imps were removing the metal-type stone boards. If the land imps removed the metal-type stone boards quicker than the rate at which the demon insects reproduced, the dead spirits and dimensional life forms would become a danger for the humans living in Thick Soil City. Lin Yuan had put a lot of effort and resources into building Thick Soil City, so he did not want anything to happen to it. With Kira's intelligence, she was able to communicate smoothly with the land imps. These land imps were all under Lin Yuan's control. He never neglected to provide them with benefits. Otherwise, they would not be as submissive and willing to work hard. All of them knew that there were benefits to being part of Lin Yuan's camp. Thus, none of them wanted to cause trouble while working with Kira. Kira personally set aside a space for the land imps, and the head land imps began dismantling the metal-type stone boards there. A large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients was separated from the metal-type stone boards and transformed into resources that Lin Yuan could use in any other way he wanted. At first, the land imps thought that this would be a very time-consuming task. The land imps were acutely aware of how terrifying the dimensional life forms were. When the concentrated death aura made contact with a living creature, its muscles would immediately start to decay. There were many land imps that had suffered due to the death aura emanating from the dead dimensional life forms. Luckily, there were many turning wheel realm dictators stationed around the dead spirits' wells. Once they encountered a dead dimensional life form, they would kill them immediately and toss the corpse into the dead spirits' wells. The vines around the dead spirits' wells and the death cleansing scale snakes would then handle the rest and finally get the situation under control. The land imps were already astonished that the demon insects could deal with the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms. However, Kira expanded the area, and even with all the land imps working at maximum effort, they only just managed to match the rate at which the demon insects were consuming the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms. The demon insects were moving with such ferocity that everything was progressing swiftly. This did not mean that the insects produced by the female demon insects would be able to fully address all the dead spirits in the startling lines continent. It was not so easy to clear out the dead spirits. With the startling lines continent's long history, the number of life forms that had died were millions of times more than the number that was still alive. It was just that the dead spirits were being awakened in waves. Kira just needed to keep the demon insects with class 3 and 2 genetic locks at the lowest depths, and they would form a shield that also enabled the insect army to expand freely. Meanwhile, the land imps would protect the surface. As more and more dead dimensional life forms were consumed, Kira managed to fully examine the dead dimensional life form's powers. Kira did not know if Lin Yuan was already aware of the dead dimensional life form's full powers, but nothing bad could come out of her reporting what she had found out to him. Master, these dead dimensional life forms have very similar auras to that of the dimensional worlds attached to a Class 3 world. Their powers and genes are similar as well. Didn't you mention that you think Tower Cannon is from another world? If my guess is right, Tower Cannon is from a dimensional world attached to a Class 3 world. Not every Class 3 world becomes fully fused with the dimensional worlds attached to it when it is promoted. Some dimensional worlds that are sufficiently powerful can escape the fusing. These dimensional life forms will try to sink their world and cause it to fall into another world. However, this method is very dangerous. If it fails, the dimensional world will become suspended in a half-world state and will be at risk of being swallowed by dimensional storms. I think that this is what is happening to the dead spirits. If the dead dimensional world really arrived here after sinking their world, they should have landed in a world that is of a similar class to their original world. I have no idea how they ended up in a Class 1 world. They either used a treasure that can break through the walls between worlds, or this world already contained a presence that is beyond a Class 3 world. This faction has already broken past the walls between worlds. However, they decided to close one eye and did not eliminate Tower Cannon, who arrived here after sinking their world. I think that there is a high chance that this faction is Epic God Palace. Otherwise, there is no other reason to explain why Tower Cannon lost to Epic God Palace. Do you think this makes sense? Kira's intention was to report the facts to Lin Yuan. She did not expect her words to make Lin Yuan feel as though he was seeing the truth. Kira came from the sky beyond the clouds. She might not have as many resources as him, but he could not hope to catch up to her in knowledge and experience. This was because Lin Yuan had not had the chance to head to the sky beyond the clouds. His perception was limited to that of a Class 2 world. Kira's broad horizons made up for Lin Yuan's lack of knowledge and experience. For the first time, Lin Yuan got a sense of Epic God Palace's level of power. Epic God Palace was undeniably an immense faction that Lin Yuan would struggle to match up to. Lin Yuan could not help but worry about this. Lin Yuan already knew everything about Tower Cannon's plan. There was a high chance that they wanted to revive the sunken dimensional world. However, Lin Yuan was still completely oblivious to Epic God Palace's goal. Epic God Palace had come to this Class 1 world earlier than Tower Cannon. Otherwise, Tower Cannon would not have been able to arrive in this Class 1 world. The real extraordinary anomaly in this world was Epic God Palace. Kira, how powerful do you think Tower Cannon's strongest dimensional life form is? Kira pondered for a moment before she replied. For a dimensional world attached to a Class 3 world to be able to sink itself, this dimensional world has to be extremely powerful. However, it won't be stronger than a Class 3 main world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed to sink itself. Hence, the strongest dimensional life forms will definitely be World Emperor grade and Divine World level but won't be stronger than World Emperor grade and Pinnacle Divine World level. Kira's estimate was very safe. She believed that Tower Cannon's experts' powers would not be able to reach World Emperor grade and Pinnacle Divine Kingdom level. Otherwise, they would not have to act this cautiously. Lin Yuan nodded. The World Emperor grade and Divine Kingdom level was the standard to which life forms were measured in the sky beyond the clouds. Based on the measurement for dimensional life forms, it would be the afterlife realm. This meant that the strongest of the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon would only be the equivalent of a pinnacle afterlife realm dictator. When Lin Yuan fused with the Abyss Red Lotus and used the ability Lotus Locks the World, he could exceed World Emperor grade and Divine Kingdom level. If it truly came to blows, Tower Cannon would be no match for him. However, this conclusion was solely based on Kira's deduction. There was no certainty that she was right. This was because she had been asleep for numerous years. Secondly, Tower Cannon had already been in the main world for many years. Who could say that the real 8 pages had not increased their power? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Wen Yu could not be busier. She had delivered many demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks. Each delivery she made exceeded the Radiance Federation's needs. With the demon insects' powers, only a few of them would be sufficient to take control of a dead spirit's well. This was not because Wen Yu had an optimistic view. Rather, she preferred to take a pessimistic mindset so she could always prepare for the worst. This would prevent her from panicking and being left at a loss if the worst-case scenario did come into play. Not only would the demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks be enough to solve the Radiance Federation's issue, but they could also become the solution for the other dimensional worlds once they were delivered there. A thought struck Wen Yu, and she asked, Kira, can you produce demon insects that can handle dead spirits and absorb death aura underwater? Kira looked at Wen Yu. She knew Wen Yu's place by Lin Yuan's side. Hence, she dared not show Wen Yu any disrespect and hurriedly said, 70% of the demon insect's offspring is made up of our own genes. The other 30% comes from the genetic model of other life forms. As long as we can get our hands on dead dimensional life forms that can do battle underwater, the female insects will be able to produce demon insects with Class 2 genetic locks and clean up the dead spirits and death aura from the seas. Even if we can't find dimensional life forms that are able to do battle underwater, dead spirits that can do battle underwater will be fine as well. However, the female insects will only be able to produce demon insects with Class 3 genetic locks from dead spirits. I am sure you have seen for yourself the difference in the demon insects' powers that come from the different genetic locks classes. If you need such demon insects, I can send one female insect specifically to produce such demon insects. Wen Yu did not respond. Instead, she looked at Lin Yuan. She had asked this question on Lin Yuan's behalf and to give him a reminder. The main world would not be saved just by dealing with the dead spirits on land. The seas were already contaminated by death aura. When the sea water evaporated, they would also move towards the land and spread death aura there. Wen Yu had realized early on that saving the sea clans and water world life forms were also part of saving the main world and Radiance Federation. Chapter 2677 Progress of the Sped-Up Demon Insects. Lin Yuan had been fully focused on saving the Radiance Federation and had not stopped to consider whether the demon insects would also be effective at helping the seas. Wen Yu's question had indeed prompted him, and Kira's answer excited him. The female insects produced by Kira could produce demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks that would be able to clear death aura from the sea. This was great. This way, not only would the problems in the water world be solved, but the water world life forms and sea clans would also be saved. The environment in the sea would also be cleaned up. The sea would also become an incubator for the demon insects. Lin Yuan could not only use the demon insects to save the world but also take advantage of the dead spirits crisis to nurture and strengthen the demon insects. The strengthened demon insects would become another secret weapon that he could utilize when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. The land imps worked according to the areas that Kira had mapped out, and the ground of the startling lines continent was slowly revealed. Previously, the ground had been brown or black. But after being contaminated by death aura, the ground had turned grayish-black. The warped soil could also release death aura. Luckily, the demon insects were continuously consuming the death aura from underground. Otherwise, the land imps would have become infected, their bodies would start to decay, and their lifespans would be shortened. It was clear that the situation had been handled. But just to be on the safe side, Lin Yuan instructed Redthorn to station the Abyss Great Emperor by Kira's side so he could protect her if any threats cropped up. Kira's own body was not very strong. She would not be able to endure being attacked by an expert. If anything happened to Kira, the demon insects would not be able to continue reproducing and expanding. Lu Ji said with awe, Lin Yuan, we have managed to counter Tower Cannon's second move. But I don't think they will back down so easily. They must have other moves planned. Lin Yuan could not dispute Lu Ji on this and nodded. If this was all that Tower Cannon had up their sleeve, they would not be trying to take over the main world. There was no way that a dimensional world that used to be attached to a Class 3 world would be so easy to handle. That said, the demon insects' abilities were only just beginning to develop. From here on out, it would be a clash between the demon insects and Tower Cannon. Kira was not powerful on her own. But after the demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks absorbed death aura, they could increase their own power endlessly. All they needed was some time to develop, and their power would be able to climb rapidly. It would not take long before the demon insects became a force to be reckoned with and turned the tide on the dead spirits crisis. The dead dimensional world saw the demon insects as threats, but the demon insects saw the dead dimensional life forms as food. The two sides had different stances and saw each other from different perspectives. Since the issue had been perfectly resolved, Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would take Kira back with him. 3 of the 5 demon insects would be left in the Startling Lines continent to continue expanding the insect army, while the other 2 would be sent to the seas to help the sea clans and water world dimensional life forms. Although Lin Yuan had already done all that he could do to help, both the sea clans and water world dimensional life forms suffered grievous losses. With the demon insects helping the vast sea labyrinth, all of the sea clans would be saved, and they would not become extinct during the 6th epoch. When Kira found out about Lin Yuan's plans, she immediately made the arrangements. Doom, whom Kira was the most displeased with, was left in the startling lines continent and would be in charge of covering the center territory. The other two would be sent to the north and south territories to build up their insect armies while still periodically sending demon insects to the Radiance Federation. The remaining two female insects, who were the ones that Kira most favored, were sent to the seas. There were far more dead spirits in the sea than in the startling lines continent, so the work would be very cushy there. The two female demon insects could not be more thrilled. Doom looked at Kira woefully. She did not understand why Kira had suddenly turned against her. Kira had picked her twice, and Doom felt that both her performances had been satisfactory. When they were first hatched, her gene concentration had been the highest. Logically, she should be the most favored by Kira. The center territory was almost completely empty of demon insects now. There were the least dead spirits there in the entire startling lines continent. If she went there, the insect army she produced would be the smallest of all the female demon insects. The insect queens of the demon insects competed with each other in terms of the size of their colonies. Those with larger colonies also had higher statuses. But as wronged as Doom felt, she did not utter a word for fear of saying something that made Kira even more upset. When Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he went directly to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress was sipping tea in the inner palace while reading reports. The demon insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks immediately began building colonies once they were delivered to an area. Then, they started absorbing the death aura around their colonies and feasting on the dead spirits as a means of fueling their reproduction rates. The insects with Class 2 and 3 genetic locks were considered derivative female insects and were also very capable of reproduction. Even the regions with relatively weaker defenses no longer had any other injuries or deaths once the demon insects arrived. Almost half of the Radiance Federation's pressure disappeared. The Radiance Federation's troops could finally take a break. Cicada Song immediately ordered the Radiance Federation's troops to rest while sending the Spirit Chi professionals who had just been trained to heal injuries caused by Death Aura to treat all of the Radiance Federation's troops. Cicada Song and the Moon Empress came to an agreement after a discussion. Although the demon insects provided a solution, the dead spirits crisis still posed just as much danger to the main world as it always had. The dead dimensional life forms had appeared after the dead spirits crisis had progressed to a certain extent. No one could say if there would be other special dead spirits appearing in the future. In order to overcome this obstacle, the Radiance Federation would have to boost its own power and could not rely on others for everything. This was not because the Radiance Federation did not trust Lin Yuan enough to use his secret weapons but because they needed to set a proper position. If they relied on Lin Yuan for everything instead of boosting themselves, the Radiance Federation would not be able to handle any external conflicts in the future. Cicada Song had heard from the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan's sights were not limited to the Radiance Federation or the main world but to a higher level world. There was no way that the main world would have access to Lin Yuan's protection at all times. Cicada Song knew that a large reason for the Moon Empress mentioning this was that she did not want Lin Yuan to have to bear the burden of holding up the main world on his own. Additionally, she wanted the Radiance Federation to use this opportunity to become stronger. They had already begun rolling out the changes to the Creation Master system. The Moon Empress intended to give out all of her resources to use this opportunity to build up the overall power of the Radiance Federation's troops. The Radiance 100 Sequence Selection, Radiance 100 Sequence Re-ranking, Radiance Knight Selection, and Radiance Envoy Selection that had been postponed by Lu Wenchange also had to be commenced. The Moon Empress intended to use the next 6 months to breathe new life into the Radiance Federation. When she saw Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, your demon insects are a godsend. Without the demon insects, the entire main world would be on the brink of ruin." For the past few days, the reports sent by the various federations have all been positive. Currently, the biggest problem facing the Radiance Federation is that the death aura can spread to the land from the sea. The cities next to the seas have not been fully freed from the threat yet. I sent many demon insects to the seaside to absorb death aura, but this isn't a long-term solution. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Master, the issue that you are worried about has already been solved. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Not only will the demon insects be able to eliminate the dead spirits from land, but they will be just as effective in the sea. I have already sent 2 female demon insects into the sea to develop and build colonies that will clean up the environment in the sea. You should be hearing of the effects in a day or 2. Once the issue in the sea is solved, the territories near the sea will all benefit. Based on my estimation, the main world will be able to enjoy at least 3 months of peace. Even if Tower Cannon comes up with other moves, they won't be able to threaten the Radiance Federation anytime soon. The Radiance Federation can develop with a peace of mind. The 3 months that Lin Yuan estimated was not a number he had pulled out from the air. Instead, he had communicated with Kira and learned that the demon insects were stronger than the dimensional life forms from a dimensional world attached to a Class 3 world. Kira was able to control the demon insects and handle the dead spirits. Otherwise, Kira would not dare to be so confident in this matter that was so important to Lin Yuan. Frankly, Kira's estimate had been 6 months. This was because she had sensed the ley lines and deduced that there would be an explosion of death aura 6 months later. At that time, there would be a tsunami of dead spirits being awakened. However, Kira was not concerned by the explosion of dead spirits because if she was able to develop the demon insects with full force during the next 6 months, it was likely that the demon insects would be able to cover every corner of the main world. At that time, there might be as many demon insects as there were dead spirits. However, Lin Yuan would never allow her to develop the demon insects with full force. If she did so, it would leave no space for the other life forms in the main world to live. Lin Yuan dared not be careless when it came to safety issues. He was also worried that what he said would impact the Moon Empress arrangements. Thus, Lin Yuan shortened the 6-month estimate to 3 months. From now on, they could only observe quietly. During this time, the Radiance Federation's development would not be halted, nor would that of the demon insects. This transitional period was critical. Lin Yuan did not know when Tower Cannon would receive the news. With the demon insects consuming the waves of dead spirits and continuously reproducing, they would multiply rapidly. The main world had just been promoted from a Class 1 to a Class 2 world, and the 5-dimensional worlds had been fused with the main world. The humans from the main world only needed a very small proportion of the space to live and grow. Lin Yuan would not permit the demon insects to take over the space meant for the humans to live in. However, he still intended for the demon insects to use the dead spirits crisis to expand. All this activity would definitely catch Epic God Palace's attention and give Lin Yuan the opportunity to make contact with them. Even if this matter did not appear on Epic God Palace's radar, once the demon insects occupied every corner of the main world, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to locate Epic God Palace. When the Moon Empress heard about the 3 months, she was overjoyed. The 3 months were a luxury for the Radiance Federation. Little Yuan, I will ask Lu Wenqing to proceed with the 3 rounds of selection. Recently, you have been running around for the main world's sake. If you have more important things to do, you don't need to participate. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Master, I have already made all the necessary arrangements. Only trivial matters are left. I don't need to attend to them personally. My people can handle it. I will be there punctually to participate in the selection as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. I even nurtured Shiny, especially for the selection. I promised to take it into battle. If I don't participate, I won't be able to answer Shiny. Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was looking out for him and was afraid that he was working too hard. Firstly, he really wanted to participate in this selection. Secondly, he was well aware that this selection was meant to boost morale. He could not be absent. The faith power that came from the Radiance Federation was almost half of the total amount that came from the other federations. This was enough to prove just how important Lin Yuan was to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan did not want to break his word to Shiny, nor did he want to let down the life forms in the Radiance Federation who trusted and respected him. The Moon Empress stood up and helped Lin Yuan to adjust his collar. Little Yuan, all of the Radiance Federation's royalty will be present during the selection. I will be able to watch you climb to the top. The Moon Empress would not have said this if she did not know that Lin Yuan's power had an advantage over Xiaqing, Zhongzi, and the rest. As things stood, his power could no longer be measured against the younger generation. The Moon Empress had never seen Lin Yuan in battle, but she was certain that she would not have assured victory if she ever fought against him. If Lin Yuan was not sufficiently powerful, he would not have been able to gather so many experts around him or safeguard the Radiance Federation's peace. The Moon Empress' words to Lin Yuan were not one of wishes and hopes but stated facts. Based on his contributions to the Radiance Federation and his power, he deserved to become a Radiance Envoy. The Radiance Federation's 13 members of royalty had not even contributed to the Dead Spirits crisis as much as Lin Yuan had. Lin Yuan nodded. The demon insects could be said to be the Dead Spirits' natural enemies. Once the demon insects entered the battle, the Dead Spirits crisis would be shortened significantly. Chapter 2678 Waves before the selections. In an office, a girl with sweet features wearing a double-breasted suit and light makeup told more than 10 people sitting around a meeting table, "It's up to our team to organize the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Do not allow yourselves to be slack. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to answer to the citizens of the Radiance Federation. This is the biggest challenge our team will face since its establishment. It will also be a chance for us to demonstrate our skills. All of you are exclusive reporters for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. You can do what you do best and communicate with the members of the Radiance 100 sequence that you are in contact with. Do your best to bring up the spirit and enthusiasm of the selections. The girl who spoke was Tian Ningning. Previously, Tian Ningning had insisted on being Black's exclusive reporter. Later, Black and Lin Yuan were revealed to be the same person. This made Tian Ningning the exclusive reporter of Lin Yuan, who was also the Moon Empress disciple. It was said that even the most mundane people are not excluded from opportunities to ascend. Lin Yuan had not especially promoted Tian Ningning. But this did not stop her from being promoted by Star Web's managers. Tian Ningning was also capable enough to handle the responsibility of leading this special team that had been put together by Star Web. The few tasks that Tian Ningning had already led had been completed extremely well. Sister Ning, we won't have any issues contacting the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. But you will have to be the one to get in contact with Lin Yuan. All eyes are on Lin Yuan for this Radiance 100 sequence selection and ranking. Every citizen in the Radiance Federation is looking forward to watching him battle. Tian Ningning nodded and said, I will communicate with Lin Yuan. The rest of you just need to focus on your own tasks. Don't forget the gravity of this matter. Do not come up with false information for the sake of dramatic effect. I'm sure all of you understand what I'm getting at. If you mess this up, you can leave Star Web of your own accord. After she was done relaying instructions and tasks, everyone left until the only one left in the meeting room was Tian Ningning, who was still standing in front of the podium. She was now part of Star Web's board of directors. She was also the youngest member. She was under immense pressure daily. Tian Ningning felt that her promotion was solely due to the fact that she was Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter. If she could not do a good job, she would be embarrassing him. Although she did not have any close ties with Lin Yuan in real life, the people on Star Web were not aware of this. Tian Ningning felt as though the past 2 years had been a dream. Black had caught her eye, and she wanted to be his exclusive reporter because she had noticed his potential. Additionally, she admired the spirit he had exhibited when he protected Millstone Town on his own. The power that Black later showed had shocked Tian Ningning, and she got the feeling that there was more to his background than what met the eye. However, she never expected Black to turn out to be the Moon Empress, a Class 6 Creation Master's disciple. A person like this should be walking around with his chest puffed up with arrogance. But whenever she sent him a message, he was either too busy to respond or was always polite and sincere when he did. Tian Ningning had not been in contact with Lin Yuan for a very long time. The Moon Empress had only revealed a very small fraction of Lin Yuan's contributions to the Radiance Federation. However, this was already enough for many people in the Radiance Federation to address him as Your Excellency. Even now, Tian Ningning did not know if Lin Yuan would be participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Something like this should seem insignificant to Lin Yuan. Given Tian Ningning's status, she did not have the right to obtain a thoughts letter paper. The only way she could contact Lin Yuan was through the phone. If he was not in the Radiance Federation, she would not be able to reach him. Now that Lin Yuan was back in the Radiance Federation, he still had the habit of using his phone. However, everyone else had become accustomed to using the thoughts letter paper and even used it to arrange meetings. Thus, Lin Yuan's phone only rang a few times, and most of these calls had come from the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was currently eating lunch. Lu Ji had made a fish stew that really suited Lin Yuan's tastes. Because of Epic God Palace, Lin Yuan had not been able to relax. However, the might demonstrated by the demon insects allowed Lin Yuan to be more at ease, and he finally had a rare moment of rest. When he picked up the call and saw the caller ID, he could not help but smile and raise an eyebrow. He had been expecting Tian Ningning to call in the next day or two. Lin Yuan had a very good impression of Lin Yuan. It was rare for a reporter to not exaggerate or come up with fake news. When Tian Ningning was reporting on him, the dual records she wrote were still very exciting. She was a large reason why Lin Yuan was able to collect so much faith power early on. Tian Ningning calling him was also part of her work. Since Lin Yuan had chosen Tian Ningning to be his exclusive Star Web reporter, it was his responsibility to find work for her. When he picked up the call, Lin Yuan heard Tian Ningning's slightly anxious voice on the other end. Your Excellency, I would just like to confirm if you intend to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If you are, I need to make preparations as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he replied honestly, not only am I going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection but also in the Radiance Envoy selection. As my exclusive reporter, you will be busy for some time. Tian Ningning was stunned, but she found it difficult to contain her delight. She did not mind being busy. Rather, she was afraid that Lin Yuan would not give her the opportunity to be busy. Lin Yuan had not fought on Star Web using any of his identities recently. Thus, Tian Ningning had not had much work to do. If Tian Ningning had not been chosen to become the leader of a special team in Star Web, she would be spending most of her days drinking tea and reading books in her office. Luckily, exclusive reporters had stable incomes even if they did not have work on their hands. This was why so many well-known reporters were willing to become exclusive reporters for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Your Excellency, I am now leading a team. If there are any pressing matters to handle, my team can help out. It will be easier for me to make the proper arrangements if I know what is happening over on your end. This was the first time that Lin Yuan heard Tian Ningning address him as Your Excellency. At first, he thought she had misspoken. But when she addressed him like that a second time, he realized that she had not misspoken. He hurriedly corrected her. Big Sister Tian, I am not a member of royalty. I am just an official member of the Radiance 100 sequence. I won't be worthy of being addressed like that even if I do become a Radiance Envoy. Don't call me that in the future. I have a few people with me who don't have exclusive Star Web reporters, but they will be playing large roles in the selections. Big Sister Tian, will your team be able to take on the responsibility of doing publicity for them? Tian Ningning knew that Lin Yuan was trying to boost her. Tian Ningning could guess who Lin Yuan was referring to. It was likely that he was referring to Chief Guard Yat, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch's disciples. They were the only ones whose statuses kept Star Web reporters away. Otherwise, any young person who was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence would have throngs of Star Web reporters trying to connect with them. Even the famous Star Web hosts also had exclusive reporters documenting their dueling records. If she did a good job of this opportunity, she would become the golden child of all the Star Web reporters. However, there were only slightly more than 10 people in her special team. She could not be certain that there would be enough people to complete this task to perfection. For the sake of her future, Tian Ningning would not agree to something without full confidence. She had to answer to Lin Yuan, who was the disciple of a member of royalty. Lord Lin Yuan, in all honesty, my team isn't large. With a little more than 10 people, we will only be able to follow up on 3 people at most. How many people do you have in mind, with you included? Lin Yuan immediately said, there are a total of 8 of us. Big Sister Tian, why don't you go and speak to the Star Web officials about this? I believe that they will give you more help. Tian Ningning became so excited that she started to shake. If she brought up this proposal to the Star Web officials, they would never agree. She might be Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, but she had not been able to obtain an interview with him. The higher UPS of Star Web were always displeased at her over this. She was aware of this. However, given Lin Yuan's status, the higher UPS of Star Web could not act on their displeasure and still had to provide her with resources. But this time, Lin Yuan was the one making the proposal. Once she mentioned this, Star Web's officials would not turn down her request. Tian Ningning always wanted to witness Lin Yuan's growth. However, he grew at such an accelerated rate that even the Moon Empress could not track the exact trajectory, much less Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan was not an ostentatious person. He had made this decision after careful contemplation. Since he was going to raise the Radiance Federation's morale, it would be a good idea for the Star Web reporters to release updated reports of the fights. After hanging up the call, Lin Yuan rested for an entire day in the return from faraway mansion and spent time with all the feys he had contracted. On the second day, he went with Lu Ji and Wen Yu to the Radiance Sacred Hall. The Radiance Sacred Hall had already intended on commencing the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection. All the preparations were already complete. Once the members of the Radiance 100 sequence arrived, this year's selection would begin immediately. Normally, the best way to boost the Radiance Federation's morale would be to prolong the selection period. However, time was tight, and raising morale was a preliminary goal. They could not afford to waste time. The Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections would be very formal and official. The Radiance 100 sequence selection would be settled with a few dueling stages. This was because not every member of the Radiance 100 sequence would need to be challenged. Lu Wenqing knew that all the attention of the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be on Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, Xiaoqing, and Long Tao. It was difficult for the others to compete with the four of them. The format of the Radiance 100 sequence selection had changed this year. A live drill would be better than a duel for testing a person's overall capabilities. Lu Wenqing had designed a similar format for this selection. Previously, everyone would start off dueling. But once it winnowed down to the top 10, Lu Wenqing would send them into a simulated space in Star Web where they would compete in the wilderness. There were no other entities in this survival battle. It would only be the top 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence battling it out with each other. The first to die would become sequence number 10, and the subsequent ranks would also be determined in this manner. Firstly, it was easier to spectate a wilderness survival battle. Secondly, this would be able to test the interpersonal skills of the Radiance 100 sequence. There were times when connections were just as effective as power. After ending the call with Lin Yuan, Tian Ningning went to see the manager of Star Web's reporters and told him about the call. The manager immediately held an emergency meeting before assigning 4 special teams to Tian Ningning. She could allocate and utilize these teams as she saw fit. It was necessary that she ensured that all 8 people's reports would be done to perfection. Lu Hao, who was the manager of Star Web's reporters, had not paid much attention to Tian Ningning. It was true that she was Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter. However, he felt that she had asked Lin Yuan for the job. Lu Hao was good friends with Zhou Ming and learned about Lin Yuan's character from him. He knew that Lin Yuan did not put on any airs and was respectful towards everyone he met. He did not have any of the arrogance that was usually associated with a young elite. Hence, Lu Hao believed that if anyone else had asked Lin Yuan for the job, he would also have agreed. Yet, Lin Yuan had given such a major opportunity to Tian Ningning. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan thought highly of Tian Ningning's abilities or because he had connections with her, Lu Hao began taking Tian Ningning seriously. Chapter 2679 Selections begin. Lu Hao was not satisfied with being the manager of Star Web's reporters for the rest of his life. If he performed well in this job, he should be promoted to become the 6th manager of Star Web, making him the head honcho of Star Web. Ningning, you have been working under me for some time now. I'm sure you have noticed how I have always taken good care of you. I am assigning such an important task to you and even sent 4 teams to assist you. You must do a good job. Do not disappoint me. If you encounter any problems, let me know immediately, and I'll handle it myself. Young people are always slightly reckless. Don't overextend yourself. Lu Hao knew that Tian Ningning was smart. She would definitely be able to understand his meaning. Given her intelligence, she would know what the right course of action would be. His joining of the team did not affect Tian Ningning negatively at all. Rather, he was a form of insurance. Tian Ningning was momentarily stunned before she said seriously, "Big brother Hao, it is a little much for someone as young as me to be leading even one special team. Something will probably go awry while I'm leading the 5 special teams. I know you trust me, but I would still like for you to be present. That will give me more confidence to make bolder decisions." Tian Ningning had been a Star Web reporter for 3 years. With her talent and capabilities, it would be a breeze for her to lead a special team and complete the task. As long as she had sufficient manpower to allocate, there was nothing that was impossible. Tian Ningning only said this because she had picked up on the hints that Lu Hao was giving her. Given that he was the biggest boss amongst the Star Web reporters, Tian Ningning needed to extend the proper courtesies to him. Furthermore, his joining was enough to show just how important this matter was to Star Web. It was a job that would benefit Lin Yuan. There was no reason for Tian Ningning to refuse. From now on, whatever happened in the future, Star Web would inject resources into her team first to ensure that they could produce the best reports. Lu Hao glanced at Tian Ningning, and his smile widened. She really was clever. Lu Hao really liked communicating with smart people like Tian Ningning. He did not have to make everything explicit and only needed to raise the key points. With Tian Ningning's intelligence and her link to Lin Yuan, Lu Hao decided to make her his close subordinate and do his best to elevate her in the future. Her abilities had already been proven. Out of all the Star Web reporters, she was already ahead of the pack. Since you put it that way, I shall be the main lead for this team. However, you will have the decision-making power when it comes to following up and collating the progress of the event. Go ahead and do what you think is right. As long as you do well, the job of the manager of Star Web's reporters will be yours next year. Tian Ningning did not care about these. All she wanted was to do a good job of being Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter. The special team that she had been leading had been organizing all the information related to the dead spirits crisis. This was a job that Tian Ningning found to be very meaningful. After the information about the dead spirits was organized, the low-rank spirit chi professionals would not be completely helpless when they faced the dead spirits. Because of the high priority that the Radiance Federation placed on keeping the regular people safe, there were very few citizen casualties in the cities, even if the most remote ones, as long as no dimensional rifts opened. But even if dimensional rifts did open, the city's city guards would immediately send experts to fight as well as provide medical treatment. It could be said that the Radiance Federation had been living in relative peace and prosperity. This did not mean much in Lin Yuan's previous world, but this was a very rare culture in the world of feys. In this regard, the Radiance Federation did a better job than both the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation. Star Web, which was created by the coordinated abilities of 3 sacred source life forms, made the lives of the regular people even better and created a second world for the Radiance Federation. The biggest change to take place in the Radiance Federation came from the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, as it led to the Radiance Federation's royalty ordering the city's city lords to build mirror cities in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. People were always at least a little afraid of the unknown. This especially applied to the powerless and those who struggled to survive. But just because they were afraid did not mean that they were stupid. It did not take long for them to understand why the members of royalty wanted to build mirror cities in the abyssal world. The Radiance Federation's territory was vast and had an abundance of resources. However, as adventurers continued to explore and harvest resources, the Radiance Federation's resource endowment eventually fell. Although many of these resources were renewable, it would take time. As the Radiance Federation's dwindling resources continued to be harvested, the adventurers' wages would fall, and the price of Creation Master resources would rise. Once the price of Creation Master resources increased, the cost of living for the Radiance Federation's citizens would increase as well. The best choice now would be to expand the territory and begin harvesting resources from the new areas. The only issue had been the factions that made their living from fire-type spiritual ingredients. They had been severely impacted by the construction of the mirror cities in the abyssal world. The Radiance Federation's cultivated garden decided not to provide aid to these factions that were losing out due to the changing times. Rather, they opened up a new path for them by making them their business partners. As a result, they were developing better than they were before. As the mirror cities in the abyssal world were constructed, more and more of the Radiance Federation's citizens moved to the abyssal world. They brought with them many industries that supported even more livelihoods. This was a positive structural change. Once the Radiance Federation crossed the initial slightly uncomfortable adjustment period, it would be able to thrive and grow in new ways. However, the Dead Spirits crisis was not a structural change. It was only a catastrophe. Although there had been warnings before this catastrophe, even rising factions struggled to deal with the Dead Spirits crisis, much less individual people. Death aura poured out from the Dead Spirits wells endlessly and claimed life after life. This was an issue that Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation's royalty worked tirelessly to address. The Dead Spirits had not been going on for very long, but it had already caused widespread damage that threatened to collapse the Radiance Federation. The situation was only contained after Wen Yu sent the demon insects into battle. For now, the danger of this calamity had been mostly neutralized. At this moment, Radiance Sacred Hall announced that they were going to hold the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections would also be brought forward. This would be the grandest event in the Radiance Federation, and it immediately caught the attention of all of the Radiance Federation's citizens. Moreover, Chef Supreme had planted the soldier ration radishes in various cities so the Radiance Federation's citizens could all claim the soldier ration radishes leaves to fill their stomachs. Cultivated Garden had also distributed a mountain of resources while the land imps continued laying down the metal-type stone boards and fortifying houses. All of this was part of rebuilding the Radiance Federation. As Starweb continued to release reports, the Radiance Federation's citizens became more and more excited for this selection. Lin Yuan could sense that many of the glowing dots of faith in the fountain of faith in the Divine Kingdom were growing larger. Lin Yuan had only become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence last year. Since then, he had been extremely busy and had not participated in any of the Radiance 100 sequence's meetings. Thus, many of the Radiance 100 sequence's members were strangers to him. Although he did not know them, none of them were unfamiliar with him. He might only be sequence number 91, but the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence all saw him as having colossal power. He had even killed a Freedom Envoy. Not even Chief Guard Yi's disciple, Lu Ji or Xiaoqing possessed such abilities. The Radiance 100 Sequences members were all very excited to watch the battle between Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, as well as between Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing. It would definitely be an eye-opening experience. All of them were the cream of the crop and had grown in the past year. They wanted to see just how large the gap between themselves and Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, and the rest was. Lu Wencheng sat on the main seat and smiled at Lin Yuan before nodding. Next, he turned his gaze to Lu Ji. He already knew that Night Leaning Moon wanted to use Lu Ji to unleash the final weapon plan, but Lu Wencheng had never approved of this because Night Leaning Moon's final weapon plan asked too much of a spirit Ji professional and it was difficult for a regular person to meet this standard. Moreover, taking control of carcinoma phase was akin to dancing with death. If there were any accidents that caused the carcinoma phase to break free and lose control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many insect species' carcinoma phase did not seem scary before they had the chance to multiply and spread. But once they were able to expand into an army, they could potentially cause as much damage to the main world as the dead spirits. It was when Lu Ji represented the Radiance Federation to battle the Freedom Envoys that Lu Wencheng found out that Lu Ji had perfectly accomplished the final weapon plan that Night Leaning Moon had designed. Not only could he command many carcinoma phase in battle, but he had a high degree of control over them. It was impossible for them to break free of his control. The heart of the plan was the insect queen that Lu Ji had contracted. Once it died, the carcinoma phase would follow it in death. This was both Lu Ji's Achilles heel and his strength. Once he died, so would the insect queen, and the carcinoma phase would not be able to go rampant and bring forth a disaster. By being willing to undertake the responsibility of turning himself into the ultimate weapon, Lu Ji truly deserved the title Heart of Insect Swarm. Once the last members of the Radiance 100 sequence arrived, Lu Wencheng stood up and said solemnly, "Normally, the re-ranking is a private affair. But this time, it will be broadcast publicly on Star Web. All of you can make your preparations now. Later, we will enter the location specially designed by Star Web's officials for our challenges. Every person will have 3 challenges. Mu Yan, who is sequence number 100, will go first. In the end, just like in the past, sequence number 90 to sequence number 100 will enter a simulated space to compete with the new generation of Radiance 100 sequence members. The top 90 ranks will each receive a bronze/legend fey that suits the willpower rune they have comprehended. If any of you have any secret weapons, take them out now. If you are found to be hiding them later, it will cost you a place among the top 90, and you will have to bear the losses yourselves." When the members of the Radiance 100 sequence heard what Lu Wencheng said, they first bowed to him before they all entered Star Web together. None of them expected this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection and re-ranking to have such prizes. There were no prizes in the previous Radiance 100 sequence selections and re-rankings. All they received was some money and subsequent monthly wages in the form of resources. But all of the money and resources summed up would not be equivalent to the value of a bronze/legend fey. Bronze/legend feys were a specialty of Class 5 creation masters. Moreover, these bronze/legend feys would be custom-made to their individual willpower runes. Many of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence came from elite families, but few had ever received such a gift. Even Long Tao's breathing picked up. While Lu Wencheng was making these promises, his gaze drifted towards Lin Yuan. It was likely that all these resources would be coming from Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was capable of supplying such resources, but she was fully focused on dealing with the Death Aura and would not have the time to tailor bronze/legend phase for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan caught Lu Wencheng looking at him and gently pursed his lips. It was true that Lin Yuan was the one providing these resources to the Radiance 100 sequence, but this was only the beginning. In the future, he would be providing even more resources to the best talents of the Radiance Federation to help them grow rapidly. Lin Yuan intended to use his abilities and store of resources to help the Radiance Federation and main world to achieve true prosperity before he left. This was the only way he would be able to leave for the sky beyond the clouds with his mind at ease. Once the members of the Radiance 100 sequence entered Star Web, all of them were fired up with passion. They would not allow themselves to be kicked out of the top 90 ranks. All of them had witnessed last year's Radiance 100 sequence participate in the survival live drill. In the face of the ocean of dimensional life forms, an individual's strength was negligible. A person's power was only partly effective. Even the members of the Radiance 100 sequence who were fully confident in their capabilities dared not be certain that they would be able to stay in the Radiance 100 sequence through the re-ranking after being pushed out from the top 90 ranks. Moreover, every intelligent person knew that the true threat to the main world now was not dimensional life forms but dead spirits. The dimensional life forms were now the humans' allies in taking on the dead spirits. Chapter 2680 Battle in the Clouds. The current members of the Radiance 100 sequence all had a certain degree of understanding of the dead spirits. Although Radiance Sacred Hall had not issued any tasks related to the dead spirits, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence had all taken the initiative to head to the nearby dead spirits' wells to lend a helping hand. This was so they could train themselves and contribute to the Radiance Federation. Every citizen of the Radiance Federation who made it into the Radiance 100 sequence possessed wholehearted sincerity. Some of them were arrogant and had personality flaws, but at critical moments, they were all able to step up to the plate. Since they were models for the Radiance Federation's younger generation, they had to take responsibility for this position. It was because they understood the dead spirits that almost none of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence wanted to fight in a simulated environment filled with dead spirits. It took a lot of time to build a stage in real life. It required both resources and labor. But all that was needed to build a stage in Star Web was for the sacred source life forms that created Star Web to adjust the network of Star Web's space. Mystic Moon and the other two members of royalty had built a magnificent stage for this event. Since they were going to boost morale, they needed the appropriate infrastructure. After being transported, every member of the Radiance 100 sequence arrived at their position on the glorious stone pillars that Radiance Sacred Hall had erected, especially for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Since they were going to be competing online, all of the stone pillars were also moved to Star Web. Lin Yuan stood on the stone pillar that had a diameter of 3 meters. All he could see around him were rolling clouds. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows at this sight. This setting was very grand. Lin Yuan had stood on the real stone pillars in Radiance Sacred Hall before. When he looked down from the real stone pillars, he could clearly see what was happening on the ground. But here in Star Web, the stone pillars were thousands of meters tall, and every member of the Radiance 100 sequence felt as though they were standing among the clouds. In order to become a powerful spirit chi professional, it was even possible to train oneself to become resistant to acrophobia. There was a seat on the stone pillar, and Lin Yuan sat down leisurely and leaned back. He believed that unless something abnormal happened, no one would challenge him. He was sequence number 91. Once the 9 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence chose their opponents, it would be Lin Yuan's time to issue his challenges. Lu Ji looked up and saw Long Tao, Lu Ji, and Xiaoqing in the distance. Lin Yuan did not intend to give up on the 3 battle challenges. He was going to make good use of them to invigorate the Radiance Federation's morale. It just so happened that Lin Yuan wanted to see how Long Tao, Lu Ji, and Xiaoqing had improved. Lin Yuan was aware of Long Tao's power. Long Tao had revealed his cards to Lin Yuan when Lin Yuan visited Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tao's main plan was to nurture the Sea King Chok Mosasaurus. Long Tao had become an A-rank spirit chi professional. After the Sea King Chok Mosasaurus was evolved to myth breed, it activated the main dragon species bloodline that was dormant in its body and had become a highly aggressive terrifying dragon species Fey. After becoming a spirit chi professional but before he left the Xia region, he never saw many large spectacles. The most astonishing and largest scale event was Dong Hai using his wolf species Fei to fend off the alien beast wave. At that time, Lin Yuan had not been awed by the platinum wolf species Fei but by the seemingly endless insect army that was unafraid of death. After he left the Xia region, Lin Yuan truly began walking down the path of a spirit chi professional. When he arrived in the royal capital and saw the battle between Long Tao and Cai Cha, Lin Yuan understood for the first time what it meant to be a young elite. He also found his direction and motivation to work hard. At that time, Long Tao had been like a shining star. Back then, with Lin Yuan's level of power, all he could do was look up at Long Tao. But now, Long Tao was no longer a match for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the most familiar with Lu Ji, but Lu Ji had been developing in seclusion for the past 6 months. Lin Yuan had yet to witness the insect species carcinoma phase that had been transformed into fairies wielding their power during battle. As for Xiaoqing, all Lin Yuan knew about her was that she was very strong. However, he was not aware of the exact degree and magnitude. Lin Yuan was really looking forward to these 3 fights. The member of the Radiance 100 sequence Lu Wenqing had mentioned was Mu Yan. Mu Yan was currently anxious and on the edge. She had only been part of the Radiance 100 sequence for a year. She had been the last survivor in the intense and exciting insect army survival battle. Although she was only able to make it to the end because of Lin Yuan's protection, Mu Yan did possess real power. Otherwise, regardless of how close she was to Lin Yuan, it would be difficult for her to make it to the final 10. Mu Yan had worked hard for the past year. Since she had made it into the Radiance 100 sequence and became the pride of her family, she would not allow herself to be eliminated. But as she looked at the seniors in front of her, Mu Yan found it difficult to remain calm. She sneaked a look at Lin Yuan. She heard that he had only just become of age. He was 5 years younger than her. Yet, he was able to use his determination, resilience, and courage to push through all odds. What was there that she could not achieve? The image of Lin Yuan had been seared into Mu Yan's mind a year ago. He became an idol that she wanted to work towards. There were some people who only called others their idols but did not take them seriously, while others used them to motivate themselves. Mu Yan was the latter. Although she worked hard, there were times when she slacked off. But every time she thought of Lin Yuan, her fighting spirit would be stirred, and she would push on. As a result of this, even Mu Yan's strict teacher had to tell her to take a break. Mu Yan clenched her fist tightly, and a resolute expression formed on her face. She could take small steps and try her best without putting too much pressure on herself. She was still young. As long as she retained a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence, she stood a chance of making it into the top 30 ranks by the time she reached 27 or 28 years old. Moreover, the Radiance Federation intended to inject a large amount of resources into the Radiance 100 sequence. The provision of Bronze/Legend feys as prizes was enough proof of this. A Bronze/Legend fey that would be tailored to one's willpower rune was so valuable that it was also difficult for Mu Yan, who came from a creation master family, to digest the news easily. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes met a pair of calm ones. Mu Yan instinctively started to panic, and her left hand clutched her chest. Because of genius, Lin Yuan had expanded his sea of spiritual energy. Thus, he was able to use his spiritual energy to acutely sense the surroundings through spiritual perception. Even if he closed his eyes and rested, he would be able to use spiritual perception to detect who was looking at him. Lin Yuan had some idea of who Mu Yan was. During the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection, Mu Yan had led 200 Spirit Chi professionals and moved between numerous battle lines, saving countless young people who were participating in the selection. Compared to Mu Yan's individual power, Lin Yuan admired her leadership skills. The Radiance 100 sequence members were usually tested on their character and power. However, Lin Yuan felt that coordination and execution skills were also important qualities. Lin Yuan smiled at Mu Yan before he turned to look at the swirling whirlpool at the center of the clouds. At this moment, the whirlpool dispersed and faded into wisps. A suspended arena was revealed. The arena was surrounded by moving clouds and was around twice the size of regular arenas. There was a layer of jade covering the arena. This was not a durable material that could withstand the force of attacks. It was clear that the jade was only used for aesthetic purposes. Since the challenge was going to be taking place in this arena amongst the clouds, the arena could not be damaged. Lu Wenqing's figure appeared at the center of the arena. He raised his hand and bellowed, "The fifth epoch has become another notch in history. The beginning of the Dead Spirits crisis has heralded the beginning of the sixth epoch. The Radiance Federation has not only been focused on fighting the dead spirits. We have also been saving and coordinating the main world's humans and sea clans. We have made many achievements in our efforts against the dead spirits. We are already making progress in terms of treating the death aura and healing the injuries inflicted by the death aura. In the past few days, the dead spirits' wells had somewhat reached a state of stability. Our troops have been working hard non-stop and have shed blood, sweat, and tears for the sake of our homeland. The Radiance Federation's younger generation should also be prepared to take up the mantle left by their seniors. The Radiance 100 sequence's re-ranking will be a demonstration of the younger generation's outstanding capabilities. I hereby announce the beginning of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The last rank will be the first to pick his challengers. Every time they defeat an opponent, they will take over their opponent's rank. The defeated members will take on the challenger's rank. Each person is eligible to 3 challenges. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all well aware of the rules. Lu Wenqing had only explained in such detail for the benefit of the spectators. The first part of Lu Wenqing's speech was also not directed at the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. As long as the re-ranking and selection proceeded smoothly, every member of the Radiance 100 sequence would be able to demonstrate their power and significantly boost the Radiance Federation's morale. However, this was only a temporary solution and the fiery morale would only last for a short time. Lu Wenqing needed all the citizens of the Radiance Federation to know that the Radiance Federation's officials and creation masters were constantly working hard and that their efforts were effective. Once the Radiance Federation's citizens understood this, the fighting spirit riled up by the Radiance 100 sequence selection and re-ranking would be even more explosive and long-lasting. Unlike Cicada Song, Lu Wenqing had not gone with the Moon Empress to gain an understanding of the demon insect's might. However, Lu Wenqing had visited Ascending Dragon City and witnessed how the demon insects had established their armies. What Lu Wenqing saw had exceeded his comprehension. He felt as though the dead spirits that were extremely dangerous to humans were nothing more than food that had popped out from the ground to the demon insects. Based on Lu Wenqing's careful observations, he had not noticed the dead dimensional life forms employing any special methods to take on the demon insects. It was as though, just like how the dead spirits and humans could not coexist, the demon insects and dead spirits were also natural enemies. Lu Wenqing had also considered the possible issue of the sixth epoch not being triggered by the dead spirits crisis but the demon insects crisis instead. Would the humans also end up having to battle the demon insects just like they were doing with the dead spirits? But Lu Wenqing quickly shook this thought out of his head. Based on Lu Wenqing's observation, the 17th wave of offspring produced by the demon insects with class 2 and 3 genetic locks had the intelligence of a 20-year-old human. The demon insects might not be pleasant to look at, but they were a highly intelligent species. Highly intelligent species were very sociable and could acclimatize easily. They were capable of using strategies and ploys during combat. There was no way that the dead insects that were driven by instinct stood a chance. Lu Wenqing felt that he needed to have a chat with the Moon Empress and ask her if Lin Yuan had full control over the demon insects. He did not want the demon insects to stop the dead spirits crisis only to become the real enemy that destroyed the human race. Lu Wenqing pondered over these matters while he continued to make methodical and orderly arrangements. There were no commentators on the arena where the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking and selection was going to take place. However, on Star Web, where the event was being broadcasted, all of the Radiance Federation's hosts and commentators for major events opened their own channels and prepared to commentate on this grand event. Star Web's reporters also sprung into action. Ever since news of the dead spirits crisis broke out, the Star Web host's revenue fell by at least a third. Who could be bothered with leisure on Star Web when the dead spirits crisis was taking place? But with such a magnificent event, there was no reason for the hosts and reporters not to participate. Lu Hao had been watching the audience numbers on Star Web. He was extremely pleased with the amount of activity and attention that was being drawn in by this event. After thinking for a moment, Lu Hao called Tian Ningning. Tian Ningning picked up after 2 rings. Big brother Hao, do you have any instructions for me? I have already begun writing the drafts for the battle records. Although those few battles will be the most important, the battles between the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence will also make an impact. Lu Hao was very happy with Tian Ningning's work. He knew that Tian Ningning was very professional and capable. Otherwise, she would never have managed to become Lu Hao's exclusive reporter. Even if Lin Yuan thought highly of her, the Moon Empress would have already swapped her out if she was not sufficiently capable. Lu Hao had heard from Zhou Ming about how Lin Yuan was the apple of the Moon Empress' eye. But despite knowing that Tian Ningning was very reliable, this matter was far too important, and Lu Hao needed to make sure that things were going well. Chapter 2681 Battle of Ice. Tian Ningning had confirmed these matters repeatedly long ago and had done many rehearsals. She had also conducted the others aside from Lin Yuan, and they were all willing to cooperate with her. As long as Lin Yuan and the rest were willing to cooperate with her, nothing could go wrong. This was something that Tian Ningning could guarantee. Even if there was a kink in the process, the talented people in the teams could handle it. Tian Ningning knew that Lu Hao was acting this way because he was worried that something would go wrong and he would have to take responsibility for it. At the same time, he wanted to remind her of the gravity of this matter. Don't worry, big brother Hao. The Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking has begun. I need to begin working and preparing. I hope you can send another team to me. I need them to help out the hosts and commentators. This will raise the publicity of the event to the greatest extent. Tian Ningning had selfish reasons for saying this to Lu Hao. Tian Ningning had not watched that youth grow up, but he hoped that she would be able to brighten up his most glorious moment. She wanted the spotlight on him to be as dazzling as possible so he could be even more astounding than he already was. The most troubled person in the entire Radiance Federation was Mu Yan, who was sequence number 100. According to the rules of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, she would be the first to issue her 3 challenges. It did not matter if she lost these 3 challenges. But as long as she won one, she would be able to move up the ranks. Those who challenged first meant that in the subsequent 200 matches, they could only be chosen to be challenged. Given that she was sequence number 100, people naturally assumed that she was the weakest. Mu Yan was confident in her power. She had improved her power significantly in the past year. But if her opponent was sufficiently powerful, even if she managed to win the match, she would have to expose herself completely and reveal all her secret weapons. Secret weapons were what struck fear into others. Hence, Mu Yan had no idea who to pick. Ever since she became part of the Radiance 100 sequence, Mu Yan had been preparing for the re-ranking a year later because she was worried that she would be eliminated. Thus, she had been researching the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence. She would only be able to improve her chances when she understood her opponents. Eventually, she decided to set her sights on sequence number 87 Wu Ting, who was called Icy Waves. Wu Ting was a veteran in the Radiance 100 sequence. She was already 29 years old this year but had never made it into the top 60. She always fluctuated around the 80s. She was one of the main members of a B-level guild club and had a wealth of battle experience. One of the rules of the Radiance 100 sequence selection was that once a member of the Radiance 100 sequence had been eliminated, they could not compete again. Wu Ting's power and tenacity were proven by her tenure in the Radiance 100 sequence. Wu Ting was surprised to be chosen by a rookie, and she hurriedly stood up from her seat before gallantly striding to the arena. Mu Yan had selected Wu Ting as her opponent after all the research she had done. Every Spirit Chi professional contracted many feys, so it was difficult to effectively counter them. One could only target one area to try and influence the battle. Element-type feys battled each other in terms of the level of their elements. If a fire element was of a high enough level, water would not be able to put it out. For example, Zhongzi's fiery sky ho could instantaneously dry up a river. Mu Yan had nurtured a new fey. Although this fey was ice-type, it could also effectively counter other ice-type feys. This new fey was what gave Mu Yan the confidence to take on Wu Ting. At first, one could only challenge ranks that were up to 10 ranks above one's position. But now, this restriction had been lifted. The ranking would become more flexible and fair. Even if Mu Yan used natural countering to win one match, she would not be at an advantage for the rest of the re-ranking. However, Mu Yan did not care. All she wanted to do now was to raise her rank as quickly as possible while trying to keep as many of her secret weapons hidden as possible. This would give her the chance to use them if she was challenged by anyone else. Although she had learned from previous information that her new fey could counter Wu Ting, Mu Yan dared not underestimate Wu Ting. It was possible that Wu Ting had significantly increased her power in the last year or still had secret weapons that she had yet to reveal. Wu Ting smiled and nodded at Mu Yan. "Sister Mu Yan, you can summon your fey first." Wu Ting's arms hung by her sides, and she looked expectant. It was an advantage to be able to summon one's feys first during battle. There was a tradition in the Radiance 100 sequence, which was that when those of higher ranks were challenged by those of lower ranks, those of lower ranks could summon their feys first. Mu Yan did not stand on ceremony with Wu Ting and pointed ahead of her. Two identical ice-type feys appeared in front of her. These two ice-type feys were two ice vein frozen bats with wingspans of less than 40 centimeters. They could absorb the coldness in the air around them to boost their combat abilities. Wu Ting's lips twitched. It was no wonder that this brat was challenging her. Two of her ice-type feys were skilled at creating icy environments. The two ice vein frozen bats would be able to effectively counter these two feys. However, Mu Yan was naive if she thought that she would be able to defeat her just with these two ice vein frozen bats. Wu Ting leaned forward and charged ahead. While she was running, a giant creature that was more than 20 meters tall crashed to the ground ahead of her. An aura barreled over towards Mu Yan at the instant that his giant creature appeared. The giant creature's claws pierced the ground, and the arena's ground froze solid. When the giant creature roared, ice slabs rose from the ground, completely altering the arena's environment. The Shaman Ice Bear was one of Wu Ting's signature feys. It was what enabled Wu Ting to win most of her battles. The Shaman Ice Bear's reputation caused the audience watching the Radiance 100 Shaman Ice Bear re-ranking to let out gasps. The Shaman Ice Bear was much more famous than Mu Yan's two ice vein frozen bats. However, the hosts and commentators who were analyzing the battles could not help but frown. The ice vein frozen bat was part of textbooks and described as the perfect ice-type fey. Those who took fey observer classes in university all had a certain understanding of the ice vein frozen bat. Wu Ting and Mu Yan were both members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Although Mu Yan's rank was lower than that of Wu Ting, it was unlikely that Wu Ting knew nothing about Mu Yan. There had to be a special reason for Wu Ting summoning the Shaman Ice Bear in such circumstances. Wu Ting had a fair number of feys. She had 3. The ice-type fey that was mainly in charge of attacking had restrained cold aura, so none of it leaked to be absorbed by the ice vein frozen bats. Mu Yan instructed the ice vein frozen bats to produce 2 ice walls to block the fierce aura. The cold aura within the rush of cold air was the best nourishment for the ice vein frozen bats. As the ice vein frozen bats absorbed the cold aura, they started to divide and separate. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. A year ago, before the Radiance Federation had begun building mirror cities in the abyssal world, the price of relatively perfect ice-type feys was very low because it was very costly to nurture them. But now, the ice vein frozen bat had become the most popular ice-type fey. The ice vein frozen bat had the exclusive skill Cold Accumulation Body Split. When the frozen aura in its body reached a certain level, it would begin splitting its body to become a swarm of bats. This was slightly less rare than the Mirror Silver Obsidian Bull's ability Sacrifice. Both of Mu Yan's ice vein frozen bat's exclusive skills were Cold Accumulation Body Split. She had spent a lot of effort and resources to nurture these 2 feys. But when Lin Yuan used true data to check on the shaman ice bear, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had not expected Wu Ting to be hiding such a move. The shaman ice bear's diamond ability 0-degree disintegration would allow the shaman ice bear to infuse its spiritual energy and soul energy into its cold aura. It would then freeze its target and cause the target's muscles to disintegrate. Given that 0-degree disintegration required the shaman ice bear to use its spiritual energy and soul energy, it was considered a restraining ability that was not commonly used in combat. This ability was extremely costly for the shaman ice bear, and Wu Ting had been significantly troubled by it. Yet, this ability was going to become the crux of this battle. The ice vein frozen bat's exclusive skill, Cold Accumulation Body Split, would also use up its own energy. Moreover, Mu Yan did not have the clarity to see all that was happening and used the ice vein frozen bat's swarm as both her method of attack and defense. When they clashed, the ice vein frozen bats would be immediately broken down by the shaman ice bear. The Class 3 Creation Masters had to carefully examine the shaman ice bear to notice that something was different about the shaman ice bear's ability. The Class 4 and above Creation Masters were able to see through the shaman ice bear's abilities. There were Creation Masters amongst the Radiance 100 sequence, but they were only Class 3 at best. It was rare for a member of the Radiance 100 sequence to reach a higher level before they turned 30 years old. Wu Ting saw that Mu Yan was busy ordering the ice vein frozen bats to absorb the cold aura released by the shaman ice bear and did not summon any other feys. Wu Ting intended to push Mu Yan to the brink before pushing Mu Yan to reveal her secret weapons. This would give her the advantage and enable her to assess if it would be necessary for her to use her own secret weapons. When she saw the expression on Mu Yan's face, she believed that Mu Yan thought of her as a moron who was enabling her to absorb as much cold aura as she wanted. Although Mu Yan was still somewhat wary, the ice vein frozen bats continued to split up, and there were eventually tens of ice vein frozen bats flying around her. Mu Yan felt that she might be able to defeat Wu Ting without summoning that fey. The 2 ice vein frozen bats had powerful control over the more than 60 ice vein frozen bats. When she felt that there were enough of the bats, Mu Yan ordered half of the swarm to attack Wu Ting. As for the other half, they circled Mu Yan to protect her. When Wu Ting saw that Mu Yan was beginning to attack, she issued another order to the shaman ice bear. After receiving Wu Ting's order, the shaman ice bear let out a loud roar. Soon, 3 ice walls appeared in front of the shaman ice bear, blocking it from sight. However, the gaps between the 3 walls were large enough for the swarm of bats to fly through. Mu Yan could no longer see Wu Ting, and she immediately frowned. Wu Ting used this opportunity to summon another 2 feys. One of these feys was covered with crystalline ice and was around the size of a pet rabbit. However, this small creature had taken Lu Ji down in a previous battle. The memory was still fresh in his mind. The small creature rushed into the ice wall and became one with it. Lu Ji knew that this fey called the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable would not remain in the ice wall. The entire ice-covered arena could become its dwelling. The Ice Mirror Hunter Sable would attack Mu Yan at the right moment. If Mu Yan could not remove the layer of ice underneath her, it would be difficult for her to survive the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable's attack. The other fey was a yak that was around the same size as the shaman ice bear. Once the yak appeared and stomped on the ground, the cold aura in the arena intensified. At first, there was only ice on the ground. But now, there was snow, too. The snow shot up to the sky from the ground. The territory of ice created by the blizzard wild cow and shaman ice bear was the reason that Wu Ting was called Icy Waves. The shaman ice bear produced waves of cold air continuously, and Mu Yan had no choice but to go on the defensive. The rushing waves of cold air covered the sound of the blizzard wild cows stomping. Thus, Mu Yan did not know that Wu Ting had already summoned another fey. Nonetheless, Mu Yan had sensed that she was in danger. Because of this, Mu Yan summoned the fey she regarded as her secret weapon. A mouse with a half-red and half-blue body appeared by Mu Yan's feet and started squeaking. It did not look very intelligent. At the instant that Lin Yuan saw the mouse species fey, an amused appeared on his face. The victor of this game was yet to be confirmed. If this mouse species fey's ability was not so one-sided, Lin Yuan would have been interested in forming a contract with it. This fey was called the hot ice boiling mouse. It could transform cold attributes into flaming hot ones. There were two sides to every element. But most feys could only control one of them. The opposite spectrum of the element would cause backlash to a fey that controlled the element on the other side of the spectrum. The damage caused by such backlash was much stronger than external elemental attacks. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was seeing a fey that could overturn the attributes of another fey. Mu Yan's sense of danger heightened. Chapter 2682 Turning the Tables and Strong Ice. Despite knowing that her hot ice boiling mouse would be able to transform the ice elements in the arena and immediately allow her to take the upper hand in the battle, Mu Yan was not happy at all because she had been forced to reveal her secret weapon. She could still try to target other members of the Radiance 100 sequence she had an advantage over for the next two challenges. But once she was challenged by others, she would stand no chance of turning the tables because she had already revealed all of her secret weapons. Mu Yan sighed softly. She might really end up pushed out from the Radiance 100 sequence. If she really ended up being eliminated, she would join the Spirit Guards. They were currently recruiting young Spirit Chi professionals from various schools. With her background as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, there was no way that they would reject her. With this thought, Mu Yan looked into the distance where Lin Yuan was sitting. However, she was only able to see his silhouette. This was when it dawned on her. Remaining a member of the Radiance 100 sequence was not the most important component of life. The most important component of life was growing continuously. Now that she understood this, a passionate fighting spirit lit up in Mu Yan's eyes. The hot ice boiling mouse was a mouse species fey that had already undergone a special mutation. As intelligent as it was also very temperamental. After being ordered by Mu Yan to attack, icy blue flames erupted all over the hot ice boiling mouse's body. Instead of slowly spreading outwards, the icy flames melted all the ice in the arena into a gelatinous substance in an instant. As the icy blue flames continued burning atop the gelatinous substance, an unsettling searing heat covered the entire arena. This reminded Lin Yuan of the alcoholic cakes that burned beneath the copper hot pots from his previous life. At the instant that the hot ice boiling mouse used its abilities to transform the elements, the shaman ice bear and blizzard wild cow let out piercing howls of agony. The higher the grade of a fey, the more acute the pain of the backlash that came from two different types of ice elemental energy clashing in its body. Wu Ting thought that she had already secured control over the situation and had not anticipated this move from Mu Yan at all. Now, the tide had suddenly turned, and it was Wu Ting who was forced into a corner and needed to scramble to deal with the situation. If the shaman ice bear had not tossed Wu Ting onto its back at the moment that the icy flames lit up, Wu Ting's body would have already been burned to ashes. It was not just members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Even Spirit Chi professionals who were Radiance envoys were limited by their bodies during battle. It was only when a Spirit Chi professional reached S rank that his body would be able to condense Spirit Chi into a vortex that he could use to defend himself. Once Spirit Chi professionals gained the ability to defend themselves, their style of combat would change drastically. The best way to tip the scales of the battle would no longer be to target the Spirit Chi professional directly. Wu Ting's reaction to the abrupt change in circumstances caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. She was truly a battle-worn veteran. Wu Ting had developed an outstanding ability to adapt in battle during the S tournament. If she had any less battle experience, it would be difficult for her to adjust to such a sudden change. With such an outstanding performance right out of the gate of the first battle, the rookie Mu Yan left a deep impression on many of the Radiance Federation's citizens. Although the fans who were familiar with Mu Yan were slightly concerned, they were not panicking because she had yet to use her actual ultimate killing move. Although the hot ice boiling mouse had transformed the elements, Wu Ting's Ice Mirror Hunter Sable could still use the abilities Tough Mirror Killing Claws and Mirror Surface Body to put up a defense. Mirror Surface Body allowed the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable to enter a covered state of movement that allowed it to imitate its environment. The surface of its body would become a mirror that allowed it to absorb the elemental energy around it. This prevented its body from being damaged by elemental energy. It was this ability that allowed Wu Ting to assassinate opponents during tournaments. Not even a volcano environment filled with many fire-type feys could stop the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable's movements. Tough mirror killing claws would allow the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable to use its sharp claws to work in conjunction with Mirror Surface Body to utilize the elemental energy that had gathered around the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable. It would use the elemental energy to attack a target, strengthening the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable's deadliness and turning it into the perfect assassin. It seemed as though Wu Ting was trying to counter and fight back, but she was still capable of being a threat to Mu Yan. Wu Ting did not immediately instruct the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable to attack Mu Yan. Instead, she instructed the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable to use Mirror Surface Body to hide within the burning icy flames. Mu Yan was definitely still on guard. The Ice Mirror Hunter Sable's chances of success would be significantly raised once Mu Yan saw the Shaman Ice Bear and Blizzard Wild Cow were on the brink of collapse. By delaying the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable's attack, the strength of the ability Tough Mirror Killing Claws would also be raised. It seemed as though Wu Ting was at a disadvantage and had no means of fighting back. But this was a performance that Wu Ting was putting on. Battling on Star Web was different from battling in real life. On Star Web, one did not have to worry about one's phase roots being damaged or death. Thus, one could fight with one's life on the line without hesitation. The 98 other members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all watching Mu Yan and Wu Ting's fight intently. This was because there was a high possibility that they would end up having to battle the two of them later. The Star Web's hosts and commentators were currently enthusiastically analyzing the battle and giving their own insights. This event was the best chance for the Star Web hosts, commentators, and reporters to rise up and thrive. It was fine if they made the wrong comments, but if they did well and were able to accurately predict the result of every match, their number of fans would skyrocket after the event. The money they earned and their status in this industry would also be inflated. Wu Ting silently sensed the Shaman Ice Bear's condition. It could only hold on for another 3 minutes at most in such an environment. Mu Yan's 2 ice vein frozen bats had already absorbed the maximum amount of ice vein frozen bats and produced the maximum number of bats. Mu Yan eventually sent the 30 bats she had been keeping by her side to join the attack. It was clear that Mu Yan intended to finish the battle as quickly as possible and claim victory. Wu Ting still had a gloomy expression on her face, but she was leaping for joy internally. Once the Shaman Ice Bear used 0-degree disintegration, the swarm of bats would only lose their combat powers. After being disintegrated, the cold aura within the swarm of bats was released and used by the 2 ice vein frozen bats. It was extremely draining for the Shaman Ice Bear to use its diamond ability 0-degree disintegration. The Shaman Ice Bear could not use the ability twice in such short succession. Presently, the swarm of bats was already charging towards her. Due to the crumbling of the swarm of bats due to 0-degree disintegration, the cold aura that was released would lower the effects of the transformed ice elements and alleviate some of the negative impacts on the Shaman Ice Bear and Blizzard Wild Cow. This would allow the Shaman Ice Bear and Blizzard Wild Cow to last for longer and defend against any secret weapons that Mu Yan might still have. The use of precious instruments was not allowed in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This greatly decreased the leverage that family assets could give a spirit chi professional. However, Wu Ting, who had a plethora of battle experience, knew that staying vigilant was the true key to victory. The hot ice boiling mouse's transformation of ice elements had significantly impacted the 2 ice vein frozen bats. Although the hot ice boiling mouse had not targeted the 2 ice vein frozen bats, the environment would naturally restrict them. Without the cold aura to use, the 2 ice vein frozen bats had no means of defending themselves against the ice vein frozen bat's assassination. Wu Ting pretended to be panicking and instructed the Shaman Ice Bear to retreat. Mu Yan hurriedly instructed the 2 ice vein frozen bats to use the swarm of bats to launch an attack. At this moment, Wu Ting suddenly instructed the Shaman Ice Bear and Blizzard Wild Cow to turn and take on the more than 50 ice vein frozen bats. Wu Ting shouted out orders to the Shaman Ice Bear and Ice Mirror Hunter Sable. The Shaman Ice Bear used the diamond ability 0-degree disintegration. The destructive swarm of bats suddenly started falling apart from the inside out and the cold aura leaked out. The Shaman Ice Bear and Blizzard Wild Cow let out 2 simultaneous roars. The Blizzard Wild Cow created another area of blizzards to take on the area created by the hot ice boiling mouse. This change immediately attracted Mu Yan's attention. At this moment, the Ice Mirror Hunter Sable that had been hiding in the layer of broken ice used tough mirror killing claws and attacked Mu Yan. One attack was enough to kill Mu Yan and shred the ice vein frozen bats that had been blocking her. The winds of this battle had changed again. Eventually, Wu Ting was able to retain her ranking and safeguard the glory that was attached to her title of Icy Waves. The guild club that Wu Ting belonged to also had 2 other members of the Radiance 100 sequence. After the match, her teammate Feng Yao shook his head. He had not expected this rookie to challenge Wu Ting. In actuality, Wu Ting still had another secret weapon that she had yet to reveal. She had begun preparing this secret weapon 3 years ago. During last year's Radiance 100 sequence selection, she had decided to keep this secret weapon under wraps. But this year, Wu Ting intended to make it into the top 30 ranks. Mu Yan had unknowingly bitten off more than she could chew. He hoped that Mu Yan would not lose her confidence in the next 2 matches because of this defeat. As long as she still had 1 or 2 more secret weapons up her sleeve, it should not be overly difficult for her to make it into the top 90. During the previous Radiance 100 sequence selection, Lin Yuan had created a sea of flowers as a shield so the participants who had gathered together could form battle lines to defend against external forces. Mu Yan was only able to display her leadership and execution abilities when she had people around her she could lead and coordinate into teams. Without someone like Lin Yuan, who could play the pivotal position, the participants would not be able to work unitedly even if they did gather together. This would make it difficult for Mu Yan to demonstrate her capabilities. Hence, unless she made it into the top 90, it was unlikely that there was a spot for Mu Yan in this year's Radiance 100 sequence. After her death, Mu Yan reappeared in her seat. She had a rather defeated expression hanging off of her face. At this moment, Lu Wenqing's voice appeared in Mu Yan's ear. Now, let us invite sequence number 100 Strong Ice Mu Yan to pick another challenger. Mu Yan's expression froze momentarily when she heard what Lu Wenqing said. Her title in the Radiance 100 sequence was Strong Ice. It was the name that had received the most votes on Star Web from the Radiance Federation's citizens. She had attained this title because she had demonstrated a will as strong as ice. Mu Yan was about to give up. But when she heard her title, she felt ashamed for entertaining thoughts of giving up. She only had 3 main feys, and she had used all of their powers during the battle with Wu Ting. Now that her opponent knew of her secret weapons, she would have no choice but to rely on brute force. Mu Yan gnashed her teeth and said, I pick sequence number 83, King Beast Blood Lu Hong. Of all the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Hong relied on his phase bodies the most and preferred physical battles. He was the weakest member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Aside from absorbing cold aura to constrain ice-type phase, the ice vein frozen bats could also use the elements to freeze targets to lower the effectiveness of their attacks as well as agility. Once there were enough bats, the target would become fully frozen. At that point, the ice vein frozen bats could absorb the energy within the targets to replenish and heal themselves or use the cold aura to divide themselves into even more bats. Moreover, after using ice shadow teeth to bite a target, there was also a small chance that the target would be cursed. The curse would cause the target to begin aging rapidly and lower the strength of their body. Since she had not managed to achieve victory through skill and strategy, Mu Yan decided to use force to manage the battle instead. Management was Mu Yan's strong suit. Lu Hong was not at all surprised at being picked. Given the current circumstances, he was the best choice that Mu Yan could have made. However, he was no sitting duck that Mu Yan would be able to take down easily. He had also significantly increased his power in the past year. It was only a shame that he was still a little weak when it came to comprehending willpower runes and only had 2 fantasy breed phase. Lu Hong leaped down and was caught by the clouds at the edge of the arena. He stepped on the clouds and descended on the arena in a dashing manner. This caused a few members of the Radiance 100 sequence to smirk. Lu Hong always liked to add flair to everything that he did. This way of entering the area was rather juvenile. It would be fine if he won. But if he lost, he would be ripped to shreds and made into a laughingstock by the Star Web reporters. Shi Su's lit up when he saw Lu Hong's actions, and he shot a look at Zhao Xiaochun. When Zhao Xiaochun caught Shi Su's gaze, she hurriedly shook her head. She knew that he now wanted to enter the arena in a similar fashion and that he wanted her to join him. She did not want to be embarrassed alongside him. Alas, Shi Su seemed to be unfazed by her shaking head. Zhao Xiaochun could not help but press her hand to her forehead. It seemed that aside from spending money to treat her to meals, Shi Su did not have any other strengths. Nonetheless, she still liked him. Chapter 2683 Lingering Death Penetrating Armor and Heavy Rock Kangaroo. Lu Hong's flamboyant manner of entering had the passionate air of an adolescent. This led to many comments in the live streaming rooms. Lu Hong's leap brought out a happy and excited atmosphere on Star Web. They needed something entertaining to forget the stress that came with fear. Rather than being entertained, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, aside from Shi Su, were more interested in the impending battle between Lu Hong and Mu Yan. Mu Yan had worked hard to increase her power over the past year and had declined to join any guild clubs. Lu Hong had been busy battling as a member of the Fighting Fists Guild Club's main team and had achieved many victories for them. In order to retain Lu Hong, the Fighting Fists Guild Club even gave him 3% of shares and provided him with generous remuneration. Lu Hong had been a member of the Radiance 100 sequence for 4 years. Although he was not considered very senior, he did have a wealth of experience. Lu Hong was very sociable and made many friends after joining the Radiance 100 sequence. People with similar personalities to Long Tao all got along well with Lu Hong. Apart from battling in tournaments, Lu Hong had spent the past 4 years working on tasks handed out by Radiance Sacred Hall in order to accumulate points. He wanted to accumulate enough points to trade for a high-quality bronze fey that was suitable for his willpower rune. Alas, although there were such feys in Radiance Sacred Hall, they were far too expensive. Even after working and saving for 4 years, he still did not have enough to trade for the fey he had his eye on. However, 2 months ago, Radiance Sacred Hall lowered the points required to trade for resources and offered even rarer resources for trading. The amount of points that Lu Hong had accumulated not only allowed him to trade for Bronze/Legend Fey but also for the resources that sped up its growth. Not even Lu Hong's teammates from the Fight Fists Guild Club, with whom he spent the bulk of his time, knew that he had already swapped out his main Fey. His previous signature Fey was no longer his strongest one. In the past, he would have been rather anxious to be picked by Mu Yan. A spirit chi professional like him, who mostly contracted feys that relied on their bodies for battle, were the most afraid of taking on feys that had strong controlling abilities and could limit the movements of their opponents. Mu Yan's Ice Vein Frozen Bats had already demonstrated curse-related abilities during the previous battle. They were usually the most difficult abilities for Lu Hong to counter in battle. Whenever one had a flaw, one would always try one's best to fix it. Although the new fey that Lu Hong contracted also relied on its body for combat, it was the bane of feys that had controlling and curse abilities. Lu Hong had yet to have the chance to see this new fey in action during a real battle. Now, he finally had the chance to test it out. Lu Hong was not very good at being secretive. Mu Yan could see the excitement and hopefulness on his face. Mu Yan's chest tightened, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. If she lost to Lu Hong now, it was very unlikely that she would be able to hold on to a place in the Radiance 100 sequence. If that truly happened, when it came to the third match, Mu Yan would not pick an opponent she would try to defeat. Rather, she would challenge Lin Yuan. This was so she could see how large the gap was between her and her idol, and it was also a means for her to act on her urges as a fan. With such thoughts in mind, Mu Yan summoned the 2 Ice Vein Frozen Bats before summoning the Hot Ice Boiling Mouse as well. She instructed the Hot Ice Boiling Mouse to release ice elemental energy and form a circle of boiling hot ice around her as a means of defending against close-quarter combat. Lu Hong let out a shout of excitement when she saw Mu Yan summoning her feys and preparing to attack him. He lifted up a hand and released a mighty kangaroo that was almost 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. Its entire body was grey and brown, and its tightly knotted muscles were pulsing with powerful earth elemental energy. The earth elemental energy was not released. Rather, it was stored within the muscles and formed a dark brown membrane on the kangaroo's skin. The membrane of earth elemental energy significantly raised the heavy rock kangaroo's power and allowed it to take down a small hill with one punch. After releasing the heavy rock kangaroo, Lu Hong released a small creature that was less than half a meter tall and covered with thick and sharp armor pieces. This was Lu Hong's other signature fey, the lingering death penetrating armor. When the lingering death penetrating armor moved around at high speeds, its scales would shift randomly. Its sharp scales could cut almost anything that it came into contact with. As a result, when the lingering death penetrating armor fought, it had a strange beauty of untamed violence. There were very few teams who liked encountering Fighting Fists Guild Club in offline guild club battles. Unless it was an important tournament, most guild clubs preferred to preserve the safety of their main team's phase and send their second team to take on the lingering death penetrating armor instead. Some would even choose to back out of the tournament altogether. If the lingering death penetrating armor fought with all of its force, its opponent Fey's flesh would be reduced to fillet pieces. Even with a capable medical team treating it, it would take around a month for the Fey to recover. But more importantly, just like spirit chi professionals, Feys were also living creatures. When they suffered pain and injury, they were left with trauma. After suffering such serious injuries, there was a high chance that the Fey's enthusiasm in future battles would be lowered. It might even start to fear fighting. A few of Lu Hong's opponents had experienced this after battling him. The heavy rock kangaroo did not begin throwing fists wildly. Meanwhile, the lingering death-penetrating armor had already charged towards Mu Yan. The lingering death-penetrating armor curled itself up into a ball, and the armored pieces on its back let out grinding noises as they rubbed together. Mu Yan had already mentally prepared herself to lose and had composed her mental state. She calmly instructed the 2 ice vein frozen bats to release cold aura and begin splitting up. Then, with the 2 original ice vein frozen bats included, she instructed the 6 ice vein frozen bats to use frozen shadow collision on the lingering death-penetrating armor. 6 dark blue bats slammed into the lingering death-penetrating armor's body and substantially slowed down its movement. The lingering death-penetrating armor's speed was thereby reduced at least by half. This was just the beginning of the 6 dark blue bats' attack. They continued swooping down toward the lingering death-penetrating armor until a thick layer of snow was formed on its body. The lingering death-penetrating armor was now even slower than a silver fey. The ice vein frozen bat's ability frozen shadow collision did not just have speed-reducing effects. When the ability made contact with the lingering death-penetrating armor's body, it began freezing from the inside out. Lu Hong had already anticipated that the lingering death-penetrating armor's movements would be constrained by the 2 ice vein frozen bats. Due to the lack of cold aura present to replenish the ice vein frozen bats, the advantage that came from their ability to continuously divide themselves had been sealed away. Now, the ice vein frozen bats were using the energy in their own bodies to split up because Mu Yan wanted to handle and control the lingering death-penetrating armor as soon as possible. The ice vein frozen bats had used up a significant amount of their energy to forcefully split themselves up. Moreover, Mu Yan was also using the mouse to create an area of hot ice. Lu Hong had yet to use much energy, but Mu Yan had already spent a large amount. It would not be long before he gained the upper hand. Lu Hong had never employed cunning ploys during battle. There were times when obvious plans were more effective than hidden tricks. Taking this situation as an example, Mu Yan clearly knew that trying to limit the lingering death-penetrating armor's movements would cost her a lot of energy. Yet, she had no other choice. The heavy rock kangaroo's iron fists would come after the lingering death-penetrating armor. The reverberations from a few slams of the heavy rock kangaroo's gold-breaking tremors would cause the target's vessels to snap. Once this crippling ability hit a target, the target's body would be damaged. Lu Hong had already anticipated that Mu Yan would use the 2 ice vein frozen bats to restrain the heavy rock kangaroo. They would place curses on the heavy rock kangaroo to lower its combat ability. Even someone like Lu Hong, who usually did not take things seriously, would not reveal his secret weapons if he could help it. But if he wanted to win this battle against Mu Yan, there was no way he could hide his secret weapons. After understanding this, Lu Hong began using the heavy rock kangaroo and lingering death-penetrating armor as targets. This would attract more attacks and cause his opponent to use up more of her energy. Mu Yan could not allow the heavy rock kangaroo to get within 20 meters of her. The ice vein frozen bats could dodge the heavy rock kangaroo's attacks. All they needed to do was fly into the air, and the heavy rock kangaroo would not be able to touch them. However, Mu Yan could not do the same. The defensive area that the hot ice boiling mouse had built around Mu Yan would not be enough to withstand the hot ice boiling mouse's attacks. Although the heavy rock kangaroo would suffer serious injuries after entering this area, it would still be able to kill Mu Yan. Mu Yan instructed the ice vein frozen bats to use frozen shadow collision again. At the same time, they used ice shadow teeth continuously on the heavy rock kangaroo. Under the curse effects of ice shadow teeth, the heavy rock kangaroo began aging, and the strength of its body fell substantially. The 2 ice vein frozen bats were also absorbing the lingering death-penetrating armor's vitality and intended to use the vitality to generate cold aura and replenish their energy. They had used up almost all of the energy in their bodies to take control of the lingering death-penetrating armor and heavy rock kangaroo. Lu Hong realized this and took the opportunity to summon a round and chubby white seal. The white seal crawled on the ground before raising up half of its body. It used its short and tough fins to slap its stomach. 2 beams of light shot out and landed on the lingering death-penetrating armor and heavy rock kangaroo's body. The cold aura was absorbed through the 2 lines of white light and absorbed into the fat seal's body, taking with it the aging curse that was afflicting the heavy rock kangaroo. After taking on so many negative effects and curses, the fat seal splayed out in pain on the ground. The member of the Radiance 100 sequence sitting next to Lin Yuan said, "Silly Lu Hong, who only knows how to charge ahead, has contracted a defense-type fey. It sucked away the negative effects inflicted on his 2 main feys. Unless Mu Yan has something else up her sleeve, it looks like the winner of this battle is settled." Lin Yuan shook his head. There was no way Mu Yan was holding anything back. If she did, she would have already used it in her battle with Wu Ting. Lin Yuan was all but certain that there was no way the direction of this battle would be changing. Mu Yan was not weak. She had only lost twice because she was not the only one who had worked hard this past year. The others had done the same. All of them were hiding even more secret weapons than they used to. When Mu Yan saw Lu Hong summon a fey that was unknown to her, and this fey had instantly released the heavy rock kangaroo and lingering death-penetrating armor from her control, she knew that she had lost this battle. Nonetheless, she did not resign herself to defeat. Instead, she continued using the ice vein frozen bats and hot ice boiling mouse to continue fighting back bravely. Eventually, they were killed by one of the heavy rock kangaroo's punches. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. But in those 3 minutes, the entire audience had been riled up. Although Mu Yan had lost, she had put up a commendable performance and demonstrated outstanding fighting spirit. The Radiance Federation's royalty did not turn up to watch live but were silently spectating from the royal capital. Night Leaning Moon said with marvel in her voice, "Mu Yan is a good prospect. But I don't think she will be able to stay in the Radiance 100 sequence. The spirit guards have been trying to cultivate top talents this past year. I am going to personally recruit Mu Yan later. The departments the rest of you manage also need to be supported by top talents. The people eliminated by Lu Wencheng can become prime candidates for our selection. But none of you better compete with me for the ones I have my eye on." Cicada Song shot Night Leaning Moon a look of exasperation. The most important resources for the dead spirits crisis were finances and infrastructure. They already had sufficient troops. Who was going to fight with Night Leaning Moon over manpower now? The dead spirits crisis threat on the main world had been dampened, but the spirit guards were still very important for defense. The talents in the Radiance Federation were all selected and recruited by the spirit guards. Even the city guards Cicada Song chose were also talents that were left over once the spirit guards had been chosen. Just as Night Leaning Moon said, it was unlikely that Mu Yan had sufficient power to keep a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. But if she was noticed by Night Leaning Moon and was employed as a spirit guard, it would also be a good opportunity for her. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan had provided a mountain of resources to the Radiance 100 sequence. However, they had also provided just as much resources to the spirit guards. Based on what the Moon Empress said, she would be supplying even more resources to the spirit guards in the future to enable them to better defend against the dead spirits. Chapter 2684 Lin Yuan's First Battle. At that time, Mu Yan would still have the opportunity to work with these companions. Even after losing 2 battles in succession, Mu Yan did not look disappointed or sad at all. She looked in Lin Yuan's direction and said earnestly to Lu Wencheng, "For my last challenge, I am going to pick sequence number 91, Miracle Lin Yuan." Mu Yan's words caused Lu Wencheng, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, and the audience watching on Star Web to be stunned. Soon, the audience started breathing heavier. They were very excited to see Lin Yuan summon feys to battle Mu Yan. At first, the audience members all thought that they would have to wait for the other 8 new members of the Radiance 100 sequence to issue their challenges in order to watch Lin Yuan fight. This was because Lin Yuan was sequence number 91. Even if they defeated Lin Yuan, one would not be guaranteed a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence. Furthermore, everyone was well aware of Lin Yuan's powers. He had killed a freedom envoy. There was no way any of them stood any chance of winning against him. Lu Wencheng had already announced that those who earned a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence would gain a high-quality bronze fey that was tailored to their willpower rune. No one would be able to resist such temptation. By doing this, Mu Yan had already given up on this opportunity. She would not be able to remain a part of the Radiance 100 sequence this year. Lu Wencheng nodded. Each member of the Radiance 100 sequence had 3 challenges to issue. Mu Yan could have selected any member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Lu Wencheng did not understand why she wanted to select Lin Yuan. "Mu Yan, are you sure you want to challenge sequence number 91 Miracle Lin Yuan? If you do, you will remain in the last 10 ranks regardless of whether you defeat him. You will become the first member of the current Radiance 100 sequence to enter this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection." Mu Yan nodded seriously before saying resolutely to Lu Wencheng, "I didn't manage to increase my power sufficiently this year and failed to win my first 2 challenges. I am choosing Lin Yuan because he is my idol. Ever since he began battling on Star Web as Black, I have noticed and paid attention to him. I want to use this battle to see how large the gap is between my idol and me. I would like to fulfill my wish of battling my idol." If this had been said by a Star Web host, others would think that they were trying to take advantage of Lin Yuan's popularity. But none of them thought this when it came from Mu Yan's lips. She was a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and had the right to say such a thing. Moreover, she had said what many people were thinking. Lin Yuan stood up from the moment Mu Yan mentioned his name. He stepped on the clouds and walked over to the arena. His footsteps were stable and did not try to act suave like Lu Hong had done. However, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence could not help but cheer to themselves. Lin Yuan was surprised at being chosen. He had not expected someone to pick him for such a reason. He could decide to go easy in the match so he could rally with Mu Yan. Alternatively, he could try and make the battle into a lesson that he used to give pointers to Mu Yan. But he did not do so. He was going to show Mu Yan his real chops and not give her any opportunity to fight back. Otherwise, every other member of the Radiance 100 sequence would end up picking him. When Lin Yuan arrived at the arena, he followed the unspoken rule of the Radiance 100 sequence and did not summon his fey first because had the higher rank. Mu Yan looked up into his eyes. She felt that this gentlemanly Lin Yuan was completely different from the Lin Yuan she had seen a year ago. A year ago, he still had a youthful air about him. But now, he was composed and had a calm gaze. Although he still had the appearance of a young man, his entire demeanor had matured. Mu Yan bowed to him before summoning the ice vein frozen bats for the third time and instructing them to fly toward Lin Yuan. The charging ice vein frozen bats did not stop releasing cold aura and already had the abilities frozen shadow collision and ice shadow teeth loaded. As long as Lin Yuan was within the range of attack, the attacks would make contact with him. Mu Yan immediately launched her strongest combat techniques. The hot ice boiling mouse created an area of hot ice in a 1 meter radius around Mu Yan. Mu Yan was immediately surrounded by burning icy flames. Lin Yuan gently lifted his hand, and the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom that was on the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box released a large plume of spores. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom spores were very small, and it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. The spores released by the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom were like its antenna. The spores were carried by the wind, and the 2 ice vein frozen bats that were flying towards Lin Yuan were affected by seeping flames, body-penetrating flames, and thought-separating flames. Their bodies immediately started burning with fiery flames. However, none of these 3 abilities targeted the target's body but their mind, spirit, and soul. It was difficult to defend against such flames that targeted the cores that were the heart, brain, mind, spirit, and soul. Even if they could extinguish the flames would absorb the energy within the target's heart and brain to reignite the fire. Due to thought-separating flames, the damage inflicted on the ice vein frozen bat's mind and soul would be extended and guided to reach Mu Yan. The screeches of pain from within the icy flames halted quickly. Lin Yuan gently raised his hand, and the smoke in front of Mu Yan dissipated, revealing the hot ice boiling mouse that had collapsed in a heap on the ground. Mu Yan had already vanished. Given that this was a battle on Star Web, Mu Yan's body reappeared on her seat 30 seconds later. Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Wencheng and strode back to sequence number 91's stone pillar. The battle between Mu Yan and Wu Ting and Mu Yan and Lu Hong had left the audience's hearts pumping, and there were strategies used during the fights. Both sides had used their secret weapons to counter each other. Since they were all exceptional spirit chi professionals, the details of the battle had all played out beautifully. Both battles were worthy of being used as case studies in the lessons of any school. Compared to those battles, this battle with Lin Yuan was much simpler. All he had done was raise his hand. He had not even summoned any feys. This was enough to burn up both of Mu Yan's ice vein frozen bats. Even Mu Yan had vanished. No one was naive enough to think that the hot ice boiling mouse's flames had accidentally burned up Mu Yan. Lin Yuan and Mu Yan's match could be described as strange. After the momentary shock, Tian Ningning scratched her head and chuckled wryly. She did not know how to begin writing about such a fight because she had no idea what she had just seen. However, the draft needed to come out 20 minutes after the match. Tian Ningning could not wait until Lin Yuan was done with the Radiance 100 sequence reranking to call him and ask him about what had happened. After pondering for a moment, Tian Ningning called Lu Hao. Once Lu Hao picked up, Tian Ningning immediately said, "Big brother Hao, did you happen to watch the match between Lord Lin Yuan and Mu Yan? I don't understand how Lord Lin Yuan managed to defeat Mu Yan. Are you able to contact a few high-class creation masters who can analyze the situation?" Tian Ningning had anticipated that this task would not be easy. The difficulty came from being able to understand the techniques used by Lin Yuan and the others. It was not just Lin Yuan. Lu Ji, Zhong Ziyi, and the rest were all elites, and it would not be easy to see through their techniques. However, not even the boldest person dared to make wild conjunctions. As the manager of Star Web's reporters, Lu Hao needed to watch all the matches on Star Web. Tian Ningning's phone call had come at the right time. Even if she had not called him, he would be calling her. The smaller reporters could write the battle records as they saw fit and did not need to take responsibility for what they wrote. However, Star Web's official reporters needed to take responsibility for every single one of their words. Lu Hao had been afraid that the rookie Tian Ningning would forget her duty. But now that she called him, Lu Hao praised her to himself. He really liked principled people. Ningning, I was afraid of such a thing happening and invited a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master just for this. I will send him over to analyze the abilities displayed by Lin Yuan. You just continue to observe the next match. Tian Ningning nodded. She was really looking forward to the analysis of Lin Yuan's abilities that the Class 4 Creation Master came up with. This was partly because she needed to do her job but also because she was curious about Lin Yuan's abilities. Given that even an experienced Star Web reporter like Tian Ningning felt this way, it was unsurprising that the audience in the commentators and hosts' live streaming rooms had already filled the comment section with an endless stream of words. All of them were expressing their shock and amazement. Lin Yuan's actions were akin to that of a sun deity who had descended from the heavens and could thus set fire to entities by just raising his hand. He truly lived up to his title of miracle. The battle that Mu Yan had triggered had left audiences with such overwhelming delight and astoundment. Lin Yuan had not expected such a reaction at all. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom had reached suzerain/myth 2. It overwhelmed the two ice vein frozen bats in both quality and grade. So it was only to be expected that it would be able to kill them instantaneously. Lin Yuan had nurtured the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom with only the best methods from the moment it was spirit-locked by Morbius. It would be difficult for even other suzerain/myth 2 feys to stand toe-to-toe with it. Lin Yuan had killed Mu Yan instantaneously because he understood her wishes. Since she wanted to see how large the gap between them was, he would show it to her. It would be much better to show her the truth than to lie to her. Tian Ningning and the rest did not understand Lin Yuan's methods, but some of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence had guessed what Lin Yuan did. There were a few feys that were very sensitive to the aura of vitality and elemental energy. When Lin Yuan raised his hand, he had released an aura of vitality. This aura had been carried by the wind and spread out in all directions. It was very similar to the spores released by fungi species fey. It was this aura that had injected the two ice vein frozen bats and caused them to be set on fire. Not even Lu Ji had witnessed this move before, much less Xiaoqing, Zhongzi, and the rest. All of them had their own secret weapons. This was what made these battles interesting. Lu Ji and Xiaoqing, who were sequence number 1 and sequence number 2 respectively, knew that they were about to be called to battle soon. Once it reached Lin Yuan's turn, he would choose to challenge both of them. They knew that Lin Yuan's goal was sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Both Lu Ji and Xiaoqing were looking forward to battling Lin Yuan. Xiaoqing turned to Lu Ji, who was sitting next to her, and said with a grin, "Big brother Lu, I am glad I gave up the spot of sequence number 1 to you last time. It gave me the chance to be the first to battle Lin Tuan. I know that you are stronger than me now. I followed the spirit guards while they went around to places that have been overtaken by carcinoma feys, so I am well aware of the might of a myth-breed carcinoma fey. I will do my best to force Lin Yuan to reveal as many of his secret weapons as I can. The highlight of the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking will be the battle between you and Lin Yuan." Lu Ji looked deeply into Xiaoqing's eyes. He did not agree with what she said about giving up the spot of sequence number 1 to him. Last year, he had already taken control of more than 20 insect species carcinoma feys, and they had all reached diamond grade at least. In a fight between him and Xiaoqing, he stood a higher chance of winning. After all, she had a limited number of feys. Some of his carcinoma feys abilities could target her feys specifically. However, Lu Ji was very interested in what Xiaoqing said about forcing Lin Yuan to reveal as many of his secret weapons as possible. Lin Yuan would only use feys that were myth 3 and below during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. There was no way he would use secret weapons that were beyond the power of the younger generation. He was much too mysterious. Although Lu Ji was extremely close to Lin Yuan, he had no idea how deep the well of Lin Yuan's power went. Lu Ji only had one objective for this battle, which was to prove himself. He wanted to prove that after his 2 years of growth, he finally deserved the duty of being Lin Yuan's retainer. Lu Ji had never stopped working hard with this goal in mind. When Elegance took control of the insect species carcinoma feys, Lu Ji had to endure the vicious attacks of the insect species carcinoma phase before the psychotoxins came into effect and took control of the insect species carcinoma phase spiritual energy and soul. Chapter 2685 Time for Lin Yuan to make his move. The battle between Lin Yuan and Mu Yan led to a torrent of comments on Star Web. The surge of comments centered around Lin Yuan did not stop even when the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence were battling. Lin Yuan had not demonstrated such abilities during his fight with the Freedom Federation envoy group. At that time, he had pulled out all the stops and used all of his secret weapons. This meant that Lin Yuan had prepared such a powerful secret weapon in the past year. More importantly, as more and more high-class creation masters offered their expertise and analysis, Lin Yuan's method was peeled apart, and it could be confirmed that he was using a fungi species Fey that could release spores and that he had become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional at just 19 years of age. Spirit Chi professionals who achieved A rank before they reached 30 years old were considered bona fide geniuses. Lin Yuan's current power already exceeded the comprehension of those around him. If one could be called a genius by becoming an A rank Spirit Chi professional before one reached 30 years old, what did that make Lin Yuan? A monster among geniuses? For the next 20 matches, none of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence chose to challenge Lin Yuan. This was not because none of them wanted to challenge their idol as a means of showing respect to him, like Mu Yan did. But after they understood Lin Yuan's power, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence had to consider one thing. Did they have the right to show respect to Lin Yuan? After last year's thrilling Radiance 100 sequence selection, Mu Yan and every other member of the Radiance 100 sequence began viewing Lin Yuan as their idol. This even applied to Gao Feng, who was Lin Yuan's good friend. Lin Yuan's leadership skills, execution skills, and control over the Sea of Flowers had been the picture of brilliant elegance. It had been so splendid that no one who witnessed it could forget about it. Given that these members of the Radiance 100 sequence had been selected from their combined abilities and had not single-mindedly fought for power, only 3 of them made it into the top 80 ranks. As the manager of Radiance Sacred Hall, Lu Wenqing had anticipated this. They had changed the format of the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It no longer just tested their power and character. Thus, the newly selected members were weaker than previous generations when it came to power. However, given that they managed to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence, they were all worth nurturing. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence could only retain their position for a decade at the most. Alternatively, they would have to step down once they reached 30 years old. In less than 10 years, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would all meet the criteria of the new format. This would allow the Radiance Federation to nurture a generation of more well-rounded leaders. In the face of the calamity that was the Dead Spirits crisis, everything became centered around stopping the Dead Spirits. The Radiance Federation could afford to wait for 10 years. At this moment, a giant dragon lizard that was 3 stories tall snapped the neck of a purple-maned lion with one bite. This put the end to a bloody battle. Feu Novo. Sequence number 92 Violent Lizard Zheng Dui has won and will rise to the rank sequence number 76. The original sequence number 76 Beast Army Lu Huai will become sequence number 92. The challenges will continue as per the rules. Lu Huai looked at Zheng Dui, who had just defeated him with frustration. Zheng Dui's Fei had completely countered him and had annoyingly hit all of his weak points. Even after using his entire beast army, he had only managed to kill 2 lizard dragons and had not managed to take down this giant lizard dragon. Although he had fallen to sequence number 92, he could still issue challenges as the original sequence number 76. Lu Huai had already selected his targets and would not have a problem making it into the top 70 ranks. Zheng Dui could counter him, but there were also others who could counter Zheng Dui. Zheng Dui might technically be sequence number 76 now, but there was always a chance of someone pushing him out of that position. During the yearly Radiance 100 sequence selections, many members of the Radiance 100 sequence forcefully climbed the ranks, even if it meant that they had to reveal their secret weapons. This was not just so they could secure glory for themselves but also because they hoped that this would save them from elimination in next year's Radiance 100 sequence. All of them had started as rookies and slowly grown step by step. When they were rookies, they had also eliminated veterans. Now that they were the veterans, they did not dare to underestimate the rookies. When Zheng Dui and Lu Huai returned to their seats, all of the audience on Star Web, the reporters and commentators who had experience with such large-scale events held their breaths. Now, it was time for Lin Yuan to pick his opponents. All of them were looking forward to this. Lu Wenqing fixed his fiery gaze on Lu Wenqing and raised his hand before exclaiming. Next, Sequence number 91 Miracle Lin Yuan will pick his opponents. Lin Yuan, who will you be challenging? Lin Yuan stood up from his seat a second time. He turned to look toward Long Tao, Xiaqing, and Lu Ji. Since he was going to raise the spirits of the citizens of the Radiance Federation, he had to put on a good show in these next 3 matches. While Mu Yan and the rest had been stunned by Lin Yuan during the Radiance 100 sequence selection and began viewing him as their goal, this was the way that Lin Yuan viewed Long Tao. When Lin Yuan first left the small area that was the Xia region, he went to the more developed area, which was Red Bud City. But he did not stay there for long before he headed to the royal capital. The battle between Long Tao and the Tea attendants demonstrated how truly epic the world of feys could be and showed Lin Yuan the power of the upper echelon of the younger generation. This had left a visceral impression on Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan also wanted to do the same. During the last Radiance 100 sequence selection, Long Tao had placed second. However, Xiaqing had given up her position of sequence number 1 to Lu Ji before defeating Long Tao, causing him to eventually take the position of sequence number 5. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Wencheng and said loudly, "I would like to challenge sequence number 5, Vast Sea Long Tao." Long Tao stood up when he heard Lin Yuan call out his name. It was an honor to be selected by Lin Yuan. Long Tao assumed that Lin Yuan would pick Lu Ji or Xiaqing first. Long Tao had become Iron Prison's disciple. Iron Prison's disciplining of Long Tao was extremely strict. It was just a shame that Long Tao had only contracted 5 feys, so his path had already been set. After contracting the fey with the Baron bloodline, Long Tao could not contract any more feys. Hence, his only secret weapon was his fey with the Baron bloodline. Long Tao had the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes, wave halberd killer whale, and the reef sturgeon that he rarely used. He had used the water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls he obtained from Lin Yuan to evolve these 5 feys bloodlines before he evolved them to myth breed. Long Tao had only attained his current achievements and power because of Lin Yuan. Despite knowing that he could not defeat Lin Yuan, Long Tao was going to give his all in this fight. Long Tao walked over to the arena. After glancing at Lin Yuan in the distance, Long Tao was momentarily silent but did not summon his feys. The reef sturgeon was akin to a moving fortress in battle. Long Tao just needed to climb aboard the reef stygion's back, and it would be able to defend him. Lin Yuan had not selected him because he wanted to defeat him. Rather, it was so they could put on a show. Thus, there was no way that Lin Yuan would attack him directly. Long Tao did not intend to use the reef sturgeon in this battle. The 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes were skilled at attacking and controlling a large area. After they evolved to myth breed, one of them became more skilled at attacking while the other became more skilled at controlling. When these 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes worked alongside the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, they would create a territory of water. As for the wave halberd killer whale, it was the core of Long Tao's 5 feys. Its abilities and exclusive skills could condense the energy from the other 4 feys to roll grades to do combat. Whenever Dragon Gate Guild Club fought against powerful opponents during large tournaments and star web battles, Long Tao always used the wave halberd killer whale. However, that was because Long Tao did not want to reveal the fey with the Baron bloodline that he had contracted. It required a large amount of energy to use the fey with the Baron bloodline that Long Tao had contracted. If Long Tao used the wave halberd killer whale to attack Lin Yuan, he would not have enough energy left in his body to use his fey with the Baron bloodline. Thus, for this battle, Long Tao only summoned the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and 2 deep blue dragon jellyfish. The myth breed Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus was now longer than 800 meters. The main dragon species bloodline in its body had been fully activated. Thus, its dragon might had transformed completely. As a terrifying dragon species fey, every part of the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus was a powerful and deadly weapon. The 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes floated in the sky, and their tentacles, which were almost 100 meters long, hung down from their caps, releasing a light shower of misty rain. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus roared. In an instant, the sea gathered around the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. Lin Yuan did not rush to summon his feys. Instead, he used true data to check on the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. Fey name, Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. Fey species, Mosasaurus species / Emperor Dragon genus. Fey grade, Suzerain, 7/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Myth 2. Abilities. Whirl flow, stir up the water region and cause extreme suction flow in the water. 8 dragon shadows, the dragon shadow moved and transformed into 8 dragon shadows. Each dragon shadow possess 60% of the original body's attributes. Sea bite, control the flow of the sea to form a bite. The biting force is equivalent to the biting force of the original body. Sea Emperor's dragon breath, shoot out a destructive breath that belongs to the Emperor dragons. Wrath of the ocean, utilize all of the innate energy within the ocean to conduct a devastating tremor. The extreme tremor within the water has the power to destroy everything within the sea region. Water world block, condense the water elemental energy in the territory of water created, causing the water elemental energy to lose its attributes. An enclosed elemental space will be created, and it will block out all external energy. It can also be used to seal in the target. Barren Ancient Dragon Might, the Dragon Might will solidify and form an entity with half the power of the main body. This entity will be able to deter and intimidate targets to a certain extent. The affected target will experience intensified elemental damage and lose its fighting spirit temporarily. Exclusive skill. Water Overseer, delicate control when using the power of water and can control the flow of water. Extremity of sea, gather water elements and form rivers. Allow the rivers to flow into the sea and control a portion of the sea region. Reverse rolling sea pressure, with its body as the base, all of the water produced will irrigate the base before the solid territory of water will crash onto the target to restrict its movements and destroy its body. The ability can only be negated by elemental abilities of the same type. Other types of elemental energy will be absorbed by the water elemental energy. Now, Lin Yuan had a certain degree of understanding of the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus power. Zhou Luo had also contracted the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, but he had obtained it from Coiling Dragon's Valley. Zhou Luo's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus had not reached Suzerain/myth and was only Diamond/fantasy. Zhou Luo had almost died alongside Lin Yuan and Lu Ji in the evolving water world dimensional rift. If it was not for him, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji might have been stuck there forever. Thus, since then, Lin Yuan always took good care of Zhou Luo and provided him with the best resources. Thus, Zhou Luo's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus abilities were even more excellent than Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. Luckily, Long Tao had used water-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls to activate the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus bloodline before he evolved it to myth breed. This allowed the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus to manifest strong abilities such as Barren Ancient Dragon Might and Reverse Rolling Sea Pressure. Lin Yuan did not check on the two deep blue dragon jellyfishes because he had already done so in the past. The two deep blue dragon jellyfishes had decent controlling and attacking abilities, which were precious to fantasy breed phase. But for myth breed phase, functional abilities were the most important. Long Tao's two deep blue dragon jellyfishes lacked functional abilities and could not be considered the top tier of phase. Long Tao had discussed his phase with Lin Yuan in the past. Because he had contracted his fei when he was very young, he was now unable to match up to Zhongzi, Gulang, and the rest. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to accept this. There was nothing he could do to change his circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have contracted the deep blue dragon jellyfishes and reef sturgeon. When Lin Yuan saw that Long Tao had not summoned the wave halberd killer whale, he knew that Long Tao had successfully nurtured his fei with the barren bloodline and that he intended to use it during this battle. Lin Yuan smiled and raised his hand, summoning Blackie. The dragon species feys that Long Tao had contracted were famous. He was the only member of the Radiance 100 sequence who only contracted feys with the dragon species bloodline. But when it came to feys with the dragon species bloodline, Lin Yuan did not fear any other member of the younger generation. Chapter 2686 Appearance of the Barren Beast. It was considered a stellar dragon species fey. Long Tao's Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and two deep blue dragon jellyfishes were a far cry from Blackie. Blackie was now a true main dragon, and a remarkable one at that. Blackie let out a grand and drawn-out dragon cry next to Lin Yuan as before, twisting and circling above his head. Thick black clouds gathered above the arena. Blackie let out another roar. As a water-type main dragon, Blackie's bloodline power could exert pressure on the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and two deep blue dragon jellyfishes. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus aura lost its vigor. Dragon species feys competed with each other in terms of their bloodlines. Blackie promptly took control of the sea created by the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus. The Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus could still use its abilities and exclusive skills but could not use the sea to put pressure on Blackie. Although Blackie's voice was very gentle, it loved battling. However, Blackie rarely had the opportunity to do combat in the past. Lin Yuan usually used Spirit Essence Explosion to attack as though he was a fey in human form. Now that Lin Yuan had released Blackie, it finally had the chance to take on enemies with its real body. Most of Blackie's abilities were support type, but it also had controlling abilities. Without Lin Yuan giving it an instruction, Blackie released a stream of dragon aura. Blackie's diamond ability, Spirit Wrath, could dry up the spirit chi in an area and leave the target in an environment devoid of spirit chi. In an instant, the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes lost access to the spirit chi around them. This caused Long Tao's chest to tighten. It had been a long time since he last felt this way. Although he still represented the Dragon Gate Guild Club to participate in the S tournament, Long Tao rarely met opponents that brought out such a feeling in him. It was Lin Yuan who once again allowed him to feel the anxiousness of facing a strong enemy. However, Lin Yuan was far too powerful, and Long Tao was momentarily at a loss about what to do next. Lin Yuan's pure flood dragon species Fei had become a true main dragon. It was the 5-clawed dragon, which was the rarest and most powerful type of clawed dragon. The bloodline pressure of this Fei on his 3 Feys was already enough to overwhelm him. The 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes had already lost their fighting spirit, and the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus could only defend but dared not advance. Long Tao had initially intended to attack first and put some pressure on Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan managed to overwhelm him by just summoning his Fei. Long Tao did not stop issuing orders to the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes and forced them to release another shower of rain. Just as Lin Yuan was about to give Blackie an order, Blackie said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I would like the chance to battle freely. I have the confidence to beat these 3. Lin Yuan did not turn down Blackie's suggestion and said softly, "Blackie, since you want to battle freely, then go ahead and do your best." After hearing this, Blackie used Spirit Judgment Imprisonment. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment was directed at a target and would make a judgment about the concentration of the target's spirit chi. If Blackie's spirit chi was more concentrated than that of the target, the spirit chi in the target's body would be sealed. Once a Fei's spiritual power was sealed and was unable to sense the interaction of spirit chi in the surroundings, it would become groundless. It would not even be able to defend against elemental energy. Long Tao was completely unfamiliar with Blackie's abilities. After Blackie used Spirit Judgment Imprisonment on the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus, it froze. Blackie could not be bothered with the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes that did not even have any more desire to battle. Blackie slowly flew over as spirit chi condensed on its claws. It pushed its claws downwards and hit the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus back. A terrifying dragon species Fei's strong suit was defense. Blackie's attack was not lethal, and many spectators did not think much of it. They assumed that Lin Yuan's main dragon was just warming up. Yet, explosions were suddenly heard from the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus back. Because of these 2 attacks, the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus body shape had been altered, and it landed heavily in the water. Blood-stained water began spreading out from where the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus body lay. As Lin Yuan sensed Blackie's attacks, he knew that Blackie had used Spirit Essence Explosion to explode the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus back and internal organs. Although the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus still seemed to be alive, its vitality would soon run out, and it would be unable to participate in the ensuing battle. Blackie could not be bothered with the 2 deep blue dragon jellyfishes, but it did not forget that this was Lin Yuan's battle. Spirit Chi gathered on Blackie's tail and slammed it on the deep blue dragon jellyfishes like a whip, crushing their bodies to pieces. Lin Yuan's lips twitched when he saw this. Blackie was a flood dragon species Fei, but its battle style was even more vicious than that of terrifying dragon species Feys. Blackie had easily eliminated 3 of Long Tao's Feys. If Long Tao wanted to continue battling, the only option he had left would be to summon his Fei with the Baron bloodline. Blackie was about to attack Long Tao before it was stopped by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan believed that Long Tao wanted to summon the Fei with the Baron bloodline in this battle. Lin Yuan, who was in the midst of the battle, had no idea that Blackie's graceful battle display had sent all the Star Web live streaming rooms into a frenzy of comments. As Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning smiled wryly at Blackie before asking questions to the old woman next to her. The Feys that Long Tao contracted had records as he had used them in previous battles. However, his Fei's powers had all increased. They needed to observe the battle to discern what abilities and exclusive skills the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and Deep Blue Dragon Jellyfishes had gained. Yet, Long Tao's 3 Feys had not had the chance to demonstrate their abilities before they were all killed. There could only be one possibility for this, which was that Lin Yuan's main dragon species Fei was Suzerain/Myth 2, but its level and power exceeded that of Long Tao's 3 Feys. Lin Yuan had never used this main dragon species Fei before, but it was clearly not a Fei with the Baron bloodline. Tian Ningning asked the elderly woman respectfully, "Lordess Shen, are you able to explain Lord Lin Yuan's fate to me so I can write the battle record? Shen He relaxed her furrowed brow and said with a bitter smile, this clawed dragon killed Long Tao's 3 feys with a few simple attacks. It didn't show enough of its powers. I can't analyze its exact abilities for you. But I can tell you one thing, which is that it is definitely extraordinary. If I hadn't seen it for myself, I wouldn't have believed that it only became a 5-clawed dragon when it evolved to myth breed. I am more curious to know how Lord Lin Yuan managed to nurture this fey. Tian Ningning's lips twitched, but she dared not rebuke this pinnacle class 4 creation master Shen He. However, she really wanted to give Shen He a reminder. Lordess Shen He, you have gone off topic. Don't forget that you are here to help our special teams write our reports. Lin Yuan looked at Long Tao. By now, Long Tao had summoned the reef sturgeon and was standing on its back. The reef sturgeon was just floating on the blood-soaked sea. Long Tao had only summoned 3 feys to start with because he wanted to conserve spiritual power. But now, all 3 of them had been killed almost instantaneously by Lin Yuan. Long Tao had barely used any of the energy in his body. Long Tao met Lin Yuan's gaze without feeling even the slightest hint of disappointment. His eyes were filled with amazement and respect for Lin Yuan's power. Yuan, I have already evolved it to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. I actually have you to thank for this. Lin Yuan knew that Long Tao was about to reveal his fey with the Baron bloodline. Lin Yuan had also invited Long Tao to the gathering 2 days ago. But Long Tao had been unable to attend because he was in the middle of a critical period of evolving his fey with the Baron bloodline's bloodline. Lin Yuan had sent Long Tao pure water elemental energy concocted in the element well as a water-type elemental doll. It seemed that Long Tao had been successful. There were strong spiritual fluctuations rippling out from Long Tao's body. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the strong aura that was unique to feys with the Baron bloodline. A giant fish that was 6 meters long and had speckled bird wings and shiny gold scales appeared in the sea with a flash. Tens of whirlpools immediately appeared on the surface of the sea. It was as though there was an eye staring out of the center of every whirlpool. From the fey's graceful and swan-like appearance, Lin Yuan knew what Long Tao's fey with the Baron bloodline was. The victory fish was the most mystical water-type fey with the Baron bloodline. The victory fish was recorded in the catalogue of mountains and seas. Victory fish, with the body of a fish and wings of a bird, it has a voice of mandarin ducks, and seeing one is akin to looking at a settlement of water. It was said that the victory fish could predict fortunes, but it was a beast of disaster. Water-related calamities followed it wherever it went. At first, Blackie had managed to overwhelm the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus and deep blue dragon jellyfishes with its bloodline power, thereby taking control of the sea. But with the appearance of the victory fish, Blackie's control over the water had decreased significantly. Faweeb no m. However, as a clawed dragon, and a 5-clawed dragon to boot, there was no guarantee that Blackie would lose control of the water to the victory fish. As long as the victory fish did not take full control of the water, its threat to Lin Yuan would be significantly discounted. Lin Yuan did not know where the victory fish was hiding in the water, so he used true data to scan through the water. He immediately discovered the victory fish's location. Fey name, victory fish. Fey species, Baron species/winged fish species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, water. Fey quality, myth 2. Abilities. Mandarin duck voice. In order to generate vibrations, a fish roar will be released with the voice of mandarin ducks. Those who hear this voice will become paralyzed, and there is also a chance that the listener's soul will be put to sleep. Curtain of wings. The 2 wings will dissolve into the water and absorb water elemental energy to produce an enormous curtain of wings that can defend against external damage. As long as the curtain of wings is not damaged, external damage will be absorbed and transformed into energy that can be stored. Sea disaster. The water will be flooded with curse power, and the life forms within the cursed water will be drained to boost the victory fish's power. Victory arrow. The body will turn into a bow, and the 2 wings will become the string. The water will form a sharp arrow that can penetrate the target. The penetrated target will be cursed. Heavenly water stamp. A heavenly water stamp can be formed on any target that is within a body of water that is also in contact with the victory fish. Each time the target's energy is replenished, the victory fish's energy will also be replenished. When the target uses up its energy, the victory fish can choose to also use up some of its energy to lower its own drain of energy. Victorious water mist. The victory fish's energy will be used up and released via the water. The water will transform into mist. When the victory mist is within the mist, it will be healed by the water. Any injured targets within the mist will also be healed. Victorious body transformed arrows. The victory fish's body will be sacrificed and transformed into arrows. The arrows will attack a target. Its curse effects will also be transformed into deadly effects and applied to the arrows. Exclusive skill. Revived wings. When the wings are transformed into a curtain of wings, new ones can be grown. As long as the curtain of wings exists, the energy required to grow the new wings will be lowered by half. Double life arrows. Each time the curtain of wings and the transformation of the victory fish's body into arrows to attack a target is in effect, the attacks will absorb the energy from the surroundings and split up, causing double the damage. Victory form secret stone. Before the body is deconstructed, a victory stone will be formed in the fish's stomach. The victory stone will absorb curse energy from the surroundings, and the victory fish can be reincarnated through the victory stone. After reading the victory fish's true data, Lin Yuan felt that the victory fish's abilities were just as impressive as that of Zhongzi's fiery skyho. Although it was not as well-rounded as Shiny's abilities, its capability of taking on many enemies at once was the strongest that Lin Yuan had ever seen from a fey. Mandarin Duck Voice's paralyzing effect was rather common. It would be easy to use blessing effects to neutralize paralyzing effects. However, its true controlling effects came from the possibility of it putting a soul to sleep. Putting a soul to sleep was not the same as putting the spirit to sleep. When the spirit was asleep, it could be awakened by external forces. But once the soul was asleep, only the support from feys that had awakening abilities would be effective. It would be very difficult for the soul to wake up on its own. It was just unlucky for Long Tao and the victory fish that Lin Yuan had two souls and that the sacred sword-wielding queen was able to protect his souls. Although Lin Yuan would be paralyzed by Mandarin Duck Voice, his soul would not be put to sleep. The abilities that Lin Yuan was truly interested in were Curtain of Wings and Revived Wings. Curtain of Wings was an extremely strong defensive and endurance ability. The victory fish only had one pair of wings, so it could only produce one Curtain of Wings. Chapter 2687 Fearsome True Spirit 5 Changes. Curtain of Wings was a defensive form produced when the victory fish dissolved into water and ensnared water elemental energy. When it is hit by external attacks, it can absorb the attack and transform it into energy that it will store. This defensive ability also had endurance effects, enabling the victory fish to take on multiple opponents. One Curtain of Wings would be enough to turn the tide in a battle. But when it used Revived Wings, it would be able to grow more wings. When it grew more wings when it already had a pair, it would only require half of the initial amount of energy. Given a fey with the barren bloodline store of energy, it would be able to put up 4 Curtain of Wings in a battle without much effort. Sea Disaster was a range-based curse ability. Other life forms in the water where the victory fish was located would all be cursed. The victory fish had many curse effects and would eventually cause the other life forms to wither and die. The longer the life forms were under the effects of the curses, the more their battle abilities would fall. Victory Arrow would allow the victory fish to do combat with water elements. Every jet of water it produced was extremely powerful and would also carry curse effects when they made contact with the target. Although the feys that flew in the sky would not be cursed by the victory fish that was in the sea, they would be affected by the curse once they were hit by one of the victory arrows. The platinum ability Heavenly Water Stamp was the victory fish's main endurance ability. The more life forms there were in the sea, the quicker the victory fish's vitality would be replenished. In a battle between Long Tao and Lu Ji, this ability would be a godsend for Long Tao. But with Lin Yuan, Heavenly Water Stamp was rather useless. Lin Yuan was skilled at individual combat and would not send out many feys at once to engage in attrition warfare. The victory fish's diamond ability, Victorious Water Mist, was both a lethal and healing ability. Just like Heavenly Water Stamp, it was a replenishing ability that was suited for taking on many enemies at once. It would also be able to heal the victory fish when it was only facing a few enemies. However, the healing effects would be greatly discounted. Victorious Water Mist would allow the victory fish's combat techniques to extend past water regions. The water mist would be dispersed in the air, turning the sky into the victory fish's battleground as well. Victorious Body Transformed Arrows would strengthen victory arrows. Victory Arrow controlled the water in the surroundings while Victorious Body Transformed Arrows would turn the victory fish's body into streams of water in the shape of arrows that would attack the enemy. The curse effects would result in a deadly effect when the victory fish's body was deconstructed. There was a chance that the attack would immediately kill the target. The exclusive skill Double Life Arrows strengthened the effects of Victory Arrow and Victorious Body Transformed Arrows. During each attack, the energy in the surroundings would be used to cause double damage to the target. An exclusive skill like this was very rare. This exclusive skill could double the impact of the attack. It was likely that such an ability would only be seen in feys with the Baron bloodline. The Victory Fish's myth-breed exclusive skill was called Victory Form Secret Stone. Victory Form Secret Stone and the suzerain ability Victorious Body Transformed Arrows could be linked. Normally, due to the deconstruction effects of Victorious Body Transformed Arrows, the Victory Fish would be killed. But with the exclusive skill Victory Form Secret Stone, the Victory Fish could be revived by eating the Victory Stone, allowing it to rejoin the battle. Lin Yuan had a complete understanding of every one of the Victory Fish's abilities. Long Tao was currently planning on using the Victory Fish to ambush Lin Yuan and Blackie. It went without saying that Lin Yuan would not give Long Tao the opportunity to do so. Instead, he was going to use Long Tao's battle plans to counter him. By now, mist was already draping over the surface of the sea. Lin Yuan knew that the Victory Fish had used Victorious Water Mist. However, this mist would not be able to affect Blackie's vision or cause it any damage. Lin Yuan raised his hand and summoned Chimey. Chimey appeared next to Lin Yuan with a burst of beautiful sacred fire. All clouds in a 15-kilometer radius around Chimey were rapidly evaporated. With a soft cry, tens of thousands of sparrows formed from musical notes appeared and began flying around Chimey. Once he summoned the Victory Fish, Long Tao no longer had any other combat moves he could utilize. Even if he ended up losing his battle, he would put up a good fight. Long Tao was well aware that neither Chimey nor the Black-Clawed Dragon were Lin Yuan's secret weapons. But he had already played his final card by summoning the Victory Fish. Long Tao was at a disadvantage in this battle, but he was a strategy specialist. Long Tao ordered the Victory Fish to use Victorious Body Transformed Arrows to attack Lin Yuan. All was fair in love and war. Long Tao knew that if he could kill Lin Yuan instantaneously, he would be able to win this battle. However, not only did Lin Yuan not give Long Tao the chance to do so, but he could even see the Victory Fish's underwater movements with complete clarity. Lin Yuan issued a battle order to Blackie through his mind. Blackie used True Spirit 5 changes. It released its claws, and each claw turned into a split body. The split bodies possessed Blackie's full abilities and would not disappear after they were attacked. They could be considered invincible. Each time the bodies were destroyed, Blackie could produce new ones by using spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes was an exclusive skill of clawed dragons. But this ability only manifested in 5 clawed dragons. With the inclusion of Blackie's main body, there were now 6 5-clawed dragons flying in the sky. The 5-clawed dragons stormed the sea and used Spirit Essence Explosion while clustering around the Victory Fish. The Victory Fish did not even have the chance to emerge from the surface of the water. Blackie's split bodies rushed to take on both Victory Arrow and Victorious Body Transformed Arrows without fear of death. Once the split bodies produced by True Spirit 5 changes were destroyed, new ones formed. This left Long Tao in disbelief. He thought that the Victory Fish was exceptionally formidable. But now, it seemed that it was not as strong as he thought. Lin Yuan did not summon his fey with the Baron bloodline. He had managed to overwhelm the Victory Fish with just a regular fey. However, as a true 5-clawed dragon, Lin Yuan's fey was extremely valuable and had the same standard of merit as a fey with the Baron bloodline. The longer he fought the ferocious Blackie, the braver Long Tao became. However, he also had an increasingly strong feeling that something was wrong. The Victory Fish had already activated 4 Curtain of Wings. It had absorbed a significant amount of energy from the repeated attacks from Blackie's 5 split bodies. But it was as though this 5-clawed dragon had an endless supply of energy. Meanwhile, the Victory Fish's store of energy was about to run out. The Victory Fish would only be able to handle around 10 more attacks from the 5-clawed dragon before it ran out of energy and could no longer put up a defense. Star Web's commentators and hosts were currently animatedly and passionately narrating the battle. None of them were faking their emotions. These Star Web hosts and commentators rarely had the chance to narrate such a high-quality battle. Feys with the Baron bloodline were iconic of the Radiance Federation. They were always shrouded in mystery and rarely made an appearance. But the power demonstrated by the Victory Fish seemed to pale in comparison to Blackie. But those who were intelligent knew that this was because the Victory Fish was battling a 5-clawed dragon that belonged to Lin Yuan. Any other fey would already have been crushed to pieces by the Victory Fish's attacks. Poison Beauty and Liu Shuang's live streams were exploding with popularity. Liu Shuang was already very popular. But after the battle with Black, her popularity skyrocketed to a new level. Poison Beauty's popularity had been rather mild previously. But she managed to emerge as a dark horse with her eloquence and forked tongue. However, it was difficult for small hosts to make it into the big leagues and gain popularity with the masses. Poison Beauty only gained more attention after being matched with Lin Yuan multiple times and leveraging his popularity. Eventually, she managed to be signed by the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and became an auctioneer on Star Web. She was in charge of auctioning off the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's luxury goods on Star Web. Listen had noticed Poison Beauty's potential and gave her a helping hand. She also put in effort and, with opportune factors in her favor, managed to become one of the biggest hosts. She eventually became Star Web's biggest host that year and was specially invited by Star Web's officials to live stream and host the battles. Poison Beauty understood her role and knew how important this event was. She did not try to incorporate any performance effects. Rather, she stuck to doing what she did best and seriously analyzed the battles. Everyone, please try not to send comments while the battles are ongoing. Only post comments if you have legitimate questions. That will make it easier for me to answer all your questions. Just now, someone asked why a Fey with the Baron bloodline can't seem to beat a regular Fey. Let me correct this perspective. The Fey that Lord Lin Yuan is using is not a run-of-the-mill Fey. It is a true main dragon and a 5-clawed dragon to boot. Main dragon species Feys are highly revered. It cannot be viewed as a regular Fey. I never thought that a Myth 2 Fey's bloodline could reach such a level. A Fey's strength is determined by how it was nurtured. Long Tao's Fey with the Baron bloodline is very strong, and there are very few members of the younger generation who can compete with him. But it is evident that Lord Lin Yuan's Fey is slightly stronger. I don't think there is any uncertainty about the outcome of this battle. Lord Lin Yuan hasn't used his signature Sparrow. All it has been doing is staying by his side to protect him. In Poison Beauty's previous live streams, she had lavished praise on Lin Yuan in order to gain more attention. This eventually turned into a habit. However, she was not trying to do that now. The formidability that Lin Yuan had displayed was undeniable. Long Tao laughed wryly. The victory fish had burned to the end of its wick while fighting the clawed dragon. It could not fight anymore. Long Tao did not bother to push on with a meaningless battle. Instead, he raised his hand before slamming it down forcefully. This was the way that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence signaled that they were surrendering. If they continued fighting, it would only end with the victory fish being pulverized by the 5-clawed dragon. Long Tao knew of the power of a clawed dragon's claws and tail. Without the defense from the ability Curtain of Wings, any attack that made contact with the victory fish would break apart its scales and leave a bloody hole in its body. There was still one thing that Long Tao did not understand, which was how the clawed dragon managed to possess such strong endurance. It did not show any signs of weakening even after launching repeated attacks. Normally, a Myth 2 dragon species Fey would not have so much energy to spare. Long Tao had no idea that Lin Yuan had been using Blackie as a support Fey. This battle established Blackie's prowess. After a vicious battle, Blackie let out a comfortable cry before flying over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leaped up onto Blackie's back and rode the 5-clawed dragon up to the sky before looking down at the stone pillars around him. As the victor, Lin Yuan could pick his next opponent. Despite being summoned by Lin Yuan, Chimey had yet to participate in the combat. It sulkily flapped its wings next to Lin Yuan and let out a woeful cry to express how it was feeling. Lin Yuan soothed Chimey while looking over at Xiaqing. Lin Yuan knew that Xiaqing was very strong. Zhong Ziyi and Gulang both mentioned that they had lost to her in combat. However, Lin Yuan had never fought with Xiaqing before. He did not even know what phase Xiaqing had. Lin Yuan had no idea that while he was looking at Chimey, his action of leaping onto Blackie's back had come across so dashing that he had stupefied many spectators. Lin Yuan was much more gallant than that member of the Radiance 100 sequence who had tried to act suave. Xiaqing and Lin Yuan locked eyes. She stood up before Lin Yuan even called out her name. She fixed her fiery gaze on him and waved her fists, signaling that she was going to do her best in the battle. Lin Yuan smiled. That was exactly what he wanted. Chimey had yet to participate in a battle since evolving to myth breed. Lin Yuan intended to use Chimey in the battle against Xiaqing. If Chimey was overwhelmed during the fight with Xiaqing, Lin Yuan would send out other feys in accordance with Xiaqing's feys. After Xiaqing stood up, Lin Yuan yelled out Xiaqing's name to Lu Wencheng. They still needed to go along with the process. Just like Long Tao, Xiaqing summoned her fey after entering the arena. Chapter 2688 Chimey attacks. After sensing the threat from the pressure, the sacred sword-wielding queen released its aura. It formed a barrier of energy around Lin Yuan's body to block out the pressure. A dragonfly, over 8 meters in length, appeared in front of Xiaqing. It was covered in fiery flames and held a large red ball with its front legs. This was Xiaoqing's signature fey. However, Xiaoqing usually only summoned the suck-burst oxygen toad during battle. She rarely summoned the star dragonfly. The last time that Xiaoqing summoned the star dragonfly it was only Diamond X/Fantasy V. Now, it had reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. Lin Yuan sensed the aura from the star dragonfly and realized that the pressure was coming from the ball it was holding with its front legs. If the ball was enlarged, it would seem like a celestial body. Lu Ji had once appraised the star dragonfly in a conversation with Lin Yuan. He solemnly stated that the star dragonfly was the strongest myth-breed insect species fey when it came to individual combat. It was much stronger than the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle that had yet to be boosted by the deaths of armies of feys. Xiaoqing had once used the star dragonfly to kill creation breed feys. This meant that the star dragonfly had an impressive ability to roll grades to do battle. During previous battles, Lin Yuan always used true data to check on his opponent's feys before he began fighting. This allowed him to secure the advantage in all situations. However, this method of combat also took the fun out of fighting. Lin Yuan felt that he might not need to use Morbius to check on the abilities of Xiaoqing's two feys in this battle. Instead, he could battle her normally. Regardless of how many secret weapons she had, there was no chance of him unexpectedly losing, even if he did have to take a few hits. Lin Yuan turned and said to Chimey, who was clearly ready to dive into battle, "Chimey, Blackie was the lead in the previous battle, and you didn't get the chance to join in. Now, it's your turn to take the lead. Go and have a good fight with these two feys. If you find yourself losing, I will send the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to help you." Chimey let out a soft chirp before flapping its wings in front of Lin Yuan, indicating that it did not need help from others. While Chimey was flapping its wings, glassy flames ignited all over its body, and the sun started to shine even brighter. Soon, a string of pleasant chirps was released from Chimey's throat as it used Phoenix Cry. With the power of a phoenix, Chimey combined the Phoenix Cry with the birds that were flying around it, imbuing the musical notes in the shape of birds with extremely strong penetrating effects. After coming into contact with the target, the musical notes let out Phoenix Cries that would stun and disrupt the target. When they were hit by any impact, the musical notes would also split off to produce new birds. The beauty from continuous attacks was akin to watching a swarm of birds paying homage to a phoenix. Chimey's ability Phoenix Breed input sound allowed Chimey to temper the soul of a phoenix species fey to Phoenix Breed and inject it into the flying birds. The flying birds would then take on some of the intelligence and spiritual power of a phoenix species fey. Their abilities would also be improved, allowing them to become partial phoenixes. The legion of birds flew towards Xiaoqing's suck-burst oxygen toad and star dragonfly. In the midst of this attack, Chimey also used New Day of Light and commandeered the bloodline of a main phoenix species fey. The exquisite main phoenix species blood and sunlight formed a sun behind Chimey. Under the light of the sun, its depleted energy would be replenished. This allowed Chimey to substantially boost its attacks. Chimey's appearance was just as beautiful as that of Purple Afterglow. The two different life forms exemplified the greatest extent of beauty that could ever manifest in living creatures. If the dead spirit's crisis had not begun and the main world continued holding fey beauty pageants, Chimey would definitely stand a chance to place among the top 3. Xiaoqing felt slightly dizzy as she looked at the endless birds swooping around in front of her. Lin Yuan's Pinnacle Myth 2 Sparrow's attack was almost unbelievably dense. Xiaoqing gave an order to the suck-burst oxygen toad, "Suck-burst oxygen toad, use oxygen-bursting flames." The inside of the suck-burst oxygen toad's body was half red and half blue. When it was fantasy breed, it was around the size of a small building. But now that it was myth breed, it was gargantuan. The suck-burst oxygen toad sucked in a forceful breath. The air around the suck-burst oxygen toad was pulled in into its mouth forcefully and rapidly. Soon, patterns of air currents appeared on the suck-burst oxygen toad's body, and the flames were fanned by the patterns of air currents. In an instant, the black flames burned up all the oxygen in the air. Even from a distance away, Lin Yuan felt as though he was being suffocated. To any other spirit chi professional, this might spell trouble. If they could not breathe, they would fall unconscious due to a lack of oxygen within 5 minutes. However, Lin Yuan's genetic model had been improved, and he could no longer be measured against regular humans. He could survive for more than half an hour with no issues, even in an environment without oxygen. Chimey's source of energy was sunlight. It did not need to breathe to transform external energy. The burning black flames formed a giant shield of flames that covered Xiaoqing, the suck-burst oxygen toad, and star dragonfly. The birds that Chimey produced using Phoenix Cry flew straight into the black shield of flames. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's head. He noticed that the black flames had consumption effects. The energy within the golden birds was absorbed by the black flames, causing the black flames to burn with an even greater flourish. After noticing this, Lin Yuan did not give Chimey another order. He had already made himself clear during his conversation with Chimey. Chimey wanted to fight with its own free will. Chimey was very talented at battling and would not allow itself to suffer unnecessarily. Chimey must have a reason for continuing to attack after noticing that the suck-burst oxygen toad's black flames were absorbing the energy within the birds. The suck-burst oxygen toad's shield of flames had defended against various energy-based attacks in the past. After consuming many birds, the black flames were triggered to their maximum extent. When the suck-burst oxygen toad used the exclusive skill consuming fire stimulation, it could consume flames to recover its own energy and injuries. It could be said that Xiaoqing had started the battle against Lin Yuan on a good note. Previously, the suck-burst oxygen toad needed to deplete a large amount of energy to use its ability and could not hold on for long during battle. But now, it had the confidence to sustain combat. Chimey's eyes were very bright. Instead of drawing back after it realized what was happening, it sent even more birds flying into the black flames. Many of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were confused. They did not understand why Lin Yuan allowed his fate to act foolishly. If it continued to give up energy, Xiaoqing's suck-burst oxygen toad would be able to release enough flames to take control of the battle. The narrators and hosts who were watching this were left at a slight loss about what to say. They could not say that Lin Yuan's fate was pathetic in battle. At this moment, the shield of black flames seemed to go out of control, and phoenix cries began ringing out from the black flames. Chimey let out a soft chirp, and even more birds crashed into the shield of black flames. After a moment of pondering, Lin Yuan realized what was happening. The suck-burst oxygen toad's shield of black flames only absorbed energy. When Chimey used phoenix breed input sound to temper the phoenix species phase soul and inject it into the birds, this could not be absorbed. Not only were phoenix species phase unafraid of flames, but there were some powerful main phoenix species phase that could be reincarnated through flames. The black flames expanded and grew until the suck-burst oxygen toad began struggling to maintain control. When the suck-burst oxygen toad's control over the black flames weakened, the partial phoenixes that were capable of individual thought captured control of the black flames. The flaming birds that were now black in color soared down towards Xiaoqing, the suck-burst oxygen toad, and star dragonfly. Xiaoqing had created this shield to protect herself from being attacked by external energy. However, Chimey had adapted and used the phoenix bloodline to penetrate the shield. This was akin to a fully armored person poking a beehive. One would assume that the armor would be able to block out all damage from the bees. However, the bees were still able to penetrate the armor. Xiaoqing was being put to the test but could not express her grievances. Chimey was still injecting energy into the shield of black flames. The suck-burst oxygen toad could transform this energy, but it took time. A pool could be drained. But if water was being poured in too quickly, the pool would still fill up even while it was being drained. Xiaoqing knew that she needed to break free of this situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the fire birds that could penetrate the shield would only increase in quantity. Once they reached a certain number, her defeat would be sealed. As such, Xiaoqing quickly swung her fist in front of her, and a purple scorpion appeared. This scorpion was very small. It was only around the size of Xiaoqing's palm. The scorpion's tail was raised, and it shone with a crystalline gleam. After this beautiful scorpion appeared, Xiaoqing cried out, "Fire Source Crystal Scorpion, use the exclusive skill Release Fire Body Transformation." Xiaoqing's cry could not be heard past the shield, and those outside did not know that Xiaoqing was currently poised to lose her battle against Lin Yuan. At that moment, Xiaoqing felt rather ashamed. Lin Yuan had only summoned one phase so far in this battle, but she had already been forced to summon 3 phase. When the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion heard Xiaoqing's command, it leaped in front of her and raised its 2 pincers as well as half of its body before a large amount of fire energy was absorbed into its body. The Fire Source Crystal Scorpion's body started to enlarge until it was as enormous as the suck-burst oxygen toad. All of the black flames had been absorbed by the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion. It looked as though Xiaoqing had just destroyed the defense she had built. But when it came to storing energy, Xiaoqing had the upper hand because most of the fire energy the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion absorbed had come from Chimey. With the ability New Light of Day to replenish it, Chimey had no lack of energy and did not mind such a depletion. After all, regardless of how much energy was used up, it would be replenished by the sun. The sun was Chimey's charger. Through its exclusive skill Double Sun Rains, Chimey could strengthen the link between the sun and other suns. Each time Chimey let out a soft chirp, it was singing to the suns. If Chimey wanted to, it could draw on the real sun to replenish its body. In terms of endurance, Chimey was the strongest of all of Lin Yuan's feys. Battling Chimey was like trying to measure up to the sun. The recent crossing of swords was Chimey's way of testing the waters. It now had a general understanding of its opponent's power. Now, it was going to get serious. But before Chimey could make its move, the giant fire source crystal scorpion that had absorbed all of the fire energy had already viciously swung its tail towards Chimey. There were hundreds of shadows clinging to the tail that would make it extremely difficult for Chimey to dodge and flee. At the instant that the fire source crystal scorpion swung its tail towards Chimey, its two pinchers made a chopping motion and formed two dark red crosses. Chimey felt as though it had just been nailed to the spot by two crosses. It was as though it would end up hurt by the crosses regardless of how it moved. Chimey had no intention of fleeing. Instead, it used Falling Sky New Day. The sun within Chimey's body suddenly descended to the ground and formed a territory charged with the sun's power around Chimey. Before the sun's power ran out, Chimey's body would be immune to most physical and elemental damage. In such a state, it was very unlikely that Chimey would be harmed in any way. The attacks from the shadows on the scorpion's tail and crosses were all deflected by the sun power around Chimey. After Chimey evolved to myth breed, the structure of its power changed drastically. Previously, its combat style depended on the moves it made at present. But now, it mostly relied on using speech as a medium for its spirit to do battle. In the past, Chimey never used abilities that involved speech as a medium for its spirit. When most myth breed feys used their abilities in battle, their beast states were their strongest forms. They could only wield more power in their human form than beast form when they reached immortal breed. But when it came to using abilities that involved speech as a medium for the spirit, it would be more effective to use them in human form than beast form. Chimey had reached myth 2. Even if it did not use treasures like the spirit Bodhi fruit, it was still able to change into human form. Chimey did not think this much during battle and had long forgotten about its large audience. Chimey shot up to the sky. Soon, its body changed into that of a young girl wearing a blue and gold shawl. Chimey trod on clumps of clouds, and languid tunes slipped from its lips. Chimey had begun using Speak Spirit Singer. Chapter 2689 Xiaqing's Barren Beast. Chimey did not think much when it was in the midst of battle. It completely forgot about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess influence in Star Web. It could be said that Chimey was currently the most famous household name in the Radiance Federation. In the past, Chimey managed to use just its singing voice to take over the entire Star Web audience. Ever since Chimey consumed the Spirit Bodhi fruit and revealed its appearance in human form, it attracted even more appearance-centric fans. Chimey's looks were outstanding. But unlike other feys in human form, its beauty was not demonic, and it did not retain any fey features. When Chimey was in human form, even females like Wen Yu were momentarily mesmerized. Ever since Chimey began aiming to increase its power, it had stopped live streaming on Star Web. There were many discussions ongoing on Star Web that tried to determine Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' current whereabouts. Previously, they all knew that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was linked to Black. But later, Black and Lin Yuan were revealed to be the same person. From that point on, they began assuming that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was a daughter of a secret faction. It was when Lin Yuan represented the Radiance Federation to take on the Freedom Federation envoy group that those who were close to him found out that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was actually his fey named Chimey. Now that Chimey had changed from a fey form to a human form, everyone was astonished. They now all knew that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was Lin Yuan's fey. The Warm Sun Fund was a blessing that Lin Yuan and Chimey jointly provided to the Radiance Federation. Xiaqing's three feys, the Suckburst Oxygen Toad, Star Dragonfly, and Fire Source Crystal Scorpion, all had the power to do battle in human form. However, for regular feys, doing battle in human form would significantly depress their power. As such, Spirit Chi professionals rarely instructed their feys to change into human form during battle. Chimey's voice was like an oral celebration, and such sounds were rarely heard during battle. Rivers began appearing one after another in front of Chimey while it sang. As Chimey continued to sing, flood dragons occasionally rose from the rivers. These flood dragons contained a special energy. It was as though Chimey's voice was boosting these imageries in some way. These imageries' attacks restrained the fire source crystal scorpion, forcing it to use the fire energy it had just absorbed to defend itself. The imageries' attacks were already extremely aggressive to begin with. But as Chimey continued to sing, the figures multiplied. Chimey's song boosted the imageries in many ways. The tens of attacks left the fire source crystal scorpion seriously injured within the short span of 3 minutes. Xiaoqing was very arrogant. She was filled with indignance at the fact that Lin Yuan had only summoned one fey in their battle. Initially, she wanted to eliminate Chimey first so that Lin Yuan would have to summon more feys and take her on seriously. But now that she was about to lose this one-on-one battle against Chimey, Xiaoqing had no choice but to end this battle as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was both her idol and an imposing mountain that stood in her way. In this battle against Lin Yuan, Xiaoqing truly realized the size of the gap between her and him. Nonetheless, the battle was still ongoing, and Xiaoqing was never the type to admit defeat. If they were dueling in real life, Xiaoqing would have to restrain herself out of consideration for her and Lin Yuan's safety. But given that they were fighting on Star Web, she had Lin Yuan would not be tangibly affected in real life even if she used a self-sacrificing move. With this in mind, Xiaoqing issued an order to the Suckburst Oxygen Toad, Suckburst Oxygen Toad, use boiling oxygen to midstream and swallow all the oxygen in this space into your stomach. Star Dragonfly, begin storing energy by absorbing the energy within the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion's body. Fire Source Crystal Scorpion, unleash the territory of fire and change the environment of the battleground. Xiaoqing barked out a string of instructions in quick succession. Xiaoqing Suckburst Oxygen Toad, Star Dragonfly, and Fire Source Crystal Scorpion immediately sprung into action upon hearing her orders. The Suckburst Oxygen Toad opened its mouth and croaked twice. Soon, the Suckburst Oxygen Toad became a powerful filter and began gulping large amounts of air. All of the oxygen was filtered out. According to Star Web's rules, alterations to the battleground in a Star Web battle would only affect the battleground. As such, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence watching the fight were still able to breathe comfortably. Any member of the Radiance 100 sequence who was familiar with Xiaoqing knew how powerful the Suckburst Oxygen Toad's ability boiling oxygen to midstream was. This was a performance duel. Otherwise, Xiaoqing would never speak her commands so plainly. Once the oxygen vanished, a viscous and turbid stream of air was released in prodigious amounts from the Suckburst Oxygen Toad. A unique heat formed in the air, and the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion slammed its tail and pincers forcefully onto the ground. The entire arena in the clouds was set alight by fire. At the instant that the fire was about to reach Lin Yuan, he opened the 4 pairs of black wings on his back and lifted himself into the air. The Fire Source Crystal Scorpion continued changing the environment while the Star Dragonfly moved behind the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion and pierced its tail into the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion's armored back. The ball that the Star Dragonfly held in its front legs turned tangerine and started to expand. In previous battles against members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Xiaoqing mostly used the Suckburst Oxygen Toad and Star Dragonfly. But now, not only had she summoned 3 feys, but she was also using them to their full potential. However, based on the current circumstances, it seemed that Xiaoqing did not have the upper hand. A sacred hall composed of musical notes appeared behind the celestial maiden like Chimey. All of the imageries and the voices condensed into solid forms within the sacred hall. Chimey walked into the sacred hall. Chimey used its myth breed ability, Sound Spirit Sacred Hall. Sound Spirit Sacred Hall could be perfectly linked with Speak Spirit Singer. At the instant that Chimey entered the Sound Spirit Sacred Hall, the effects of Sound Spirit Sacred Hall resulted in Chimey's energy spreading in all directions. Thousands of bird life forms with the voices of phoenixes swooped down from the clouds to the area like a shower of rain, completely blanketing the area. This was just the first wave of Chimey's attacks using Sound Spirit Sacred Hall. Chimey had already changed its bloodline into a new sun and shot it into the real sun so that it would be boosted by the sun power. Sun projection boosted Chimey's power to the greatest extent. However, there were also drawbacks to being closely linked to the sun. Once the connection was broken, Chimey would be in an extremely weak state. It was not just Xiaoqing who was preparing her final attack. Chimey was doing the same. After the birds with voices of phoenixes passed, a sea materialized atop the territory of fire that the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion had created. Given that the imageries contained wills, the imageries produced from Chimey's voice were able to endure the effects of the territory of fire. However, the territory of fire created by the Fire Source Crystal Scorpion was nothing to scoff at. The flames penetrated the seawater and bloomed on the surface like flowers. When Chimey saw this, it changed the tune it was singing, and frost began forming on the surface of the sea. Chimey was using the wills in its song to battle the raging flame energy. The battle between Lin Yuan's Blackie and Long Tao could be said to have been a regular fey battle. But now, the battle between Chime and Xiaoqing was like a legendary battle between mythical immortals. Chime was a light-type bird species fey, but it was able to infuse wills into its singing voice. The attacks from the imageries in Chime's voice were putting so much pressure on Xiaoqing that she was slightly struggling to breathe. It went without saying that this situation had also come about from Chime using sun projection to connect itself to the sun and tap into the sun's energy. Otherwise, even a creation breed fey would have already run out of energy after such heavy-handed attacks. When Xiaoqing first started fighting back with her 3 feys, Chime had felt pushed into a corner. The star dragonfly's explosive effects were not only strong enough to harm but also kill Chime. However, due to the star dragonfly's relatively weak body, it had been unable to attack Chime in the midst of Chime's ongoing attacks. When Chime evolved to myth breed, it confirmed the path that it was going to take henceforth. The stronger the barrage of attacks, the better defended it would be. It looked as though Xiaoqing was on her last legs. Nonetheless, her expression had not changed in the slightest. Firstly, she already knew that she would not be able to defeat Lin Yuan. Just like Long Tao, she was just trying to get a sense of the gap between her and Lin Yuan. Additionally, she had yet to summon her fey with the barren bloodline. Her fey with the barren bloodline could not comfortably demonstrate its power in reality. But it did not have to be concerned in a battle on Star Web. The suck-burst oxygen toad, star dragonfly, and fire source crystal scorpion that had been completely suppressed by Chime's attacks to the point that they could no longer fight back would all become fuel for her fey with the barren bloodline's combat. Xiaoqing raised her fist and waved it in front of her again. The vibrant aura of a fey with the barren bloodline began permeating the air around Xiaoqing. This robust might was soon accompanied by surging fire elemental energy. The fire elemental energy gathered together tightly, burning this space that was devoid of oxygen. Oxygen was usually the fuel of fire elemental energy. But at this moment, the flames burned a black crack into this space devoid of oxygen. Xiaoqing stood amidst the flames and fixed her unwavering gaze on Lin Yuan. There were only 2 fire-type feys with the barren bloodline. Zhongzi had contracted the fiery skyho. The fiery skyho was skilled at brewing fire. It used fire elemental energy to inflict harm on targets and was very compatible with Zhongzi's sacred source life form. Xiaoqing had picked her fey with the barren bloodline later than Zhongzi. However, her fire-type fey with the barren bloodline was not any weaker than the fiery skyho and was even stronger once it was paired with her sacred source life form. During the previous battle between Lin Yuan and Long Tao had chosen to use all of his energy on the victory fish and had not used his sacred source life form. Xiaoqing would not be following in his footsteps. Her sacred source life form and fey with the barren bloodline might not have obvious links, but once they were used, they could work together to cause potent trouble for her opponent. Xiaoqing intended to use her sacred source life form to give a stab at Lin Yuan. At the very least, she wanted to defeat his sparrow species fey. Regardless of what happened, Xiaoqing would not allow herself to be beaten without taking down a single one of Lin Yuan's feys. Lin Yuan looked at the flaming beast that had appeared next to Xiaoqing. It had the shape of a dog and did not look fierce at all. Rather, it looked cute in the same way as the Shibu Inu dogs from Lin Yuan's previous life. After this beast appeared, all the fire elemental energy in the environment gathered towards this small beast. However, it did not absorb the fire elemental energy. Instead, it used its aura to transform the fire elemental energy, changing it to a beautiful purplish red. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the dog-like beast. Fey name, Misfortune Fighter. Fey species, Barren species / furred beast species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, Fire. Fey quality, Myth 2. Abilities. Fusing fire, when its flames make contact with other targets, the flames will seep into the target. The targets will thus be invaded and transformed into fire elemental energy that it will be able to manipulate. Misfortune Explosion, each time the flames are triggered to explode, the explosive effects will be transferred to the surroundings, subsequently causing the flames to explode. The targets affected by the explosive effects will be burned. Ground Penetrating Misfortune Flames, transfer the transformed fire elemental energy to the surrounding environment. Once the fire elemental energy senses a target, it will penetrate the environment to burn the target. Chasing Flames Transmission, each time a target is burned by ground-penetrating misfortune flames, the ground-penetrating misfortune flames will be rapidly transmitted to the roots. Each transmission will be accompanied by explosive cracking. Misfortune Flame Lamps, when the misfortune flames reach a certain concentration, they will turn into lamps. The lamps are able to recreate fire elemental energy. The light released by the misfortune flame lamps is also able to break through stealth effects and place a bright flame imprint on the target. Fury released flames. After activating the misfortune flames will fill a space and burn up everything in the space. During the burning process, the misfortune fighter's own vitality will be slowly used up. Karma misfortune seed. Each time the target is attacked, as long as the target and the misfortune fighter's karma have a certain strength, a misfortune seed will be formed in the target's body and worsen the flame damage suffered by the target. Exclusive skill. Incinerating obliteration of the soul. Body of fire. Its body will become part of the flames and boost the flames. After the flames are extinguished, it will temporarily return to the state before it had fused with the flames before turning back into flames and extinguishing its life. Chapter 2691 Move to determine the outcome. Now, Lin Yuan had an in-depth and reliable understanding of the misfortune fighter's abilities. The misfortune fighter was a disaster beast and could bring fire raining down from the skies. Everything that it comes into contact with, even feces, would turn into fervent flames. This creature that resembled a Shiba Inu was extremely deadly. Fusing fire allowed the misfortune fighter to invade enemies through fire elemental energy. When fire elemental energy was injected into other targets, it would be transformed. The most terrifying part was that the misfortune fighter could allocate the transformed energy so that the misfortune fighter could remove the ability of any target weaker than the misfortune fighter and which shared the same space as it. The misfortune fighter could allocate all of the energy contained within other life forms. The victory fish was very skilled at group combat, but it was very weak compared to the misfortune fighter. If Chime's grade was lower than the misfortune fighter and did not have the protection of Speak Spirit Singer and Sound Spirit Sacred Hall, Chime's body would already have begun burning. The misfortune fighter used its elite ability, Misfortune Explosion, the most when it fought feys of the same level. The flames produced by the misfortune fighter were extremely brutal and triggered explosive effects every second. Once the misfortune fighter used the Misfortune Explosion, sparks would explode instantaneously, burning all the targets that were being attacked. The explosive effects could break through armor, and the burning effects could trigger fusing fire. While killing a target, the misfortune fighter's energy would also be replenished. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoqing and could see the clear amazement and astonishment in her eyes. Lin Yuan knew that Xiaoqing had summoned the misfortune fighter so she could not only target his feys but him as well. However, Lin Yuan had the protection of the sacred sword-wielding queen, and it gave him immunity against the effects of fire elements. With the sacred sword-wielding queen's stars and because it had absorbed fire-type immortal bodies, the misfortune fighter would not be able to hurt Lin Yuan with fire elemental energy as long as it had not reached immortal breed. Lin Yuan had tested this ability in a previous battle with Zhongzi. Now, the ability was even stronger. The misfortune fighter was unable to affect Lin Yuan in any way. Xiaoqing did not immediately instruct the misfortune fighter to attack Lin Yuan. Instead, the misfortune fighter began accumulating energy. One after another, misfortune flame lamps appeared on Xiaoqing's side of the battleground. The misfortune flame lamps were able to attract fire elements. Given that more than 10 misfortune flame lamps had appeared, Lin Yuan knew that Xiaoqing intended to fight a drawn-out battle. Misfortune flame lamps revealing abilities could not affect Lin Yuan because he did not have any feys that were skilled at stealth. Unfortunately for Xiaoqing, she was unaware of this. When he battled anyone else, Lin Yuan could leverage the information he knew to stand on equal ground with his opponent. This would even apply when he battled Class 5 and above Creation Masters. Ground-penetrating misfortune flames and chasing flames transmission were fire-type abilities that could be linked. Ground-penetrating misfortune flames allowed the misfortune fighter to transfer its own fire elemental energy to its surrounding environment to alter it before using the fire elemental energy in the environment to burn targets. Meanwhile, for chasing flames transmission, whenever a target was burned by ground-penetrating misfortune flames, the burning effects of ground-penetrating misfortune flames would be circulated around the other life forms in the space. Just like Misfortune Explosion, most of the misfortune fighter's abilities could intensify the burning effects. These burning effects were compatible with the exclusive skill, Incinerating Obliteration of the Soul. Every time the target was burned 3 times, the effects of Incinerating Obliteration of the Soul would be activated, and the target's soul would be temporarily stunned. One instance of the effects might not cause much damage. But after 3 instances, there was a high chance that the soul would pass out. The burning effects from the misfortune fighter's abilities could be easily transferred to others. The obliterating soul's effects would also appear repeatedly during combat, adding variety to the battle. If Xiaoqing was battling someone else besides Lin Yuan, the obliterating soul effects could definitely tip the scales. After all, suddenly losing focus during an important battle would likely change the battle circumstances. The deadly and controlling effects of incinerating obliteration of the soul allowed the misfortune fighter to stand out as a fey with the barren bloodline. Body of Fire was an extremely strong self-preservation exclusive skill. It could also provide the misfortune fighter with a one-time boost. Body of Fire enabled the misfortune fighter to fully fuse its body with flames, making its body a part of the flames. Any external attacks it suffered would be absorbed by the flames to boost the flames. This raised the misfortune fighter's deadliness. When the misfortune fighter encountered a strong enemy and extinguished the flames, it would return to the same state from before it had fused with the flames. Although this would use up the misfortune fighter's vitality, it did give the misfortune fighter another chance to live and continue brandishing abilities. Karma Misfortune Seed was a diamond ability that could manipulate karma. It was similar to Ji Feng's Karma Sword Lily's abilities. As long as two parties came into contact and sensed each other's presence, karma would form between them. If the karma crossed a line, it would turn into misfortune. The targets afflicted with the misfortune seed would be even more severely injured by the flames. It could be said that Karma Misfortune Seed would boost the misfortune fighter once during combat, allowing it to take control of two lives. At important junctures, when the misfortune fighter gained a new life through Body of Fire, it would have a large impact on a stalemate battle. The Myth-Breed exclusive skill Disaster Seed Judgment would be linked with Karma Misfortune Seed. The Misfortune Seed could also place obliterating soul effects on targets. Each Misfortune Seed would lead to the emergence of one obliterating soul effect. When combined with incinerating obliteration of the soul, the obliterating soul effects could be stacked up. From the misfortune fighter's effects, Lin Yuan knew that Xiaoqing had put a lot of effort into nurturing the misfortune fighter. Otherwise, it would not have so many abilities that could be linked and complementary exclusive skills and abilities. But regardless of how perfect the misfortune fighter's abilities were, Lin Yuan had a way to deal with them. Firstly, the sacred sword-wielding queen could fully restrain the misfortune fighter. The misfortune fighter could use whatever abilities or exclusive skills it wanted. Regardless of how many explosions or burning effects it unleashed, Lin Yuan would be kept safe by the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed 5th page Truth's sacred source life form and the source totems of Grace Sacred Hall's two rulers. The sacred sword-wielding queen was likely a product of the two rulers, so it had the same source as the two source totems. All of this culminated in the sacred sword-wielding queen currently being a step away from reaching 9 stars. There were very few experts from the senior generation who had sacred source life forms with stars as high as Lin Yuan's sacred source life form, much less experts from the younger generation. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not underestimate Xiaoqing because she had yet to use her sacred source life form. Sacred source life forms were able to counter each other. It was not a guarantee that low stars' sacred source life forms were under the thumb of high stars' sacred source life forms. During the gathering at the return from faraway mansion, Zhongzi mentioned that he had once suffered greatly at the hands of Xiaoqing's sacred source life form. Lin Yuan was very curious about Xiaoqing's sacred source life form. Chimey was sufficiently strong, especially after it began drawing on the sun's energy. It was just a shame that the misfortune fighter was skilled at endurance battles. Flames were both the misfortune fighter's combat tool and safe haven. Chimey had used up a significant amount of energy taking on Xiaoqing's 3 feys. It was likely that Chimey would end up losing the battle against the misfortune fighter. Lin Yuan conveyed his thoughts to Chimey. Chimey did not insist on pressing on. It was well aware of the significance of this battle. It would not be humiliated even if it insisted on continuing the fight and ended up losing. But in order to boost the Radiance Federation's morale, Lin Yuan needed to win this battle with flying colors. With a wave of its hand, 4 celestial maidens appeared from within the Sound Spirit Sacred Hall. The 4 maidens carried the Sound Spirit Sacred Hall over to Lin Yuan, and Chimey walked out of the Sound Spirit Sacred Hall. At this moment, Chimey stopped attacking and putting pressure on Xiaoqing. Instead, it let out a soft chirp and turned back to its original form before landing on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Chimey was no longer battling and was now a spectator instead. The misfortune fighter was skilled at flame combat. But Lin Yuan also had feys that were skilled at flame combat. Lin Yuan thought about sending out Shiny to battle the misfortune fighter. But he soon gave up on the idea. The Diamond/Fantasy Shiny could hold its own in a fight against the misfortune fighter. Wind and fire elements were complementary. The burning flames would whip up air currents that stimulated wind elements. An environment that contained wind would allow Shiny to stand its ground against the misfortune fighter. However, it would be a struggle for it to defeat the misfortune fighter. Given that he understood Xiaoqing's power, Lin Yuan decided to put an end to this battle swiftly. Lin Yuan was more looking forward to the battle with Lu Ji than this battle with Xiaqing. Although Lu Ji did not have a barren beast, the insect species carcinoma feys that had transformed into fairies that he controlled were all just as formidable as feys with the barren bloodline. Moreover, Lu Ji had carefully and painstakingly pieced his team together so the fairies were able to work together swimmingly. Lu Ji's combat system was already complete. Aside from the fairies, Lu Ji had also evolved the other insect species carcinoma feys. Even members of royalty with eternal breed feys sometimes required a lot of effort and time to handle the disasters triggered by the Diamond X/Legend insect species feys. Lin Yuan could not say with certainty that he would be able to defeat Lu Ji without using his secret weapons. With a wave of his hand, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom released a large amount of spores. Once the spores entered the environment filled with fire elemental energy, they were unaffected by the misfortune fighter's abilities, and some of the weaker spores even became even more ample. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom had only gently shaken its cap, but it had released hundreds of thousands of spores floating across the arena. Xiaqing had already issued orders to the misfortune fighter. Misfortune fighter, once you are done with misfortune flame lamps, use fusing fire, misfortune explosion, ground penetrating misfortune flames, and chasing flames transmission simultaneously. The purple and red sea of fire that had already been boiling unleashed its might. At this moment, Xiaqing suddenly felt her spirit being attacked by an external force. The misfortune fighter let out a few pained howls. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom was a pinnacle myth 2 fey that had been nurtured with perfect methods. Its attacking power could not be compared to regular myth 2 feys. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom had used seeping flames, body-penetrating flames, and thought-separating flames together. When the spores invaded the misfortune fighter, they attacked its mind, spirit, and soul first. Once the spores took over its heart and brain, its attack on the mind, spirit, and soul became even more savage. With its mind, spirit, and soul gravely injured, the misfortune fighter stopped moving forward. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom seeping flames allowed it to absorb the energy within the target's heart and brain and utilize it to its own benefit. It essentially used the opponent's energy to kill the opponent. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's body-penetrating flames did not have obvious effects. The misfortune fighter was not afraid of the burns on its body. The burns on its body would not affect it in any way. Lin Yuan had instructed the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to use body-penetrating flames because he wanted to use the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to inhibit the misfortune fighter and prevent it from fusing with the flames. Xiaqing had sensed her own spirit, mind, and soul being attacked because of thought-separating flames effects. Xiaqing and the misfortune fighter were hit with the same injuries. Under this torture, Xiaqing's body was on the verge of collapse and held back a groan of agony. Nonetheless, her fighting spirit had been severely shaken. Lin Yuan thought, unless my opponent is of a much higher level than the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom or is able to protect their mind, spirit, and soul, it will be very difficult for them to save themselves from the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's attacks. Since he had already made his move and his objective was to end this battle quickly, Lin Yuan ensured that the spores in the misfortune fighter's body had germinated before ordering the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to use crumbled parasitic cycle. But a moment later, the germinated spores within the misfortune fighter and Xiaqing were sacrificed. Once they were sacrificed, they removed the energy in Xiaqing and the misfortune fighter's bodies before destroying the energy. Xiaqing had not noticed sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's intangible attacks at all. By the time Xiaqing thought about summoning her sacred source life form, it was already too late. As the disheartened Mu Yan looked down from her stone pillar at Xiaqing, she could not help but think about how terrified she would be if Lin Yuan used such methods against her. Before she even had the time to react, her mind, spirit, and soul would have already been seriously wounded. She would not have the courage to handle the threefold anguish from her mind, spirit, and soul for a second time. Even someone like Xiaqing had lost to Lin Yuan's methods. It was no longer embarrassing that she had lost after going in completely unprepared. Once Xiaqing regained consciousness, she was back on the stone pillar. Xiaqing looked at Lin Yuan and pursed her lips tightly before saying a moment later, with just that move, none of the members of the younger generation will be your match. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew that Xiaqing was blowing off steam. Chapter 2691 Destined Battle. Lin Yuan never underestimated his feys or overestimated his opponents. He had internally rebuked Xiaqing's words because he understood Lu Ji. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom could release hundreds of thousands of spores into the air. As long as 5 spores made it into the body of a diamond insect, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom would be able to trigger its ability. However, high-level insect species carcinoma feys multiplied into an army much faster than was expected by the average person. This especially applied to an army created by multiple insect species carcinoma feys. With the never-ending waves of insect armies charging at him, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to use the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom to take control of the vast number of insects within a short span of time. There were some insect species carcinoma feys that could even consume the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's spores. The sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom used the effects of thought-separating flames to affect the spirit, mind, and soul of entities and the main body or the body contracted to the entities. However, the insect army produced by the insect species carcinoma feys did not possess much intelligent thought and only knew how to follow the mother insect's orders to kill and feed. If they were subjected to the torture of the spirit, soul, and mind, they would follow the mother insect's orders and their innate genetic instincts. Thus, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom would not be able to trace the link back to the mother insect. Lin Yuan already tested this on Lu Ji when the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom evolved to myth breed. Xiaoqing had said this partially because she was slightly indignant and partially because she truly felt that the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom's abilities were very strong. But in the upcoming battle, Lin Yuan would correct Xiaoqing's thinking and show her that she had misunderstood. There was a plethora of variations to fey abilities. It could not be said that one singular ability was better than all the rest. Lin Yuan was able to save himself from being unexpectedly tripped up because he always kept this in mind. Lin Yuan had already used 2 of his 3 challenges. This next battle would be his last challenge for the Radiance 100 Sequence Rerun King. Star Web was a cacophony of activity because of Lin Yuan's 3 battles. Lin Yuan had won his battle against Mu Yan in an extremely bizarre and startling manner. This battle caused those who had been looking forward to watching Lin Yuan to raise their anticipation to the maximum, and those who had not been looking forward to watching him to also become excited. Star Web returned to the same state as before the Dead Spirits crisis began. As Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning continuously asked the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, whom Lu Hao had sent to assist her in writing her draft and updating the dual record. However, even the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master could not make an accurate assessment of Lin Yuan's fey. The second battle had been between Lin Yuan and Long Tao. When Lin Yuan fought as Black on Star Web, he had encountered opponents from the Dragon Gate Guild Club. Long Tao even publicly invited Black to join the Dragon Gate Guild Club. This formed an invisible link between Long Tao and Black. Later, due to the incident involving Long Tao, Black, and the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence working together to fend off the wave of demons, it became public knowledge that Long Tao and Black were friends. Long Tao's power had been dazzling ever since he made it into the Radiance 100 sequence. He managed to overwhelm opponents time and time again to climb the ranks into the top 10 of the Radiance 100 sequence. Once he became sequence number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence, he began receiving many challenges annually. However, there were very few people who could defeat him in battle. Even if his feys were countered and he lost 1 or 2 abilities, he would be able to climb back up later. It could be said that Long Tao was the standard for the Radiance 100 sequence rerun king. The battle between Long Tao and Lin Yuan was highly anticipated by the Star Web audience, and Long Tao had even summoned one of the legendary feys with the Baron bloodline. In the Victory Fish's first public appearance, it was defeated by Lin Yuan with just 1 main dragon species fey. It was obvious that Lin Yuan had not utilized his full capabilities in the battle against Long Tao. It was assumed that Lin Yuan would continue using the main dragon species fey in the battle against Xiaoqing. After all, after each battle on Star Web, both Spirit Chi professionals and feys were fully healed. Yet, Lin Yuan did not send out the main dragon species fey again. Instead, he summoned the bird that could transform into a sun that he had used in the battle against the Freedom Federation Envoy Group. After the battle against the Freedom Federation Envoy Group, the bird had become a celebrity and was a household name. This was because the sparrow's beauty was eye-catching, and its voice was literally music to the ears. Furthermore, this sparrow's power was undeniably fearsome. No one had heard of the ability to harness to sun. Moreover, this sparrow turned out to be the most popular idol on Star Web, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Previously, only a few people successfully guessed Chimy's true identity. Most were unaware of it. The battle between Chimy and Xiaoqing had utterly stirred up the audience on Star Web. This especially applied to Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess fans. Beach, I finally know why Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess has been absent all this time. Lord Lin Yuan was probably in seclusion and evolving her power. Look at your bearish appearance, ah! I haven't heard Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess sing in so long. It was such a blessing to be able to hear her sing during the match. Magic Mini G, will she continue to live stream after this match? When will she hold a fan meeting? I want her signature as a keepsake. Aside from Chimie, most of the conversation surrounded Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing had never summoned the misfortune fighter publicly in the past. It was likely that only Lin Yuan could withstand and eventually defeat Xiaoqing, who had the outstanding misfortune fighter and its ability to turn the entire arena of clouds into flames. However, the method by which Lin Yuan defeated Xiaoqing took Star Web's audience by surprise. It was similar to the method by which Lin Yuan had defeated Mu Yan. Before this, there were some people who felt that Mu Yan had lost because she was weak. Due to the new format of the Radiance 100 sequence selection, many powerful members of the younger generation ended up being swallowed by the sea of alien beasts before they had the chance to exhibit their strength. Some of them included members of the previous generation of the Radiance 100 sequence. This inevitably led to some doubting the fairness of the new selection format. After Mu Yan lost, even more people used her as evidence for their suspicions. They felt that if she was weak enough to be beaten by a mere wave of Lin Yuan's hand, she did not deserve to stand as a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. It went without saying that such naysayers were emboldened by the fact that she had not won a single one of her 3 challenges. But now that Lin Yuan had used a similar method to defeat Xiaoqing, some of the finger-pointing at Mu Yan eased. After all, she did manage to go a few rounds with the other 2 members of the Radiance 100 sequence she challenged. If they said Mu Yan didn't deserve a spot in the Radiance 100 sequence because Lin Yuan beat her with a technique, it would be like saying Xiaoqing, who was sequence number 1 for a long time, didn't deserve it either. All of the commentators and hosts on Star Web were enthusiastically expressing their opinions on the battles. All of them had different styles. A few were conservative, while others took greater leaps in logic. But they were all trying their best to explain the exhilarating battles. It was not long before the attention of the entire Star Web shifted from the battle between Lin Yuan and Xiaoqing to the one between Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Lu Ji stood up at the instant that Lin Yuan said his name. From the outside, Lu Ji looked extremely calm. But people like Bai Hao and Wang Zhong, who knew him, were aware that he could not be more excited. This was because Lu Ji always balled his right fist when he was excited. He never did so at other times. Bai Hao and Wang Zhong were not just Lu Ji's previous teammates but were also his close friends. Both of them knew that he was Lin Yuan's retainer and that Lin Yuan had saved Lu Ji from the mud. Lu Ji had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. However, he was not trying to use his battle to prove himself but to report to Lin Yuan and show him how he had grown. Lu Ji was under extreme pressure, and Wang Zhong and Bai Hao could tell. But at the same time, they knew that this stress could not be changed by Lu Ji himself because it came from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's rapid growth placed unimaginable pressure on Lu Ji. This would happen regardless of who Lin Yuan's retainer was. Luckily, Lu Ji also had his own opportunities. These opportunities allowed him to have the chance to report to Lin Yuan. Bai Hao and Wang Zhong cheered Lu Ji on internally. The last time that Lu Ji had demonstrated his power was last year during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Neither Bai Hao nor Wang Zhong knew how far Lu Ji had grown in the past year. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji locked eyes, and a smile immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. Just like Lu Ji, Lin Yuan had also been looking forward to this fight for a long time. He also wanted to see how ferocious Lu Ji could be when he unleashed his full power. Night Leaning Moon was the one who had come up with a final weapon plan for Lu Ji, but Lin Yuan was the one who had materialized it. Without Lin Yuan, Elegance would not have gained the Blade Queen Bee's psychotoxins and mutated. Lu Ji would also not have obtained the Firefly Demon fetuses that transformed the insect species Carcinoma feys into fairies. Lin Yuan had one fey that was very suited to battle against Lu Ji, and that was Source Sand. After Lin Yuan conquered the subterranean world, the metal spiritual ingredients he obtained had enabled him to comprehensively evolve the suzerain/myth Source Sand. Lu Ji walked down from the stone pillar. In front of all of the citizens of the Radiance Federation, Lu Ji stood in front of Lin Yuan and performed the rites of a retainer. Immediately after this, Lu Ji summoned Elegance with a wave of his hand. The dimensional light moth that was close to becoming a 4-winged fairy also appeared next to Elegance. The dimensional light moth was the fortress that stored Lu Ji's insect army. Only a few of the Carcinoma feys controlled by Elegance were stored within it. Most of them were stored within the dimensional light moth. Given that Lu Ji's intention was to show Lin Yuan how he had improved, he was in no rush to summon the insect army to attack Lin Yuan. Instead, he instructed the dimensional light moth to release a veteran fight, the Haifa tapeworm. Previously, the Haifa tapeworm was a Diamond X/Legend insect species Carcinoma fey. Lu Ji could continuously raise the grades of the insect species carcinoma phase he controlled, but not elegance. Otherwise, elegance would lose control over the insect species carcinoma phase. Lu Ji felt slightly conflicted about the Haifa tapeworm, but he eventually used the firefly demon fetus to transform it into a fairy. Of all of his insect species carcinoma phase, the Haifa tapeworm was the most suited to set the stage for his combat. When the Haifa tapeworm set the stage, it would enable the other insect species carcinoma phase to utilize their powers to the greatest extent. When Lu Ji had been hesitating about whether to transform the Haifa tapeworm into a fairy, he had discussed his concerns with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used true data and started reading the Haifa tapeworm's information. Fey name, Haifa tapeworm, fairy. Fey species, fairy species/fairy genus. Fey grade, suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, insect/dark. Fey quality, myth 2. Abilities. Fluid Haifa, a sticky fluid will be produced that can cover an area. The bacteria pockets in the sticky fluid will break apart quickly to form webs of Haifa. Long body split, the Haifa tapeworm will tunnel into the fluid Haifa and start to split itself. Each split section can be planted in any small insect. Degeneration control, flesh that is dead due to bacterial infection will be covered in bacteria pockets that contain vicious poison. When the bacteria covers a degenerating surface, the tapeworms that have been created from the split sections can enter the dead host to control it. Decaying bacteria, the bodies of the hosts being manipulated will be covered in strong corrosive bacteria that will spread to the cells of healthy flesh that it comes into contact with and cause the cells of the healthy flesh to start to decay. Degenerating body integration, when a degenerating body is damaged, the ladybugs that are produced will sacrifice their body as nutrients to feed and integrate the bacteria. The tapeworms produced from the split sections will control the degenerated body. Double parasite, when in the presence of other parasitic type life forms and insects, the degenerating body, bacteria, and tapeworms formed from split sections can be sacrificed to increase the parasitic type life form's power. If the parasitic type life form is injured, it can draw energy from the sacrificed entities to heal itself. Decaying camp fungal territory, whenever an insect species life form dies in the territory of fungi, the territory of fungi will absorb the insect species life form before breaking them down into their components and turning them into nutrients for the territory of fungi. This will create an environment where insect species life forms can take shelter. Exclusive skill. Degenerating body's reproduction, the bacteria will alter the reproductive and gender cells in the degenerating body to allow the degenerating body to produce new creatures by splitting its sections. Resilient corded body, the Haifa tapeworm split bodies and ability to produce Haifa will be strengthened. Splitting the body excessively will not affect the main body's resilience. The split bodies are able to produce Haifa. Chapter 2692 The Strongest Heart of Insect Swarm. Lin Yuan now had a precise understanding of the Haifa tapeworm. Lu Ji had indeed evolved the Haifa tapeworm to suzerain X/myth 2. After the Haifa tapeworm transformed into a fairy, it became an elusive creature. It had a head of flowing white hair and a fresh cuteness. Every time it met the gaze of someone else, its small face would flush red. It was much shyer than elegance. However, the Haifa tapeworm was not careless or sloppy at all in its battle against Lin Yuan. Under Lu Ji's feet, the territory of fungi started to spread towards Lin Yuan at an indescribable speed. 8 wings opened on Lin Yuan's back, and he flew into the air, leaving the ground to Lu Ji. Lin Yuan was in no rush to attack. He wanted to experience the pressure from Lu Ji's carcinoma phase. Lu Ji did not need to issue instructions to the Haifa tapeworm. It had already used long body split in the carpet of fungi. Small tapeworms hid themselves in the carpet of fungi. Anything that touched the carpet of fungi would be attacked by the Haifa tapeworm, and the tapeworms would reproduce in the entities' bodies. The sudden expansion of the carpet of fungi across the arena of clouds was shocking. However, Lu Ji was only just getting started. Lu Ji was battling Lin Yuan because he wanted to prove that he could perform his job as Lin Yuan's retainer. Just like the insect queens who wanted to report to the insect empress, Lu Ji was going to demonstrate his full power. The dimensional light moth produced the parasite decay locust. During the battle against Luou and the Freedom Federation envoy group, the parasite decay locust was killed by Luou's major devil's skill, family clan adjudication. Luckily, the Radiance Federation had a second parasite decay locust. The parasite decay locust did not meet Lu Ji's standard, so he did not select it as one of the candidates to be transformed into a fairy by the firefly demon fetus. Nonetheless, Lu Ji still nurtured this insect species carcinoma fey that could establish an army. The parasite decay locust's female insect had a distended stomach. At the instant that it appeared, a plume of yellow smoke burst out from the parasite decay locust's abdomen. This was not because the parasite decay locust had an upset stomach but because it was laying minuscule eggs. The eggs landed on the carpet of fungi created by the hypha tapeworm and absorbed the energy from the carpet of fungi. The parasite decay locust's offspring flew out from the carpet of fungi like spring bamboo sprouting after a shower of rain. When the audience saw this, they felt that Lu Ji was even more terrifying than a highly active Class 5 alien insect dimensional rift. But this was still just the tip of the iceberg for Lu Ji. 2 earth-wrecking old burial insects appeared after the parasite decay locust. A burst of black smoke rose in the wake of the earth-wrecking old burial insects' movements. To other feys, the barren land would be extremely toxic. But for insect species carcinoma feys, the barren land replenished their energy. The 2 earth-wrecking old burial insects worked together with the hypha tapeworm to strengthen Lu Ji's formation. Lu Ji's army continued to grow, and it seemed to cover the entire sky. Just as everyone thought that Lin Yuan was going to begin his counterattack, he still did not move. Lu Ji was also in no rush to attack Lin Yuan. Instead, he raised his left hand, and a chubby 2-winged fairy with purple hair and eyes let out a strange insect cry. Soon, the space started to fold over itself, and the parasite decay locusts that filled the sky entered the folded space, fading into dim shadows. It had not been long since Lu Ji had transformed this insect species carcinoma fey into a fairy. The dimensional light moth was Lu Ji's moving arsenal. The illusionary layer caterpillar was a battleground expanding tool that allowed Lu Ji to wield his maximum power in a small space. A small space would limit the growth of the insect species carcinoma feys. When Lu Ji manually created a wide space, and the illusionary layer caterpillar delivered the alien insects it had stored, the alien insects would rush out like water into a latrine that had been flushed. After releasing the illusionary layer caterpillar, Lu Ji released a green fairy with short hair. Lin Yuan nodded his head to himself. After some internal struggle, Lu Ji still decided to transform the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug, which was skilled at defense, into a fairy. Lin Yuan had spent a long time urging Lu Ji to transform the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug into a fairy. Previously, Lu Ji had single-mindedly focused on attack. But for an insect army, it was more important for Lu Ji to prioritize his self-preservation. Lu Ji was the foundation of the disaster of insects. If something happened to him, the disaster would not aid the humans but would harm the humans instead. Less than a minute had passed since Lu Ji laid out his formation. However, Long Tao, Xiaoqing, and the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all gripped by fear. Long Tao and Xiaoqing gulped. They admitted to themselves that even if they brought their barren beasts right out of the gate in a fight against Lu Ji, there was no way they would last even a minute. Long Tao and Xiaoqing were rather familiar with Lu Ji. They knew that the insect species carcinoma feys he had summoned was just a small portion of the total number of insect species carcinoma feys he had in his arsenal. After Lu Ji summoned the demon flower fragrance shield stink bug to protect himself, he did not summon that insect species carcinoma fey that could create special terrain. There was no point in changing the terrain in a fight against Lin Yuan. He had witnessed how Lin Yuan had fused with the Abyss Red Lotus to suppress all of the factions in the subterranean world and conquer it. When he was facing Lin Yuan, the insect armies created by his insect species carcinoma feys were useless. Lu Ji's current intention was to report to Lin Yuan. He summoned the Blade Queen Bee that had reached pinnacle 4 wings. 500 vibrating armor ladybugs shot out from the dimensional light moth's body. These vibrating armor ladybugs were meant to be sacrificed so that the Blade Queen Bee could produce the blade worms. It did not take long before 500 blade worms crawled to the front of the insect army. Soon, Lu Ji released 3 exploding body dung beetles. At first, there was only 1 exploding body dung beetle. But later, Lu Ji obtained 1 from the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation each. The 3 exploding body dung beetles formed a small team and could produce thousands of egg casings in a second. Every egg casing could produce more than 300 exploding body dung beetles. There was a special fluid within the exploding body dung beetle. It used the energy in its body to stabilize the fluid. Once the exploding body dung beetle used up all the energy in its body, the fluid would explode. The force of the explosion was just as powerful as that of the flowing plasma electric insect and electromagnetic chrysalis. Lu Ji did not transform the 3 exploding body dung beetles into fairies because they were not considered functional type insect species carcinoma feys. Lu Ji's power would not increase by much by transforming them into fairies. Nonetheless, the 3 exploding body dung beetles were still part of Lu Ji's main pillar of power. All of the audience members on Star Web, the commentator and reporters were staring with stupefaction at Lu Ji while he established his army while also looking at Lin Yuan suspiciously. They did not understand why Lin Yuan was quietly watching Lu Ji build up his combat power without doing anything. It was likely that the power of these insect species carcinoma phase could cause just as much damage as the dead spirits crisis. If the insect army and dead spirits clashed, it was possible that the dead spirits would not be able to defeat Lu Ji's alien insects. This thought set many people at ease. The core of Lu Ji's insect army was decided after extended discussions with Lin Yuan. It was an insect species carcinoma phase called the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Lu Ji had transformed the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle into a fairy long ago, and he had been concentrating on nurturing it all this time. Lu Ji was only done establishing his sensational formation after 10 minutes. He only released the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle at the end. Once it appeared, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle used its signature ability, spread wings insect cry. The insect cry reverberated around the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. In an instant, all the insect species carcinoma phase lit up with bright golden light. This was because the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had covered the other insect species carcinoma phase with metal type. The metal type ability could protect the other insect species phase as well as boost them. After releasing the insect cry, a loud drumming noise could be heard from the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abdomen. This was a result of the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's insect abdomen battle drum. The drumming from within the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's abdomen would cause other insect species life forms to go into a frenzied state of bloodthirstiness. While it used abdomen battle drum, a long halberd formed on the top of the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's head. The long halberd protruded into the sky like a flagpole. This boosted the morale of the insect army and also increased their endurance. It could be said that the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle alone had managed to raise the combat power of the insect army by at least 5 times. With this boosting ability, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle deserved to be the core of Lu Ji's insect army. Lin Yuan knew that the insect army was about to attack him. Suddenly, he noticed that the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle had once again lit up with golden light. The golden light contained a red hue, and the overall power of the insect army was raised again at least twice. This motivation was also reflected back to the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, allowing it to wield the power of a creation breed fey despite only being suzerain/myth 2. A strange expression came across Lin Yuan's face when he saw this. He used true data to check on the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle. Fey name, halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle, fairy. Fey species, scarab species/large rhinoceros beetle species. Fey grade, suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, insect/gold. Fey quality, myth 2. Abilities. Metal forge angle, it can absorb every type of metal and apply it to its horns to increase its damage power. Spread wings insect cry, when it flaps its wings, it can attract other insect species phase and apply its metal characteristics to them to provide them with protection. Halberd banner, raise the halberd high in the air, and it will become a banner amongst the army of insects that will motivate them and increase their endurance. Insect abdomen battle drum, the abdomen will start to move and produce a roaring noise. The insects that hear the noise will go mad with bloodthirst. Metal solidification style, absorb all of the metal attributes on its body and turn its legs, horns, and shell into battle attire. The metal attributes will boost its combat abilities. The metal attributes will be used up in the process of boosting. Insect soul undestroyed, the souls of the insects that have been protected by the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle will gather around it and form a stance. The stance of insect souls can help the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle to sustain damage while boosting its combat powers. Broken halberd fury, when the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's energy reaches a limit, it will be forcefully shrunken by breaking the halberd. This will be followed by a frenzied state where the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle will attack the target continuously. With each unit of energy that is used up during the attack, its injuries will be healed to a certain extent. Exclusive skill. Insect death, whenever an insect dies around it, its metal characteristics will change from its original defense mode to offense mode. Fission halberd, when the insect species phase die, the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle will experience a fission effect and a halberd will be formed. The halberd can form a territory and provide metal fission effects to other insect species phase. Twofold motivation, when boosting other insect species phase, the other insect species feys will be motivated, and the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle itself will also be motivated. The motivation will boost the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's various statistics. Lin Yuan now knew the effects of the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's myth-breed exclusive skill, twofold motivation. This was the first time he saw broken halberd fury and fission halberd. The halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle was akin to the general of the insect army. Apart from being able to boost the insect army, it was also extremely powerful as a singular entity. It was Lu Ji's strongest source of combat power. Broken halberd fury rose Lu Ji's individual combat power. Fission halberd could boost the entire insect army. This boosting made use of the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle's metal attributes. Once the metal attributes formed a halberd, it created a territory that boosted the insect army. This ensured that every halberd formed from a metal would be able to boost an insect species fey that needed to be boosted. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Ji was trying to use this battle to prove his own power. Lin Yuan saw Lu Ji as his friend. In truth, he was not concerned by Lu Ji's power. Lu Ji's value did not stem from his power. Although Lu Ji was not talented at internal governance, his way of thinking was the opposite of Wen Yu. When the two of them communicated, they could come up with a comprehensive and grounded decision. However, the power that Lu Ji was demonstrating had sincerely startled Lin Yuan. He had no idea that Lu Ji had already grown to such a degree. Lin Yuan was very happy for Lu Ji. If he could get his hands on more items like the Firefly Demon fetuses, Lu Ji's power would continue to grow. Chapter 2693 Sand Angel. Since the Source Sand evolved, Lin Yuan had not used it in battle. Among all of Lin Yuan's feys, the Source Sand had always been relatively more skilled at combat. Not only did it have attacking and controlling abilities, but it could also significantly raise Lin Yuan's defensive abilities. After evolving to Suzerain, the Source Sand could now produce something Overlord Sand, which could serve as the control tower for the Sea of Sand and exert a highly precise level of control over the Sea of Sand. Every grain of sand could absorb a metal. After absorbing the metal, the Sea of Sand under the Overlord Sand's control would be boosted by the metal attributes. Lu Ji's halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle could use metals to boost the insect army, but Lin Yuan's Source Sand could similarly utilize metals. Chubby Pocket attained metal attributes by consuming and storing the metals in its body. But to the Source Sand, the metals were food. It viewed any and all metals as delicious meals. Because of this, the Source Sand could continuously replenish its metal attributes while it clashed against the insect army. The vibrations and friction from the sand granules could easily grind the insects into crumbs. The gusts of wind would rapidly blow and push the crushed insect bones around until they became part of the Sea of Sand. Normally, Lin Yuan released the Source Sand by allowing it to fall from his sleeve cuff before it began creating sand on the ground. However, Lin Yuan went for a different course of action in this battle against the ferocious insect army. The amber button-shaped Source Sand transformed into the Close Guard Sand straight away. Thousands of crystalline Overlord Sand granules formed the main area of the Close Guard Sand. A portion of the Overlord Sand embedded itself into the 4 pairs of wings on Lin Yuan's back, adding an orange tint to his black wings. The wings also started to elongate while 2 pairs of auxiliary wings sprouted next to the 8 wings. Eventually, Lin Yuan had 6 pairs of amber wings sprouting from his back, giving him an indescribable air of godly sacredness. After the Overlord Sand was attached to Lin Yuan's back, the remainder of the Overlord Sand formed a sand barrier around Lin Yuan. It was as though the granules of Close Guard Sand had found a main core as they began rapidly gathering toward and covering the barrier of Overlord Sand. Close Guard Sand's granules began using their own energy and producing sand at an accelerated rate. Yellow sand flew in all directions, landing on the surface of the hypha-covered ground. Because of the hypha tapeworm's exclusive skill, resilient corded body, there were countless tapeworms produced from the ability Long Body Split that were hidden within the carpet of fungi and which significantly strengthened the carpet of fungi. The carpet of fungi that appeared to be sticky and soft could be easily consumed by insects. However, anything non-insect would not be able to break free from the tight bindings of this carpet of fungi regardless of how hard they struggled. Alas, compared to the yellow sand, the carpet of fungi was rather weak. With the Source Sand being Myth 2, it could use Metal Consume Manifestation and Overlord Sand Control to take control of many metal-type spiritual ingredients. However, there was a limit to the Source Sand's endurance or rather capacity. If it consumed more high-grade metals, the Sea of Sand would not be able to contain as many metals as when it consumed low-grade metals. Lin Yuan did not insist on only allowing the Source Sand to consume high-grade metal spiritual ingredients. He was striving for the best combination. The source sand still retained radium, which was both sharp and durable. But while it could only absorb a small amount in the past, it could now consume a large amount and transform it into a part of its own body. A large amount of sand was produced from the radium, and the immense force of the sea of sand sandwiched the radium against the carpet of fungi, causing the carpet of fungi to break down. The environment that Lu Ji had put a lot of effort into building and ensuring that it would complement the insects during battle was thus destroyed by Lin Yuan. The cloud arena that used to be blanketed by the carpet of fungi was now covered by the yellow sand that Lin Yuan had created. There was still a portion of the carpet of fungi that had yet to be ground away by the sea of sand, but the insects within the carpet of fungi would need to exit the sea of sand in order to survive. Due to the enormous pressure within the sea of sand, no oxygen could penetrate the sand. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not give these insects the chance to make it out of the sea of sand. The sea of sand moved rapidly, forming thousands of giant vortexes. All of the life forms within the sea of sand would be swallowed to its depths by the vortexes. The source sand sea of sand was already 800 meters deep and was still enlarging. It would be a struggle for even creation breed phase to make it out of the sea of sand that was thousands of meters deep. The weight would easily crush the exoskeletons that the insects were so proud of. Using this method of dumping heavy sand on the insects to kill them would be able to minimize the amount of energy that the source sand used. Lin Yuan had noticed a chink in Lu Ji's style long ago. He relied too much on setting the scene and building his advantage early on. When he faced opponents who were weaker than him, this style would come across as stunning and would easily allow him to attain victory by crushing his opponent. But when he faced stronger opponents, relying too heavily on setting the scene would limit his actions. Moreover, those stronger opponents would not always wait for him to be done with his preparations like Lin Yuan had. Even if he did manage to successfully set the scene, his opponent would be capable of destroying this advantage he had built for himself. Lu Ji was intelligent. Through this fight, he would definitely be able to notice his issue and make the necessary adjustments to address it. The sea of sand was growing much faster than the insect species carcinoma phase could reproduce. This was because the method of growth was different for the two sides. The insect species phase increased their numbers through the mother's reproductive abilities. The mothers needed to absorb energy before they could give birth to the next batch. For example, the blade queen bee needed suitable sacrifices and sufficient time to nurture powerful blade worms. The strong blade worms needed to digest the sacrifices to a certain extent before they could begin brandishing their strength. On the other hand, the source sand enlarged itself by breaking down elements. All it needed was energy, and it could split up the elements. Aside from the source sand expanding its own body, close guard sand could also change the ground beneath it to generate even more sand. Previously, the battle taking place in the cloud arena involved Lin Yuan taking on the staggering insect army. But now, the tables had completely turned. The yellow sand buried everything. Even the lonely night hurricane moths produced by elegance were also grabbed by the hand formed from the yellow sand. Aside from the fairies transformed from the insect species carcinoma phase that Lin Yuan had yet to target, the rest of Lu Ji's army of insects had died in the sea of sand. The 3 exploding body dung beetles under Lu Ji's control produced millions of offspring, and they created significant turbulence under the sea of sand. However, the explosions were unable to harm the source sand. Rather, they helped the source sand to kill a large number of insects. The parasite decay locusts were so focused on producing offspring that they were unable to avoid being grabbed by the hand of sand and pushed into the sea of sand. As a result, Elegance's link to the parasite decay locusts was broken. Aside from these insect species carcinoma phase that had been transformed into fairies, the rest of the insect species carcinoma phase under Lu Ji's control were all hidden in the folded space created by the illusionary layered caterpillar. Because this battle was taking place on Star Web, Lin Yuan did not need to hold back in this battle. He did not need to be afraid of harming the phase Lu Ji had contracted. Otherwise, he would not dare to unleash the source sand's power in such an unrestrained manner. The waves of sand barreled through everything in the arena, and the spectators finally understood what a sea of sand looked like. The army of insects on the surface of the sea of sand were like stones that had been tossed into the sea as they promptly sunk into the water. Lu Ji had intended to utilize Chubby Pocket to launch a powerful counterattack on Lin Yuan. But he had not anticipated the army of insects outside of the folded space to be rampaged by Lin Yuan so swiftly. Lu Ji gulped. He had not been caught in such a bind ever since Elegance began controlling insect species carcinoma phase. Now, as he was facing Lin Yuan, Lu Ji was reminded of how he felt all those years ago in Cold Frost City when he single-handedly faced the wave of alien beasts. Lu Ji was familiar with Lin Yuan's source sand. Lin Yuan mostly used the source sand when he first started fighting on Star Web. Lu Ji had also accompanied Lin Yuan many times while he tested the source sand's absorption of various metals. However, he had not expected the weak source sand of the past to be nurtured to such a magnitude. Lu Ji and Wen Yu had been with Lin Yuan when he traded for the source sand at the private trading event. But Lin Yuan created a miracle out of the source sand in 2 years. This was just like how Lin Yuan had created a miracle for Lu Ji when he saved him. Lu Ji took a deep breath and let out a loud cry. The illusionary layered caterpillar's body started to glow with blinding bursts of light. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the vitality being slowly extracted from the illusionary layered caterpillar's body. Soon, the folded space started spitting insects like a drunken man vomiting at the end of the night. The dimensional light moth also started releasing everything in its storage. Lu Ji said softly, "Chubby Pocket, use these insects to reveal your strongest side. Your target is the ball of sand in the sky that looks like the sun. After this battle, I will find more of the metals you like eating." Lu Ji was also very gentle in his treatment of his insect species carcinoma phase. When a life form gained sufficient intelligence, it would be able to reflect on itself. Once the insect species carcinoma phase transformed into fairies, they all became aware that their power came from being nurtured by Lu Ji. When Chubby Pocket received Lu Ji's order, it immediately used Metal Forge Angle and covered its horn with all of the metal attributes in its possession. Next, it used Spread Wings Insect Cry to distribute the metal attributes to the insects spat out by the illusionary layered caterpillar to raise the defense of the army of insects. Halberd Banner and Abdomen Battle Drum were also used. Chubby Pocket also used Metal Solidification Style for the first time, turning its armor and horn into a full set of weaponized equipment. Insect Soul Undestroyed was also fully activated. Once the insects under Chubby Pocket's protection or were boosted by it died, their souls would gather around Chubby Pocket to help it to defend against damage. This ensured that when Chubby Pocket used Broken Halberd Fury and Insect Death, the attacks would be able to hit the ball that had enveloped Lin Yuan. However, Lu Ji had no clue that Lin Yuan was not present in the ball in the sky. While the ball of sand was creating the sea of sand, he had already moved to the ground. He was currently located in a secret and secure area protected by the Overlord Sand. Since this was a battle, Lin Yuan was going to give it his best. There was no way he would allow himself to become Lu Ji's punching bag. It was not just power that was important in battle. Skill was just as important. As the commander of an insect army, Lu Ji should be well aware of this. However, in this situation where he was disadvantaged, his mind was clouded over. This should never happen to the commander of an insect army. He hoped that when Chubby Pocket slammed into the ball of sand in the sky, the rebound effect would allow Lu Ji to understand the logic of all's fair in love and war. The sea of insects clashed against the sea of sand and took back control over half of the area. Soon, the waves of insects encased the sea of sand, and it looked as though they were about to suppress the sea of sand. However, more discerning people knew that the sea of insects' advantage was only temporary. The sea of insects could still hold its own against the sea of sand now. But it was inevitable that the sea of insects would be swallowed and destroyed by the sea of sand. Lu Ji did not intend to take back the advantage by using the sea of insects to overpower the sea of sand. Instead, he was going to sacrifice the army of insects so that Chubby Pocket could gather more insect souls. The more insects died, the greater Chubby Pocket's power would grow through insect death. Chubby Pocket let out a feral bellow, indicating that it had reached its limit of the metals it could transform. Its body would not be able to handle any more. Lu Ji was in no rush to instruct Chubby Pocket to launch its final attack. Instead, he summoned the Empress Core of all insects. Recently, Lu Ji had invested most of his effort into enabling the Empress Core of all insects stars to break through instead of evolving Elegance's grade and nurturing the insect species carcinoma phase. During Lin Yuan's crusade across the 5-dimensional worlds, he had collected many insect-related source totems and gave them to Lu Ji. The latter had selected those that were the most compatible with the Empress Core of all insects so that it could consume them. The Empress Core of all insects had reached 7 stars and gained its third ability. Lu Ji was prepared to lay it all out on the table and use the Empress Core of all insects abilities to boost Chubby Pocket. Lu Ji tossed the Empress Core of all insects at Chubby Pocket, and it landed on Chubby Pocket's back. In an instant, the might of an insect empress wrapped around Chubby Pocket, evolving its aura. Chubby Pocket was fused with the Empress Core of all insects through Final Weapon, and it began transforming into the Final Weapon. Chapter 2694 The Empress Core of all insects' new ability. The sand was Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Ji had been secretly nurturing the Empress Core of all insects. Lin Yuan used true data to pass through the layers of Overlord Sand and Close Guard Sand to detect the Empress core of all insects. Sacred source name, Empress core of all insects. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 7. Sacred source type, insect. Abilities. Final weapon, fuse with a life form related to insects. The stronger the procreative ability of the life form, the stronger the abilities of the fused entity will be. The life form's vitality and procreative ability will be used up to become the final shield of all insects. Empress's revival. By using up a large amount of vitality, the life form's genetic model can be triggered to revive the insect Empress genetic model and will be used on the final weapon. The Empress of insects will descend. Before she disappears, the insect species life form will be able to receive the benefit of the Empress once. Providing for all insects. Once all of the insects in the area that were under the control of the Empress core of all insects died, their bodies, souls, and wills will gather around the target that is being boosted. They will eventually turn into energy for the target. The target will become stirred up, and its resistance to various elements will be raised. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the Empress core of all insects. Lin Yuan genuinely did not like the Empress core of all insects and had not wanted Lu Ji to form a contract with it. Final weapon was suitable to be combined with elegance. Elegance was a powerful production entity. After the Empress core of all insects fused with elegance, its power would be significantly boosted. However, it would cause elegance to lose its reproductive abilities while continuously draining its vitality. Hence, any insect species life form with reproductive abilities would not truly benefit from fusing with the Empress core of all insects. Lu Ji would never use final weapon flippantly in real life. Chubby Pocket was an insect species carcinoma fey that could fight on its own. It did not have a particularly strong reproductive ability. Thus, it would not receive an impactful boost when it fused with the Empress core of all insects through final weapon. Nonetheless, Chubby Pocket's overall power would still be increased by at least twice. Although Chubby Pocket did not have reproductive abilities, it did contain substantial vitality. The vitality would be continuously used up in exchange for boosting Chubby Pocket's power. Lin Yuan had not truly understood the Empress core of all insects Empress revival the last time that he saw it. This was because the genetic model that would be activated came from the Empress core of all insects and not the insect species carcinoma fey that Lu Ji controlled. Once this genetic model was activated, the boosted final weapon would have the might of an Empress. It was only when Lin Yuan went to the alien insect world and witnessed the might of an alien insect Empress that he understood what kind of genetic model would be activated when Empress revival was used. The Empress core of all insects had to have come from an alien insect Empress that had died. Although the alien insect that combined with the Empress core of all insects would be perpetually boosted if Lin Yuan had not used the Jasmine Lily and opened the Vitality imprint as well as the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's Sacred Sword form's healing abilities, Lu Ji's Insect Queen would have died while in the Empress state. Lu Ji would not have many opportunities in real life to use this ability that required healing-type Spirit Chi professionals to constantly be present to help sustain the effects. Lin Yuan asked Lu Ji never to use the Empress core of all insects' first two abilities unless he was with him to support him. Presently, Lu Ji mainly relied on insect species carcinoma phase to fight. But as Lu Ji's Spirit Chi professional rank continued to rise, by the time Elegance reached Eternal Breed, the combat power of Elegance's insect army would be even stronger than insect species carcinoma phase. The insect species carcinoma phase could not be evolved like regular phase even after being transformed into fairies. Moreover, the evolution also needed the fairy bloodline to be balanced while they were being nurtured. If Lin Yuan summoned the eight-winged red thorn now, the pressure from its bloodline would already have put an end to the battle. Additionally, the pressure between fairies was stronger than dragon species phase. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw the Empress core of all insects providing for all insects. In Lin Yuan's opinion, providing for all insects revitalized both Final Weapon and Empress Revival and lifted their restrictions. Providing for all insects was very compatible with Chubby Pocket's ability Insect Soul Undestroyed. The insect's souls, bodies, and wills would gather toward Chubby Pocket and turn into its energy. This energy included vitality. When Lu Ji used a sea of insects that was composed of many types of insect species carcinoma phase, it would be able to supply a large amount of vitality when boosted by the Empress core of all insects. Lin Yuan was very happy for Lu Ji. As long as Lu Ji could finish establishing his needed environment and estimate the amount of vitality the Empress core of all insects depleted while boosting targets, he could use its ability to keep the battle in the palm of his hand. However, he would not be able to win this battle because the insect army's bodies had all been ground to dust by the source sand. The source sand had a suzerain metal spiritual ingredient called spirit-selling gold. It had an extremely strong will-destroying effect. The sea of sand completely annihilated the insect army's will. Hence, when Chubby Pocket was boosted by providing for all insects, it could only absorb the insects' souls. When the Empress core of all insects boosted Chubby Pocket, it became the insect species' ultimate weapon. A jet of power that contained the might of an insect Empress shot into the ball of sand in the sky that was still spewing sand. Lin Yuan had not been idle while investigating the Empress core of all insects' abilities. He commandeered the ball of sand to be composed of a large amount of close guard sand and overlord sand. The ball of sand expanded as its interior was coated with layer upon layer of radium. The radium was blended with red lotus soft gold and vibrating gold threads. Once Chubby Pocket broke through the radium layers, the vibrating gold would reflect the damage done by Chubby Pocket. The red lotus soft gold could target the spirit and would also torment Chubby Pocket. The moment that vibrating gold and red lotus soft gold were pierced by Chubby Pocket's horn, they would wrap tightly around the horn. As a result, Chubby Pocket's horn would be stuck in the ball of sand. At that time, a hand formed from overlord sand would emerge from the ball of sand and pull Chubby Pocket in. The source sand did have a main body and returned to Lin Yuan's sleeve. The close guard sand and overlord sand were just a portion of the source sand's strength. Regardless of how they were attacked, the source sand would not be impacted. This battle was a demonstration to all the Radiance citizens of the peak of the younger generation's power. The impending Radiance Knight and Radiance Envoy selections would also be thrilling. However, it was unlikely that a match of a similar caliber would be seen again. Even the commentators with a wealth of experience had their lips tightly pursed, and their eyes widened as they silently watched what was happening. The scales of this battle had tipped abruptly. The army of insects seemed to have secured the upper hand and was shaping up to be a devastating catastrophe centered around insect species carcinoma feys. With the 12 amber wings flapping behind Lin Yuan, he looked like an angel at sunset. The army of insects caused the audience to feel extremely suffocated. However, this assault on the senses was wiped out by the sand in an instant. Anyone could tell that Lin Yuan had the advantage. However, the power surrounding Chubby Pocket was growing. The capable commentators could already see Chubby Pocket's true power and knew that it exceeded creation breed power. Its attack had reached immortal breed level. An A-rank Spirit Chi professional commanded a myth breed Fey that unleashed an attack 2 grades above its current one. Would Lin Yuan, trapped within the ball of sand, be able to shield himself from such a powerful attack? When the fairy transformed from the insect species carcinoma Fey crashed into the ball of sand, the vibrations would destroy Lin Yuan, who was hiding within. Poison Beauty forced herself to calm down and remember that she was in the middle of a live stream before she said, "It looks like Lord Lin Yuan underestimated his opponent this time. It's not a good plan to seal himself within the ball of sand." Poison Beauty and Liu Shuang were Lin Yuan's biggest beneficiaries. They managed to become the most popular hosts in the Radiance Federation because of him. Liu Shuang and Poison Beauty became friends after an offline event. They decided to live stream together this time. They connected their channels and commentated on the battles together. Their channel had entered the glorious popularity ranking and reached the 6th place. It was a big honor for Star Web hosts to make it into this ranking. When Liu Shuang heard what Poison Beauty said, she felt that Poison Beauty's view was too naive. As a direct participant, Lu Ji was choosing to attack the ball of sand in the sky rather than the sand below him because his army of insects had been destroyed, and he had no other choice. Liu Shuang had battled Lin Yuan in the past. She saw him as a hardened vault who was always hiding more moves up his sleeve. After using the full extent of her capabilities, she had been under the impression that the exquisite rhino giraffe would be able to kill Lin Yuan. However, all that had happened was that 8 tails had appeared behind him. There was no way that Lin Yuan was staying still within the ball and allowing Lu Ji to attack him at will. The sand was raining down from the ball of sand in a waterfall that was 10 meters wide. Lin Yuan could move himself at any time. There was no need for him to remain in the ball. This was unless Lin Yuan needed to seal himself away for the ball of sand resembling the sun to continue releasing sand. The two hosts could have different opinions. The more popular the live streaming rooms with opposing opinions, the more gifts the eventual victor would receive. However, Liu Shuang did not end up speaking her mind. Given that the ball of sand in the sky was expanding, it was as though Lin Yuan could tell that Lu Ji was attacking and was trying to defend himself. Liu Shuang kept her eyes glued to the ball of sand and awaited the next attack. It would decide the result of this battle. Poison Beauty narrowed her eyes at Liu Shuang. Normally, Liu Shuang would respond with her own opinion after she gave hers. However, Liu Shuang had not picked up and added to what she said. Poison Beauty was concerned that she had said something wrong. It might go unnoticed if a small host misspoke. But she was already one of the biggest hosts on Star Web. Even the slightest of slips of the tongue would result in significant negative impacts. Poison Beauty glanced at the comments and saw that they were mostly discussing the battle. No one had mentioned her. Poison Beauty relaxed when she saw this. When she looked back at the battle, Chubby Pocket had slammed into the rapidly expanding ball of sand with incredible force. Poison Beauty assumed that the powerful Chubby Pocket would shatter the ball of sand. But to her surprise, all that happened was that Chubby Pocket's horn pierced through the ball of sand, leaving most of its body stuck outside. After sustaining such immense force, the ball of sand's shape had changed. But almost immediately after, a burst of energy with equal force exploded from the site where Chubby Pocket had pierced through the ball of sand. As a result, cracks appeared all over Chubby Pocket. Chubby Pocket managed to contain the damage by swiftly absorbing insect souls into its body. Lu Ji had not anticipated this situation. This was not because Lu Ji had not expected Lin Yuan to be powerful. He was well aware of Lin Yuan's true power. However, Lu Ji also knew that Lin Yuan had only used the source sand so far in this battle. The source sand's counterattack on Chubby Pocket caused a bitter smile to spread across Lu Ji's face. He was not able to defeat the source sand even after using his sacred source life form, elegance, and insect species carcinoma phase. Although Lu Ji was rather disheartened, he suddenly remembered something that Lin Yuan had said to him. Big brother Lu, don't allow your thinking to be skewed when it comes to increasing your power. A person's value does not only come from his power. One's compatibility also adds to his value. Functional attributes are always more important than individual combat. It is easy to cultivate powerful experts, but mere resources won't be enough to produce a functional type expert with irreplaceable skills. Big brother Lu, you have already started going down a unique path that will afford you special abilities. This is an important strategic foundation for Sky City. So, there is no need for you to be overly concerned about your strength on the dueling ground. Chapter 2695 Crowning Glory. Lin Yuan was setting up preventive measures for Lu Ji. He was worried that Lu Ji would end up spiraling and becoming nitpicky after he lost his battle. Now that he understood this, a look of realization appeared on Lu Ji's face. Perhaps the most important takeaway from this battle was a change in mindset. Lin Yuan had used this battle to teach Lu Ji a valuable lesson. The result of this match had been decided. Lu Ji already guessed that Lin Yuan would not remain in the ball of sand in the sky. Every grain of sand in the sea of sand became Lin Yuan's citizens, and he could manipulate them as he pleased. Lu Ji had instructed Chubby Pocket to attack the ball of sand in the sky because he could no longer detect Lin Yuan's position after so many of the insects had died. Furthermore, Lu Ji knew that this was a performance duel. Since he was going to lose, he decided to funnel all his power into one attack rather than try to locate Lin Yuan. Otherwise, this situation would not have taken place. When Chubby Pocket collided with the ball of sand, Lu Ji knew that this battle had come to an end. Once the hand of sand grabbed Chubby Pocket and pulled it into the ball of sand, Lu Ji had no moves left to play. He had achieved the objective of his battle. This battle allowed him to once again become aware of the distance between himself and Lin Yuan. However, Lu Ji did not blame himself or spiral into negative thoughts surrounding how he lacked the power to protect Lin Yuan. Lu Ji now recognized his value to Sky City. As one of Sky City's 3 founders, he would be disappointing Lin Yuan and his trust in him if he continued pedantic. This battle, full of twists and turns between the cream of the crop of the younger generation, had effectively boosted the faith of the Radiance citizens. The Moon Empress had been paying close attention to Lin Yuan's battles. After his 4 battles, a dazzling smile appeared on her face. She could not help but think back to a year ago. At that time, he had fought doggedly against the members of the Freedom Federation and only just managed to win by the skin of his teeth. He had managed to grow to such a degree in the span of a year. In just less than 3 years, he was unrecognizable from the young boy who came from the Xia region. Not only had he become famous throughout the Radiance Federation, but he had even become the protector of the main world. Mystic Moon saw the Moon Empress's smile and could not help but marvel at and be happy for Lin Yuan's sake. As one of the Moon Empress' 2 moon envoys, he received immense blessings from Lin Yuan. Thanks to Lin Yuan's resources, Mystic Moon managed to grow rapidly. Mystic Moon was considered Lin Yuan's senior, and he wanted to see the ceiling of Lin Yuan's power. Mystic Moon could sense that the Moon Empress was no longer focused on the main world, although she continued to manage the Radiance Federation's affairs. The Moon Empress' goal was now the sky beyond the clouds. He might have the chance to go with her to see worlds beyond the main world. Moon Empress, the Radiance 100 sequences re-ranking is done. Next is the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It will take place over 3 days. The leaders of the other federations will arrive in the Radiance Federation in the next 2 days. They are hoping to meet with you. Do you want me to make the arrangements? The Moon Empress was silent for a moment before asking, Mystic Moon, did Elder Lu really change the setting of the test to the Dead Spirits Crisis? Mystic Moon pursed his lips before saying softly, Lu Wencheng is even more ruthless than I expected. He not only simulated the environment of the Dead Spirits Crisis but also copied various types of dead dimensional life forms and added them in. The test is much harder than it was last year. If only the newcomers are participating in the test, they might end up killed by the dead dimensional life forms in less than half a day. So, Lu Wencheng decided that the first 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence will also be entering the test to act as leaders that will separate the environment into 10 areas. The participants being tested will gather around the leaders and seek their protection. Aside from providing rations, the leaders will also score the participants. Those with the highest scores will become part of the final 100 candidates, and the victors from the 100 candidates will become the last 10 ranks of the newest generation of the Radiance 100 sequence. The remaining 90 candidates will receive invitations from different departments like the Spirit Guards and Cultivated Garden. Although they won't receive as many resources as the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, they will still be nurtured well. Mystic Moon's sacred source life form was one of the main components that created and sustained Star Web. The 2 changes to Star Web's format were linked to his sacred source life form. As long as he wanted to, there was nothing on Star Web that Mystic Moon could not find out about. Since the Moon Empress had asked, Mystic Moon told her everything that he knew. The Moon Empress chuckled softly. Elder Lu really put a lot of thought into the Radiance 100 sequence selection. To make sure the last 10 members of the new generation would have enough strength, unlike the last generation, where 8 out of the 10 newcomers were selected again this year, Lu Wencheng devised a plan to subject the 100 candidates to an attrition battle. However, he also considered the fact that surviving did not equate to power. Thus, he decided to send the first 10 ranks of the current Radiance 100 sequence into the test to act as facilitators who would score the participants. The first 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence could handle such a responsibility. However, he would only be able to use this method once or twice before he had to do away with it. This was because it gave the first 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence too much superior authority. This would result in the first 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence being affected by many elements. Such authority could not be given out flippantly. Otherwise, the Radiance 100 sequence selection would lose its purity. The Moon Empress intended to discuss this matter with Lu Wencheng. She believed that with his experience and knowledge, he would easily be able to see this. After the demon insects were sent to the Radiance Federation's various areas, their effects were very obvious. It could be said that the demon insects had controlled the Dead Spirits Crisis. The Moon Empress knew that Tower Cannon definitely had more moves up their sleeve. Hence, she dared not take her foot off the pedal. The land imps were still building bases and defenses throughout the Radiance Federation. Given the demon insects' rapid rate of reproduction and with Wen Yu in charge of the transportation, the Moon Empress could consider delivering the demon insects outside of the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress knew why the leaders of the various federations wanted to see her. They hoped that the Radiance Federation would help them again. News of the Radiance Federation's discovery of the dead decay earthworm had spread. Frankly, this was not the first time that the leaders of the various federations wanted to see her. But she had not agreed to see them in the past. This time, she was going to meet with them because she had found a way to settle the issue. Furthermore, now that the Radiance Federation had the confidence to take on the Dead Spirits Crisis, the Moon Empress also wanted to give the rest of the federations in the main world this confidence. The Radiance Federation had become the core of all the human federations. It was the center around which the other federations gravitated. The Azure Federation and Freedom Federation flanked the Radiance Federation, allowing it to come across as the moon surrounded by stars. If she wanted to use the demon insects to change and manage the environment in the dimensional worlds as well as gradually clear out the dead spirits with the Radiance Federation at the helm, she needed to bolster the rest of the human federations as well. Since all the federations had come to plead with the Radiance Federation, the Radiance Federation could make a gesture of their own. The major Federation Union meeting would once again solidify the Radiance Federation's position as the core. Mystic Moon, send out an announcement to the leaders of the other federations. Tell them to come to the Radiance Sacred Hall 2 days later to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection. I will also be in attendance. Give the federations who haven't arrived in the Radiance Federation a day so they have time to rush to the Radiance Federation using the spatial mother shellfish's shell pieces. After hearing the Moon Empress instruction, Mystic Moon knew that she intended to take charge of managing the entire main world. If the demon insects were not reproducing so quickly that they were able to address the issues in the Radiance Federation, the Moon Empress would never be so impulsive as to share the resources regardless of what Mystic Moon said or how he urged her. As a Moon Envoy, Mystic Moon was responsible for assisting the Moon Empress, and he often reminded her of such detailed affairs. The Moon Empress was usually aware of most of these affairs, but his reminders never annoyed her. Mystic Moon's thinking was always clear and calm. With someone like this giving her reminders, the Moon Empress could be confident that nothing would go wrong. When the Moon Empress issued the order to Mystic Moon, all of the live streaming rooms on Star Web began filling up with comments on Lin Yuan's title, Miracle. Lin Yuan's existence was miraculous for the Radiance citizens. He churned out miracles continuously. While Lin Yuan was basking in the glory, Shiny was protesting in his soul. Lin Yuan knew that it wanted to make an appearance. However, the time had not been right. If Shiny had appeared during his battle against Mu Yan, he would have been able to win easily. However, there was no need for Lin Yuan to summon a Fey with the barren bloodline that was iconic of the Radiance Federation in a battle against Mu Yan. It was also unsuitable for Shiny to appear during his battles against Lu Ji, Long Tao, and Xia Qing. Firstly, it would have been immediately defeated in the battle against Lu Ji. Shiny could fuse with the wind elements in the battle against Xia Qing and the arena full of fire elements to sense Xia Qing's position. The wind elemental energy would also be able to push out the sea formed from the victory fish's body. But it would require a large amount of energy to propel the wind elemental energy to the bottom of the sea to sense the victory fish's position. Because of these reasons, Lin Yuan had yet to release Shiny. However, he had already promised Shiny that it could fight to its heart's content. Lin Yuan soothed Shiny, there is still the Radiance Envoy selection after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. You will definitely have the chance to make an appearance then. Hold on a little more. You will only have to wait 3 more days at the most. Shiny had a personality that was very easily appeased. After receiving Lin Yuan's promise, it immediately began happily cuddling up to him in his soul. Lin Yuan shook his head vexedly. He did not know if it was because Shiny had spent a long time with Genius, but he noticed it was coquettishly in an increasingly similar way to Genius. After acting coquettishly for some time, Shiny told Lin Yuan seriously, Yuan, can you give me some dragon liver and phoenix blood? If you give me a little more, I will be able to evolve to suzerain/myth 3 days later. I can't bring myself to ask you to feed me water from the element well daily. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Shiny, if you want to continue accumulating your power, don't force yourself to evolve just so you can participate in battle. You will be able to participate in battle when the time is right, even if you haven't yet evolved to suzerain/myth at that time. Shiny hurriedly said, Yuan, if I were the anxious type, I wouldn't have asked for a few days of rest. But now, it's time for me to evolve to suzerain/pinnacle myth too. Don't worry. I won't joke around with increasing my power and level. It's really time for me to increase my power. I am also ready for this. Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard this. Shiny, I am now sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. For the next 3 days, I will have to help the newcomers with their selection. I will place sufficient dragon liver and phoenix blood in the return from faraway mansion's breeding room so you can take as much as you need. Do you remember the spatial equipment I hung on your leg? It is filled with elemental pearls and spirit chi crystals. You can use them at will, too. Once I'm back, I will help you with your breakthrough. Lin Yuan liked watching his phase grow, and Shiny also wanted Lin Yuan to be there when it evolved. Yuan, I will be good and wait for you at home. Lin Yuan braved all the difficulties and finally took the position of sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. The stone pillar of sequence number 1 was much taller than the other stone pillars. After every Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance Sacred Hall created a new batch of statues for the members. During the year that the Dead Spirits Crisis broke out, Lin Yuan's statue would stand in the position of sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. After the re-ranking ended, Lin Yuan and the rest left Star Web. Meanwhile, Star Web was celebrating wildly over the matches. When the Dead Spirits Crisis began, many taverns and bars closed. Even the Spirit Food Pavilion started to limit their opening hours. But now, due to this event that rejuvenated their confidence, all the streets of the Radiance Federation were once again filled with life. Cicada Song, who managed the various cities, had been keeping an eye on the situation. After receiving the report from his subordinates, all of the tension finally lifted off of Cicada Song. Radiance Federation, you have finally regained your vigor. Cicada Song prayed that this zeal and confidence would last. However, he knew that this would be difficult because changes could crop up anything during the dead spirits crisis. However, the vibrant zest and confidence permeating the Radiance Federation now would give the citizens more fighting spirit and unity in the days to come as they continued taking on the dead spirits crisis. Chapter 2696 Appointing Leaders in the Selection. The Radiance Federation's circumstances had undergone tumultuous changes over the course of the dead spirits crisis. The Radiance Federation's royalty had tried their best but were unable to make effective progress. It could be said that most of the impactful progress stemmed from Lin Yuan. At first, the Radiance Federation's royalty had been somewhat confident. But after the dead dimensional life forms appeared and the dead decay earthworms lost their effectiveness, the dead aura rampantly stole lives, and the Radiance Federation's royalty became increasingly nervous. But now, the demon insects had wholly changed the circumstances and gave the humans the upper hand for the first time during the dead spirits crisis. The Moon Empress was not at all surprised by Cicada Song's message. She already knew how capable the demon insects were at absorbing death aura. Moreover, the demon insects were continuing to multiply underground. The more the Moon Empress thought about it, the more terrifying she found the demon insect species to be. On more than one instance, she had already been grateful that the crisis came from the dead spirits and not the demon insects. Otherwise, the demon insects that could consume everything and anything might end up eating the entire main world. The Moon Empress had confirmed with Lin Yuan that he had complete control over the demon insects. It was only then that she was set at ease. Previously, Lin Yuan was sequence number 91 of the Radiance 100 sequence. But now, he had climbed up to sequence number 1. Lin Yuan no longer had any chances to issue challenges. He could only be challenged by others. After Lin Yuan, there were still 90 members of the Radiance 100 sequence who had yet to issue challenges, and the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking had to go on. But after Lin Yuan's 4 consecutive stunning battles, the rest of the battles seemed rather tame. None of them reached the standard of Lin Yuan's battles. However, after the temporary cloud of disappointment passed, the excitement levels rose again. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence was a household name in the Radiance Federation. All of them had their own signature phase and battle styles. This was the first time that the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking was being held publicly. It was a visual feast for the Radiance citizens. So this was the true power of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Numerous veteran experts could not help but sigh in shame. As the thrilling battles took place, Tian Ningning became the busiest person in the Radiance Federation. She personally checked every dueling record to ensure that they were accurate. At the very least, her workload would not be increased because of the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking's dueling records. The dueling records' relevance and efficacy were time-sensitive. If Star Web's officials produced the dueling records too slowly and others produced them first, Star Web's officials would come across as lazy. Tian Ningning immediately contacted Lu Hao. She hoped that he would be able to send more help. In the past, Lu Hao viewed Tian Ningning with derision. He believed that she was only able to make it this far because she was Lin Yuan's exclusive reporter. But after working together, he got to know of her capabilities and could not help but think to himself that it was no wonder that Lin Yuan had chosen her. Despite leading such a large team, she was still able to ensure that she performed her tasks well. Not only was she efficient, but she had yet to make a single mistake. The spectators were almost vibrating with excitement as they watched the consecutive battles. However, none of them were sad when the Radiance Federation re-ranking came to an end because they knew that up next was the Radiance 100 sequence selection, Radiance Knight selection, and Radiance Envoy selection. They would be able to watch Lin Yuan in action again during the Radiance Envoy selection. Normally, the Radiance 100 sequence selection would only take place a few days after the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking. But due to the urgency of the matter, the selection this year would take place half a day after the re-ranking. As sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lin Yuan needed to enter the selection as a leader. Hence, he did not have time to meet with his friends. Lu Wencheng told Lin Yuan and the rest seriously, in your previous Radiance 100 sequence selection, you only represented yourself. But now, you will have to shoulder the responsibility of promoting members of the Radiance 100 sequence. We are bestowing this responsibility on you, so you have to treat it with careful reverence. Lu Wencheng received the message from the Moon Empress half an hour ago. He understood her meaning. In actuality, he never intended to maintain this new format for too long. In 3 to 5 years, once the Radiance 100 sequence had completely new members and was no longer defined by martial force, Lu Wencheng could retract this responsibility from the first 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. Ever since the Radiance Sacred Hall was established, Lu Wencheng had been in charge of it. He had even watched the Moon Empress and the rest grow up. As a wise person, he could think comprehensively in every matter. After speaking to Lin Yuan and the other top 9 rankers of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Wencheng began thinking about where to position them. The arrangement of their positions was critical because Lu Wencheng could not allow the spectators watching the Radiance 100 sequence selection to think that the dead spirits crisis was trivial. Lu Wencheng was going to simulate a realistic environment modeled after the dead spirits well. Hence, the positioning was crucial. If there was an issue with the positioning, there was a high possibility that one of the top 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence would end up dying. This would not only be a blow to the reputation of these members of the Radiance 100 sequence but would also affect the confidence of the Radiance citizens. It was known that not everything could always go as planned. Lu Wencheng needed to put a lot of careful thought into the matter if he wanted to ensure he did not hit any bumps along the road. However, this would mean that Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had to handle the same load that was being shared among the other 4. Lu Wencheng seriously told Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, "The 2 of you will be sent to the most dangerous positions. It will be just as laborious as handling a dead spirit's well on your own." The only difference between this and an actual dead spirit's well was that all of these dead spirits would only have diamond and below power. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji looked at each other. The 2 of them were unafraid of swarm battles. All Lin Yuan needed to do was release Red Thorn, and Lu Ji could release a few insect species carcinoma phase to suppress the swarm. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. We will definitely take proper responsibility for this duty." Lin Yuan paused before continuing. "There are still 3 hours before the Radiance 100 sequence selection begins. I need to leave to make preparations to evolve my phase." Lu Wencheng's lips curled into a smile as he nodded. It was definitely good news that Lin Yuan's phase could evolve again. "Go ahead. Don't forget to be back half an hour before it begins. The Star Web broadcast will begin half an hour before the selection begins. You will need to head in early to wait." Lu Wencheng was not strict with the members of the Radiance 100 sequence when it came to such small matters. As long as the main events were not delayed, he was understanding when it came to urgent matters. Lin Yuan immediately returned to the return from faraway mansion and summoned Shiny to the breeding room. Next, he laid out all the dragon liver, phoenix blood, and other spiritual ingredients that Shiny needed for its evolution before returning to the Radiance Sacred Hall. Lin Yuan was really looking forward to this Radiance 100 sequence selection. This was because he had yet to have many opportunities to visit the dead spirits' wells and personally experience the might of the waves of dead spirits. The last time he was there, the dead spirits crisis had only just begun. But now, the situation had already changed completely. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection as a candidate who had to compete with the others last year. But this time, he was an invigilator. He was more than willing to gain a detailed understanding of the power of the Radiance Federation's younger generation now that a year had passed. There was half an hour to prepare before the event actually began. Xiaoqing coughed softly to Lin Yuan before seriously saying, "In the past, grandfather often praised your capabilities, and I am also aware that you are exceptionally strong. I saw your battle with the Freedom Federation envoy group last year. I thought that there would be a stalemate between us for some time. But I never expected to suffer such an utter defeat at your hands." Xiaoqing's voice was laced with bitterness, and she sounded stiff. It seemed as though she could not swallow her defeat to Lin Yuan. But those who were familiar with her knew that she was being shy. Her voice was only coming up this way because she was panicking. Normally, her voice did not carry any emotion. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "You are already sufficiently strong. If your misfortune fighter's bloodline takes another step forward, Chime will be no match for it." Lin Yuan could clearly see the respect and admiration in Xiaoqing's eyes as she spoke. This was the same way that he used to look at seniors in his previous life. Xiaoqing pursed her lips and said pragmatically, "Lin Yuan, you don't have to consider my feelings. Even if you don't use your full power, you will be able to beat me very quickly as long as you are determined to do so. Don't forget that you only used 2 phays while I used 4 during our battle. One of them was even my sacred source life form. I used to think that the only member of the younger generation stronger than me is you. But even Lu Ji is stronger than me. It's true that your bird species Fey won't be able to unleash its full potential against the army of insects. After she was done speaking, Xiaoqing silently walked off to the side and replayed the battle between herself and Lin Yuan. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence, including Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, did not know Xiaoqing well. This was because they were not nosy or interested in gossip and because Xiaoqing was not the sociable type. Hence, the first impression that she gave was one of arrogance. However, after what she said today, all of their ideas of her changed completely. Although she was arrogant, she was able to face her failures objectively and admit her issues. These were all virtues that the elites of the younger generation rarely possessed. This showed that she was pure-hearted. Lin Yuan walked over to Lu Ji and patted his shoulder. Big brother Lu, if the attack from the halberd corner sky-defying rhinoceros beetle hits its mark, not even immortal breed phase will be able to escape without being seriously injured. If I was in that ball of sand, I would have died regardless of how many metals the source sand produced to try and protect me. Lu Ji had already adjusted his mindset. He no longer associated his value with his combat power. Instead, he was going to focus on the functions of his abilities. As a result of this change in mindset, he regained his confidence. Lin Yuan, I have a few carcinoma phase. When we return, help me to pick 2 of them that will be suited for my formation. Gao Feng had also become an A-rank spirit chi professional. The breeze hibiscus, 2 spirit spring lilies, and yellow spring lily had evolved to suzerain/myth. He was able to use the strength of his phase bodies to defeat opponents. If he were still a B-rank spirit chi professional, being a pure support type spirit chi professional might have caused him to lose and have to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection again. Lin Yuan used to think that a spirit chi professional's development could be skewed in one direction if he were part of a stable team. But now, he knew that the right thing for spirit chi professionals to do was to pursue well-rounded development. An expert could go down their paths with companions, but the companions were more for encouragement rather than support. Gao Feng was slightly laid back and did not have much motivation. His personality suited being a pure support type spirit chi professional. Long Tao had been focused on managing Coiling Dragon's Valley. Although he had adjusted his mindset, one's mental strength was limited. This time, he lost to Wang Fan and almost lost to Shi Su as well. As a result, he decided to set aside managing Coiling Dragon's Valley and focus on increasing his individual power. He did not want his personal power to end up lagging because he devoted himself to Coiling Dragon's Valley's affairs for the next few years. These peers who used to be weaker than him were now experts whom he had to struggle to catch up with. He did not even have to think of closing the gap between himself and Lin Yuan. Chapter 2697, Epic God Palace in Action. Lu Wencheng looked at the time and said sternly, all of you can go in now. Later, the Radiance 100 sequence members will be sent to the various Dead Spirits Wells to train. The 10 of you will be the leaders. It will be good for you to gain a prior understanding of the dead spirits. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all experienced. However, facing the perils of the Dead Spirits Wells on Star Web would be a shock to their systems. Albeit, Lin Yuan would not be one of those people. Not only had he witnessed the situation around the Dead Spirits Wells, but he had personally led the demon insects to the Dead Spirits Wells to take control of them as well. Frankly, Lu Wencheng had thought about swapping Lin Yuan out for another member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He knew that Lin Yuan was swamped with things to do. He had discussed this with the Moon Empress. She responded that it would be Lin Yuan's decision, so Lu Wencheng asked Lin Yuan. He only sent Lin Yuan in as part of the 10 people when he confirmed with Lin Yuan that he wanted this. While Long Tao, Li Fan, and the rest had austere expressions, Lin Yuan looked excited. He looked forward to being pleasantly surprised by the Radiance Federation's youths. Long Tao, Wang Fan, and the rest were all veterans of the Radiance 100 sequence and knew Lu Wencheng well. They knew what kind of person he was. He would never repeat his warnings repeatedly unless the dangers were truly serious. It seemed that this Radiance 100 sequence selection would test both the Radiance Federation's youths and the top 10 ranks of the Radiance 100 sequence. Tian Ningning was extremely busy checking the dueling record drafts and did not have the bandwidth for anything else. Tian Ningning picked 2 capable spokespeople and gave them the information sent by the Radiance Sacred Hall staff so they could give a detailed introduction of the setting. This was a good chance to demonstrate her capabilities to the Radiance citizens. Everyone assumed that she would make sure to grab the opportunity. No one expected her to give such a rare opportunity away. In the past, it was not just Lu Hao who had doubted Tian Ningning. There were many members of the special teams who had done the same. Tian Ningning first led the team in accomplishing the tasks and proved her abilities. Now, she was proving her character to all of Star Web's departments. It was rare for a supervisor to be willing to give away benefits that were supposed to belong to them. The two spokespeople Tian Ningning chose were extremely grateful to her. With her current reputation, no one would stop her from being one of the Star Web reporter spokespeople. Moreover, she had been a spokesperson for Black in the past. Although she was only a Star Web reporter, she still caught the Moon Empress eye by being linked to Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning had no idea that the Moon Empress had been observing her. She was very satisfied with Tian Ningning's action. Lin Yuan and the rest were delivered to the test ground. Once they entered, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. This was because he could sense that the concentration of death aura in the environment was higher than what regular people could handle. If a regular person got a whiff of this concentration of death aura, they would be dead in around 18 hours due to their bodies being infected and decaying. In around a week or two, they would become a dead spirit. Although spirit chi professionals had stronger physiques than regular people, they could not last more than 3 days unless they had reached A rank and their spiritual energy had concentrated to a certain degree. Even A rank spirit chi professionals who could concentrate their spiritual energy to defend themselves against death aura would not be able to last in this environment for more than a week. Lin Yuan could tell from this environment that Lu Wencheng was taking the test extremely seriously. The environment was a perfect copy of the concentration of death aura around actual dead spirits' wells. Moreover, to ensure that the Radiance citizens could quickly understand the danger, dead dimensional life forms would also appear during the simulated dead spirits crisis. With Lin Yuan included, there were 6 A-rank spirit chi professionals among the top 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The other 4 and their feys would not be able to fend off the death aura. Despite being leaders, they would not be able to last more than 3 days. When Lin Yuan entered, he noticed that Lu Wencheng gave him a profound look. The Thoughts letter paper could also be used on Star Web. The top 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence all received a Thoughts letter paper so they could communicate with each other conveniently. Lin Yuan noticed that the 4 members of the Radiance 100 sequence who had yet to reach A rank were nearer to him. It seemed that Lu Wencheng was hoping that he could look after the B rank spirit chi professionals. This selection that was being broadcast on Star Web was also meant to be somewhat performative. Hence, Lin Yuan could not allow these 4 members of the Radiance 100 sequence to fall. Now that he had become aware of this, Lin Yuan knew what to do later. The selection had yet to officially begin. Lin Yuan and the rest could not set up defenses in advance, but they could begin scanning the surrounding terrain so that it would be easier for them to lead the newcomers in navigating the dead spirits crisis later. They also began placing the dead decay earthworms they had received at the most suitable positions for defense. It was not just the Star Web officials who had sent spokespeople to commentate on the selection. The officials also permitted reporters and other spokespeople who had been to the dead spirits wells and observed the situation there to release and share information. All of the Radiance citizens finally gained a real understanding of the dead spirits crisis. This understanding would deepen once the selection began. In Lin Yuan's opinion, using the dead spirits crisis as an objective test setting was not fair for many participants because those who were able to defend themselves against death aura would have a significant advantage. But this did not mean that their feys were powerful or that they were truly strong. Nonetheless, it was said that heroes were bred from success. When Lu Wencheng realized that the dead spirits crisis might not come to an end for a few thousand years, he needed to make the best decision that suited the current circumstances. Lu Wencheng had asked the other 12 members of royalty about this decision through the Thoughts letter paper. After the Moon Empress and the rest thought it over, they gave him their affirmation. However, Lu Wencheng never expected Lin Yuan to figure out his idea immediately after entering the test ground. Last year's Radiance 100 sequence selection had the most number of registered participants in a decade. Lu Wencheng believed that it was unlikely that the record would be beaten in the future. Many schools and cities sent the same number of participants each year. There were many members of the younger generation who earned their right to participate by battling on Star Web. This also applied to Lin Yuan. However, no one else stood out as much as he did. Yet, to his surprise, there were more participants this year than last year. The members of the younger generation who did not earn the chance to participate last year could not participate this year either. Lu Wencheng was very happy that many of the Radiance Federation's youths were willing to step up and offer their power to become its pillars. Due to the Radiance 100 sequence re-ranking broadcast that had just ended, the Radiance citizens were also paying more attention to this year's selection than last year's. The Radiance 100 sequence selections participants were about to enter. It was time for Lu Wencheng to head to the Radiance Sacred Hall to host the selection. The fighting spirit of the Radiance Federation was burning fervently. However, Tower CNNNNC till had NNT made ANV new MNVPC. Still, the death aura emanating from the towers on the islands was even more concentrated than before. At that moment, the previously tightly sealed stone doors were pushed open. 3 masked and bronze armor-wearing teams walked out of the stone doors and broke the silence that had been maintained outside the stone doors for thousands of years. There was a towering mountain behind the stone doors that pierced through the clouds. At the mountain's base, spring was in full bloom. Just above, there was a blend of spring and summer. Higher up, the mountain marked the transition from summer to autumn, and at its peak, endless winter prevailed. This mountain showcased all 4 seasons, making it extraordinarily beautiful and enigmatic. Behind the mountain, 4 grand palaces stood. Initially, these palaces were quiet. Their doors opened only once a year during the changing of the seasons, promptly closing afterward. However, this time, the 4 doors remained ajar. Before these doors, dozens of people were engaged in ancient and mysterious rituals, offering prayers. Inside each palace, a figure knelt facing the wall behind the throne, praying solemnly, their expressions filled with delight. The wall's images had been changing abruptly for the past 2 years. The transformations had accelerated recently, occurring every few days and growing more intricate, signaling the full awakening of Lord Saint. Lord Totem God alone was not enough to cause so much change. Lord Totem God's awakening also confirmed that Lord Saint had landed in this world. Epic God Palace had been waiting for this epic for an extremely long time, and it was finally taking place. After completing this round of sacrificial rites, Epic God Palace would no longer have to remain hidden. Instead, they could leave to search for Lord Saint and Lord Totem God. Epic God Palace's only goal was to be followers. Otherwise, the cold-faced woman who had been conducting sacrificial rites in the 3rd palace would not have shown mercy. Tower Cannon had long been aware of the demon insect's existence. The demon insect's existence completely exceeded First Page Crimson and the rest's expectations. A rare species like the demon insects that could only come from the sky beyond the clouds had appeared in a world that had only recently been promoted to Class 2. The demon insect's existence was a pesky problem for First Page Crimson and the rest. However, before the demon insects fully matured, Tower Cannon could interfere with them. If they could follow the trail to the female insects, they would be able to eliminate the threat that the demon insects posed. They could even attempt to turn the demon insects into dead life forms and use them for their own purposes. Logically, this was the time for Tower Cannon to step in. But there was still no movement on their end because they had noticed that Epic God Palace was showing signs of taking action. Ever since Tower Cannon landed in the Class 1 world, Epic God Palace had not made a move aside from the time Tower Cannon sought them out to cause trouble. This caused First Page Crimson and the rest to venture a guess. Could it be that Epic God Palace did not want this main world to be combined with the dead world? Perhaps this guess was the only explanation for how the demon insects appeared in this world. Epic God Palace's sudden awakening caused Tower Cannon to feel threatened. At times like this, inaction was better than action. Even taking the risk of allowing the demon insects to grow and spread was better than having to face Epic God Palace. At first, Tower Cannon had a choice. They were not stuck in this Class 1 world. Firstly, they could not bear to leave all that they had established in this Class 1 world. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon had put a lot of effort into infecting the main world's ley lines with death aura. Secondly, the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon had awakened but had yet to recover their power. If they forcefully moved to another Class 2 world, there was a possibility that they would experience backlash from that Class 2 world. With all these considerations, Tower Cannon decided not to leave the Class 1 world and to fuse the dead world's roots with this Class 1 world. After making this decision, there was no way out for Tower Cannon. Otherwise, when the demon insects first appeared, the 8 pages of Tower Cannon would have personally gone to the Radiance Federation to cross swords with Lin Yuan. When First Page Crimson saw that no one had anything to say, he announced his decision: even if we do eventually battle it out with Epic God Palace, now is not the time. Since Epic God Palace is making their move, they must be planning something. What we need to be doing is finding out their goal. We will only be able to make our decision after finding out what they are after. First Page Crimson felt extremely wronged while he spoke. But as he thought about the power that Epic God Palace had displayed 6,000 years ago, he believed that this was the only way. If they clashed against Epic God Palace again, they would not be able to slumber for another 6,000 years while the dead world's roots were fusing with this world. In the next 6,000 years, the dead world's roots would likely end up absorbed by this class 2 world's roots instead. Even second page Warbler Candle, who loved arguing unnecessarily with first page Crimson, did not oppose him this time. The only one who frowned was fifth page Falling Rainbow. This was because she had yet to locate where her Tower of Falling Rainbow and Secret of the Chapter 2698 Epic God Palace and the Saint. The material used to build the Tower of Falling Rainbow had come with Tower Cannon when they landed in this Class 1 world. They still possessed a small amount of it, and it was sufficient to build another Tower of Falling Rainbow. However, the other 7 might not be willing to give her the rest of the resources. First page Crimson was the one in charge of resource allocation in Tower Cannon. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to awaken after they all fell asleep together. She could accept the loss of the Tower of Falling Rainbow, but the loss of the Secret of the Dead would affect the fusing of the Dead World with the main world. She would also not be able to leverage the Secret of the Dead's role in absorbing the main world's roots to claim benefits. Fifth page Falling Rainbow had asked to search for the Tower of Falling Rainbow and Secret of the Dead more than once, but she had been shot down by the other members of Tower Cannon each time for different reasons. This infuriated fifth page Falling Rainbow, and she felt that her companions were colluding against her. It was true that she was the cause of that incident thousands of years ago, but the 8 of them had made the decision together. Yet, she always took the full brunt of the blame. Fifth page Falling Rainbow was becoming increasingly displeased with second page Warbler Candle. However, with Epic God Palace showing signs of taking action, fifth page Falling Rainbow did not have the courage to leave to search for the Secret of the Dead. Crimson, it sounds like you want us to do nothing and allow the demon insects to grow. We already caught some demon insects with Class 3 genetic locks. After rehabilitating them, it can be said with certainty that these female insects are insect queens, at least. This world lacks resources and limits the demon insects' development. But if we give them a month or 2 to build up themselves, it will become challenging for us to restrain them. These demon insects have a diet made up of dead life forms and death aura. They will severely delay the dead world's roots consumption of this Class 2 world's roots. Fifth page Falling Rainbow brought up the most pressing problem before casting her gaze at first page Crimson. She was not trying to seek his opinion. He had already decided to be a silent observer. Fifth page Falling Rainbow just brought up one possible result, insinuating that first page Crimson would have to take responsibility if something like that really took place. First page Crimson glanced at fifth page Falling Rainbow before saying, "Falling Rainbow, if I suggest that you be the one to kill these demon insects, will you be willing to do it? If Epic God Palace is indeed taking action all of a sudden because we are using the dead world's roots to consume this Class 2 world's roots, trying to deal with the demon insects will give Epic God Palace a reason to target you. But since you're the one who posed this possibility yet is unwilling to go, who do you think should go instead?" It went without saying that first page Crimson would never take on such a responsibility. Clearly, fifth page Falling Rainbow was unwilling to stick her neck out. Yet, she still opposed his opinion. This made first page Crimson livid. Third page Violet Light Green, who rarely spoke, cleared her throat. "It's not the time to assign responsibilities. But we can't keep cowering while we wait for Epic God Palace to make their move, either. I think we should send someone to make contact with Epic God Palace. If none of you are willing to do this, I'll do it." Third page Violet Light Green sighed. Before landing in this Class 1 world, they were divided and only looked out for their interests during key moments. If they had been more united, they might have successfully combined the dead world with that Class 3 world's roots. After all this time, her companions had yet to learn their lesson. How pathetic! First page Crimson had always been the decision-maker of the group and liked to assert his status. Yet, he was unwilling to step forward at such a moment. Perhaps this was the reason why the rest of them could not follow his lead wholeheartedly. Just as first page Crimson was done speaking, fourth page Cavity Orchid's hand pinched her with considerable force. Clearly, he did not want third page Violet Light Green to take such initiative. First page Crimson said, "Fine. Violet Light Green, since the idea came from you, you can be the one to represent Tower Cannon to make contact with Epic God Palace." Fifth page Falling Rainbow and second page Warbler Candle voiced their agreement, while sixth page Wave Glow, seventh page Concubine Winding, and eighth page Eyeshadow remained silent, indicating that they were neither in agreement nor opposition. When fourth page Cavity Orchid saw that third page Violet Light Green had no intention to retract her decision, he spoke up. "I'll go with Violet Light Green to make contact with Epic God Palace. Having 2 of us will show that Tower Cannon is taking this matter seriously." We'll also be able to look out for each other. Once he was done speaking, 4th page Cavity Orchid could not be bothered to linger and immediately returned to the black coffin, where he waited for 3rd page Violet Light Green to come to see him. After emerging from flying under the radar for such a long time, the 4 rulers of Epic God Palace met up again at the garden at the top of 4 Seasons Mountain. Normally, their knights also listened in on the meetings conducted by the 4 rulers. However, only the 4 rulers were present in the garden today. Each of the 4 rulers had a flushed face full of uncontrollable elation. Epic God Palace has been waiting for such a long time. Now, we can finally be certain that Lord Saint is in this world. The prophecy was right. All our waiting was worth it. Lord Totem God has already entered the 2nd form, and the totem seeds have formed. This means that Lord Saint has already developed the ability to become the master of all life forms. Given the circumstances, we can now begin searching for Lord Saint. We don't have to worry about our actions affecting Lord Saint's growth progress. The tall, slim girl with cold features and a slightly bitter voice gently shook her hand, causing the fallen flowers to fly to every corner of the mountain peak. I called this meeting to confirm 3 matters with the rest of you. The first is to decide how we will deal with Tower Cannon. The second is how we plan on establishing contact with Lord Saint in a way that will convince him to accept us as his followers. The third is the matter of helping Lord Saint to open a path out of this world in advance. He is in possession of one of the 6 sacred mountains that represent the highest authority in the 4 major universes. The other 3 rulers' faces fell. It was indeed good that Lord Saint had awoken. However, making contact with him was a big problem. If he did not accept them as his followers, their existence would be pointless. The elderly man with white hair but a strapping body said, "The best place to open the road from the main world to the sky beyond the clouds is behind my palace. Let me handle the opening of the road. I have been growing my roots all these years. It should be enough to open the road. Spring and summer can be the ones to search for Lord Saint. Autumn, many things that should appear in this world have appeared. Go and search for them and observe them. After I find Lord Saint and report the situation to him, he can decide what to do with them. I don't think we need to discuss how to make contact with Lord Saint. All we need to do is maintain the sincere hearts of followers. We can't control whether Lord Saint accepts us. It's up to him. We can't sway his thinking. What we should be discussing is how to handle Tower Cannon." The elderly man coughed softly, and a drizzle of snow fell from his lips, covering the wild flowers on the top of the mountain. The elderly man did not have a strong impression of Tower Cannon. The only interaction they had with Tower Cannon was when they barged in to try to steal the epic clock that tracked the changing of epochs. He was not concerned by these stragglers and vanquished from a dimensional world that used to be attached to a Class 3 world. The best that could be produced in a Class 3 world was intermediate fairies. Although this elderly man was unbothered by this group, they had been identified as an unstable element. Epic God Palace could not allow the structure of this world to be changed in case it hampered Lord Saint's reincarnation and revival. The elderly man could not decide if these destitute, uninvited guests were a key component that sped up Lord Saint's reincarnation and revival. Thus, Epic God Palace had not annihilated this group that was biting off more than they could chew even after they attacked Epic God Palace. Instead, they blamed Spring for being too brutal and allowing this faction to hide for this long. Now, Tower Cannon was so much commotion immediately after awakening. There was not even a moment of peace. Winter felt that Spring was bringing up this matter because she did not know if Tower Cannon was truly linked to Lord Saint and if they were friends or foes. Epic God Palace came from another world and would not think on behalf of this world. If they annihilated Tower Cannon and it turned out that Tower Cannon had a close relationship with Lord Saint, it would mean that they were making a mistake. Despite being his followers, they were not helping to share his burdens but were causing trouble. This was a grave sin for all followers. Autumn flicked his short hair, and his magnetic voice gave the air of fallen leaves floating on wind. I am most curious to find out how the demon insects ended up in this world. They require a large amount of pure spirit chi in order to propagate their aura. It will be difficult for even a Class 4 world to produce this concentration of spirit chi, much less a Class 2 world. There is definitely someone nurturing these demon insects. In my opinion, the only one capable of something like this is Lord Saint. I think that rather than searching for Lord Saint, we should follow the trail of the demon insects. Tower Cannon has been silent ever since they attacked us. It's clear that they fear us and are unaware of our objective. It won't be long before they make contact with us. Given that the demon insects are fending off the dead spirits and dimensional worlds and trying to keep them from impacting this Class 2 world, it isn't difficult to guess Lord Saint's stance. Autumn paused momentarily before saying seriously, Lord Saint is still growing. It will definitely affect his growth trajectory if we appear in front of him suddenly. I think our main objective should be discovering his identity before secretly protecting him and aiding his growth. It goes without saying that this will all change if Lord Saint initiates contact with us instead. All of them felt that Autumn's analysis was reasonable. However, there were many things that could not be concluded based only on analysis. Summer said gently, I think Autumn and Winter make good suggestions. Spring and I will immediately begin secretly searching for Lord Saint. If Tower Cannon makes contact with us, Autumn can handle them. This meeting on Four Seasons Mountain was very simple, and the expressions of delight did not disappear from their faces even for a moment. While the four of them were in discussion, Lin Yuan had chosen the locations where he would place the dead decay earthworms. Lin Yuan's lips twitched as he watched the dead decay earthworm tunnel underground and begin absorbing death aura. Lu Wencheng's design for this selection was rather harsh. The thousands of dead decay earthworm tunneling underground and absorbing death aura seemed to be able to effectively lower the concentration of death aura in the area. But in actuality, the dead decay earthworms would lose their effectiveness once the waves of dead spirits arrived. This was because there were far too few dead decay earthworms. The Radiance Federation supplied the dead decay earthworms to the dead spirits wells in the tens of millions. Additionally, there would also be dead dimensional life forms appearing in the test. The dead dimensional life forms produced death aura that had a concentration higher than what the dead decay earthworms could handle. This was not because the dead decay earthworms were incapable of absorbing the death aura but because the dead decay earthworms were limited in their ability to process death aura. One dead decay earthworm could absorb the death aura from 5 dead spirits. It was likely that 1,500 dead decay earthworms were needed to absorb the death aura produced by one dead dimensional life form. Due to this, the Radiance Federation still suffered serious losses against the waves of dead spirits despite facing the dead spirits crisis with preparations in place. Lin Yuan didn't underestimate A-rank spirit chi professionals. Even Xiaoqing and Long Tao would find it challenging to withstand attacks from the dead spirits and dead dimensional life forms for an extended period. This difficulty remained, even when they used their feys with the barren bloodline. Their task was made even harder as they had to protect others and prevent the participants of the Radiance 100 sequence selection from succumbing to the dead spirits' attacks and getting infected by the death aura. After investigating the environment, Lin Yuan now knew what he was going to do later. It was likely that Lu Ji had also made his own decision. 30 minutes passed very quickly, and Lu Wencheng finished his speech in Radiance Sacred Hall. The young elites participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection entered Star Web's test ground, just like Lin Yuan had done a year ago. Chapter 2699 Death Drawing Bladder Worm. The best option for them would be to rush to the leaders and seek their protection so they could set up defenses against the waves of dead spirits together. Hence, during this Radiance 100 sequence selection, the participants did not immediately begin cutting each other down. Instead, they tried their best to form alliances and groups with those around them so they could prevent themselves from befalling any danger before they met up with the leaders. This was extremely different from last year's Radiance 100 sequence selection, where fights started breaking out immediately after the participants entered the test ground and resulted in many strong participants being eliminated at the beginning. Those who were weak would not brashly fight the other competitors right out of the gate. This year's test might seem as though the participants were safe as long as they could band together and move through the area together. However, there were no lull periods. Aside from the air being concentrated with death aura, endless waves of dead spirits appeared even before the major explosion of dead spirits that would take place a day later. Regardless of how strong the young spirit chi professionals were, they did not have much experience with outdoor survival, especially in such extreme environments. Each time there was a new wave, the dead spirits that had been killed would contribute to the concentration of death aura in the environment. In actuality, there would not be many participants who would be able to make it to Lin Yuan and the other leaders before the main part of the dead spirits crisis began. Lin Yuan was not worried because he could protect the Radiance 100 sequence's members in such an environment. However, it was likely that Lu Wencheng, who designed this test, had already discovered that he had set the bar too high. Firstly, the test ground was twice as large as the previous years. This would make it even more difficult for the participants to search for the leaders. It was acceptable to fill the environment with death aura. Still, Lu Wencheng clearly had not considered that the concentration of death aura would rise rapidly as more dead spirits and dimensional life forms died. The dead decay earthworms placed around the main areas were far from enough to lower the concentration of death aura. The dead dimensional life forms were not truly feared because of their power but because of how they could affect the environment. Just as Lin Yuan thought, Lu Wencheng soon realized that things were going wrong. But at the same time, he knew that he could not stop this test now. If he did, it would be a huge blow to the Radiance Federation. All of the Radiance citizens were watching the Radiance 100 sequence selection. If he had another week to prepare, he would definitely have figured out through his testing that such an issue would arise. However, he had given up on testing due to the tight timeline. Lu Wencheng's heart pounded like a drum, and he was terrified that this test would leave no survivors. Cicada Song sent a message through the Thoughts letter paper to ask Lu Wencheng about how things were going, and Lu Wencheng responded honestly. Nonetheless, Cicada Song was not overly worried because he knew of Lin Yuan's capabilities in handling the dead spirits. If things were truly going awry, it was likely that Lin Yuan would release demon insects into the test ground to clear out the dead spirits. It was not just Lin Yuan. Night Leaning Moon's disciple also controlled some insect species carcinoma phase that could ameliorate an environment filled with death aura. Night Leaning Moon had mentioned this during a previous imperial meeting. It seemed that the success of this test now depended on Lu Ji and Lin Yuan. On the first day, even teams of hundreds or even thousands of participants had their numbers greatly reduced whenever they encountered dead spirits. Even if they started out with light injuries, their bodies would have already been infected with death aura that would continue to decay their muscles. Regular healing type phase were not effective in healing such injuries. Hence, every team that had tried to fill their ranks with healing type spirit chi professionals eventually suffered major losses. With no medical aid, many teams composed of hundreds of people were eliminated, while those composed of thousands of people winnowed down to only a few hundred members. This was in spite of the fact that many of the teams were even working together. All members of the teams were in extremely bad states and had ghastly faces. Blood dripped from their noses and ears in an almost never-ending stream. Those with more serious conditions were showing signs of losing their teeth despite only being around 20 years old. The high concentration of death aura even made breathing a challenge. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the test ground, he instructed the source sand to release a large amount of close guard sand and overlord sand before creating more sand underground. The flowing sand beneath the test ground became Lin Yuan's eyes and helped him to detect the environment. Once Lin Yuan used the source sand to check on how the other teams were doing, he saw that things had already reached a severely terrible state. He knew that he had to step in. However, he did not summon Redthorn's 8-winged fairy form. An 8-winged fairy had never been seen in the main world before. Moreover, Redthorn had not even reached creation breed. Hence, revealing Redthorn to the rest of the world would cause too much of a shock. Redthorn was a secret weapon Lin Yuan kept to himself. Regardless of what the secret weapons were, they should not be revealed without careful consideration. Hence, Lin Yuan waved his hand and released Redthorn's spores. The spores were scattered around Lin Yuan, and carnivorous plants rapidly pushed out from the ground before continuing to elongate. There were many specially mutated plants in the flower bed that were spreading spores. The sea of flowers spread in a semicircular formation toward the other leaders. Redthorn was unable to allow the sea of flowers to spread freely as it would also affect the environment and occupy the living space of other life forms. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have used the sea of flowers to manage the dead spirits crisis. Once the sea of flowers was established, the gill-shaped flower petals of the large red flowers growing on the carnivorous vines opened and closed. Consequently, the concentration of death aura in the environment started to fall. As a result, Wang Fan, Shi Su, and the rest noticed that the air they were breathing had become cleaner and no longer felt as suffocated as before. However, they realized that their bodies had already become weaker due to being infected by death aura. Long Tao had already instructed the Sea King Chalk Mosasaurus to create a territory of water that enveloped him and helped him fend off the death aura. Xiaoqing also used the Suck-burst Oxygen Toad and Misfortune Fighter to create a territory of fire to burn up the death aura in the environment. Long Tao and Xiaoqing were both bringing out their unique skills, but they knew they would be unable to hold on like this for too long. Lin Yuan's Sea of Flowers would be essential in helping them break free from the death aura's invasion. The Sea of Flowers could be considered Lin Yuan's signature. It was what he had used to capture the attention of the masses when he had been Black. Black had used the Sea of Flowers to handle the wave of alien insects in Millstone Town. He had also used the Sea of Flowers multiple times during his battles on Star Tower. During the last Radiance 100 sequence selection, the waves of dimensional life forms had only been restrained through the coordination of the seas of sand and flowers. Naturally, Lin Yuan's action immediately stoked enthusiastic debate on Star Web. No wind or rain, wow! Black has once again summoned the Sea of Flowers. With this Sea of Flowers, there is no way the dead spirits will be able to invade. If the participants are lucky enough to reach black, they will definitely be able to rely on his defense to survive the dead spirits. Beach, I have been waiting for the Sea of Flowers to appear. I have been his fan for the past 2 years. When I first became his fan, I was already certain that he would be able to make it into the Radiance 100 sequence. With the Sea of Flowers, all the participants need to do is hide behind it, and they will make it to the end. Ringing Cat, weren't any of you paying attention to Lord Lu Wencheng when he read out the rules? There will be a lot of stress if they choose to stay around black. How will they distinguish themselves if they don't need to do anything? Dying on Star Web will not lead to dying in real life. As long as they demonstrate themselves during this test, they will likely be picked by the spirit guards. At the very least, they will become popular enough to become a combat host on Star Web. Look at your bearish appearance, I agree. The stronger the leader they join, the more difficult it will be for them to demonstrate their abilities. Look at Lord Lu Ji's area, things are happening. Like Lin Yuan, Lu Ji carefully investigated the environment and realized the irregularities. Lu Ji did not come up with a plan immediately. Instead, he asked Lin Yuan questions through the thoughts letter paper. Lu Ji only began acting after he learned of Lin Yuan's decision. Lu Ji summoned the Haifa tapeworm again, and the carpet of fungi began expanding rapidly in front of Lu Ji. The carpet of fungi formed a ring and linked up with the Sea of Flowers, shielding the 4 members of the Radiance 100 sequence that Lu Ji was in charge of protecting. The carpet of fungi formed by the Haifa tapeworm only created a combat area that was suitable for the activities of the army of insects. If any insect was injured or died, the tapeworms could immediately make use of the insect bodies. Lu Ji had 2 feys that could transform death aura. They were the earth-wrecking old burial insects and death-drawing bladder worm. The earth-wrecking old burial insects were also insect species carcinoma feys that could alter their environment. The 2 diamond/legend earth-wrecking old burial insects began reproducing on the carpet of fungi. They transformed the various types of energy in the air and soil into soil that was beneficial for insects. Death aura was also considered a type of energy. Although the earth-wrecking old burial insects' ability to transform energy was not strong, they did manage to significantly lower the concentration of death aura in the surrounding environment. After all, the large-scale explosion of dead spirits had yet to happen. But even if it did happen and the large number of dead dimensional life forms released death aura into the environment, Lu Ji would not panic. In actuality, Lu Ji was even more capable at treating death aura than Lin Yuan because he had the insect species carcinoma fey called the death-drawing bladder worm. The death-drawing bladder worm was an insect species carcinoma fey that the spirit guards had collected, and its danger level was only B. This meant that it had been assigned the lowest danger level possible. The Radiance Federation began developing the Pestilence Marsh in the west. They had intended to use the poisonous miasma and death aura from the large number of dead life forms that were present in the Pestilence Marsh to nurture special feys. But before the base was built, a strange phenomenon had occurred. All of the death aura had disappeared from the Pestilence Marsh, and only poisonous miasma had been left. This had affected the Radiance Federation's plan to nurture special feys. The spirit guards had sent out a guard envoy and 2 special teams. Eventually, they discovered the death-drawing bladder worm. The death-drawing bladder worm could absorb death aura and use the strong cystic membrane in its body to envelop the death aura. It would then compress and purify the death aura before storing it. The spirit guards had not believed the death-drawing bladder worm to pose significant danger. They only collected the death-drawing bladder worm because it was an insect species carcinoma fey. When Lu Ji and Night Leaning Moon first started selecting insect species carcinoma feys, they had not considered the death-drawing bladder worm at all. The death-drawing bladder worm only stood out from the rest of the insect species carcinoma feys and was selected to be controlled by elegance after the dead spirits crisis descended. Night Leaning Moon hoped that Lu Ji would turn the death-drawing bladder worm into a fairy so it could treat the death aura concentrated environment. After all, regular diamond insect species carcinoma feys could not be compared to suzerain/myth insect species carcinoma feys. However, Lin Yuan had stopped Lu Ji. This was not because Lin Yuan did not acknowledge the death-drawing bladder worm's abilities. The death-drawing bladder worm's ability to absorb death aura was powerful. However, it could not reproduce in large numbers. Even when the death-drawing bladder worm evolved to myth breed, it could only produce an army of thousands of offspring. As a result, it would only be able to lower the concentration of death aura in a small area and would not be able to make a large impact on the dead spirits crisis. Rather, it would be a waste of one of the firefly demon fetuses. Turning the death-drawing bladder worm into a fairy would not increase Lu Ji's power in the slightest. A suzerain/myth death-drawing bladderworm would only be comparable to a few thousand of the dead decay earthworms. The dead decay earthworms were extremely skilled at reproducing. The army of 100 questions beasts were also continuing to do research into feys that could treat death aura. Hence, there was no need for Lu Ji to make such a sacrifice. After listening to Lin Yuan's suggestion, Lu Ji did not transform the death-drawing bladderworm into a fairy. However, with the size of the star web test ground, a suzerain death-drawing bladderworm could be extremely effective. The death-drawing bladderworm's mother body was around the size of a palm, and its body was translucent and grey. It looked like an exquisite art piece. When it absorbed death aura, the death-drawing bladderworm's abdomen expanded continuously. The concentrated grey and black death aura would be compressed while the death-drawing bladderworm grew until the vesicle case eventually expelled it. Chapter 2700, Escalation of the Radiance 100 Sequence Selection. When the death-drawing bladderworm was purifying death aura, it did not lower the amount of death aura in the environment. All it did was extract the impurities in the dead aura. Pure death aura was far deadlier than impure death aura. Once the vesicle case was broken, Lu Ji would cause issues rather than be of help. Not even Lu Ji would be able to handle being infected by pure death aura, much less the younger members participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Both Lu Ji and Lin Yuan had demonstrated their capabilities. The sea of flowers and colony of insects were akin to two impenetrable defensive nets that had wrapped around the main areas where the 10 leaders were located. Furthermore, the sea of flowers and colony of insects were expanding continuously. Lu Wenqing's tightly furrowed brows relaxed when he saw this. With Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's capabilities and the rate at which the death aura was being treated, this test of heightened difficulty could be completed successfully. In actuality, Lu Wenqing's decision to raise the difficulty was also related to Lu Ji, Xiaoqing, Long Tao, and the rest. Because he was aware of their powers, he was afraid that the intensity of the test would not be sufficient to achieve its intended effects. Aside from Lu Wenqing, the other members of royalty, Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and the rest, who were aware of how harmful death aura could be, knew that Lu Wenqing's test design was unreasonable. However, the Radiance Federation's younger generation being tested had no idea. All of them were braving the abuse and doing their best to search for the locations of the leaders. Every one of them was displaying exceptional determination. There were even a few of them who had feys that demonstrated a resistance to death aura. One of the participants' light-type feys was even able to cleanse death aura. Cleansing was a light-type ability that rarely manifested in feys. It could dispel dirt and impurities. Venom and death aura were all deemed as dirt and impurities by light-type feys. The contractor of the cleansing rain sky crane became a prominent figure and was seen as a shining light of hope by all of the participants. However, Yang Nuangzhen was completely unaware of this. Being in the midst of the test, she did not have a bird-eye view and did not know that a spotlight was now shining on her because of the cleansing rain sky crane. Famous star web hosts had already mentioned her name and commentators multiple times. If she did know, she would definitely be overjoyed. However, at that moment, Yang Nuangzhen was in a state of conflict. Two teams were fighting over her. One was a team formed by her schoolmates. The other was a team formed by a distant cousin from the main branch of her family. Yang Nuangzhen had an indecisive personality, especially when it involved emotional matters. She did not want to abandon her schoolmates when she could be of help to them. However, there was more to consider aside from emotions when it came to her cousin. It related to the direct benefits and status within her family. Although the main branch of a middle-sized faction could not control the lives of the collateral branches, it could supervise them and restrict their inflow of resources. Yang Nuangzhen could not guarantee that she would be able to stand out during the selection and become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Hence, she could not afford to burn the bridge between herself and her cousin. Before she could make her decision, the young man on her left grabbed her arm and growled, "Nuangzhen, why are you hesitating? What are you doing just standing there when I need you? There are only 300 to 400 people left in your team. There's no way they can protect you. After encountering the dead spirits twice, there are still more than 800 people left in my team. We also have 2 Spirit Chi professionals with feys that had similar abilities to the cleansing rain sky crane. If you join me, the 3 of you will receive the team's full protection. You won't have to clear the dead spirits. All you need to do is cleanse the death aura in the surroundings." A vicious glint appeared in this short-haired young man's eyes. Everyone knew that it was best not to get into conflicts with the other participants during this test that involved fighting dead spirits. In this environment where the humans and dead spirits were battling for dominance, any cracks in their unity would negatively impact the humans. However, killing intent had taken form in Yang Wenpeng's mind. This was not only directed toward Yang Nuangzhen's schoolmates but Yang Nuangzhen as well. This brat from the collateral branch had the gall to step on his pride. Even after extending repeated invitations to her, she continued to be wishy-washy. This was a blow to his clout. He had invested a lot of thought and effort before gathering his teammates and securing the team's leader position. Once his clout was compromised, he would be replaced as the leader. Many people in the team were gunning for this. Frankly, there was another course of action that Yang Wenpeng could take, which was to invite Yang Nuangzhen's schoolmates as well. The issue would be resolved as long as he could convince them to join his team. However, Yang Wenpeng despised Yang Nuangzhen's schoolmates. A tall and skinny man whose hair reached his earlobes said mockingly, "Wenpeng, isn't this your cousin from a collateral branch of the family? Who knew that you have so little sway as a member of the family's main branch? A member of the collateral branch isn't even willing to listen to you." The tall and skinny young man whose hair reached his earlobes was one of Yang Wenpeng's rivals and had been secretly working against him in the team. Yang Wenpeng had managed to hold his ground in their past few confrontations. Still, his rival was now seizing his window of opportunity and was trying to use this situation to disparage Yang Wenpeng's formidability. The tall and skinny young man was well aware that a large-scale clash between the two teams would definitely affect one of the participants' evaluations. Yang Wenpeng was irritable and could not handle being provoked. If he could trigger a fight between Yang Wenpeng and the other team, Yang Wenpeng might be able to retain his clout, but his impression in the eyes of the members of royalty would be blemished. This would allow Wei Hedong to kick one of his threatening rivals out of the running. Wei Hedong thought himself to be extremely intelligent, but he had no idea that two members of royalty were already frowning at his provocative behavior. Wei Hedong might have failed to deduce the members of royalty's perspectives, but he had successfully grasped Yang Wenpeng's character. Yang Wenpeng was already on the brink of exploding with anger. His grip on Yang Nuangzhen's wrist increased in strength, and she felt pain shoot up her wrist. Yang Nuangzhen was not very familiar with Yang Wenpeng. The Yang family's main branch rarely interacted with the collateral branches, and it was difficult for the collateral branches to catch the attention of the main branch. Nonetheless, Yang Nuangzhen had heard rumors about the Yang family's eldest young master Yang Wenpeng. He was bad-tempered and easily agitated. Many members of collateral branches had met with horrible ends after offending him. If she did not agree to his invitation, her parents and sister would end up suffering. At the thought of her parents and sister, Yang Nuangzhen made her decision. She had no choice but to abandon her schoolmates and join her cousin. Just as she was about to make her decision known, the leader of her schoolmates' team stepped out. "Haha, your team is still left with so many people after encountering the dead spirits twice while we lost many of our members to just one wave of the dead spirits. If we didn't have Nuangzhen with us to help us cleanse the air, at least 40 more of our team members would have died. The dead spirits are our common enemy. We still don't know where the 10 leaders are. We don't even know if we are headed in the right direction. Why don't we join forces? There is power in numbers. Since you have more people on your team, you can have the decision-making power. We only want to retain the right to separate from you if we don't agree with your opinions. What do you think of this proposition?" The person who spoke was a young man with a buzz cut. He was rotund and had a very contagious smile. This tempted Yang Wenpeng. After this team of more than 300 people joined him, his team would comprise more than 1,200 members. They would be able to hold on even after encountering another 2 waves of dead spirits. The young man's statements were true. Yang Wenpeng did not know where the 10 members of the Radiance 100 sequence were selected or if he was even going in the right direction. Given the situation, the more power he controlled, the better. After the team of more than 300 people joined, all Yang Wenpeng needed to do was suggest that they reform teams, and he would be able to disrupt them. Even if he gave them the autonomy to leave when they wanted, they could not use it. "Go and inform your subordinates then. We will join forces and head north." While Yang Wenpeng and Du Xing were communicating, Wei Hedong frowned and glared at Du Xing. This fatty was ruining his plan. He had already agitated Yang Wenpeng and was a hair's breadth away from his goal. As the leader of a team with more than 1,200 members, Yang Wenpeng had to have hidden skills. Wei Hedong did not know that Night Leaning Moon had already eliminated him and Yang Wenpeng despite not having died yet. Rather, Du Xing, who was able to sacrifice some of his profits for the team's sake, showed more leadership qualities. Night Leaning Moon decided to keep an eye on Du Xing. Yang Nuangzhen looked at Du Xing gratefully. His decision meant that she did not need to explicitly choose Yang Wenpeng and abandon her schoolmates. The team of more than 1,000 people would allow Yang Nuangzhen to unleash the cleansing rain sky crane's abilities to a greater extent and allow her to stand out even more in the test. Du Xing gave his team simple instructions before they joined forces with the other team. Du Xing's expression had not changed. It still carried amicability and a smile. But in actuality, he was complaining to himself. This feeling of being coerced was not pleasant at all. However, it was the only choice that his team could take. This Radiance 100 sequence selection was a miniature version of a society living in the dead spirits crisis. With every passing second, there were teams fighting each other, as well as others that were joining forces. There were constantly capable, intelligent, and powerful people distinguishing themselves during this test and capturing the audience's attention on Star Web. In such an environment, power, character, and other qualities that made up a person were being displayed through the constant clashes and cooperation. Those in the midst of the test had no idea that every one of their actions was being broadcast. The Moon Empress nodded to herself. She approved of this broadcasting method and conducted the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Radiance Federation already intended to turn the members of the Radiance 100 sequence into the standard and the pillars of the Radiance Federation. The Radiance 100 sequence's members needed to be supervised. The Radiance citizens were all judges of the Radiance 100 sequence's members. The Moon Empress did not observe the Radiance 100 sequence selection from the beginning. She had just finished participating in the second meeting of the Major Federation Union. The main theme of the last Major Federation Union meeting was for the Radiance Federation to inform the other federations of the imminent arrival of the Dead Spirits crisis. The main theme of this Major Federation Union meeting was the other federations asking the Radiance Federation for help. The Moon Empress had already decided to help them. The demon insects were reproducing at a rate that was beyond the Moon Empress' imagination. They could now be delivered to the other parts of the main world. Due to the urgency of the matter, the Moon Empress decided not to try to control the Federation leaders and directly announced that the Radiance Federation would be helping the other federations. During the last Major Federation Union meeting, the other federations were afraid of the Radiance Federation's power. But this time, they were reliant on the Radiance Federation and saw them as their last hope. The Moon Empress could sense this. As the Radiance Federation continued supplying help to the other federations, this attitude would become the norm, and the Radiance Federation would become the true head of all the federations. The Mirror God and God of Fools had conflicted emotions throughout the entire Major Federation Union meeting. They were the strongest experts in all the federations, after all. Although the Space-Time Elder had also set his spirit fire alight, his soul was tied to the Radiance Federation, so he could never leave and had to protect the Federation forever. As long as they did not enter the Radiance Federation, they would not have to worry about being bothered by the Space-Time Elder. But the sudden explosion of dimensional life forms from the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift into the Freedom Federation had left them in dire straits, and they had had no choice but to ally with the Radiance Federation. Yet, it turned out that the Radiance Federation had commandeered the Marsh dimensional life forms and had turned them into captives. Even now, the Mirror God and God of Fools felt as though they were dreaming. However, too many things had happened recently. The Radiance Federation's saving of the main world caused the Mirror God and God of Fools to submit to the Moon Empress, as well as her all-powerful disciple. The Mirror God and God of Fools did their best to help the Moon Empress with the Major Federation Union's affairs and alleviated a significant portion of her burdens. The two of them dutifully allowed the Moon Empress and the rest of the Radiance Federation's royalty to have the decision-making power. They also resolved to change the Freedom Federation. With the Dead Spirits crisis as a form of cleansing, the Freedom Federation would become a completely new federation. The Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families had all arrived in the Radiance Federation in order to express their respect for the Moon Empress and notice the Mirror God and God of Fools changes. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.